In the Hidden Leaf Village, I find myself as Tsunade's childhood friend, determined to defy fate from the very beginning. The tragedies of the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, as well as the decline of the village, shall be cast aside. I shall hold Tsunade's hand and ascend step by step to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Otsutsuki, if you possess the power, then come forth. Chapter 1. Setting a small goal. The sunset casts a crimson hue across the sky. Perched on the railing of Hokage Rock, a small figure gazes down at the village below, and Yin, bathed in golden twilight. As a seasoned wage slave who has endured the monotony of life for years, and Yin identifies himself with the capybara, embodying the philosophy of merely existing. Life is satisfactory, and death is acceptable. His emotional stability is unwavering. He once believed that exposure to the myriad of information in modern society had rendered him immune to the vicissitudes of life, accustomed as he was to the cycles of life and death, facing each circumstance with equanimity. Yet, witnessing the scenes before him stirs a tempest within his heart. Children frolic and chase one another, effortlessly leaping to heights of 7 or 8 meters, bounding from ground level to rooftops. In a secluded training area, a group engages in fierce combat, unleashing torrents of water and fire with their very mouths. Such absurdity. Though Yin had prepared himself mentally, the reality before him was still astonishing. He has traversed from the mundane existence of a 21st century earthling to the realm of the anime world, specifically the legendary conflict of the 5 great shinobi nations, now embodied as an ordinary 5-year-old child in the Hidden Leaf Village, with no siblings and no home, having lost his parents. And Yin fits the archetype of an orphan protagonist. As a commoner without a surname, he is fortunate to retain the name Yin. His biological parents, both ordinary ninjas of Konoha, perished during a recent patrol at the borders of the Land of Fire, sacrificing their lives in a conflict with other ninja villages, leaving him with nothing but a modest 2-story residence. Since the fallout between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, their love turned to enmity, resulting in a cataclysmic battle that reshaped the very landscape, culminating in Hashirama's sorrowful defeat of Madara. This event triggered unrest throughout the ninja world, setting the stage for an escalating conflict that it is said, with Susanoo and the Great Buddha, they extinguished 4 nations. In a world endowed with extraordinary powers, what ensures peace? It is solely the will of the strongest. Hashirama, the god of ninjas, yearned for world peace, and thus it was destined to be. The desire of the strongest dictates all. Thus, following the demise of Konoha's 2 most formidable powers, the so-called fastest in the ninja world, Tobirama Senju, finds it increasingly difficult to maintain control. The first great ninja war has commenced, enduring for several years now, resulting in chaos akin to madness. With the Wind Country secretly developing in isolation, the other nations are embroiled in a bloody conflict, leading to a significant reduction in the number of ninjas across the ninja world, now nearing the final stages of war. Regrettably, Yan's adoptive parents fell victim to the darkness before dawn, unable to survive the first Great Ninja War. He recalls that a considerable span of peace, over a decade, exists between the First and Second Great Ninja Wars, a lengthy period of stability that could be attained if one survives the ongoing conflict. Since the inception of the ninja villages, almost every decade has witnessed a great conflict, consuming generations of youth. If all goes as expected, the Second Great Ninja War will erupt in a decade, and Yin too shall be thrust into the maelstrom of war, uncertain if he will emerge alive. Navigating the dangers of the ninja world is akin to an ordinary person being lured into a perilous industrial site in northern Myanmar. Achieving a peaceful existence seems nearly impossible. While Konoha espouses noble ideals, it cannot disguise the fact that it operates as a fearsome militant organization. What kind of decent people would send 10-year-old children to the battlefield? Is this not the very definition of terrorism? Individuals like Kakashi, who graduate as ninjas at 6 and begin taking lives? What kind of organization is this? Nevertheless, the world is but a grand stage of folly. While Konoha may be flawed, the other ninja villages are even worse. Sometimes, an organization's reputation is upheld solely by the incompetence of its peers, a testament to a uniquely dismal era. However, regardless of Konoha's shortcomings, it still upholds the noble ideals of the Will of Fire, providing support to the descendants of ninjas who sacrifice for the village. And Yin is not only eligible to receive a monthly stipend, but also has his educational expenses covered by the village, alleviating concerns about his livelihood. Thus, the immediate priority is to study diligently, striving to excel, ultimately aiming to confront the Uchiha, master the Jinchuriki, court Tsunade, and ascend to the position of Hokage, thereby reaching the zenith of the ninja realm. Point 1 may wonder from whence his confidence arises. It is undoubtedly due to the unique advantages bestowed upon him as a transmigrator. With a mere thought, he activates the system, and a faint blue screen materializes before his eyes. Asterisk character. In Yin, 5 years and 6 months old. Asterisk. Reputation, 13 anonymous. Bloodline, descendant of the god tree, legendary plant human. Skills, chakra. Extraction technique, kunai throwing, asterisk. Items, none. Attributes. Average attributes of adult ninjas in the ninja world are 5. Strength, 3, a goose's. Might, asterisk. Constitution, 3, a fragile child, easily defeated. Agility, 4, unable to outrun a feather duster. Intelligence, 6, slightly above average cognitive. Ability, asterisk. Spirit, 8, enhanced perception from 2 lifetimes. Charisma, 6, a rather charming child. Luck, 5, daily fluctuations remain unpredictable. Current prayer pool, Tomb Raider. Your reputation is insufficient for a prayer. This is a wishing lottery system, where an accumulating reputation grants opportunities for drawing lots. Through prayer, one can obtain powers from beyond the world, negating the constraints of reality. In essence, one must continually stir trouble to gain reputation, leading to increased lottery chances and enhanced strength. A virtuous cycle. Who possesses the highest reputation in this world? Beyond those immortalized in history, the most renowned figures are the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages. Following closely are the heroic figures such as the legendary 3, White Fang, and the swift and resolute ninjas whose names resonate throughout the ninja realm. Not to be overlooked are celebrated authors like Jiraiya, whose works echo through the war-torn ninja world, a fertile ground for notoriety. Alternatively, some infamous individuals, such as the reviled Jinchuriki and tyrannical merchants like Kato of the Land of Waves, also command significant reputation. In summary, regardless of one's moral standing, as long as one is spoken of and acknowledged, reputation is acquired. Thus, the next objective becomes clear: establish a modest goal to achieve the top rank in his class at the Ninja Academy, ensuring his name resonates among peers, heralded by their families, fostering a reputation as a prodigy in his youth. Asterisk Chapter 2. Tsunade, my deskmate. The sky is a brilliant blue, a splendid day indeed. At the Konoha Ninja School, today marks the school opening ceremony. And Yin rises early, meticulously grooming himself, styling his hair fresh, and donning clean attire. Standing in the sunlight, he appears as if enveloped in a halo, radiating the vibrant energy of youth. Truly unbeatable. After inspecting his reflection and finding no flaw in his attire, Yin leaps joyfully from his home, recently having acquired the extraordinary power of chakra. The exhilarating sensation of bounding 4 or 5 meters at a time fills him with delight. His home is conveniently located not far from the school. Skipping across rooftops, Yin deftly navigates his way, arriving beneath the grand tree at the school entrance, where he plops down on a swing hanging from its branches. Indulging in the simple pleasure of swinging, it was just past 7 in the morning, and although the hour was still early, people had begun to arrive steadily. Some children came on their own. Upon seeing Yin standing there, they approached him and formed a small group spontaneously. Meanwhile, the children accompanied by their parents were mostly seen holding hands while engaging in conversation with other familiar adults. Yin observed closely and noticed that most of the solitary children were of commoner origin, lacking any markings indicative of ninja clans, whereas the children brought by their parents predominantly hailed from ninja lineages, such as the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Sarutobi clans. The divide between the commoner children and those from ninja families was stark, each group existing in their own distinct circles. Yet the overall scene was vibrant, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, and Yin couldn't help but feel a sense of intrigue at the peculiar atmosphere. As the clock struck 8, the crowd at the school entrance had swelled, and the gates of the Ninja Academy finally swung open that a multitude of children, clutching their admission letters, lined up to enter the school. while the parents gradually departed. In the schoolyard, a makeshift platform had been erected. Hundreds of students lined up according to height, forming a square formation. At the forefront stood the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, flanked by 3 young guards on either side. And Yin recognized that the 6 young individuals beside Tobirama were his 6 disciples. In the years to come, one would perish, another would vanish without a trace. 2 would become advisors to the Hokage, one would ascend to become the 3rd Hokage, and another would become the legendary Tsuchikage. These figures would profoundly influence the fate of Konoha for the next 4 decades. Senju Tobirama maintained a stoic demeanor, his expression perpetually serious, rarely adorned with a smile. Even in front of the academy students, he bore an impassive countenance, embodying the cold resolve of the will of fire passed down from the first Hokage. The will of fire. Those who understood its essence comprehended its significance. Tobirama recounted the great deeds of the first Hokage in ending the age of turmoil, inciting fervent admiration among the impressionable children. He spoke of the village as a family, downplaying familial ties while emphasizing collectivism, ultimately urging everyone to fight for the village's interests. Though Tobirama was not particularly amiable, his commanding presence was undeniably persuasive, compelling all to believe in the veracity of his words. As always, speeches from leaders tend to be lengthy. A few remarks can easily extend to half an hour, and any additional comments might stretch to 2 or 3 hours. And Yin found himself growing drowsy and restless, his feet aching, until at last, Tobirama concluded his address. With a sudden spark of energy, and Yin began to applaud, a reflexive response honed from years of experience. The surrounding students soon followed suit, the sporadic claps coalescing into a resounding applause that reverberated across the playground. Tobirama cast a fleeting glance at Yin before returning his focus elsewhere, while Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to regard him with a more contemplative gaze. After the speech, the teachers began to assign students to their respective classes. The class divisions had already been determined following the qualification assessments prior to enrollment. Now, it was merely a matter of following the established protocol to call the roll.as. The teachers called out names one by one, and Yin was placed in grade 1, class A, and he followed his classmates in a classroom 101. The interior of the classroom was arranged in a tiered manner, with the front lower than the back. Each desk was designed to accommodate 3 students, and various textbooks had been laid out on the tables. Upon entering the classroom, Yin made his way towards the back, settling into a seat by the window in the second-to-last row. This position afforded him a good view and relative quietude, while also allowing him to survey the entire classroom. As the saying goes, the back row by the window is the realm of kings. Yin reveled in the sense of control that came from surveying the entire scene from his elevated position. At that moment, a golden-haired girl entered the classroom with an air of confidence, her radiant presence and striking features drawing the attention of her peers. Whispers filled the room as students began to speculate. Who is she? So beautiful. I don't know. I've never seen her before. The classroom buzzed with chatter, yet the golden-haired girl seemed oblivious to their murmurs. Her gaze swept across the room until it landed on her target, the back row by the window, where the light was optimal and the position discreet enough to avoid excessive attention, while still allowing her to observe everything. She strode confidently toward the back, greeting familiar classmates along the way with a smile and a nod, as though accustomed to such interactions. She approached Yin, pulled out the chair, and sat down effortlessly, tossing her petite ninja tool pouch onto the desk, moving with a fluid grace that suggested this spot was destined for her. As she settled in, and Yin took the initiative to introduce himself. Hello, my name is Yin. I look forward to our time together as classmates. The girl turned her head, a flicker of surprise crossing her finely featured face at the audacity of a commoner ninja to engage her in conversation. Her brown eyes met Yin's, and instead of the timidity often seen in children of humble origins, she found confidence reflected in his demeanor, prompting her to smile brightly. Hello, Yin. My name is Tsunade. It's a pleasure to meet you. It was Tsunade, the legendary figure of great renown, and Yin raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. He had expected a girl from the Yamanaka clan, not this prominent individual. After exchanging pleasantries, they both fell into a comfortable silence, each caught in the awkwardness of newfound friendship, unsure of what to say next. As they awaited the arrival of their teacher, Yin glanced around the classroom and spotted a pale-skinned boy resembling Orochimaru, yet he did not see the white-haired Jiraiya. Given that the 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha were contemporaries. Should they not be in the same class? Chapter 3: The so-called Will of Fire, where the leaves of Konoha dance. The flames rage uncontrollably. And Yen, intrigued, perused the pages of the first Hokage and the Will of Fire. This tome chronologically recounts the brutalities of the Warring States period and the first Hokage's endeavors to quell chaos. It briefly alludes to Uchiha Obito, portraying him as a seemingly inconsequential character easily vanquished by Senju Hashirama. Was this the work of Senju Tobarama? And Yen pondered whether the influence of Uchiha Obito had already begun to wane during this era. The intent here seemed to be to subtly shape the mindset of the Uchiha clan. This historical narrative is somewhat biased, one might say, the malevolent Senju Tobarama. Continuing his reading, and Yen encountered a series of platitudes, that Konoha is one big family, that one must prioritize the collective over the individual, and that the sacrifices of the elder generation illuminate the path for the youth. The overarching message conveyed is that the village, the collective, supersedes the individual, encouraging ninjas to bravely sacrifice themselves for their comrades and descendants. It is no wonder that when Senju Hashirama eliminated Uchiha Obito, his rationale was that he would show no mercy to anyone who posed a threat to the village. However, this raises a question: who embodies the collective will of the village, and who represents the individual? Thus, while there exists a philosophical doctrine, the absence of concrete guidelines for action renders the entirety of the Will of Fire somewhat hollow. After all, in a time of perennial conflict, it is only natural for cultural and ideological education to be lacking. The Ninja Academy had distributed a wealth of textbooks, from 1st to 6th grade, all at once. If one possessed a robust self-learning ability and considerable talent, graduating from the Ninja Academy within a year was indeed feasible. Aside from texts on the Will of Fire, the remaining literature detailed the essential knowledge that a formal ninja should possess, such as chakra analysis, an overview of illusions, basic body techniques, introductory sealing techniques, the 12 hand seals, mathematics and ninja tools, common poisons, and codes and confidentiality. As Yen engaged with these texts, it was akin to clicking on skill books in a game. The system interface unfolded before him. Chakra analysis, learning progress 71, you have acquired system knowledge, allowing you to utilize chakra for basic offensive and defensive maneuvers. An overview of illusions, learning progress 73, you have acquired system knowledge, mastering basic visual illusions, enabling minor alterations to the surrounding environment. Introductory sealing techniques, learning progress 84, you have acquired system knowledge, mastering basic sealing techniques, capable of temporarily sealing a foe's chakra. After swiftly perusing several textbooks, Yen comprehended the myriad of knowledge instantly, indelibly etched in his mind. In a flash, he transformed into a well-rounded lower ninja. Disregarding combat prowess, he could easily apply for graduation immediately. His fingers trembled slightly as he mused to himself about how beneficial it would have been to have such a system during his school days. A simple review, and the system would assist in understanding concepts, directly imprinting them in his mind, making entrance exams for prestigious universities a breeze. Programmers, medical students, and law students would surely weep. With the system at his disposal, he could bid farewell to the woes of baldness. While Yen immersed himself in the skill books, Tsunade furrowed her brow, her exquisite and beautiful face marred by confusion as she tilted her head to observe him. To her, Yen was flipping through the books at an astonishing pace, skimming through pages in a blur, seemingly lost in thought as he appeared to glean insights. Is he merely pretending? Can anyone truly absorb the material this quickly? Though their acquaintance was new, Yen did not strike her as a pretentious youth attempting to garner attention from girls. Tsunade, perplexed, reached out to halt his hand as he flipped through the pages. Stopping abruptly, Yen turned to Tsunade, an exaggerated question mark hovering above his head. Did you really comprehend that? Tsunade asked earnestly. Why wouldn't I? Yen retorted. Tsunade, skeptical, seized one of the books Yen had perused to test him. Yen shrugged, indifferent. What does the Tsu seal represent in ninjutsu? Tsunade inquired, her gaze fixed intently on him. The Tsu seal symbolizes beginnings and is associated with water release techniques, commonly employed to initiate such jutsu, signifying the accumulation of power and stillness before an explosive release. Yen formed the Tsu seal with his right hand while his left hand took the shape of a tiger claw over it, smiling as he answered her question. And what about the Nasil? Tsunade pressed, her eyes narrowing inquisitively. The Nasil represents the sheep, linked to the soul and illusions, often used in various illusion techniques. And Yin formed the seal, channeling chakra around him to execute a simple illusion, instantly enhancing his appearance with multiple layers of filters, causing him to emanate a faint glow. What does the Inu seal signify? Tsunade's gaze was piercing as she regarded him. The Inu seal symbolizes the dog, representing eternity and sealing. Nearly all sealing techniques culminate with the Inu seal. And Yin formed the Inu seal and placed a palm on Tsunade's shoulder. Instantly, she felt her entire body go numb, her chakra rendered inaccessible. Just as panic began to set in, she felt her faculties return with a breath. What is this? A sealing technique? Did you learn it just by glancing at it? Tsunade inhaled deeply, tossing the book onto the table. How dull, I'm done. He poses no challenge at all. It seems Yin is indeed a genuine prodigy. Tsunade couldn't help but feel a surge of pressure. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, not only did the entire Senju clan look to her with great expectation to uphold the village's protection, but other ninja clans in the village were also scrutinizing her. Yet, upon entering school, she encountered such a formidable classmate. Tsunade felt utterly disheartened. Academic subjects appeared daunting, but fortunately, there were practical classes for competition. Although Yin was remarkably gifted, his commoner ninja background suggested he might lack advanced techniques, providing her an ample chance to prevail. Silently, Tsunade pumped her small fists to bolster her spirits, while Yin remained acutely aware of her movements, wary of any accidental strikes. He had a vivid recollection of Tsunade's extraordinary strength. In the original narrative, Jiraiya had recounted how, in his youth, he had spied on Tsunade while she bathed, only to be sent flying over 100 meters by a single punch, a rather ludicrous tale. Resolutely, Yin decided to avoid provoking Tsunade in the future. He certainly did not possess Jiraiya's resilience. A mere strike from her might very well leave him begging for mercy. Chapter 4 Self-Introduction. Just as Tsunade sank into her self-reflective state, encouraging herself, a youthful voice broke through. May I sit here? And Yin turned to see a white-haired boy standing in the aisle, pointing to the last seat at their table. And Yin's gaze sharpened, white-haired and male. Could this be Jiraiya? He didn't quite resemble the spiky-haired version, nor did he have flamboyant makeup on his face. Tsunade glanced around, noticing that during her conversation with Yin, the classroom seats had filled, with everyone deliberately avoiding their vicinity. Casting a sidelong glance at Yin, who nodded in assent, Tsunade invited the white-haired boy to take a seat. The white-haired boy exhaled a sigh of relief as he took his seat. He was the last one to be called during the class division, and upon entering the classroom, he realized he had lost the privilege to choose his seat. There was only one spot available for him. As he glanced at the symbol of the Senju clan embroidered on Tsunade's attire, he steeled himself to approach her. Fortunately, Tsunade did not possess the arrogance typical of the noble ninja clans. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to handle the situation. And Yin observed the boy's cautious demeanor with amusement, leaning over his desk to communicate with Tsunade and the boy. Pleased to meet you. I am Yin. May I ask your name? Upon hearing Yin's inquiry, the boy's unease gradually dissipated. He too leaned over the desk and replied softly, Hello, Yin. I am Bei Lu Hu. Ah, so it is you, Yin remarked, feeling a mix of surprise and inevitability. There were few ninjas from the same generation as the legendary three ninjas, and Bei Lu Hu was one of them. Despite being friends with the three ninjas, his ordinary background rendered him less gifted by comparison. Unwilling to accept mediocrity, he ventured into research and developed a forbidden technique known as the Ghost Budra technique, allowing him to merge with 5 bloodline ninjas and become a formidable presence. Thus, he emerged as a theatrical film's antagonist, only to meet his demise at the hands of Naruto Uzumaki's wind release, Raisin Shuriken. While Yin recalled who this individual was, he did not forget to greet Bei Lu Hu, and Tsunade naturally joined in, leading the trio to quickly become acquainted. Just then, the classroom fell silent in an instant, and Yin and the others instinctively ceased their chatter. As the atmosphere turned still, an unremarkable young teacher entered the room. He surveyed the neatly seated 42 students and nodded in satisfaction. The young teacher ascended to the podium, wrote his name, Sato Taienai, on the blackboard, and then turned to address the class with a booming voice. Hello everyone, I am Sato Taienai. From this day forward, until your graduation as ninjas, I will be your homeroom teacher. Now, let us embark on a delightful self-introduction session, starting from the right. Please state your name, your hobbies, and your future aspirations. With a casual gesture, Sato pointed at the child seated at the far right of the front row, prompting him to stand and introduce himself. My name is Descendant. I like Jing Xiang. I dislike Peng Hu, and my dream is to become the world's richest person. I am Xiao Fu. I like Peng Hu. I dislike Descendant. And my aspiration is to inherit the family business and become a boss. I am Jing Xiang. I like Xiao Fu. I dislike Peng Hu. And my dream is to be a full-time homemaker. Listening to the dreams and preferences of his classmates, and Yin found their aspirations rather chaotic. However, since they had embarked on the path of ninjas, it seemed somewhat inappropriate to aim to be ordinary among the ordinary. The tumultuous ninja world was poised for 3 more great ninja wars in their lifetimes, not to mention the various minor conflicts among the major ninja villages. It was uncertain how long these classmates would survive. Earlier, Yin had criticized the will of fire as akin to a pyramid scheme, and observing his classmates express their dreams gave him a distinct sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of a sales conference. If they continued to repeat their dreams daily, it would only amplify that similarity. I am Tsunade. I enjoy gambling. I have nothing I particularly dislike. And my dream is to travel the world and win at every casino. And Yin snapped back to reality upon hearing Tsunade's aspiration, raising an eyebrow. Given her notorious luck for losing, even winning at the local casino would be a challenge, let alone conquering casinos worldwide. Indeed, some dreams are best left unspoken. To travel the world, one must possess formidable strength. After Tsunade's introduction, Sato briefly commented and then turned his gaze to Yin. Rising, Yin began his self-introduction loudly. I am Yin. I enjoy reading and music. I have nothing in particular that I dislike. And my dream is to bring peace to the chaotic world and become a figure akin to the first Hokage. His declaration ignited a fervor within the classroom, as students began murmuring among themselves. To aspire to be Hokage was no trivial matter, once uttered. Any future embarrassing acts would be a source of mockery from those in the know. Amidst the discussions, a glimmer sparkled in Yan's eyes, as lines of translucent blue text emerged in a place unseen by others. Reputation 1, Reputation 1, Reputation 1. To dream of becoming Hokage? That is indeed a noble aspiration. Sato Taianai offered a brief comment before shifting his attention to the next student. Having heard countless such dreams, he knew that while voicing them was easy, achieving them was a different story altogether. And Yin took his seat, listening to the remaining classmates as they introduced themselves. Being seated in the second-to-last row indicated that only a few students remained who had yet to present themselves. Within a minute, the last of them concluded their introductions. Strangely, aside from Tsunade and Bei Lu Hu, none of the other names sounded familiar to Yin. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were notably absent from this class. It seemed that true acquaintance with the legendary 3 ninjas would only come post-graduation, upon becoming a genin. Regaining his focus, Yin noticed Tsunade staring at him vacantly. Lost in thought, he smiled at her, and upon seeing his warm smile, she snapped back to reality, returning his gesture with a radiant grin. The first class consisted merely of introductions, and Sato spent some time discussing trivial matters, looking ahead to the future, and engaging the class with a few games to liven the atmosphere. Indeed, Sato Taianai demonstrated considerable skill after a few classroom games. The rapport between teacher and students flourished, even Bei Lu, who became less reserved and slightly more at ease. Time passed swiftly, and the first class concluded. Sato announced the afternoon break, and upon this declaration, the classroom erupted in jubilant cheers. Observing the raucous children, Sato Taianai smiled faintly, clutching his neatly organized materials as he exited the classroom. As soon as the teacher stepped out, Yin promptly opened the window and leaped out. Tsunade attempted to call out to him, but hesitated, still formulating her words. By the time she had gathered her thoughts, Yin had already dashed up onto the rooftops, disappearing from sight. Forget it. I'll speak to him next time. Frustrated, Tsunade clenched her fist, waving it in the air. Meanwhile, Bei Lu Hu shrugged, gathering his belongings and making a hasty exit. For him, sitting next to the princess of the Senju clan was quite the pressure. After one class, Yan's reputation surged by more than 30 points, nearing the 50-point threshold. There were 41 students in the class, excluding Yin, and it appeared that over half of them had already taken note of him. The remaining few might have heard his name, but did not retain any impression, hence no increase in reputation. Once he spreads the word about the will of fire and his aspiration to become Hokage, it is likely his reputation will soon exceed 100, unlocking the minimum level of wishes. He wondered what he might draw then. The Tomb Raider pool was indeed something to anticipate. and Yin recalled a prophet named Yage from the Tomb Raider saga, who was immortal and had lived for millennia. If he could obtain that immortality, it would be incredibly advantageous. Orochimaru had pursued this for a lifetime. If Yin were to acquire it so easily, it would surely infuriate him. Lost in thought, Yin had already returned home, shoving various vegetables into the refrigerator before tying on an apron to begin cooking. On the other side, Tsunade returned to the Senju clan's ancestral land, which was once bustling with life, but now felt somewhat desolate. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had, a decade prior, initiated a policy of integration between clans and ordinary civilian ninjas, effectively breaking the Senju clan into fragments and merging them into the village at large. Presently, aside from a few families of the main lineage, only a handful of elderly and infirm remnants from the Warring States period remained. Tsunade pushed open the door and stepped into one of the rooms. "Grandma Mito, I'm back." Upon hearing the commotion, a red-haired woman with a bun emerged, embracing the young Tsunade who had rushed into her arms. Although referred to as Grandma, Uzumaki Mito appeared remarkably youthful, her skin as smooth as jade, resembling someone just in their early 20s. A diamond-shaped mark on her forehead added to her unique allure. Tsunade's mother, being pregnant, had no time to care for her. Thus, Tsunade had been living with Mito during this period. "Did you meet anyone interesting at school today, little Tsunade?" Mito asked, as she led Tsunade into the inner room, where a feast awaited on the table, a testament to Mito's culinary skills. Gently placing Tsunade in a chair, Mito sat opposite her, beaming as she served her food. School was rather dull, nothing particularly exciting. "However, Grandma Mito, I think I've discovered a prodigy," Tsunade replied, taking a bite of the fried chicken leg while answering Mito's inquiry. Mito watched Tsunade eat with a smile, unfazed by her response, having encountered numerous prodigies in her lifetime. From Senju Hashirama to Uchiha Madara, and now Tobirama, a master of forbidden techniques, hardly any talent could truly impress her. Yet, since it was little Tsunade who spoke, Mito played along with a probing question. "Oh, what kind of prodigy is he? Is he as talented as our little Tsunade?" Swallowing her mouth full of chicken, Tsunade scratched her head, gathering her thoughts. "He seems to come from a civilian ninja background, but he grasps the curriculum of the Ninja Academy after a single read. Basic sealing techniques and Jinjutsu come effortlessly to him, and he should have no trouble with the transformation technique." Mito raised an eyebrow, momentarily surprised. The transformation technique is indeed simple, yet for him to master such complex sealing techniques after just one glance. "Really?" "Yes," when he placed his hand on my shoulder. My chakra immediately ceased to flow, rendering my entire body immobile, almost as if paralyzed. Tsunade nodded earnestly. "I see," Mito mused. "He certainly sounds like a gifted young man. Bring him over one day for me to meet. If he proves worthy, I might teach him a few things." She affectionately patted Tsunade's head, aware of her own status as the perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, possessing the ability to sense malevolence. If indeed there were an exceptional young talent in the village yet to be discovered, she would not hesitate to lend her support. Tsunade nodded solemnly, recognizing that the village was her grandfather's most cherished possession. She had long since regarded it as part of her own family and would spare no effort to assist any outstanding individuals within it. Meanwhile, on another front, Yin prepared a large bowl of ramen, adding 2 eggs. However, as he sat down to eat, he noticed the attribute panel flickering incessantly. His reputation was steadily increasing, surpassing 100 points. Realization dawned upon him. It was likely due to his classmates mentioning him at dinner while sharing amusing stories from school, especially since he was the only one in the class expressing the ambition to become Hokage, a natural boost to his reputation. In fact, this was not the sole factor. Teachers often discussed their students amongst themselves, and every new student's aspirations would be compiled and submitted to the Hokage's office. Regardless, once sufficient reputation was amassed, he could make a wish and draw from the system. Yin promptly selected the system template, initiated a prayer, and amidst a dazzling animation of a shooting star, a card depicting a bow and arrow appeared on the system panel. System introduction, mastery of multifunctional bow and arrow skill description. You can craft bows and arrows from materials found in the wild, or modify special arrows as needed, including flame arrows, gas arrows, explosive arrows, and rope arrows. Yin immediately chose to use the card, and a wealth of information flooded his mind. Not only did it encompass special arrow crafting, but also various combat techniques for using bows and arrows, such as double shooting, dynamic aiming, environmental utilization, and insight into weaknesses. After a moment of contemplation, Yin felt confident that combining his proficiency with the Bao and chakra would enable him to handle a few mid-level ninjas, provided he ambushed them. However, he understood all too well that if engaged in a direct confrontation, a marksman caught by an assassin would not end well. Chapter 6. Why Our Hokage is Different. Time flowed swiftly like a stream, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Since obtaining Laura's mastery of the multifunctional bow and arrow, Yin quickly crafted several sets of bows and arrows, utilizing the system's item space to store a significant quantity of special arrows. Among these, explosive arrows were particularly challenging to procure. The village of Konoha lacked mines and thus black powder was unavailable, and Yin had no choice but to purchase it from the village shop, which was both expensive and sensitive, easily attracting the attention of the guard. Fortunately, being a bona fide citizen of Konoha, he was merely questioned by the guards and, after explaining that the materials were for crafting special ninja tools, he registered the dangerous items without further issues. As the saying goes, those who possess sharp weapons may harbor murderous intent. With newfound skills, Yin was eager to practice. He ventured into the forests surrounding the village, where, thanks to his ninja agility and precise archery, his hunts were nearly always successful. Notably, while aiming with the bow, a crosshair would automatically generate at the center of his vision, greatly assisting his hunting endeavors. Previously, Yin's physical condition had been somewhat lacking, having suffered from malnutrition during the war years. However, through intermittent hunting of deer and rabbits, he significantly improved his diet. After consuming a substantial amount of meat and fiber to replenish his nutritional needs, Yin's physique had slightly strengthened. His physical attribute had reached 4 points, nearing the average level of adult ninjas in the ninja world. During this time, he had also been diligent in his training. Although he came from an ordinary ninja family with limited chakra, he managed to gradually complete the training for the Rasengan. After all, the art of ninjutsu without hand signs was incredibly appealing, and the original work had clearly outlined the training methods. It would have been unacceptable not to succeed in mastering it. Unfortunately, due to his youth and incomplete physical development, his chakra capacity was still limited, allowing him to perform only one Rasengan, which was unsuitable for regular combat. Chakra is the energy produced by the combination of spirit and body. Currently, Yin's spiritual attribute stood at 8 points, while his physical attribute was merely 4. As he matured and his physical condition improved, there would be ample room for his chakra to increase. Moreover, a higher spiritual attribute also conferred greater control over chakra. Tasks such as tree climbing and water walking could be mastered with minimal adjustment. Thanks to his refined chakra manipulation, Yin had even experimented with the finger Rasengan recently. Though the power it exhibited was somewhat unimpressive, when he pressed it against a tree, it merely created a fist-sized hole. The damage inflicted by formless chakra remained somewhat lacking, but he anticipated that once he developed the various attributes of chakra, the situation would likely improve. During the past month, Yin discovered a systematic pattern. Whenever his name was mentioned, he gained prestige points. Each day, he would earn prestige 2 to 3 times from different individuals, accumulating over 400 points with minimal effort. He gradually engaged in several wish lotteries, acquiring a few commendable skills. One such talent, Steel Body, significantly reduced the damage inflicted by both melee and ranged attacks. Where he once could be felled by a single blow, he now could withstand an additional strike, an encouraging development indeed. Another talent, Heart of Stone, further diminished damage from adversaries and the effects of both skills stacked, allowing Yin to evolve towards a more resilient, tank-like physique. His skin began to exhibit notable toughness, enabling him to endure several knife strikes from street thugs, marking him as a minor elite boss. In the context of a Hong Kong action film, with these abilities, he might even be rivaled by a dual-wielding ruffian. However, in the current world, he still felt somewhat inadequate. Should a ninja attack, Yin doubted his ability to withstand the damage from ninjutsu. His enhanced resilience merely rendered him tougher than the average person. As for Tsunade's formidable strength, Yin considered himself unwise to provoke her. Her willingness to strike could very well be fatal for him. The third skill could be considered a remarkable asset at this stage, adrenaline. In dire circumstances, it unleashed one's latent potential. If severely injured on the battlefield, activating adrenaline might afford him a chance to struggle for survival, potentially enabling a last-minute counterattack. The fourth skill was rather sinister, named Corpse Trap Creation, which allowed him to utilize an enemy's body to craft a trap that would release a cloud of lethal gas upon inspection. And Yin marveled at how a mere toxic mushroom could suddenly emit deadly fumes within a 3-meter radius. Such was the nature of the system's skills. After acquiring an array of abilities, he finally felt a modicum of security in this perilous world. Over the course of the month, and Yin adjusted to his new life in this realm, grateful that he had been born in Konoha rather than a lesser village like Amigakure. Although the world was far from peaceful, he found solace in the protection it offered, ensuring his survival. Monthly allowances provided sustenance, and he occasionally ventured out to hunt for game to supplement his nutrition, leading a relatively pleasant existence. The only downside was his obligation to attend school, not due to a dislike for learning, but rather because the system's efficiency had allowed him to master all subjects autonomously, leaving him to endure repeated lectures on material he had already mastered, which felt like a waste of time. And Yin had no desire to sleep through class. Unlike those from ninja clans who could utilize the shadow clone technique, he could do nothing but listen to the teacher monotonously recite lessons. To his surprise, Mr. Sato employed the will of fire as the foundational teaching material, instructing students to read and write word for word. And Yin had initially assumed the will of fire was merely a form of indoctrination. He never anticipated it served as a fundamental educational text. No wonder so many were willing to sacrifice for it. Children began learning the will of fire from an early age. And Yin found himself at a loss regarding the educational environment within the ninja world. Could it be true that there were students in ninja schools who were illiterate? Shouldn't they have completed basic literacy before enrolling in such a prestigious institution? Why did his Hokage differ from others? And Yin silently lamented, exuding a sense of defeat, feeling prematurely aged. Chapter 7. The children of others. And Yin quickly found something to occupy his time. He discovered the library at the ninja school. Many believed the library was solely for student use, but in reality, children aged 6 to 12 had little interest in reading or studying. The library served primarily as a resource for teachers to enhance their knowledge, and it was not accessible to students. However, this posed no challenge for Yin. After a brief greeting with Mr. Sato, he secured permission to use the library. Despite only a month passing, his reputation as an academic prodigy had already become well established, and such status afforded him certain privileges. The ninja school was founded by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and the library contained a treasure trove of his works. Although the volumes had been curated for the school library, many bore the unmistakable mark of Tobirama's influence. Titles such as The Secrets of Space-Time Ninjutsu, Stimulating Limb Regeneration, Countermeasures Against Eye Techniques, The Possibility of Blood Transfer, and the role of Yang released chakra caught his eye. As he perused the texts, he envisioned Tobirama conducting human experiments in the shadows, with an unknown ninja lying on an operating table, their eyes glowing red with the Sharingan. The library housed a plethora of information, predominantly concerning biological medicine. And Yin even encountered references to the soft body modification techniques that flourished under Orochimaru's influence. He resolved to thoroughly explore the library, sensing that the future achievements of Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kabuto were intricately linked to the knowledge contained within. Previously, Yin had enjoyed engaging in childish ninja games with his classmates, but with newfound purpose, he refused to squander time on trivial pursuits. Consequently, Tsunade became increasingly anxious. Who could understand the predicament? While everyone else played, her deskmate was secretly buried in books. How could anyone continue to enjoy themselves under such circumstances? Thus, Tsunade began delving into biological medicine as well, prompting Kabuto to request library access from Mr. Sato. A competition was brewing. Mr. Sato observed this development with delight. As a teacher overseeing not only Yin's class, but also 2 others, he found himself increasingly annoyed with the students in the latter classes. With Yin and his peers setting a standard, he often referenced Tsunade and the others. Look at Princess Tsunade from Class A, Year 1. She works so diligently. What right do you have to be complacent? And Yin strives tirelessly to achieve his dream of becoming Hokage. What about your aspirations? Kabuto, coming from a humble background, stands beside these 2 exceptional individuals without despair. What gives you the right to give up? Mr. Sato's rhetoric was compelling and resonant, effectively elevating Yin and his friends to the status of exemplary students, inadvertently isolating them from their peers. Kabuto was the first to sense the shift. He altered his strategy, opting to study late into the night while integrating with his classmates during the day. However, Tsunade and Yin remained unfazed, indifferent to the opinions of others. As the princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade commanded respect, and the frustrations of their classmates were largely directed at Yin. Undeterred, Yin reveled in his rising prestige, as his name was frequently invoked by classmates, teachers, and even parents. He found amusement in the situation, curious about the potential repercussions. Thus, after using the restroom, Yin was cornered by 4 individuals at the exit. Surveying the scene, he recognized one of them and spoke up. "What is the meaning of this?" 207. The individual promptly erupted in rage. "Yin, stop looking down on us. After all this time, you can't even remember my name. Only your exam scores. That is quite disrespectful, don't you think? Apologies, I only recalled your ranking in the monthly examination. There was no need to remember names if they were not among the top 5 in the grade." Yin shrugged innocently. In truth, he remembered the boy's name. But he deliberately chose to say this, not for any other reason than to provoke animosity, hoping to garner some prestige in the process. Among the myriad of human emotions, hatred is the most enduring. While it is improbable for one to love another consistently for years, it is entirely possible to harbor animosity towards someone for decades. As long as hatred persists, it will echo in one's mind, and as long as it echoes, prestige will follow, a simple equation. The boy, 207, trembled with rage. Pointing a shaking finger at Yin, and bellowed, "Beat him up." 3 lackeys charged forward, their childish brawl lacking any semblance of strategy, flailing their fists wildly. Yin delivered a swift kick, knocking one down instantly, and then unleashed a flurry of slaps, bringing tears to the other 2. The fallen boy, witnessing the unfolding chaos, hesitated to rise and continue the fight, fearing another slap. In a moment of indecision, he curled up, clutching his stomach and moaning as if gravely injured. Seeing his 3 lackeys dispatched, so effortlessly left 207 in a state of shock. Yin approached slowly, causing 207 to retreat step by step until his back met the wall. Yin stood before 207, observing as fear nearly brought the boy to tears while he feigned bravery. With a swift motion, he raised his arm as if to strike, but instead merely scratched his head. Believing Yin was about to hit him, 207 shuddered, closing his eyes and bursting into tears. "Boring," Yin remarked, casually walking past 207, washing his hands at the sink, and leaving the restroom at a leisurely pace. It is said that the children of the ninja world mature quickly. To him, they seemed no more advanced. Upon returning to his seat, Bailuhu approached. "Yin, I heard they might ambush you in the restroom. Be careful." Yin flashed a radiant smile at Bailuhu. "You're too late. I've already dealt with it." Bailuhu's eyes widened in surprise, giving a thumbs up and whispering, "Impressive." Yin felt a refreshing sense of satisfaction, akin to enjoying ice cream on a sweltering summer day. In the realm of boys, being impressive is the highest accolade. "Silence," Tsunade interjected, casting a glance at the 2 before redirecting her focus to the book in her hands. The more she studied, the more intrigued she became by various biomedical knowledge, to the point where she scarcely had time to play cards with her grandmother. Yin pursed his lips and immersed himself in his book. The side-eyed Bailuhu observed this scene, feeling increasingly restless. The efficiency of secretly studying at night paled in comparison to the productivity of studying during the day. Chapter 8. The beast walks alone. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze blew. Yin slipped into a state of concentration, rapidly flipping through 137 commonly found poisonous plants, recently borrowed from the library. While Tsunade diligently studied medical knowledge, Bailu gazed enviously at the 2, wishing to learn so freely, yet he remained mindful of his classmates' feelings. After all, no one likes a study tyrant, and he did not wish to be ostracized. However, witnessing the progress of others was disheartening. Why was Yin unbothered by the opinions of others? At lunchtime, Bailuhu cautiously broached the subject. Yin took a bite of his homemade rice ball, observing Bailuhu's apparent confusion, then glanced at their classmates who were paying attention to them, choosing to respond with a question of his own. "Is your life under your control, or dictated by the gaze of others?" Bailuhu stared blankly at Yin, seemingly struggling to comprehend. In his understanding, one should conform to the group as a means of self-protection. Yin continued, "Too often, we care too much about how others perceive us, becoming their marionettes. But if one does not conform, they will face the invisible isolation of the group," Bailu countered, puzzled. Yin patted Bailu's shoulder and quoted a famous saying, "Isolation will not lead to death, and what does not kill me makes me stronger." Moreover, Bailu, let me share this with you. Only sheep and cattle travel in herds, while beasts walk alone. Bailu jolted, shivering slightly as the word struck him, his pores prickling with sweat. So powerful, he muttered, marveling at Yan's formidable mindset. Tsunade, who had been quietly eating, was taken aback. She lifted her gaze, reassessing Yan, seemingly forming a new opinion of him in her mind. Their classmates, who had been observing Tsunade and the two, began to murmur among themselves. Yan's words are so audacious. I want to punch him. That line was brilliant. I've decided it will be my catchphrase from now on. Why wasn't Ti the one to say such a bold statement? That is so cool. Yan ignored the ruckus around him, finishing his bento swiftly before returning to class to continue studying. Beside him, Bailu took out a book on biology that had always piqued his interest and began studying openly. Tsunade glanced at Bailu, then at Yan, a faint smile playing on her lips. Other classmates gradually returned to the classroom, diving into their studies as well. Those who had heard Yan speak at noon were unwilling to be mere sheep in others' tales. Everyone harbored a beast within. The power of example is boundless. Upon seeing the entire class engaged in studying, the returning students felt compelled to join in. When teacher Sato entered the classroom and observed the vibrant atmosphere of learning, he felt a surge of joy. Having been a teacher for 7 or 8 years, he had never encountered a class as effortless to manage as this one. In his elation, teacher Sato decided to accelerate the pace of learning. Students, after a month of study, you have all essentially learned to refine and utilize chakra. Next, we will begin practical lessons. Theory alone is insufficient. I will teach you how to use chakra in combat. With a wave of his hand, teacher Sato led the students to the practice field. He first took them to the target range, distributing a few shuriken to each. Demonstrating a technique, he effortlessly struck the bullseye. The remainder of the time was allocated for student practice, during which he stood by, correcting their mistakes as needed. Yan picked up a shuriken, and a crosshair appeared in his vision. With a flick of his wrist, he sent it flying, striking the target's center. Nearby, Tsunade crossed her arms, observing the various clumsy attempts of her classmates with a frown. Finding the distance of 10 meters trivial, she tossed her shuriken with ease, piercing right through the target, obliterating the red dot at its center. What a boring and childish game. Is it really that difficult to hit a target from this distance? As soon as Tsunade's words left her mouth, Yan tugged at her sleeve. Startled, she followed his gaze and witnessed Bailu's shuriken miss the target entirely. Bailu stood frozen, his shuriken having gone astray, and feeling the weight of Tsunade's words, he fell into a silent state of embarrassment. What is happening? Why is it only me who cannot succeed? Seeing this, Yan stepped forward, pulling Bailu aside and offering comfort. We are all first-year students. It's perfectly normal to miss when using ninja tools for the first time. But you all can hit the target, and I can't, Bailu lamented, lowering his head. Fists clenched, determined to practice harder that night. Beside them, teacher Sato diligently recorded notes, and once everyone had thrown their shuriken, he stepped forward to distribute a generous supply of shuriken to the class. And Yan, playing with these dart-like weapons, realized that despite having traversed here for a month, he had yet to encounter shuriken. However, it mattered little. After teacher Sato demonstrated their use, and Yan swiftly grasped the technique. The students commenced their shuriken throwing practice. And Yan was no exception. Gripping 4 shuriken in each hand, he flicked them outward, resulting in an elegant arc as all 8 shuriken embedded themselves along the edge of the target, perfectly forming a circle with each shuriken striking the white line. Tsunade scoffed, disbelieving that Yan had failed to hit the center of the target. It was merely a display of his talent, a rather unsavory penchant for showing off. Especially after he had just consoled Bairu. Regaining his composure, Bairu began to throw his shuriken, achieving slightly better results this time, with 2 or 3 hitting the target, which brought a subtle improvement to his expression. Yet, upon turning around to see the multitude of shuriken surrounding Tsunade's target, he was taken aback. Truly, exceptional individuals possess an all-encompassing excellence. Bairu sighed, casting a glance at Yan's target, his brow twitching. Did he truly perceive me as so fragile? Was he deliberately missing the target? Yan shook his head, asserting, "You are mistaken. My intent was merely to showcase my skills, not to let you win." With a dismissive gesture, Bairu raised a middle finger toward Yan. Chapter 9, Practical Combat Course. The second afternoon class was dedicated to practical combat. Teacher Sato organized the students into pairs, forming 21 groups. And they began sparring one by one, while he stood off to the side jotting down notes. The first-year students had just learned to refine their chakra. enabling them to run and jump, yet they had yet to master any ninjutsu, resulting in their fights resembling wild brawls. Occasionally, two students from ninja clans would engage, exhibiting some semblance of skill with their attacks and defenses. However, Yen observed for a considerable time without witnessing the anticipated ninjutsu. In his recollections, Kakashi and Obito had seemingly known some simple C-rank techniques even before attending school, yet none of the students from ninja clans were utilizing any ninjutsu. The next pair was Tsunade against Yen, preparing for their match. Teacher Sato's voice rang out, and Yen exchanged a glance with Tsunade as they stepped into the center of the arena. The other students formed a circle around them, and as they established their stances, Teacher Sato announced the beginning of the match. As soon as the words left his lips, Yen swiftly retrieved a handful of pre-prepared shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, tossing 6 or 7 of them into the air with a flick of his wrist, while simultaneously drawing a kunai in his other hand. Tsunade executed a side jump, evading the incoming shuriken, and drew 2 kunai from her pouch, 1 in each hand, charging directly at Yen. A smile graced Yen's face as he deftly maneuvered, using a fine thread he had attached to the shuriken to block Tsunade's path. Tsunade, momentarily startled, pondered whether this was a variant of the Uchiha's shuriken manipulation technique. However, it was merely similar. She quickly deflected the incoming shuriken with swift blocks, pressing forward with relentless determination. Yen discarded the thread, recognizing it as a remnant from his bowstring materials, not particularly precious. As Tsunade surged toward him, Yen instinctively considered using a kick to kick up a cloud of sand for a blinding attack, but restrained himself, recalling his aspirations to marry Tsunade. He needed to exercise caution. Their kunai clashed together, producing sparks and the resounding clang of metal on metal. After several exchanges, Yen felt his arms beginning to tremble slightly. Tsunade, being from the Senju clan, possessed a naturally robust physique and an abundance of vitality, her chakra enhancing her strength to an extraordinary degree, making it difficult for Yen to hold his ground in direct confrontation. Gritting his teeth, he continued the exchange for a few more rounds, then subtly formed hand seals with one hand, summoning several shadow clones. These clones were the most basic type, incapable of movement, yet Yen had carefully modeled each clone's attacking posture during their creation. Tsunade, momentarily distracted, found herself pinned by Yen's palm, her body paralyzed, and a kunai was swiftly pressed against her neck. Yen emerged victorious. Next pair, prepare, Teacher Sato announced loudly, marking the result in his notebook while signaling for the next group to get ready. Damn it, I still had my secret move to use. Tsunade pouted, shaking her fist at Yen with a fierce expression. Yen chuckled and formed a gesture of reconciliation, saying, "Do you think you're the only one with a secret move?" Tsunade, puzzled, questioned what Yen's secret move could be, considering her own was the newfound strength taught by Mito. Where could he have learned such a technique? Perhaps from the school library. As time passed, Yen, as usual, returned home after school, cooking and doing laundry for himself, dining alone in the absence of care. He took good care of himself during these solitary days. After a hearty meal, he changed into a black training outfit and headed to his usual training ground, training field number 13, equipped with targets for archery practice. After a brief session honing his archery skills, he began practicing his hearing, also known as the ability to observe his surroundings. Various traps and mechanisms were set up throughout the small forest, operating along unique trajectories, with an array of bottles suspended beneath the mechanisms that would descend upon Yen from all directions. Having learned some trap-making techniques from school, Yen had crafted this particular trap to enhance his auditory skills and reflexes, visiting daily for practice. Approaching the center of the trap, he blindfolded himself, and as the mechanisms activated, a multitude of bottles descended upon him. Yen evaded the onslaught with various dodging maneuvers, occasionally getting struck by a bottle, leaving white marks on his black training outfit. Over time, his evasion skills had sharpened significantly. When something approached from behind, his skin would instinctively tighten before he could turn around, allowing him to evade the attack. This training was all preparation for surviving a second Ninja World War, as Yen was always cautious about preserving his life. While dodging amidst the traps, he aimed to maintain steady breath and conserve energy, increasing his endurance for sustained combat. As Yen immersed himself in training, outside training field number 13, 2 heads peeked stealthily from the grass, one with golden hair and the other with white, revealing Tsunade and Bairu Hu, his companions. I never would have imagined that ordinary traps could be used for training, and Yin is truly a genius. Bairu, who marveled at Yan's training method, awestruck. Tsunade lightly tapped Bairu on the head, whispering, "Keep your voice down. Our goal is simple. When Yin is about to exhaust himself, we will launch an attack and see what his secret move truly is." As time flowed slowly by, Yin felt it was nearly time to conclude. Chakra was not like internal energy. Excessive strain could lead to a shortened lifespan. He halted the mechanisms, set up a warning sign, wiped his sweat, and prepared to head home. Stepping out not far, several shurikens suddenly soared through the air from behind. Yin swiftly sidestepped to evade the attack, the shurikens embedding themselves into the tree trunk, their clattering sounds echoing through the dark night. Turning to glance back, Yin observed the training grounds forest, shrouded in silence and shadows, where only the outlines of trees were visible. It was around 10 o'clock in the evening. A crescent moon hung in the sky, its faint light obscured by the tree canopy, failing to illuminate the ground below. The trees surrounding Konoha village were tall and lush. A boon at times, yet a hindrance at others. Who could it be? A spy? Faced with this unexpected situation, Yin felt a mixture of fear and excitement. He forced himself to remain calm, reminding himself that he was still in his developmental phase and could not afford to act rashly. With a swift motion, a bow and arrow materialized in his hands. Chapter 10. Spiraling sphere in the dark forest, silence enveloped the surroundings. Yin vigilantly scanned the area. Gripping his bow with one hand and an arrow with the other, his mind racing to analyze the situation. The identity of the assailant was unknown, yet their sudden attack suggested they were not a Jonin. Given Yan's current abilities, should a Jonin strike, he would not have had the capacity to respond. As a mere 6-year-old ninja trainee, he could not even hold a candle to a Chunin, let alone a Jonin, who would easily intimidate him. If they were a ninja from an enemy nation, they would have revealed themselves by now to confront him. The fact that they resorted to a sneak attack indicated a lack of confidence in defeating Yin. Any lower-ranked ninja would find it effortless to confront an ordinary trainee. Thus, could it be a classmate harboring grievances against him? Yin pondered over classmates he might have offended, recalling that he had perhaps crossed 207 a bit too much. So, was it 207? He swiftly returned the poison and explosive arrows to his inventory, recognizing their excessive lethality. If it were merely a classmate, it would be disastrous to inadvertently cause harm, as the charge of harming a peer was severe. Concluding that his assailant was likely another trainee, Yin felt a slight relief and adopted a bolder strategy. The path back to the village from Training Ground 13 required traversing approximately 300 meters of forest, which meant he would need only 3 arrows to illuminate his way. He drew a flame arrow, also known as a gasoline arrow, capable of igniting anything it struck. As he contemplated the implications of setting the forest ablaze, he deftly released the arrow into the darkness. A burst of light ignited the night, and Yin sprinted after the flaming arrow. In the shadows, the assailant grew anxious, and a figure suddenly blocked Yin's path. Upon closer inspection, Yin smiled. Despite the figure being masked and clad in dark garb, he immediately recognized the familiar white hair and stature. "Beiluhu, what are you up to?" Yin chuckled. But the figure responded with a cold smirk and launched an attack. The moment their fists and feet collided, Yin realized he had misidentified his opponent. This familiar force belonged to Tsunade. After a few exchanges, Yin leaped out of the fray, perching on a tree as he inquired, "Tsunade, what are you doing?" Suddenly, a kick came from behind, and Yin deftly dodged, illuminated by the flames of the burning arrows, revealing the second assailant. Indeed, it was Beiluhu. Observing the comical situation, Yin almost burst into laughter. Both of them had changed into each other's clothes, donned masks, and utilized transformation techniques. However, the irony lay in the fact that Tsunade had transformed into Beiluhu, and vice versa, with only 2 of them. Their mutual transformations seemed utterly pointless. 2 clever fools indeed. Tsunade, upon witnessing Beiluhu's transformation, was immediately incensed. "What do you intend by transforming into my likeness?" Beiluhu replied impassively, "You were the one who transformed into me first." Their original plan was to provoke Yin into revealing his secret technique and retreat without exposing their identities. However, Tsunade also wished to flaunt her knowledge of Yin's secret the next day. Yet, in her eagerness to create a ruse, she inadvertently prompted Yin to flee, forcing Tsunade to intercept him alone, which led to Beiluhu catching sight of her transformed appearance. What a blunder. Frustrated, Tsunade clenched her fists, her gaze fixed on Yin, her resolve bolstered by indignation. Regardless, I am determined to uncover your secret technique. Yin replied with a gentle smile. Ninja combat is a battle of information. Intelligence is the lifeblood of a ninja. If you wish to know my information, what will you offer in exchange? Tsunade fell into contemplation, questioning what she could possibly trade with Yin. What do you want me to give in exchange? She inquired earnestly. Yin smiled. I want you. Tsunade's face flushed instantly. After a moment's reflection, Yin continued, the same level ninjutsu you have collected at home. Tsunade, flustered yet lacking justification for her anger, turned to Bei Lu Hu. I want to exchange ninjutsu with Yin. What secret technique can you offer? Bei Lu Hu paused, bewildered. He had just entered the first grade and had no secret techniques to offer. Why is it that both of you have your own secret techniques, while I do not? He pondered, feeling a familiar sense of inadequacy wash over him. Should I leave? Bei Lu Hu questioned, finding himself engulfed in self-doubt. Noticing his distress, Yin quickly reassured him, it is entirely normal for first graders like us to lack secret techniques. Tsunade dismissed his words with disdain. Bei Lu Hu, confused, asked, is it normal? Yin nodded affirmatively, indeed. Tsunade, uninterested in their banter, abruptly punched a nearby tree with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters, turning to Yin to introduce her technique. This is a powerful ninjutsu taught to me by my grandmother, utilizing precise chakra control to unleash an explosive force through my limbs. Wow! Yin exclaimed, and then began his own demonstration. With his right hand open, a pale blue spiraling sphere emanated a soft glow. This is the spiraling sphere I inadvertently developed. It has significant potential for improvement. He pressed the spiraling sphere against a fallen tree trunk, creating a small crater of 2 meters in diameter, causing the tree to splinter in two. Unsignated ninjutsu. How did you achieve this? Tsunade marveled, recognizing the extent of his chakra manipulation, the ability to form a stable rotating sphere representing the pinnacle of chakra transformation. This child is truly a genius, Tsunade exclaimed, seizing Yin's arm with excitement. After school tomorrow, don't rush home. I will take you to meet my grandmother. Why the sudden need to meet the parents? Yin looked at her innocently. Tsunade, momentarily flustered, lowered her head and replied, don't misunderstand. It's just that if there are exceptional talents in the village, my grandmother may decide to teach you something. Bei Lu Hu watched their interaction with a deadpan expression, glancing at the sky, feeling it was time for him to return home. As he turned to leave, he suddenly heard Yin's inquiry, Bei Lu Hu, would you like to learn my spiraling sphere? I can teach you. Bei Lu Hu felt a wave of emotion wash over him, his eyes misting as he took a deep breath to regain his composure and turned with a radiant smile, sure. Chapter 11, Vortex Mido the next day. Good morning, Tsunade. Bei Lu Hu. Good morning, Yin. Upon returning to the classroom, Yin exchanged glances with Tsunade and Bei Lu Hu. A peculiar sensation suddenly enveloped the three individuals, as though an unspoken secret bound them together, engendering an odd sense of superiority, a bond, perhaps, that only they could comprehend. The day's lessons swiftly came to a close. Bailuhima acquired a plethora of balloons and embarked on the initial phase of training for the spiral sphere, wisely choosing not to follow Yin and his companions any further. Meanwhile, Tsunade escorted Yin to the Senju clan's abode. It was a quaint courtyard, steeped in antiquity, with an ambience of tranquility, accentuated by a few trees that thrived with vitality. To Yin's delight, he encountered Uzumaki Mido. In the courtyard, she donned a traditional kimono, her crimson hair styled into 2 buns, standing serenely beneath a tree, her gentle gaze resting upon Yin and Tsunade. Tsunade, upon spotting Uzumaki Mido, dashed forward, grasping her hand and shaking it with exuberance. Grandma Mido, look, this is my desk partner, the brilliant genius I told you about. Uzumaki Mido affectionately ruffled Tsunade's hair, soothing her excitement, and her warm gaze shifted to Yin. In that moment, Yin sensed the air around him grow heavier. He inhaled deeply, bowed slightly to Mido, and declared with clarity, Lady Uzumaki Mido, it is an honor to meet you. I am Yin, Tsunade's desk partner. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Before this seemingly ordinary woman, Yin felt a flicker of nervousness, his body tensing slightly. This enchanting beauty with the dual buns was, after all, the mightiest force in Konohagakure. Following the sacrifice of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Madara had refrained from causing turmoil for 2 to 3 decades, Surely no one believed he feared the strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a superlative wielder of the most potent sealing techniques, Uzumaki Mito could effortlessly manipulate the Nine Tails into a myriad of forms. Her prowess could undoubtedly rival Uchiha Madara. Not everyone possessed the capability to stand as an adversary to him. With the unparalleled sealing arts, Mito's strength was beyond question. Anyone would be left scratching their heads in her presence. Mito's gaze lingered on Yin for a moment, appraising him from head to toe, a slight smile curling at her lips. "You are the child Tsunade often speaks of," she began, her voice imbued with warmth. "Your academic prowess, precise chakra control, innovative trap designs, and disciplined reflex training, all are commendable." And Yan's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling the bashfulness akin to receiving praise from a mother-in-law. He stole a glance at Tsunade, who stood proudly with her hands on her hips, exuding arrogance. "Your grandmother is praising me. What are you so proud of?" He mused inwardly, humbly responding to Mito's commendations. "You flatter me. I am not as exceptional as you claim." Mito chuckled softly. "It is no flattery. I have my own judgment of your capabilities. Child, I heard from little Tsunade that you have created a unique jutsu. Would you demonstrate it for me?" Without hesitation, Yin extended his right hand, and a light blue spiral sphere swiftly materialized, radiating a gentle glow. Mito observed the jutsu in his hand, nodding slightly. Little Tsunade was correct. It has indeed reached the level of A-rank ninjutsu. To create an A-rank jutsu at such a young age, little Yin, you are truly a prodigy. Feeling shy, Yin scratched his head before replying. "This current form of the technique is not yet my ideal strongest version. In my ultimate vision, the spiral sphere's form transformation, combined with chakra nature alteration, should yield an extraordinarily formidable attack." Mito pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, the current spiral sphere is merely a foundational form. If it were to incorporate powerful chakra attributes like wind, fire, or lightning, I believe its might could ascend to S rank. Tsunade and Yin exchanged glances, both smiling. The higher the evaluation of the spiral sphere, the loftier the jutsu rank Mito would bestow upon Yin. "Little Yin, would you consent to record this jutsu in the village's forbidden technique scroll?" Mito inquired amiably, while Tsunade looked on with curiosity. "Grandma Mito, isn't the spiral sphere not yet up to the standards of a forbidden technique?" Tsunade interjected. Mito affectionately patted Tsunade's head, explaining with a smile. "This technique possesses significant development potential and can easily reach S rank, so it qualifies for inclusion in the forbidden technique scroll." And Yin felt no qualms about others in the village learning the spiral sphere and readily nodded in agreement. Observing Yan's decisiveness, Mito was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly realized that the boy's willingness to share the technique with the village was a good sign, indicating that his heart lay with the community, a true inheritor of the will of fire. Mito felt a surge of pride, her eyes filled with admiration as she gently nodded. "Very well, Yin, you are a remarkable child. Tsunade is fortunate to be your desk partner. I hope you can support one another and grow together in the future." Tsunade, listening intently, nodded vigorously, thumping her chest with confidence. "Rest assured, Grandma, we will undoubtedly grow into towering trees that protect Konoha." Mito chuckled softly, then turned her gaze back to Yin, her expression softening further. She reached into her robes and produced a scroll, offering it to Yin. "As a token of our first meeting, I have no grand gifts to present. This scroll contains knowledge about sealing techniques. You may take it and study at your leisure." Yin gazed at the scroll, momentarily taken aback. He had initially hoped to learn Tsunade's formidable strength, but unexpectedly, he had also acquired knowledge of sealing techniques. He respectfully accepted the scroll, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you very much, Lady Mito. I will study it diligently and not disappoint your expectations." Watching the respectful Yin, Mito affectionately ruffled his hair. "In the future, just call me Grandma like Tsunade does. No need for formalities." Yin blinked in surprise, then noticed Tsunade's cheeks flushing, prompting him to quickly respond, "Grandma Mito. Good child, we have chatted for quite a while, and the food I prepared is nearly cold. Come, let us eat and savor Grandma's cooking." Upon hearing Yin address her as Grandma, Mito beamed with joy, leading Yin and Tsunade into the inner room. Thus, the three enjoyed a delightful dinner together. Chapter 12. Sealing Techniques and the Lottery Under the Crescent Moon. Yin, having feasted to his heart's content, politely bid farewell to Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade. Uncharacteristically, He refrained from utilizing chakra to traverse the rooftops, instead opting for a leisurely stroll home. Walking 100 steps after a meal can extend one's life by 99 years. Mito's culinary skills were exceptional, far surpassing Yan's own humble attempts at cooking, which could only be described as barely edible. Given the recent aftermath of the Warring States period, resources were still scarce, and procuring various ingredients and seasonings was challenging. And Yan, too, felt little inclination to exert effort. After all, it was acceptable for a boy to eat coarsely. Thus, after experiencing a surprisingly delectable meal, Yan indulged to his heart's content, leaving him pleasantly full. Mito's joy was evident, as Yan's hearty appetite was the greatest affirmation of her culinary talents. After a leisurely stroll home, he secured the doors and windows and unfurled the ninjutsu scroll gifted by Uzumaki Mito. Within it were recorded 9 foundational sealing techniques. Yan examined the contents closely, noting the sealing technique for suppressing an enemy's chakra, the fire sealing technique to counter various chakra nature attacks, wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, as well as techniques for restraining an opponent's movements, the information transmission seal, and the contract seal aimed at summoning beasts. The sealing techniques of the 5 elements, previously utilized by Feng Sha and others, have intrigued me with their diverse applications. Jiraiya employed the fire sealing technique, while the 4 limbs resealing holds little recollection for me. The finger sealing technique seems to have been used by Jiraiya as a means of conveying information before his demise. The contract sealing technique was notably employed by Kushina during the Night of the 9 Tails to sever the bond between Hiruzen and the 9 Tails. Although these are common sealing arts, they should pose no challenge for ninjas from the Genin to Jonin ranks. However, dealing with tailed beasts requires more advanced sealing techniques. With the aid of a system, Yan comprehensively grasped these sealing arts after a mere glance. The knowledge of various sealing techniques became deeply etched in his mind. Though it is worth noting that sealing techniques consume a significant amount of chakra, the Uzumaki clan is renowned for their formidable life force and chakra that rivals tailed beasts, rendering their sealing arts akin to ordinary attacks, while in the hands of others, they remain powerful trump cards. Thus, sealing techniques should be reserved as a secret weapon. I can't help but admire Uzumaki Mito, who possesses triple buffs, a natural Uzumaki bloodline, the power of a tailed beast, and the Een sealing technique, rarely exhausting her chakra. After mastering all the sealing techniques documented in the scroll, Yan surprisingly self-taught himself an advanced sealing technique, the 5-element seal. This was achieved by learning the 5 fundamental sealing techniques, including the fire and thunder seals, which naturally culminated in the 5-element seal. Yan recalled that Orochimaru had once reinforced Naruto's 9-tail seal with the 5-element seal, disrupting his chakra and significantly diminishing his control. This proves to be a rather powerful sealing technique, a delightful surprise indeed. Feeling fortunate today, Yan activated the wish system. Having encountered numerous events over the past couple of days, including a skirmish with Team 207 and delivering some memorable quotes before his classmates, he transformed into a scroll master upon discovering the school library. As a result, his reputation points soared to 200, granting him 2 draws. A dazzling meteor streaked across the sky, and after the cutscene concluded, Yan received a talent skill and a weapon. The skill, potentially useful, is a passive ability that grants immunity to fall damage when descending from heights, aptly named Lightfoot. In the game, enemies are both deaf and blind. But my arms are mighty. Laura has often fallen from great heights, yet emerged unscathed, attributing her survival to this very talent. Should an ordinary worker, recently laid off, acquire such a talent, they might threaten their boss with a leap from a height to secure reasonable compensation. A rather pitiful notion, indeed. However, as a ninja, despite the lofty heights they may encounter, the risk of fatal falls is minimal, rendering this skill somewhat superfluous. Shaking off these peculiar thoughts, Yan examined the weapon he had drawn, a recurved bow, capable of launching arrows farther with the same force. In truth, it surpasses the performance of his self-crafted bow, albeit only slightly. The recurved bow boasts excellent balance and range, delivering commendable lethality within a 200-meter radius, whereas his longbow had a range of approximately 100 meters, relying on luck for anything beyond that. After a brief examination, he stored the weapon away. In ninja combat, bows seldom prove advantageous, but since it was a free acquisition, he would keep it for potential use in future missions against bandits. He pondered whether he might draw firearms next time, recalling Laura's impressive arsenal. Quietly musing, and Yin tidied his home, freshened up, and retired for the night. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building on the opposite side of the village, Senju Tobarama sat with a furrowed brow, examining a scroll that contained detailed information about Yin, from his family background to his demeanor and every action. It was thoroughly documented, leaving no stone unturned in investigating the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. As Tobarama read the words inscribed on the scroll, cattle and sheep gather in herds, while fierce beasts roam alone, he fell into contemplation. Did he consider himself a fierce beast, or merely cattle? Surely, his elder brother was the true beast. Yet he never walked alone. Opposite him stood a member of the Umbu, the young Sarutobi Hizashi, who had brought in Yan's intel from Uzumaki Mido. So, this kid created an A-rank ninjutsu at the age of 6? Tobarama mused, rereading the scroll. He sighed, recognizing that the younger generation was indeed surpassing him. He could scarcely recall when he had invented his first A-rank ninjutsu, perhaps at the age of 10? It seemed that heroes were as plentiful as fish crossing a river, continuously emerging. Tobarama committed Yan's name to memory, intending to nurture this promising talent. A youth assessed with malicious perception by his elder sister. Yin embodied the pure essence of the will of fire, warranting careful cultivation. As Tobarama examined the Rasengan gifted by his elder sister, he quickly discerned its nature. Following Yan's insights, he simulated it further, confirming its viability and categorizing it as a forbidden technique. It is well known that forbidden techniques are high-level ninjutsu, exclusive to the powerful. After contemplating, Tobarama recognized that this could complement his combat prowess. A close-range flying thunder god followed by an enormous Rasengan would likely prove fatal for most. Tobarama resolved to dedicate time to practice this ninjutsu, enhancing his strength. During wartime, the more trump cards one possesses, the better, as they might be needed at any moment. Chapter 13. Yang Ceiling and the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. In the serene courtyard of the Senju clan, Uzumaki Mido immersed herself in a pile of books, diligently studying. Yin executed the fire sealing technique, channeling the flames from the ground into the open sealing scroll. As the large character for seal appeared on the scroll, he sighed in relief. Nearby, Mido, buried in her studies, looked on as Yin successfully completed another sealing technique, nodding in satisfaction. Though she contemplated what to teach him next, having gifted him the sealing technique scroll just yesterday, she was astonished when he returned today, claiming mastery. To her surprise, Yin demonstrated each technique she had bestowed upon him, revealing an additional 5-element seal he had comprehended himself, albeit unable to perform due to insufficient chakra. Acknowledging his genius, Mido expressed disbelief at how swiftly he learned, pondering if the intricate sealing script was truly so simple to grasp. As Mido witnessed Yan's adeptness, she viewed him as her successor, deciding to impart all her knowledge, for the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan had long been integrated into the Senju clan. With Tobarama having thoroughly researched them, the Senju clan has seamlessly integrated into the entirety of Konoha, branching out and flourishing. And the legacy of sealing techniques naturally does not hinge upon a single individual. Nevertheless, Uzumaki Mido has bestowed upon Yin a sealing technique designed to safeguard his memories, ensuring that in the event of his untimely demise or capture by adversaries, the transmission of his lineage remains secure. This is the price for acquiring the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan, a cost Yin willingly accepts. After all, he is but a barefoot individual. What fear does he have of those who wear shoes? Sealing is merely sealing. With the system at his disposal, Yin harbors no concern regarding Mido's potential machinations. Furthermore, as a ninja of humble origins, he possesses little that others might covet. Mido is not Orochimaru, nor is she envious of his form. Rather, she prioritizes securing the benefits first and foremost. At present, Yan's greatest shortcoming lies in his chakra reserves. However, Mido has imparted to him the S-rank forbidden technique, the Yin sealing technique. Once his body has matured sufficiently, he will commence training, thus rectifying this deficiency. This technique enables the accumulation of a substantial amount of chakra generated from the body's daily expenditure, allowing for its retention and subsequent use during combat, while also preserving youth, a unique secret of Uzumaki Mido. Regrettably, children are unable to practice this technique, as it would adversely affect their physical development. Consequently, Yin dedicates his days to scouring the Ninja Academy's library for valuable tomes and, after school, studies sealing techniques under Mido's guidance. committing to an arduous 16-hour study regimen each day. While the basic sealing techniques are indeed straightforward to learn, Yan's current focus is on grasping the framework and philosophy behind sealing arts, as well as how to cultivate his desired sealing techniques. He transitions from mere familiarity to understanding the rationale behind the construction of each rune within the artistic framework of sealing. Such knowledge cannot be inscribed in books. It must be conveyed orally, passed down through generations, a wisdom belonging to the Uzumaki clan that spans millennia. As Yan diligently immerses himself in study, Tsunade, too, grits her teeth in perseverance. Her indomitable spirit drives her, and witnessing Yan's fervent dedication to learning sealing techniques from his grandmother, studying from dawn till dusk, instills in her a profound sense of urgency. When faced with a prodigy who exerts greater effort, how can one afford to remain complacent? Tsunade channels this pressure into motivation, fervently engaging in her own studies. The weight of competition weighs heavily on Bairu, who feels overwhelmed. Being surrounded by exceptional individuals necessitates robust psychological resilience. Tsunade's resolve is straightforward. If she cannot outpace Yan, she shall not be outdone by anyone else. Thus, she immerses herself in her studies with an unwavering commitment. Time swiftly passes, and a year elapses. The capacity of the human mind is finite, as is one's energy. Once Yan meticulously organizes his study timetable, he finds little inclination to pursue reputation or accolades. Nevertheless, this year has been fruitful for him. He has thoroughly mastered the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan and has even begun to prepare for the development of his own sealing methods. Through discussions with Mito, he has identified a general direction for his endeavors, with the next step involving careful experimentation and gradual refinement. The Yin sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan allows for the storage of vast amounts of yang-release chakra at the center of the forehead, which correlates with the pineal gland and is closely linked to Taoist concepts such as the marrow palace and the upper dantian. Yan contemplates whether it is possible to develop a yang sealing technique that accumulates the mental energy dissipated by the body, nourishing the upper dantian in pursuit of a state akin to nurturing the Yin spirit and manifesting the yang spirit, ultimately aiming to strengthen the soul. Mito is intrigued by this notion and, with ample time on her hands in Konoha, channels her efforts into researching yin-yang sealing. Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, has been observing Yan closely. Upon learning of his and Mito's research into this sealing technique, he too becomes interested. As a master of forbidden techniques, Tobirama has long studied the soul and has developed numerous related arts, such as the impure world reincarnation and the soul binding technique. Thus, when Yan proposes the idea of nurturing the soul, Tobirama readily provides a wealth of information pertaining to the soul. As Hokage, Tobirama even invites the clan ninjas renowned for their expertise in Yin release techniques to contribute their insights, including clans such as the Kato, Yamanaka, and even the Uchiha. Eventually, the yin-yang sealing technique gradually takes shape, culminating in the emergence of 10 versions of the yang sealing technique. An Uchiha named Kagami, who voluntarily becomes a test subject, astonishingly awakens his Mangekyo Sharingan as a result. Chapter 14. The descendant of Uchiha Kagami Tobirama Senju categorizes the yang sealing technique as an S-rank forbidden art, enshrining it within the sealing scrolls. Other techniques are often deemed forbidden due to their demanding casting conditions or potential harm to the body. While the yang sealing technique affects the human soul, with its side effects remaining unknown and necessitating extensive verification over time, thus earning its classification as forbidden. However, Yan suspects that Tobirama's primary concern is to prevent this technique from falling into the hands of other Uchiha, lest they proliferate the Mangekyo Sharingan and disrupt the balance of power within the village, potentially inciting internal strife in Konoha. Kagami Uchiha is acutely aware of his clan's tendencies and possesses a calm demeanor, mirroring Tobirama's own disposition, an attribute that has drawn Tobirama's attention. As the only Uchiha recognized by Tobirama, Kagami requires no guidance on what should or should not be done. A mere glance from Tobirama suffices for him to comprehend the underlying message. In contrast to Kagami, the other ninjas from clans specializing in Yin release techniques are easily managed. A record of an S-rank mission suffices to facilitate their cooperation. They are there solely to assist Mito in developing the sealing techniques, providing insights into the intricate connections between Yin release chakra and the soul. They do not possess the specific sealing techniques themselves. Nor could they comprehend the complexities of these techniques without years of dedicated research. Kagami, being a direct disciple of Tobirama and already possessing some sealing techniques, utilizes his Sharingan to observe the flow of chakra and, with guidance from Mito and Tobirama, successfully learns the yang sealing technique. And Yin observes the entire development process of the yang sealing technique, becoming well acquainted with its key points and challenges. He feels no trepidation regarding forbidden techniques. After all, the yang sealing technique originated from his own conceptualization, making it illogical not to utilize it once developed. Moreover, from Yan's perspective, the structure of this sealing technique appears remarkably flawless, devoid of significant flaws. Thus, Yan promptly begins his training, forming a circular mark at his forehead, as crimson as blood, reminiscent of a mythical Buddha. Mito feels a twinge of concern, but only slightly, knowing that Yin operates under her watchful eye. Should any mishaps occur, she is prepared to intervene, even resorting to the use of a double sealing technique to encase the yang sealing technique. Furthermore, having mastered all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, Yin is well equipped to refine this nascent technique over the course of 2 to 3 years through his own exploration. During this period of developing the yang sealing technique, Yin becomes acquainted with Kagami Uchiha, engaging in conversation and discovering that Kagami's son is currently attending school as well. Uchiha Koken, Kagami's son, is already in the 4th grade and is Yan's senior at the age of 8. Yin resolves to take the opportunity to connect with Uchiha Koken, eager to gauge the capabilities of the son of Uchiha Shursui. The days at school are undeniably mundane, prompting one to seek occasional amusement. Thus, one noon, Yin sought out a 4th grade classmate and, after a friendly exchange, finally located Uchiha Kogen at the training ground. Uchiha Kogen bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Shursui, sporting a hairstyle and visage nearly identical to his. It was evident that the family resemblance spanned 3 generations. When Yin approached him, Uchiha Kogen was engaged in a sparring match with a child from the Sarutobi clan. Children of ninja lineage, by the age of 8, typically possess a grasp of certain family secrets or ninjutsu, gradually distinguishing themselves from those of commoner backgrounds. Under Yan's watchful gaze, the two exchanged blows. Their movements fluid and dynamic, occasionally interspersed with the use of ninjutsu, evoking memories of the battles between Obito and Kakashi during their time at the Ninja Academy. However, as children possess limited chakra, their bout concluded swiftly, and only then did they notice Yan's presence. "Hey kid, who are you? Who sent you here?" One of the Sarutobi children, noticing Yan's lack of ninja insignia, assumed he might be a civilian ninja attempting to learn forbidden techniques or combat skills, and his tone turned slightly irritable. Yin, unfazed, was not one to back down. He had a tendency to respond defiantly to provocation. "I'm here to see Uchiha Kogen. This doesn't concern you. Step aside." "Hey, you little brat." The Sarutobi child, quick to anger, rolled up his sleeves to confront Yin, but was halted by Uchiha Kogen, who grasped him by the collar. "Nishin, we've just expended a considerable amount of chakra. It would be unwise to engage in a fight now." After calming Nishin with a few words, Kogen turned his attention to Yin. "I don't know you. What do you want?" "I've heard that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is unparalleled, and I have come to behold it." Yin fabricated a casual excuse. After all, he could not admit to simply seeking trouble out of boredom. Upon hearing Yin's admiration for the Sharingan, Kogen's expression softened slightly. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he had grown accustomed to being approached by curious onlookers throughout his life. "I'm sorry, little brother, but I'm only 8 years old and have yet to awaken my Sharingan. Please come back after I have." Kogen's words were clearly a polite dismissal, and Yin was not inclined to wait. "If you haven't awakened it, so be it. However, given your current state of fatigue, I shan't exploit your weakness. I shall wait for you at training ground number 13 at 7 p.m. Let me see if the Uchiha clan is truly worthless without the Sharingan." Yin's words caused a visible twitch in Kogen's forehead. This little brat was truly insufferable, constantly invoking the Uchiha name. If he dared to skip the meeting at training ground number 13, rumors would surely circulate, especially since Kogen lacked friends to defend him. If other Uchiha learned of this, he would face their scorn. What an unbearable little brat. "Very well, it is settled then." With Kogen's agreement to the duel, Yin nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave, not sparing a glance at Nishin, displaying an air of arrogance. Nishin felt a surge of frustration. That little brat was truly insufferable. "I detest children, especially arrogant ones," he remarked, to which Kogan awkwardly nodded in agreement, feeling compelled to support his companion. Chapter 15. The Duel with Uchiha in the Otherwise Tranquil School Life. Any hint of commotion spreads rapidly. Just as Yen returned to his seat, barely catching his breath, Bairuhu approached eagerly. Yen, I heard you've challenged that Uchiha kid to a fight tonight. Is it true? Yen raised an eyebrow, surprised at how swiftly the news had traveled. Were the students truly so idle? He had only just arranged the duel, and already it had spread from the 4th grade to the 2nd. Seeing no reason to conceal the truth from Bairuhu, Yen nodded in affirmation. Bairuhu was ecstatic. Ever since he mastered the Rasengan, he felt his talents were going to waste, possessing the prowess to slay dragons, yet lacking a dragon to confront. Noticing Bairuhu's excitement, Yen hastily cautioned him. Don't get ahead of yourself. At the end of the day, we are all classmates from the same village. It's merely a friendly spar. Even if things escalate, it won't come to using the Rasengan, so don't go overboard. Bairuhu, slightly disappointed, fell silent. Meanwhile, Tsunade, who had been quietly reading, playfully flicked Bairuhu on the forehead. In response to his surprised expression, Tsunade placed her hands on her hips and asserted, Bairuhu, I've come to realize that your thoughts seem rather unhinged. How could you even consider using such a formidable technique against a peer from our village? You aren't secretly a traitor, are you? And Yen has entrusted you with his techniques. If you betray Konoha, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Bairuhu protested vehemently. I was just thinking of standing up for Yen. How is that unhinged? I am a proud inheritor of the will of fire, destined to be a pillar of protection for our village. How does that relate to betrayal? And Yen cleared his throat, recalling a previous idle conversation with Tsunade, in which he jokingly mentioned a dream where Bairuhu single-handedly instigated the 4th Great Ninja War, only to be defeated by his own Rasengan. He merely shared a whimsical tale to alleviate the tedium of life, yet Tsunade seemed to take it to heart, perceiving it as a prophetic vision. She often speculated on Bairuhu's potential descent into darkness, likening him to the antagonist in Yen's story. And Yen found this notion absurd. While Bairuhu indeed became a villain in a certain movie that was in a world devoid of his influence, and with his arrival, everything had changed. And Yen held no belief that Bairuhu would ever betray Konoha. Their personalities had diverged significantly. The current Bairuhu was lively and far removed from the self-doubt exhibited in the film. Under the intense pressure of Yen and Tsunade, Bairuhu's spirit had transformed, evolving from a timid, sensitive child into one who was unafraid of challenges. Those who could withstand the trials alongside the masters were inherently strong in spirit. Tsunade understood this as well. She was merely seeking a way to vent her frustrations from studying by picking on Bairuhu. Time swiftly passed until the end of school. At training ground number 13, nearly all of Yen's classmates had gathered. The excitement surged as they learned that their class's top student was challenging an upperclassman. There was no need for persuasion. They flocked to support Yen, which left him deeply touched. When Uchiha Kogan arrived at the training ground, he was taken aback. Goodness, there are so many people here. Are they planning to gang up on me? He had brought only 2 companions, Nishin from the Sarutobi clan and Akimichi Mei. The Uchiha clan had always been somewhat isolated within the village, and Kogan had few friends. The 2 who accompanied him were only allies due to their parents' connections. Nishin was the son of Sarutobi Hisashi, and Mei was the daughter of Akimichi Kurufu. Hisashi and Kurufu had been close friends of Uchiha Kagami for over a decade, forming a bond that was quite solid. Their ages were comparable, and they married around the same time. Naturally, their children grew up together. The elders were close, and the younger generation naturally played together. Under the watchful gaze of many, Yen and Uchiha Guangjian formed their respective seals. In the next moment, both leapt backward, creating distance between them. Almost in synchrony, their hands waved, and an array of shurikens of various sizes clashed in midair, sparking a shower of fire. As the shurikens flew behind Yen, Uchiha Guangjian pulled on specially designed threads that quietly emerged, guiding the shurikens to change their attack trajectory. Binding several threads directly toward Yen. With a cold sneer, Yen tossed a smoke bomb, causing him to vanish in an instant. The shurikens sliced through the air and were recalled by Uchiha Guangjian, who did not launch them again, but instead drew a kunai, focusing intently in defense. In the next moment, 3 arrows swiftly approached from 3 directions. Uchiha Guangjian's expression shifted, and he executed 2 backward flips, only to realize that the arrows were not aimed at him, but at the ground surrounding him. The 3 arrows formed a triangular barrier around him. Their tips engulfed in an unknown liquid that ignited, creating 3 walls of fire, with the only escape route above. Yet, Uchiha Guanjin did not believe he could evade Yan's attack while suspended in the air. The Uchiha clan were masters of fire. The wood release of Konoha derived from the first Hokage's techniques, while the fire release came from the Uchiha clan's own arts. Established through the bond between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, no one could rival the Uchiha when it came to manipulating fire. Witnessing Yan's mastery of flames, Uchiha Guanjin chuckled. He briefly surveyed his surroundings before forming hand seals, unleashing a colossal fireball technique that broke through the wall of flames before him, allowing him to escape danger. At the moment he freed himself, another arrow flew in, striking just as Uchiha Guanjin had exhausted his strength, plunging toward his eyes. Startled, he quickly averted his head. The next instant, that arrow transformed into Yan, who pressed a palm against Uchiha Guanjin's back, sealing his limbs. Uchiha Guanjin felt his entire body paralyzed, unable to move. Sarutobi Shino rushed forward, positioning himself in front of Yan, and shouted, "We concede. Please do not harm Guanjin." Yan brushed him aside, exclaiming, "Who intends to harm Uchiha Guanjin? You are merely being dramatic." He casually released Uchiha Guanjin's seal, smiling as he formed the reconciliation seal. "Let me introduce myself. I am Yan, the top student of the second year." Uchiha Guanjin, with trembling hands, returned the reconciliation seal. Yan, "Very well. I shall remember you." Chapter 16, Bonfire Night. Amidst the cheers of numerous classmates, Yan triumphed over Uchiha Guanjin. Sarutobi Shino, witnessing this, felt extremely displeased and jumped out to challenge Yan, seeking to restore the honor of the fourth-year seniors. Yan smiled and turned to Tsunade. "Would you like to test his strength?" Tsunade rolled her eyes and retorted, "He is challenging you." Yan spread his hands, saying, "My jutsu often possesses lethal force and can be difficult to control." Bairuhuo stepped forward, eager to prove himself. "I will test the strength of the fourth-year senior." Yan raised an eyebrow. He had confidence in Tsunade's abilities, but was less certain about Bairuhuo. However, as Bairuhuo was stepping up for him, he did not wish to dampen his confidence and quietly advised, "Be careful. Retreat if it's too much." Bairuhuo nodded, turning to face Sarutobi Shino in the center of the training ground, calmly stating, "If you wish to challenge the top of our grade, you must first get past me." Sarutobi Shino frowned at the unimposing white-haired boy before him, feeling displeased. Another commoner ninja, he thought. Must these commoners show some respect for those of noble lineage? Why were they so brazen? Sarutobi Shino did not despise common-born ninjas. However, the disparity in strength between the two backgrounds often led him to feel underestimated when confronted with an unknown commoner. "Yan, do you think anyone can challenge me at will?" Bairuhuo had already taken his stance, forming the opposition seal, yet Sarutobi Shino ignored him, turning instead to Yan, who was laughing with Tsunade. Upon hearing Sarutobi Shino's words and witnessing Bairuhuo's lack of respect, Yan's temper flared. "Sarutobi Shino, you are the challenger now." Upon hearing Yan's words, Sarutobi Shino gritted his teeth and turned back to Bairuhuo, forming the opposition seal, speaking through clenched teeth. "I hope you do not disappoint me, Junior. Otherwise, I shall be very angry." Bairuhuo merely smiled, not responding. Sarutobi Shino felt a surge of anger. He detested arrogant individuals like Yan. Ninja students, even the lower-ranked ones, primarily employed a few types of attacks, body techniques combined with shurikens and kunai, with little in the way of dazzling maneuvers. Their skirmish unfolded predictably, beginning with exchanged shurikens to assess each other's foundational skills. Those who faltered would find themselves at a disadvantage. However, Bairuhuo's shuriken throwing was far superior to that of his peers, owing to his rigorous training. Next came the close-quarters combat with kunai, testing their physical prowess. Bairuhuo, being younger, lacked the strength of Sarutobi Shino. After several clashes, Bairuhuo's kunai was predictably knocked aside, prompting him to gasp and turn to retrieve it. The surrounding students gasped, and Yan immediately prepared to intervene. Sarutobi Shino suspected a trick. However, confident in his superiority, he charged forward, only to be evaded by Bairuhuo's feint. As he readied another attack, a cloud of sand obscured his vision. As Sarutobi Shino covered his eyes, a chill ran down his spine, realizing he was about to lose. Bairuhuo executed an elbow strike to his chest, sending Sarutobi Shino crashing to the ground, struggling to regain his breath. Bairuhuo emerged victorious, and the students erupted in cheers. For one individual to defeat a fourth-year senior might be an anomaly, But when two did, it signified a clear message. Class A of the second year was formidable. As Sarutobi Shino regained his sight, he saw Baruo forming the reconciliation seal. He wanted to shout that the match did not count, that he had yet to unleash his ultimate technique, the newly mastered fire release, ash accumulation. Yet, Sarutobi Shino understood that he had indeed lost. Had he been on the battlefield, he would be dead, as enemies would not concern themselves with whether he had unleashed his final technique. Well, although I lost, I learned the trick of obscuring vision with sand. Thus, I gained something. Gaining is akin to winning, albeit in a minor way. Sarutobi Shino consoled himself, mustering the courage to form the reconciliation seal with Bro before returning to Uchiha Guangjian's side. Bowing in apology, I am truly sorry, Guangjian, for failing to avenge you. Uchiha Guangjian smiled at him, offering comfort. Do not worry, Shino. You did wonderfully. Sarutobi Shino felt a flush of heat on his face, having genuinely lost to a junior, and a commoner at that. He resolved to train an additional 2 hours each day, recognizing that he had indeed grown complacent during this period. Meanwhile, Akimichi Yami rubbed her stomach, feeling a pang of hunger. She looked to Uchiha Guangjian and asked, since we have delayed our meal, shall we go out together for a bite to eat? Upon hearing the words of Akimichi Yami, Sarutobi Shino felt his wallet growing lighter once more. The last time they gathered, he had exhausted his long-saved pocket money, as the Akimichi clan was insatiable in their appetites. At that moment, Anyun, accompanied by Bairu and Tsunade, approached and interjected, if you don't mind, you can come to my place for a bite. I just hunted a giant wild boar yesterday. It should be enough for all of us. Uchiha Kogen cast a deep gaze at Anyun, glancing sideways at his companions. Upon noticing the eager expression on Akimichi Yami's face, he suddenly broke into a smile, feeling honored. With Anyun's call, everyone hurried to his residence. Wow, is this the chief's home? How unpretentious. Quit marveling and come help. This pig is quite hefty. Amidst the lively chatter, they quickly divided the tasks. Some cut the meat, others kindled the fire, while a few prepared the seasonings and cleaned up. Being ninjas, their movements were swift, and soon they were indulging in barbecued meat. As twilight deepened and enveloped the surroundings, Anyun and the others gathered around the bonfire in the courtyard, laughing boisterously. The flames illuminated their youthful faces. Anyun stealthily smeared a bit of soot on Tsunade's face, who remained blissfully unaware, calmly savoring her grilled meat while Bairu struggled to suppress his laughter. The young girl from the Akimichi clan silently feasted, while the Sarutobi children set aside their grievances, embracing one another and chatting loudly. Just then, Uchiha Kogen shouted, "All right." Everyone turned to him as he dashed into the crowd, leaping into Sarutobi's arms. A flash of light burst forth, and the sound of a camera shutter echoed, capturing their laughter in that fleeting moment. Tsunade with soot on her face, Anyun with a radiant smile, Bairu holding back laughter, Akimichi engrossed in her meal, a flustered Sarutobi, and Uchiha nestled in Sarutobi's embrace, along with other laughing classmates. Immortalized like an old photograph. Chapter 17. Danzo's loss of Hokage in the land of soup. Approximately 20 elite jonin from the Cloud Village chased after them, presumably a specialized unit led by the formidable Kinjo. Senju Tobarama retracted his fingers pressed against the ground and observed the 6 disciples squatting before him. The 6 young men formed a circle, patiently awaiting Tobarama's command. Initially, they had come merely for a routine post-war negotiation with the Cloud Village to conclude this protracted ninja world conflict. But they had not anticipated internal dissent within the Cloud Village. As the right-hand man to the first Raikage, Kinjo and his brother Ginkaku had long harbored dissatisfaction for not ascending to the position of the second Raikage. In the realm of ninjas, strength reigns supreme. What power does the second Raikage possess to claim the title of my leader, merely because he hails from the Yagami clan? When we were invited to join the Cloud Village, the Yagami clan never claimed the Raikage title was hereditary. Now, as the second Raikage seeks peace with Konoha, we must remember that Konoha ninjas have slain many of our comrades, brothers who have fought alongside us since the Warring States period. Whether or not this was orchestrated by the second Raikage, Kinjo and Ginkaku resolved to take a stand. We, Kinjo and Ginkaku, bear the genuine bloodline of the Sage of 6 Paths, equipped with his artifacts. We will not tolerate this insult. To hell with the Yagami clan. They have gone too far, and Konoha is no saint either. They shall all perish. Kinjo and Ginkaku instigated a rebellion, launching a surprise attack on the peace talks between Konoha and the Cloud Village. The second Hokage had intended to quell the insurrection, but he, known for his high offense and defense, was instantly slain by the furious Kinjo and Ginkaku. Seizing the opportunity, Senju Tobarama and his 6 disciples broke through the encirclement, only to find Kinjo's forces in hot pursuit, intent on annihilating the Konoha group. The 20 elite Jonin were more than capable of detaining Tobarama and his party until reinforcements arrived, ensuring their total destruction. After a discussion, they resolved to leave one person as bait to distract the enemy while the rest made their escape. Yet, under such dire circumstances, the one left behind would undoubtedly perish. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily. Who could face the specter of death with tranquility? Silence enveloped them, until Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward. Though he too feared death, he stood resolute, for every ninja understands that their day to die in battle will eventually come. And he had long since accepted the possibility of sacrificing himself for the village. An argument ensued between Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Danzo wished to take on the role of bait but had hesitated, caught in a struggle to overcome his fear of death. In that moment of indecision, Hiruzen had seized the initiative. Danzo, who had competed with Hiruzen since their youth and often found himself on the losing end, felt the sting of defeat once more. Senju Tobarama interrupted their quarrel, recognizing the urgency of the situation. He designated Sarutobi Hiruzen as the new Hokage. The disciples had no objections. Hiruzen's previous display had already earned their respect. Danzo, however, wore an expression of disbelief, regretting his indecisiveness. Had he acted more decisively and taken the role of bait, he might now be the Hokage. Tobarama, observing his disciples, internally lamented his oversight. He had not anticipated falling into such a dire predicament, though he possessed unparalleled speed. Escape was no longer an option, and it seemed he would meet his end here. With a firm resolve, Tobarama offered brief instructions to Hiruzen before turning to confront the enemy. Uchiha Kagami, witnessing Tobarama's departure, chose to follow suit. He had always preferred action over words. Hiruzen wished to pursue as well, but was restrained by the gentle grasp of Nara Shikaku. We must retreat. We cannot let our teacher sacrifice himself in vain. Hiruzen gritted his teeth and waved his hand, signaling the retreat. Danzo, watching Kagami's departing figure, hesitated but ultimately refrained from following. The group began their breakout. Tobarama, meanwhile, had set an ambush for Kinjo and Ginkaku's main forces. He utilized the impure world reincarnation technique to summon a multitude of ninjas to assist in battle. Although the second Senju Tobarama had developed this technique primarily for extracting information from ninjas, it lacked the potency that later iterations possessed, such as those developed by Orochimaru. The current version of the impure world reincarnation merely granted the summoned a body that was neither living nor dead. A barrage of explosive tags detonated. And with the combination of the impure world reincarnation and the explosive tags, Tobarama eliminated numerous elite Jonin. Among them was Ginkaku, who fell victim to the onslaught, inciting Kinjo's wrath as he activated the Nine Tails chakra mode. Ninjas, despite their formidable prowess, remained fragile. Even those at the level of a Kage could fall victim to a well-placed shuriken or explosive tag. Ginkaku's potential was never realized, as he was swiftly dispatched by Tobarama's cunning. However, dealing with Kinjo in his Nine Tails chakra mode proved far more challenging. Tobarama had no direct countermeasures against such a powerful offense and defense. The ninjas summoned through the impure world reincarnation could hardly approach him, let alone execute the explosive tag combination. Kinjo wielded his chakra-enhanced tails, sending all nearby impure world reincarnated ninjas flying. Tobarama attempted to combine Shadow Clone and Rasengan attacks, but his efforts were futile. He nearly fell victim to a tailed beast bomb. Water release, water severing wave, and water release, water dragon bite explosion were unleashed. Yet Kinjo's speed rendered him untouchable. As Tobarama found himself pursued relentlessly by Kinjo and numerous Jonin, Uchiha Kagami suddenly appeared on the scene. With the prowess of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, the two coordinated seamlessly, swiftly eliminating the remaining 7 or 8 elite Jonin. The disparity in strength between the Jonin and the Kage was evident, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan, when activated, was specifically designed to rival the Kage. Its distinct trait was that it could annihilate foes weaker than its wielder in an instant. The scenario had now shifted to a 2-on-1 confrontation. However, the Nine Tails chakra mode represented the pinnacle of the current iteration, leaving Uchiha Kagami at a loss. with maximized offensive and defensive capabilities and astonishing speed. How could one contend with such a force? Senju Tobirama devised a solution. One was the reanimation jutsu, using the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to achieve a mutual demise. The other was the spirit transformation technique, delivering a dimensional strike from the realm of the soul. In a 2-on-1 situation, there was no necessity for mutual destruction. A more cautious approach would be prudent. Chapter 18. The turning point of fate. The overcast sky seemed poised to unleash rain. In the land of the Senju, Yin and Tsunade stood behind Uzumaki Mido, gazing incredulously at the group of young individuals standing before her. They had received no word of any negotiations. How was it that Tobirama had suddenly led the ANBU to negotiate with the Cloud Village? Wasn't this the preordained demise of Tobirama? This spelled disaster. Mido's expression mirrored her unease as she regarded Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo. Are you suggesting that, as the ANBU, you allowed the second Hokage to cover your retreat? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still somewhat immature, felt his face flush crimson under Mido's pointed remarks, yet he steeled himself to nod in response. Hiruzen elaborated on the specifics of their retreat, emphasizing his role as bait, only to be intercepted by Tobirama, who entrusted the fate of Konoha to him. Mido-sama, my teacher has appointed me as the third Hokage in his time of crisis. I have come to seek your support. Mido sighed and waved her hand. I support your ascension to Hokage. The rest is for you to resolve. Hiruzen felt a surge of joy with Mido's endorsement. The path to becoming Hokage appeared to be paved with minor obstacles. After Hiruzen's departure, Tsunade, with tears brimming in her eyes, threw herself into Mido's embrace. Mido-sama, will second grandpa return alive? Although she understood the dire circumstances they faced, a flicker of hope remained within her. What if? Mido gently stroked Tsunade's golden hair, murmuring, Little Tsunade, everyone must eventually face death. It is merely a matter of time. And Yin, rolling his eyes at Mido's lack of comfort, turned to Tsunade. The second will return. Trust me, Tsunade. With tear-filled eyes, Tsunade gazed at Yin. Really? Yin nodded emphatically. Trust me. Have I ever deceived you? Though Tsunade acquiesced, her demeanor suggested a lingering disbelief as she slumped despondently in Mido's embrace. Yin paid little heed to whether Tsunade believed him. He was convinced that Tobirama had survived. He had a habit of engaging in small bets with Tsunade before class, having never lost thus far. When Hiruzen mentioned that Tobirama had covered their retreat, Yin was momentarily startled. The news of Konoha's negotiations with the Cloud Village had been tightly contained, with no whispers reaching him. Otherwise, he would have alerted Tobirama. Yet, Yin remained unperturbed, recalling that morning's light-hearted wager with Tsunade, where he emerged victorious. He felt reassured. Given Tsunade's narrative, each time she won, she lost someone significant. Her current lack of victory suggested a strong possibility that Tobirama had not perished. It was quite metaphysical, yet Tsunade's character arc was indeed peculiar. Furthermore, another matter lingered. The prior research into the S-rank forbidden technique, the Yang sealing, had led to Uchiha Kagami awakening his kaleidoscope Sharingan, which he had not brought back with Hiruzen and the others, indicating his likely support for the second Hokage. The combination of the second Hokage and Kagami's kaleidoscope Sharingan should prove formidable against the likes of the Gold and Silver brothers, assuming Uchiha Madara did not intervene. During this period, Uchiha Madara had lost one of his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan after narrowly escaping using Izanagi, likely secluded somewhere, engrossed in researching the unification of all things. His eyes had yet to evolve into Rinnegan, leaving him preoccupied and unable to cause turmoil in the ninja world. The Rinnegan would not manifest in Nagato until the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, approximately 15 to 20 years hence. Having contemplated the entire situation, Yin felt a sense of certainty as he embarked on his daily training in Mido's courtyard. After Hiruzen relayed Tobirama's news of survival, the atmosphere in Konoha began to shift dramatically. Many aspired to the position of third Hokage, particularly the heads of various ninja clans. However, before any clan could make their move, Tobirama returned alongside Uchiha Kagami, abruptly quelling the impending turmoil. Upon his return, Tobirama had no intention of continuing as Hokage. After this incident, he had resolved to step down from the position, entrusting the village to a worthy successor while dedicating time to pursuits he cherished, such as furthering his studies in bloodline techniques and ninjutsu. Had it not been for Kagami's selfless act of rescue, his return might have been improbable. The Sharingan was indeed extraordinary, effortlessly elevating an elite Jonin's strength to that of a Kage, warranting thorough examination. Thus, the process of appointing the third Hokage proceeded smoothly, with Tobirama's assistance ensuring that no one dared contest Hiruzen's succession. Upon hearing of Tobirama's safe return, Yin breathed a sigh of relief. As a common ninja, his unwavering support for the Hokage was palpable, especially as he aspired to marry Tsunade. The survival of the second Hokage was paramount. Not to mention, with Tobirama as a reliable ally, both in strength and strategy, Hiruzen inspired greater confidence. Even if Tobirama remained inactive for an additional 20 years, who knew how many forbidden techniques might emerge? The prospect was tantalizing. Hiruzen swiftly began preparations for his tenure as the third Hokage, while Tobirama established a new technical development department, intending to remain within its confines. Having immense faith in Hiruzen's capabilities, Tobirama believed that with the enlightenment of Hokage awareness, Hiruzen could independently shoulder the responsibilities of the role without his constant guidance. Moreover, by stepping back to prevent overlapping authority, which could lead to discord between mentor and pupil, Tobirama's voluntary retreat was a sagacious choice, allowing Hiruzen to genuinely establish his authority rather than exist as a mere puppet. Tobirama was acutely aware that his greatest strengths lay in the development of forbidden techniques and his understanding of ninjutsu. Governance was not his preferred domain. Therefore, he reassigned some talents to the technical development department, diminishing his public presence and intentionally refraining from interfering in village affairs, compelling Hiruzen to mature into a capable leader. On the day of Hiruzen's inauguration as the third Hokage, the skies were clear, and nearly every villager gathered to witness the occasion. In full view, Hiruzen donned the Hokage cloak and received the Hokage hat from Tobirama. Monkey, protect those who admire and love you, then nurture them into the guardians of the next era. Yes, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned the symbolic hat, standing atop the Hokage office, as the villagers erupted in cheers. Chapter 19. The conclusion of the First Great Ninja War. Following Sarutobi Hiruzen's ascension to the third Hokage, the Cloud Village continued to negotiate a peace treaty with Konoha. After Senju Tobirama eliminated the formidable duo of Kin and Jin as well as 20 other elite Jonin, the ninjas from Kumogakure became notably more courteous towards Konoha. Their long-standing belief in the supremacy of strength dictated that if one was powerful, it was their prerogative to bully the weaker, while the strong could forge alliances to avoid conflict, an age-old tradition. At this juncture, the Third Hokage had just ascended to power and was eager to establish a ceasefire and restore internal order. Thus, Kumogakure and Konoha swiftly reached an agreement to sign a truce. So, did Konoha not demand any reparations? And Yin, resting his chin on his hand atop the table, listened intently to the tales spun by Uzumaki Mido. As an ordinary chunin from Konoha, his channels for obtaining intelligence were limited, with significant information primarily sourced from Mido. For instance, not long ago, when the second Hokage and the second Hokage signed a ceasefire, the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage attempted to infiltrate Konoha, only to be intercepted in the wilderness. Their enmity dated back to the Warring States period. The second Tsuchikage, wrapped in bandages and bearing no unscathed skin, was a testament to the wrath of the second Mizukage, Kagaya's descendant. The latter sustained grave injuries and could not attend the first 5 Kage summit. Their encounter ignited fierce animosity, with the small mustached man engaging in a chaotic battle with the bandaged figure, leading to mutual destruction. The Konoha ninjas arriving at the scene were bewildered. Were these two intentionally dying at the village's doorstep to provoke a response? Unfazed, the Konoha ninjas took possession of the fallen, bringing them to the analysis team to extract any valuable memories from the deceased's minds. Upon learning of this incident, Senju Tobirama decisively ordered that all remains be sent to the Technical Development Department, repurposed as experimental materials and resources for Edo Tensei. Shifting the focus back to the Senju clan, Uzumaki Mido chuckled at Yin's inquiry. Their Kage has perished in battle, while ours remains unharmed. Seeking reparations would only foster resentment and risk rekindling war. Our land of fire possesses the finest resources in the ninja world. It is prudent to avoid conflict whenever possible. With time, Konoha will inevitably recover more swiftly than other villages. Though her words held truth, The notion of foregoing war reparations felt like a bitter pill to swallow, as countless lives had been lost in vain. And Yin scratched his head, voicing his genuine thoughts before Mito, feeling no need to conceal his feelings from someone so perceptive. Mito refrained from answering Yan's concerns, merely sighing. Konoha, too, desired war reparations, yet circumstances dictated otherwise. Although Kumogakure had lost formidable figures, they still possessed the tailed beasts, ultimate weapons. Furthermore, the watchful eyes of the mist and stone ninjas lingered nearby, with enemies encircling Konoha, making the village reluctant to initiate hostilities. Seeing Mito's sigh, Yin gleaned her thoughts and echoed her sentiment with a sigh of his own. If only the first Hokage had unified the entire world, all nations would have been allies, and war would be a relic of the past. Mito smiled, stating, each generation carries its own mission. Hashirama did the best he could. But unifying the world is no simple task, and hatred is not easily forgotten. Had the first Hokage allied with Uchiha Madara, would they not have easily swept through the four nations? Yin inquired curiously. Mito sighed again, explaining, each time Hashirama used would release, it consumed a vast amount of his life force. Chakra is extracted from cells, and prolonged use accelerates cellular division, ultimately leading to a shorter lifespan. Can you guess how Hashirama met his end? Yin was taken aback. The first Hokage perished due to cellular division exhaustion? Mito nodded gently. Had he truly joined forces with Madara to conquer the four nations, he might have burned through his lifespan after subduing only a couple of nations. At that point, Madara and the others would not have been able to stabilize the remaining nations, leading to renewed chaos in those already subdued. Yin scratched his head, sipping tea from the table and increasingly admiring the greatness of Qin Shi Huang. Were it not for his unification of the seven states, the world would still be embroiled in ceaseless conflict, fighting intermittently, much like the current state of affairs. What level of strength must Konoha achieve to unify the ninja world and realize lasting peace? Yin continued to ponder aloud, only to be met with the entrance of Senju Tobarama. This is not a question for you to contemplate. Your focus should be on mastering all the jutsu at your disposal to ensure that you can escape any unforeseen circumstances in the future, lest you meet an untimely demise. Yin turned to glance at Tobarama, his lips twitching slightly. Are you referring to yourself? He thought. One might possess the flying thunder god technique. Yet if one cannot escape, one might indeed meet an early end. Mito, noticing Tobarama's arrival, promptly poured him a cup of tea. Since you have the time, why not converse with this young lad? As a mere woman, I seldom concern myself with national affairs, which can be overwhelming. I shall check on Tsunade's progress with her studies. Senju Tobarama plopped down onto a chair, taking a sip from the cup Mito poured. His gaze fixed on Yin, clearly indicating that he should speak his mind without hesitation. What should they discuss? Peace? Hatred? Nuclear deterrence? Yin sighed, opting to address pragmatic matters first. Tobarama was a man of considerable intellect, and discussing abstract concepts might diminish his standing. Lord Tobarama, following this war, we should anticipate a decade or more of developmental time. Once the various nations recover their strength, conflict will arise anew. And as Konoha is situated at the center of these battles, we ought to prepare in advance. Tobarama furrowed his brow, adopting a serious expression, such as? Yin was unperturbed by Tobarama's stern demeanor, as this was his usual expression even when addressing the sage of six paths, let alone a mere child like him. For instance, significantly increase the budget for medical resources and establish a comprehensive medical system. From the ranks of ninja trainees, we should instill basic first aid knowledge. While we do not expect ninjas to be masters of medical ninjutsu, they should be capable of handling minor injuries to prevent complications that could lead to fatalities. Tobarama nodded in agreement. Anything else? Yin shrugged. I am but a 6-year-old child. I lack the creativity for grand ideas. Many of his insights were difficult to articulate due to the source of his information. Tobarama remained silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating. This proposal is commendable. I will bring it to the attention of the Hokage. Yin frowned slightly. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared resistant to unfamiliar ideas. Thus, the likelihood of this proposal being accepted seemed slim. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He could always revisit the matter once he matured. Chapter 20. Future planning. In the aftermath of the First Shinobi World War, 3 of the 5 Kage had perished, and even Senju Tobarama had narrowly escaped death, leaving only the Sand Shinobi from the Land of Wind intact. The second Kazekage, Shaman, a disciple of the first Kazekage, had participated in the first Kage summit in a protective capacity. He observed that among the 5 nations, the Sand Shinobi seemed comparatively weaker, while the other nations appeared formidable. What is amiss? Why do I feel like I am the only one lacking? Shaman, being ambitious and self-aware, resolved that upon ascending to the position of Kazekage, he would dedicate himself to enhancing the combat prowess of the Sand Shinobi. He studied the tailed beast, Shikaku, while developing various jutsu capable of countering multiple foes. He focused on nurturing the next generation of ninjas, creating techniques such as puppet jutsu, magnet release, and various sand manipulation techniques, showcasing his impressive research capabilities akin to a young Tobirama. The Land of Wind was now diligently focused on development, while other nations were left in tatters, ushering the entire ninja world into a forced period of peace. Regardless of the circumstances, the next 2 decades would provide ample time for growth. As the next generation of ninjas matured, another great conflict would inevitably arise, and Yin resolved to embark on a journey of personal development. Initially, his ambition was to enhance his strength and subsequently establish a formidable reputation in the ongoing wars, ultimately aspiring to ascend to the position of Hokage through his military achievements. However, after Senju Tobirama's unexpected survival, and Yan's aspirations shifted, he realized the necessity of leveraging Tobirama's intellect to cultivate the techniques he desired, such as accelerated cognition and magnetic manipulation. Consequently, he contemplated how to integrate himself into the technological research department, which he believed would become the core of Konoha's future. Given his current knowledge base, he felt that joining this department post-graduation would not prove overly challenging. After over a year of diligent study, Yin had absorbed all the knowledge available in the library. While claiming to have mastered the information might be an exaggeration, he could readily recall any necessary skills or knowledge, akin to possessing a vast repository of information within his mind. Meanwhile, the system underwent an annual update, revealing a new wish pool centered around mentors, also known as the Jackie-chan simulator. Although the offerings within this pool were limited, they included valuable items such as a resurrection pendant, elemental talismans, and martial arts techniques. In a different urban setting, Yin could have become a revered martial arts master through this pool, showcasing various impressive feats. However, in the world of Naruto, where diverse jutsu flourished, martial prowess seemed relatively insignificant. Nonetheless, upon drawing the white eyebrow fist from the pool, Yin diligently commenced his training. After a month of practice, his strength, constitution, and agility had all seen slight enhancements. The benefits of the system were undeniable. As long as he practiced and improved his skills, there was no risk of forgetting or losing proficiency. The same principle applied to physical training. His physical abilities could only increase, never diminish. While Yin immersed himself in his martial arts training, Bairuhu encountered a new friend. One day, as Yin practiced by the riverbank, a white-haired individual approached him. After completing a set of punches, Bairuhu drew near. Yin, I've made a new friend with a pleasant personality. Let me introduce you. Yin turned to see who Bairuhu was referring to. With pale skin, long black hair, striking purple eyeshadow, and a delicate visage, it was none other than the young Orochimaru. Yin stepped forward, extending his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Yin. Orochimaru, taken aback by Yin's enthusiasm, merely responded as a somewhat timid child. Bairuhu gently patted Orochimaru on the back. Orochimaru eventually grasped Yin's hand. Delighted to meet you. I am Orochimaru. Bairuhu, thrilled by the harmonious interaction between his two friends, excitedly remarked, Orochimaru, you should know that Yin is a genius like you. He learns any ninjutsu with just a glance, and has even created several of his own. You must see them sometime. Really? That is impressive. I haven't created my own jutsu yet. Bairuhu, have you? Orochimaru, still an innocent child, believed everything he heard. However, his innocent question inadvertently hurt someone. Of course, even though I'm only in the 2nd grade, I've also created a jutsu. I'll show it to you when I get the chance. Bairuhu replied through gritted teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yin immediately recognized Bairuhu's bravado and stifled a laugh, maintaining a serious facade. Indeed, although Bairuhu is still young, he has developed a super jutsu. According to my analysis, this jutsu could even surpass the 3rd Hokage. Bairuhu's forehead glistened with more sweat as he quietly pulled Yin aside and whispered, You've gone too far, Yin. If you keep this up, I want to know how to recover from it. and Yin leaned closer to Bairuhu and whispered, "Have you forgotten about the seduction technique?" "Ah." Bairuhu gasped, his face flushing red. He pointed at Yin as if to speak, but could not find the words. Ultimately sulking on the ground, Orochimaru watched the scene, bewildered by the interaction between Yin and Bairuhu. Seeing Bairuhu upset, Yin hurried over to pacify him. "There are no useless jutsu, only incompetent practitioners. I assure you, once you master the seduction technique, even the third Hokage won't be able to resist. You must trust me." Bairuhu, still fuming, retorted, "You've said before that the consequences of minor misdeeds can lead to dire outcomes, and now you want me to practice the seduction technique?" That's clearly not in good faith. Yin was taken aback. "How did you connect two entirely unrelated matters? I assure you, my orientation is perfectly normal. I have no interest in you, so do not overthink it." Orochimaru observed the two gesturing from a distance, puzzled about their conversation. Finally, having settled Bairuhu, Yin beckoned him to approach Orochimaru. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Let us go grab a bite to eat together." Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback by the familiarity. "So soon? We just met, and now we're off to dine together." Bairuhu affectionately pulled Orochimaru close and pointed at Yin. "This guy cooks quite well. Let us feast on his cooking." Yin, with a proud demeanor, strode forth confidently, ignoring any familial ties. Orochimaru chuckled softly at the scene. The trio arrived at Yin's home and enjoyed a simple meal of knife-cut noodles, gradually deepening their bond. Chapter 21. Early graduation in the early morning at school. As Yin entered the classroom, he received unexpected news from teacher Sato. "What? Early graduation? I didn't apply for that." Upon receiving the Genin headband from teacher Sato, Yin was utterly bewildered. He had intended to develop further at school and graduate normally at 12. How could he be graduating now? Teacher Sato smiled and explained. "The third Hokage has reformed the Ninja Academy system. Exceptional children like you and Yin, who possess sufficient capability, are allowed to graduate early. And it's not just you. Tsunade and Bairuhu have also graduated." Yin clenched his fists, cursing the old monkey Sarutobi, the greedy capitalist. It was clear that with the rising number of fallen Genin, Konoha was in desperate need of manpower and had hastily promoted a batch of students to work. Tsunade, having already tucked away her ninja headband, looked at Yin with a puzzled expression. "You often speak of the will of fire. Isn't it time for you to shine for the village? Why do you seem somewhat displeased? Look at Bairuhu." Yin cast a glance at Bairuhu, who had already donned his ninja headband, blissfully unaware of the grim reality of his new responsibilities and gleefully smiling. Becoming a ninja meant he would have to earn his own living. The village would no longer provide him with welfare. Did he not understand that? Yin felt a strong urge to shake Bairuhu and rattle his brain. The third Hokage had devised a clever scheme, repurposing funds designated for welfare into student labor, thereby conserving fiscal resources while generating additional income for the village. No wonder he could become Hokage. Alas, becoming a Genin meant no more welfare. This was a privilege paid for with his parents' lives. It was rather disheartening. After briefly explaining to Tsunade, Yin hastily gathered his belongings, preparing to take a photo and register his personal information before leaving the Ninja Academy. Tsunade, after a moment of silence, replied, "One must always look forward and not dwell on the past. I believe your parents would wish to see you grow." Yin was left perplexed, pondering what she had imagined. When had he ever wallowed in the past? Nevertheless, he decided that a smile was the best response in such a moment. Yin smiled at Tsunade and shifted the conversation to another topic. After graduation, they would each form their own ninja teams, and he hoped to remain with Tsunade at that time. Tsunade responded with a radiant smile, expressing her desire to be with Yin as well. Bairuhu poked his head from behind Tsunade, chiming in, "Me too, me too." Tsunade's smile faltered slightly. While Yin wore a look of exasperation, the boy truly lacked awareness. Was this the right moment for him to chime in? The trio departed from the classroom, prompting an eruption of cheers from Class A of the second year. The three king of grades had finally left, and now it was time for a new ruler to ascend. As long as he secretly studied to surpass others, he would become the new king of grades. The students discussed among themselves their newfound freedom from the pressure of competition, vowing to seize the opportunity to study diligently while their rivals let their guard down. The innocent students had been led astray. Who was to blame for this? It seemed the trend had originated with Bailu. This is how the academic atmosphere had come to be. Yin and his companions gathered for a photo, then registered their ninja information. waiting in a designated classroom as instructed by their teacher, without any of the rumored graduation assessments. They simply awaited the teacher's arrival. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen reviewed student profiles, contemplating which students to assign to Shimura Danzo. With the recent educational reforms, each teacher was mandated to mentor 3 graduating students. Not only would Hiruzen personally guide students, but his former classmates would also each lead 3 students. Hiruzen had already selected his students, Tsunade of the Senju clan, the genius Orochimaru from the commoners, and the underachiever Jiraiya, who had a close relationship with Orochimaru. Choosing students for Danzo required careful consideration. Danzo was known for his competitive nature, even with his disciples. Thus, it was essential to select suitable candidates. And Yen, being a direct disciple of Lord Mido and possessing political influence akin to Tsunade's, was a viable choice. Bailuhu had developed a good rapport with Yen, creating a potential bond. But who should be the third? Hiruzen tapped his fingers on the desk, pondering. Given Danzo's temperament, assigning an underachiever might result in neglecting a promising student, so he decided to select another genius. When Yen received the notification to report to the designated training ground, he found himself face to face with the waiting Danzo. At that moment, Danzo was still quite young, not yet the one-eyed dragon, nor physically impaired or psychologically twisted. As a character introduced in the latter part of Kishimoto's narrative, Danzo met a tragic fate, having been repeatedly killed by Sasuke, much to the viewer's enjoyment, while also drawing their critiques about the poor handling of the character by the 5th Hokage. In contrast, the young Danzo was exceptionally skilled, a direct disciple of the 2nd Hokage, capable of rivaling Hiruzen for the title of Hokage. Danzo possessed the same 5 chakra affinities as Hiruzen: wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, making him one of the elite among ordinary ninjas, impervious to most ninjutsu. Figures like Danzo and Hiruzen represented the pinnacle attainable by ordinary ninjas, beyond which lay the realm of unique bloodline abilities. Danzo had always looked up to the 2nd Hokage, emulating him in every way. He remained unmarried, just as his mentor had, and wore a serious expression akin to that of someone bereaved. Upon meeting Danzo, Yen felt as if the sky was falling. Would he still have the opportunity to become Hokage if he became Danzo's student? Danzo's fervor for the Hokage position was well known. Yet his aggressive methods often led to conflict with Hiruzen, resulting in much frustration for him. Chapter 22. The Bell Heist According to Conspiracy Theories. The deaths of figures like Senju Rope Tree and even Kato Dan were tied to Danzo, as their familial backgrounds suggested that with sufficient strength, they had a high probability of becoming Hokage. The demise of Hatake Tsukumo also seemed linked to Danzo. The secrecy surrounding ninja missions meant that without the higher-ups in Konoha, ordinary villagers would never have known, yet they still voiced their outrage. As for other malevolent deeds, the evidence was irrefutable: the tragedies of Nagato and his companions, the misfortunes of Yakushi Nono, and the plight of the Uchiha clan. In short, when it comes to wrongdoing in the ninja world, one need only look to Danzo. The prospect of being mentored by Danzo was indeed bleak, and Yen mused. However, it was not a significant concern. Betraying one's teacher had become a tradition in Konoha. At the training ground, aside from the already familiar Danzo, the other 2 teammates were in place. Both were white-haired. One of them appeared familiar. It was Bailu, who grinned widely upon seeing he and Yen had been placed on the same team. The other white-haired individual seemed to be 5 or 6 years older, likely a senior who had graduated normally. And Yen suspected Danzo had a preference for white-haired students. Otherwise, how could he have chosen so many? He strongly suspected that Danzo projected his own mentor, Senju Tobarama, onto his students. Perhaps he should consider dyeing his hair white as well. Who knows? He might enjoy some preferential treatment. And Yen pondered seriously. As everyone gathered, Danzo began to speak. I am Shimura Danzo, your instructor moving forward. Please introduce yourselves, sharing your strengths, interests, dislikes, and future aspirations. And Yen glanced around. Bailuhu stepped forward first. Hello, teacher. I am Bailuhu, skilled in medical ninjutsu, with a passion for studying medicine. I dislike nothing in particular, and my dream is to become a legendary physician. As Yen's deskmate, Bailuhu had long understood the importance of finding one's niche. While spending time with Yen and Tsunade, he had diligently studied numerous medical texts, thus positioning himself as the medical ninja of the team. Yen raised an eyebrow. He had intended to introduce himself as a medical ninja, knowing that such roles were often prioritized for protection by teammates. However, Since Baluhu had claimed that title first, he decided to rephrase his introduction. Hello, teacher. I am in Yin, skilled in sealing techniques, with a passion for studying various ninjutsu, secret arts, and forbidden techniques. I detest arrogant fools. And my dream is to become Hokage one day. Danzo raised an eyebrow slightly. This boy shared his ambition? The older white-haired student then began his introduction. Hello everyone. I am Hatake Sakomo, proficient in swordsmanship, fond of reading, and I dislike eating dango. My dream is to become a hero revered by all. And Yin was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been criticizing Hatake Sakomo, and now he found himself face-to-face with the living embodiment. Sakomo was indeed Danzo's disciple, correct? However, if Sakomo was Danzo's student, then the circumstances surrounding his death warranted further examination. Or perhaps Yan's arrival had instigated a butterfly effect, altering his destined path. As Yin pondered deeply, Danzo produced a bell, initiating the traditional practice of the Hokage lineage. In my possession are currently 2 bells. The 3 of you, with a resolute determination to defeat me, shall vie for these bells. This marks the inaugural task for your induction into my team. Let me witness your prowess. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Baruhu's eyes darted, immediately fixating on Anyan. Anyan gestured to Baruhu and exchanged a knowing glance with Shimo. The trio swiftly dispersed, distancing themselves from Danzo's position. In the grove, they reconvened. Baruhu spoke first. Ayan, what is our strategy? Anyan rolled his eyes. Do any of you have worthwhile suggestions? Baruhu promptly shook his head. Having seen Anyan, he had already resolved to play the role of a follower, knowing that the key to success was to find a capable leader to guide him. Shimo suggested straightforwardly, let us create a favorable environment. We should devise some traps and then force him into them before seizing the bells. Although the general concept was sound, Anyan questioned their trap-making skills. Shimo remained silent, gazing skyward, while Baruhu busied himself counting ants. Ah, I see the extent of your trap-making skills. Leave this to me, Anyan remarked, glancing at the unreliable duo before taking charge. His foundational ninja skills had long since reached their zenith, and he prided himself on being a jack of all trades. Promptly commencing the trap setup, he employed not only common techniques from the ninja realm, but also mechanisms reminiscent of those from ancient tombs. After efficiently arranging several interconnected traps, the group readied themselves, and Shimo unsheathed his short blade, charging forth. Anyan and Baruhu lay in ambush, soon hearing the clanging of metal growing nearer as Shimo engaged Danzo in combat, drawing him closer. Anyan and Baruhu exchanged glances and rushed into the fray, gradually cornering him towards the trap's location. Seizing the moment, Anyan hurled a shuriken that severed the rope, triggering the mechanism, and a rain of arrows descended upon Danzo. Reacting swiftly, Danzo performed a series of hand seals and summoned an earthen wall. However, as the wall rose to block the arrows, a noxious green gas emanated from the projectiles, enveloping a 3-meter radius and bypassing the wall entirely. Danzo, momentarily startled, vanished and leapt to a nearby tree. Yet, Shimo's blade followed closely, catching Danzo off guard. After several exchanges, Danzo found himself near another trap. Anyan slightly adjusted the attack angle of the trap, unleashing a continuous barrage of arrows. This time, they were explosive projectiles, their tips resembling grenades. The relentless arrows aimed at Danzo and his vicinity ignited a series of explosions, sending shrapnel flying and clouds of dust billowing. Meanwhile, Shimo took the opportunity to slip back and stand beside Anyan, observing the chaos of the explosions in awe. You're being rather ruthless. What if we genuinely harm the teacher? He thought. Baruhu echoed his concern. Ayan, we won't actually kill the teacher, will we? Anyan scoffed. You underestimated Jonin. Even if the 3 of us were to perish on the battlefield, he would remain unscathed, let alone from mere explosions. Danzo appeared silently behind the trio, clapping his hands, startling Baruhu. Just as Anyan prepared to strike, Danzo called for a halt. Well, I have gauged your abilities. Tomorrow, we commence the official mission. Dismissed. Anyan and Baruhu exchanged glances, shrugged, and prepared to head home. After their departure, Danzo's figure vanished in an instant. In the Hokage's assistant office, Danzo frowned slightly, pondering the abilities of these young ones. They had managed to defeat one of his shadow clones. Fortunately, he had prepared contingencies, placing 2 shadow clones near the training ground, where he would have faced embarrassment. Chapter 23. Chakra Attributes Beneath the Warm Hues of the Setting Sun. Anyun and Bairuhu walked side by side, naturally gravitating towards one another as they planned to grab a meal. Shimo joined them, eager to bond with his future teammates. Thus, the trio entered a ramen shop, initially intent on having barbecue. They discovered that all were living on meager allowances, relegating them to ramen instead. Shimo, possessing a rather jovial disposition, spoke with a hint of bashfulness, his fate yet unknown, and shared his background. The Hokage clan was a minor ninja family, descended from warriors. In the wake of the Sage of Six Paths teachings, chakra was bestowed upon humanity, allowing the warriors to master this extraordinary power, which eventually evolved into the ninja clans. However, the Hokage family, being originally a family of samurai, predominantly utilized sword techniques in conjunction with chakra, seldom employing ninjutsu. Anyun and Bairuhu exchanged knowing looks, supporting him with enthusiasm. Wow, so Brother Shimo is so impressive, hailing from a ninja family. You must protect us, the humble ninjas of common origin. Indeed, we are but two pitiful, ravenous, ordinary ninjas. Without your protection, Brother Shimo, we would struggle to survive. Right, the ninjas outside are so ferocious. Who knows when war will break out again? With our abilities, we would surely meet a grim fate. Anyun and Bairuhu took turns extolling Shimo, elevating his spirits to new heights. The youth, yet unacquainted with the complexities of adult life, beamed broadly, declaring, "Fear not, Anyun, Bairuhu. As comrades, I shall safeguard you," pledging the honor of the Hokage family. Truly, Brother Shimo, your words are compelling and trustworthy. From this day forth, you are my idol. I believe you embody the essence of a man of his word, destined to become a celebrated hero. Anyun and Bairuhu, showering him with praise, elicited a radiant smile from Shimo, who, in a moment of camaraderie, declared, "Since you call me brother, I will cover this meal." Alas, what began as mere flattery had resulted in the acceptance of a new leader. Anyun's expression momentarily stiffened before relaxing. Shimo was indeed 5 years his senior, and having such a capable and amiable figure as a big brother was not unappealing. With his thoughts wandering, Anyun envisioned leveraging his newfound relationship to tease Kakashi in the future. Bairuhu, ever perceptive, noted Anyun's acceptance of Shimo as an elder brother and regarded him with newfound respect, recognizing that few could earn Anyun's acknowledgement. Thus, Bairuhu's enthusiasm towards Shimo intensified. After their meal, the trio parted ways, and Anyun ventured to the Senju clan's territory for his evening training. It is well known that sealing techniques rarely initiate an attack to seal a target directly. Most require the target to be immobilized first. The stronger the entity, the less time they remain restricted. Currently, Anyun was honing his skill in expediting the casting of such techniques, aiming to achieve sealing effects in the shortest possible time. This was a long-term endeavor, but thanks to his system, Anyun's progress was visibly remarkable. Late into the night, Tsunade finally returned, her expression clouded with displeasure. As Uzumaki Mizuho inquired about the situation, Tsunade's face was filled with indignation. "Today, I successfully became a genin alongside Yen, and we were assigned to Sarutobi-sensei's team. Everything was proceeding smoothly. We passed the teacher's assessment without a hitch. However, one of our teammates, after learning the summoning technique from the teacher, recklessly attempted to use it without signing a contract with a summoning beast and suddenly vanished without a trace. It's truly exasperating. Has Jiraiya stepped into his destiny? I wonder what prophecy he will encounter this time, perhaps concerning the child of prophecy?" And Yen pondered beside her, and noticing his contemplative demeanor, Tsunade nudged him. "And Yen, you mustn't recklessly experiment out of curiosity. The location of the summoning is random. You could easily end up in a volcano and fall to your demise." And Yen rolled his eyes and lightly tapped Tsunade's forehead. "Do I look that foolish?" Tsunade scratched her head and retorted, "I'm merely concerned about you, understand?" And Yen responded with a gentle smile. "Thank you for your concern, Princess Tsunade. I appreciate it." Uzumaki Mizuho sat on the tatami mat, smiling as she observed their interaction. Tsunade asked curiously, "What are you thinking so deeply about?" And Yen replied, "I was pondering why the third Hokage began teaching ninjutsu on the first day with you all. Yet my team leader didn't even share a meal with us after the assessment." Tsunade, puzzled, asked, "Who is your team leader, and Yen?" And Yen sighed, "Shimura Danzo." Tsunade, slightly confused, remarked, "The disciple of my grandfather? It seems the village holds you in high regard, but you don't appear very pleased." And Yen replied helplessly, "I merely lament that teacher Danzo seems rather difficult to approach. Learning ninjutsu from him may not be as straightforward as one would hope. Tsunade pouted. If you want to learn ninjutsu, just say so directly. What do you wish to learn? I can ask my grandfather for you. Uzumaki Mizuho interjected. If you're aiming to learn higher-level ninjutsu, it's best to first understand your chakra nature. And Yan's eyes sparkled with curiosity, seeing his eager expression. Uzumaki Mizuho didn't tease him further and directly produced a chakra testing paper from her pocket, handing it to Yen. Yen turned to Tsunade. Aren't you going to give it a try? Uzumaki Mizuho chuckled. Little Tsunade has already tested her chakra. She possesses 5 attributes: water, fire, earth, lightning, and yang. Not just her, but the other 2 children trained by Hiruzen also have multiple innate chakra attributes. Jiraiya possesses 6, and Orochimaru has 7. Yen scoffed. He was already aware of these details. Mizuho had been subtly pressuring him since the day they met. Yen took the chakra paper and infused it with chakra. The paper initially split into 2, then became damp, and eventually disintegrated into powder. This indicated that he possessed wind, water, and earth chakra natures. Quite impressive. Tsunade, upon seeing Yen's chakra attributes, kindly praised him. Rather than feeling disheartened by the rarity of his chakra, Yen was pleasantly surprised. He had anticipated possessing only 1 or 2 attributes given his background as a civilian ninja. To discover he had 3 was indeed a delightful surprise. Chapter 24. Bloodshed and Yan's training regimen now included the study of chakra nature transformation. It is widely understood that chakra undergoes 2 types of transformations: form transformation and nature transformation. Form transformation is straightforward, involving the alteration of chakra's shape, structure, and physical form. Nature transformation, on the other hand, pertains to changing the intrinsic properties of chakra, simulating the 7 elemental natures of chakra. Mastering the nature transformation of a specific attribute equates to mastering the corresponding ninjutsu. Moreover, fusing 2 attributes' nature transformations results in a Kekkai Genkai, allowing one to become a bloodline ninja, with the alterations in chakra potentially affecting future generations. Thus, the reason civilian ninjas remain civilian ninjas is due to their ancestors' lack of effort in synthesizing a Kekkai Genkai. Conversely, mastering ninjutsu that involves the fusion of 3 attributes is referred to as a Kekkai Toda, exemplified by the 3rd Tsuchikage's dust release. Yen felt curious about whether, with the aid of the system, he could potentially fuse more chakra natures. As for the system's original wish function, Yen held little hope. The ninja world was rife with conflicts between powerful beings. Unless the system could produce a mythical pool akin to a black myth, the standard wish pool would hardly suffice. Last year, he had drawn from the Tomb Raider pool over 70 times, exhausting Lara Croft's potential. Yet, despite her status as a legendary adventurer, expert in both cold and hot weaponry, and a superlative archaeologist, she was not a superhero and provided limited assistance. The same applied to his current mentor's pool. Yen awaited an opportunity, one that could propel him to greatness, before he could consider enhancing his reputation further. Should he devise a method to mass-produce firearms? After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed that notion. It was better to grow stronger first and then contemplate such matters. The emergence of firearms could potentially bring an end to the ninja era, possibly igniting even greater wars. Thus, focusing on training was paramount. It is well known that wood release is composed of the nature transformations of water and earth chakra. Given that Yen possessed water, earth, and wind chakra natures, he could theoretically attempt to practice wood release. He did not demand his wood release to rival that of Hashirama Senju. He set his expectations low, content with achieving a level akin to Yamato's. Hashirama's strength stemmed from his immense chakra reserves, complemented by Ashura's chakra. Even without developing wood release, he was formidable with other techniques. The following day, as Yen finished his breakfast, Baruhua rushed in, eagerly pulling him along to head outside. Wait a moment, Baruhua. What's going on? Yen questioned, pressing him to halt. Baruhua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yen, don't you remember? Yesterday, Teacher Danzo said that starting today, we will officially undertake missions. I thought we could head to the Hokage's mission hall early and select a good task. Yen, unhurriedly finishing his meal, replied nonchalantly. What's the rush? Even if you go early, you won't receive a mission. In the ninja's mission hall, aside from tasks directly assigned by the village, only team leaders are qualified to claim missions. Upon hearing Yen's words, Baruhua's enthusiasm diminished slightly, realizing that arriving early would be futile. He plopped down on a chair. patiently waiting for Yin to finish his breakfast. After the meal, and changing into his regular clothes, Yin meticulously checked his ninja tool pouch before stepping outside. Instead of heading directly to the mission hall, the duo took a detour to find Hitaki Tsukumo, having already inquired about his address during dinner the previous day. They entered Hitaki Tsukumo's home. Orphaned like Yin, Tsukumo lived alone, making it easy for them to come and go. As it was only 6 in the morning, Tsukumo had not yet risen. Most people, unlike Yin and Bruhua, were still asleep at that hour. Thus, Yin commenced his training in chakra water nature transformation, sitting on the edge of the bed with a towel in hand, attempting to moisten it with chakra. Bruhua opened his notebook, reviewing previously learned material. When Tsukumo finally awoke, he was startled to find 2 people in his room, diligently working without disturbing him. A wave of guilt washed over him for having been lazy. Upon seeing Tsukumo awake, Bruhua quickly greeted him. "Big brother Tsukumo, we are preparing to head to the Hokage's mission hall. Would you like to join us? Although I must freshen up and have my meal before heading over, please refrain from sneaking into my home next time." Flagwood Tsukumo yawned as he rose, swiftly completing his morning routine of washing up, dining, and changing clothes. The group exited and gathered at the entrance of the mission hall. Since yesterday, Danzo had not specified a time for assembly, so they had been waiting there. Unju was still engrossed in studying the nature of changes, while Baruhu had already taken out medical texts to delve into. Tsukumo glanced around, feeling a growing sense of urgency to fit in with the group. Thus, he set up a wooden stick nearby and began to practice the fundamentals of swordsmanship. As people came and went at the entrance, someone soon notified Danzo that his 3 students were awaiting him. Danzo appeared shortly after, a grim expression on his face. "It seems you are eager to complete your first official mission," he remarked. "Today, I will introduce you to bloodshed." Danzo produced a mission scroll. It was a C-rank task to eliminate bandits. Unju raised an eyebrow. Were they to see blood right away? Would they not first catch a cat or something? TSK. Was this the intensity of the shadows of the ninja world? Leaf Village truly remained a terrifying organization. Even in this era of peace, they thrust children into seeing bloodshed. A 6-year-old killing. What kind of psyche could remain unscathed? It was no wonder the ninja world produced so many zealots and the mentally unstable. Danzo promptly led Unju and the others away. The speed of the ninja was remarkable, and they arrived at the mission site in less than half a day. "This is the place. Eliminate them all," Danzo commanded, pointing to the bandit camp before them and waving his hand. The 3 transformed into shadows and vanished. The camp was typical, housing about 30 to 40 bandits. Tsukumo charged in with his sword drawn. Unju readied his bow, while Bairu shielded Unju from the front. Tsukumo swiftly dispatched several foes, while Unju continuously loosed arrows to cover him, and Bairu dealt with any stragglers. None of the 3 showed mercy, and Danzo nodded approvingly. Chapter 25. Daily training. The first great ninja war had just concluded, and banditry was rampant in the land of fire, necessitating a considerable number of ninjas to address the situation. Unju and his companions graduated at this opportune moment. Within a month, under Danzo's guidance, they completed 17 bandit elimination missions within the land of fire, each of them racking up a significant number of kills, nearly all achieving 100 kills as youths. Unju fared relatively well. Being a traveler from another world, he possessed a mature worldview. Tsukumo also managed decently, his character remaining stable, as ninja culture fostered early maturity. And by 12, he had largely formed his values. However, Baru faced some challenges. He struggled with sleepless nights, seemingly plagued by nightmares, and had begun contemplating the meaning of existence. Unju almost quipped that with such thoughts, he had already acquired the mindset of a Hokage. Nevertheless, it was essential to comfort the child, for it would be unfortunate if a good friend suddenly fell into madness. Unju took time to find Baruhu by a small river outside Leaf Village, where they engaged in a heartfelt conversation. "Do you feel immense pain, Baruhu?" Unju inquired, observing Baru's silence and the dark circles under his eyes. The essence of a ninja is to be a tool of assassination. Killing a few is quite normal. If you cannot overcome this hurdle, it may be wise to retire early. Baruhu remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. "I understand they have their reasons, but the mass slaughter of one's kind always weighs heavily on the soul. The world is cruel. Where there are people, there is conflict, and with conflict comes death. Unless one can change it." Unju was not adept at preaching. He merely presented the cold truth and offered a feasible solution. If you possess the power to suppress the entire ninja world, unifying it and establishing stringent laws, the bloodshed may diminish significantly. Unify the ninja world? Bairuhu murmured, seemingly deep in thought. Satisfied that Bairuhu appeared less troubled, Anju turned to leave, knowing the rest was up to him to resolve. The ninja world harbors formidable energy, such as the killing intent of the demon Zabuza and Orochimaru, which had once instilled fear in the ninjas of Team 7. After consecutive bandit missions, Anju had developed an air of killing intent himself. This was a type of mental force that he could manipulate, and with his high spiritual attributes, his killing intent exuded a particularly strong oppressive feeling. After sensing this power, Anju intentionally trained it. Initially, it merely caused bandits to shiver, but by the end, a mere glance could paralyze them with fear. Anju recognized the potential for developing this killing intent further, with sufficiently high spiritual attributes. It could evolve into something akin to Dragon-S might or Conqueror-S haki, enabling him to clear out weak foes in future battles. Currently, Anju was sealed with Yang chakra, perpetually accumulating Yin chakra and nurturing his spirit. Periodically, his spiritual attributes would increase, allowing him to lock on to his killing intent, making it effortless to eliminate ordinary genin. Danzo noticed Anju's deliberate attempts to refine his killing intent and, after inquiring about Anju's chakra attributes, reached a conclusion. Your chakra nature appears to possess Yin attributes. The duality of Yin and Yang chakra cannot be detected by chakra paper. Anju expressed mild surprise at this revelation. Danzo continued, possessing Yin release chakra signifies that you are qualified to practice genjutsu, mental techniques, and sensory ninjutsu. Danzo taught Anju the chakra sensing technique passed down from Hashirama Senju. This technique allows one to sense chakra by touching the ground with a finger. Both Hashirama and Minato had utilized it. In the hands of Hashirama, it could detect enemies from 1,000 miles away, boasting an expansive range. However, in Anju's case, it was somewhat diminished, allowing only a detection range of about 10 kilometers, just slightly superior to the Byakugan. The ninja world maintains strict oversight over the inheritance of jutsu. Typically, a chunin might only learn a handful of techniques in their lifetime. Danzo's willingness to teach Anju such a simple technique stemmed from the favor of the Uzumaki clan and his desire to extend goodwill. Anju was a remarkably talented individual. Despite his youth, he excelled in medical ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and the fundamental skills of a ninja, making him a rare gem to cultivate. At this time, Danzo was neither incapacitated nor had he established the root organization. He possessed ample confidence in his strength, with little interest in political machinations. Danzo's true transformation of mindset occurred during the Second Great Ninja War, having witnessed the formidable power of the Third Raikage and the Jinchuriki, which were beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. After being severely injured, he came to recognize his own insignificance, redirecting his focus toward human experimentation, seeking to master powerful techniques such as the Sharingan or wood release to control the Nine Tails and fulfill his ambitions. Ultimately, Danzo, having been acknowledged as a disciple of Hashirama Senju, had not yet succumbed to darkness. Observing Anju effortlessly perform the chakra sensing technique, he immediately grasped Anju's innate talent. Danzo internally lamented that his old classmate had always done something commendable, only to feel a surge of anger, believing Hiruzen was purposely favoring him, which left him feeling both ashamed and furious. Anju remained oblivious to Danzo's inner turmoil. Seeing how readily Danzo imparted ninjutsu, he seized the opportunity to learn additional techniques. Danzo seemed relatively open-minded about teaching his students jutsu, contrary to expectations of conservatism, possibly due to the influence of Hashirama's teachings. The three attributes of Feng Shui and Earth each imparted a C-rank ninjutsu, allowing Yin to practice and familiarize himself with the variations in chakra properties. Could this possibly confound Yin? After all, if I have been training in chakra property changes for an entire month, failing to master these three ninjutsu would render my efforts futile. As soon as Danzo demonstrated the techniques, Yin promptly followed suit, innocently questioning, "Is this correct? Is it supposed to be like this?" Danzo felt a twinge of unease. If Yan's learning speed was this rapid, he would never have enough ninjutsu to teach him. Shortly thereafter, Yin left him with an illusion technique, prompting Danzo to excuse himself and vanish in an instant. TSK, this young Danzo is indeed quite adept. Yin mused to himself, noting how significantly Danzo paled in comparison to Granny Mito, who, upon their initial meeting, presented him with a plethora of sealing techniques, recognizing his potential and imparting everything she knew without hesitation. On Danzo's side, despite portraying himself as a genius, he had only taught a handful of C-rank ninjutsu, with the highest level likely being the chakra sensing technique, whose training difficulty is linked to mental strength, potentially reaching A rank. Nevertheless, Danzo was still slightly superior to Kakashi, as he refrained from employing anything as trivial as tree climbing or water walking techniques to bamboozle him. Should a conflict arise in the future, he must act decisively and ensure a swift end, allowing him to depart peacefully. Chapter 26. Tsunade's plea ding ding ding. Bang bang bang. In the training ground No. 13. Two figures clashed relentlessly, the sounds of short blades and shuriken colliding echoing through the air. Perched atop a great tree, Bei Lu who leisurely perused a book. After several minutes of sparring with Kakashi, Yin found himself at a disadvantage, glancing at his kunai, nearly severed in two, offering a wry smile. 1,000 techniques cannot compare to one perfected move, and Yin possessed an extensive arsenal of abilities, yet he could not best Kakashi, who specialized in swordplay. Though Yin had many techniques left unutilized, Kakashi had not fought seriously either. In a true battle, the outcome would be unpredictable. Kakashi, your swordsmanship is astonishingly swift. I almost couldn't keep up, Yin remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow, sincerely praising Kakashi, who had indeed been holding back. The skill focus, derived from the up pool, allowed Yin to momentarily enter a state of slowed time, akin to bullet time. However, this skill merely enabled him to react to the flashes of blades, barely dodging. He could not retaliate as Kakashi's relentless assaults left him little room for counterattack. Kakashi, also slightly breathless, wiped the sweat from his temples and smiled. Yin, you are already quite impressive. Your reflexes are truly remarkable. Among my peers, few can react as swiftly as you. Kakashi was not being modest. His swordplay emphasized one principle: speed. As it is said, nothing withstands the onslaught of speed. When the speed of the blade reaches its zenith, adversaries slower than oneself are swiftly dispatched. It had been quite some time since Kakashi encountered a peer who could rival him. Yin, in response to Kakashi's praise, merely smiled wryly. The focus skill could not be maintained indefinitely. Should Kakashi close the distance, he would only last 5 minutes at most before succumbing to defeat, hardly a mark of prowess. Speaking of which, both Minato and Kakashi were speed-oriented ninjas. It was uncertain who among them was swifter. If only he could alter their fates. He would surely orchestrate a race among the three. As Yin concluded his duel with Kakashi, Tsunade, having approached unbeknownst to him, hurried to his side and tenderly wiped the sweat from his brow. Yin, taken aback by her unexpected gentleness, thought it unusual for Tsunade to display such warmth. What brings you here, Tsunade? He queried, his guard instinctively raised. Tsunade glanced at Yin and then at Kakashi, who appeared nonchalant while fiddling with a short blade. Though his ears were perked up, clearly attentive. She then pulled Yin behind a secluded tree. As they moved, Yin shouted, Kakashi, please excuse me. Tsunade needs to discuss something important. Kakashi, looking bemused, wondered what he could possibly do to assist. Shall I use the Rasengan? That would only turn him into a filling for dumplings. Once behind the tree, Tsunade clasped her hands earnestly and said, Yin, I truly need your assistance. Yin, puzzled, urged her to elaborate. What is it? How can I help you if you don't specify? Tsunade coughed lightly, raising her fist to her mouth, and glanced around cautiously before divulging the matter. In my ninja squad, there's a lecher named Jiraiya. I've heard from Orochimaru that he often spies on women while bathing. He's quite bothersome, persistently pestering me for a date. I was wondering if you could play the role of my protector and teach him a lesson, warning him to keep his thoughts to himself. Jiraiya, upon hearing the name, Yin fell silent, contemplating the character, a figure brimming with charisma, albeit marred by his penchant for peeping, an off-putting trait that had long caused Yin to harbor disdain for him. Yet, it was understandable. Authors from the same background often indulge in such narratives, easily drawing parallels. Similar characters include Master Roshi from Dragon Ball and Miyamoto Musashi from the same series. Noticing Yin's silence, Tsunade began to shake his arm, pleading, Please, Yin. With a chuckle, Yin halted her. All right, I will definitely help you. I was merely contemplating the best way to intervene. By the way, Tsunade, have you been reading those frivolous books lately? Where did you learn such charming tactics? Yay! Yin is the best, Tsunade exclaimed, hopping in delight, her joy evident as it seemed Jiraiya had genuinely vexed her. Of course, I'm the best. But Tsunade, you still haven't addressed whether you've been indulging in those books. And Yin affectionately ruffled Tsunade's golden locks, relishing the delightful texture. Hee hee. Sometimes one needs to unwind after studying hard. Don't worry, and Yin, I know what I'm doing. Tsunade responded with a shy laugh, lowering her gaze. Her eyes darting left and right, adopting a pitiable demeanor. And Yin sighed. With her parents still alive and the protection of Senju Tobarama, she lived a considerably happier life, which, in turn, diminished her motivation to grow stronger. Tsunade, the world we inhabit is fraught with peril. If you do not diligently strive to enhance your abilities, everything you currently possess could easily be snatched away by this world. In a decade or so, as the 5 great ninja villages regain their strength, conflict may arise once more. If you do not commit to your training now, do you wish for me to visit your memorial stone in the future? Tsunade pouted, conceding. All right, I understand, and Yin. I will work hard. You must believe in me. And Yin gently tousled her hair, reassuring her. Beilu, who has been diligently studying as well. You know the tale of the tortoise and the hare. Should you fail to surpass him in the future, he will not hesitate to mock you. Mentioning Beilu, who ignited a spark of determination within Tsunade. Human nature resists being surpassed by those one perceives as inferior. And Yin inwardly chuckled at his successful manipulation. Rest assured, and Yin, I will absolutely not allow Beilu the opportunity to surpass me. Tsunade's eyes gleamed with fervor, her spirit aflame with ambition. By the way, Tsunade, how should I deal with this lecher? In what capacity should I intervene? After all, my involvement must be justified. And Yin redirected the conversation. Tsunade fell into deep thought, pondering what role would be most fitting for Yin, childhood friend, suitor, or perhaps boyfriend. Chapter 27. Warning to Jiraiya. The following day, Tsunade and her companions concluded their training and strolled leisurely through the streets. Tsunade appeared noticeably displeased, as Jiraiya persistently hovered around her like an insistent shadow, incessantly chattering away. Look, Tsunade, I just mastered the toad oil fireball, Jiraiya exclaimed, performing a hand sign and inadvertently singeing a portion of Orochimaru's hair with a small flame. Orochimaru, brushing his fingers through his hair, clenched his fist in frustration. Jiraiya. Confronted with Orochimaru's seething glare, Jiraiya shrank back, nervously chuckling as he brushed off the soot from Orochimaru's hair before cheerfully seeking out Tsunade once more. Orochimaru, examining the soot on his hand, sighed in resignation. He then performed a transformation jutsu, morphing into a version of himself with only a difference in hairstyle. Upon noticing Jiraiya pursuing her, Tsunade rolled her eyes and abruptly changed direction. Tsunade, don't ignore me. I heard you opened a barbecue restaurant a few days ago. Shall we go and try it together? Tsunade's fists clenched and relaxed, veins throbbing on her forehead from irritation. She initially attempted to disregard Jiraiya, but his voice echoed incessantly around her, akin to a persistent melody, until she could no longer endure it. Could you just go away? You're driving me insane. As Tsunade was on the verge of physical confrontation with Jiraiya, her peripheral vision caught sight of Yin, who had just arrived after receiving a signal. Yin had made an effort to present himself well for this encounter with a rival, appearing immaculate from head to toe. His tousled, flowing short hair framed a handsome face. He had risen early to apply a light touch of makeup and donned a sky-blue outfit that exuded an air of elegance. Tsunade swiftly rushed over and clutched Yin's arm, pointing at Jiraiya. Brother, he has been harassing me. Yin turned his gaze toward Jiraiya, a palpable aura of menace locking onto him. As a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya had yet to see blood in battle. The third Hokage simply lacked the time to lead expeditions against bandits. The intensity of Yin's presence stilled him. In a daze, Jiraiya envisioned torrents of blood flowing toward him from behind Yin, the crimson waves swelling ominously until they loomed over him, leaving him immobile as if rooted to the ground. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself drenched in cold sweat. Tsunade continued speaking, Brother, please teach him a lesson for me. Yin smiled gently, ruffling Tsunade's golden locks, and replied, All right, but keep your eyes peeled. As Jiraiya wiped the sweat from his brow, he heard Yin's intent to discipline him on Tsunade's behalf, and immediately assumed a fighting stance. Having sensed Yin's formidable presence, he stubbornly retorted, I am not someone who can be bullied. You wish to strike me on Tsunade's account? Let me show you my newly learned toad oil technique. Before Jiraiya could finish, and Yin had already appeared behind him, executing a swift chokehold followed by a knee strike, sending Jiraiya crashing to the ground. To be young, and to fall asleep at the drop of a hat. As Yin stood over the fallen Jiraiya, he couldn't resist sharing a sardonic remark, which elicited a giggle from Tsunade, dispelling her earlier gloom. Jiraiya, attempting to rise and seize Yin, found his wrist caught in Yin's grip, twisted expertly until he was forced into a half-kneeling position, left to glare at Yin in indignation. "Let me go, you scoundrel." Yin maintained his hold on Jiraiya's arm, unfazed by his protests. He looked down at Jiraiya, his voice calm, yet firm. "Jiraiya, our village remains vulnerable. How can you indulge in romantic pursuits? Your energies are misallocated. Rather than vexing others with your tiresome words, invest your time and effort into self-improvement. A person's time and energy are finite. One must wield their potential wisely. Strengthening oneself is paramount. Indulgence in frivolous matters will only lead to weakness." His resonant words struck Jiraiya's heart, and he gradually sank into introspection. Jiraiya had always been adept at self-reflection, now questioning himself. Why must I grow stronger? Is it for the sake of a beautiful elder sister? Am I merely striving to win the affection of attractive girls? It seemed that was indeed the case. As Jiraiya pondered, Orochimaru listened intently, contemplating Yin's insights. The finite nature of time and energy resonated with him. If only one could possess boundless reserves, the mastery of all ninjutsu would be attainable. Standing nearby, Tsunade observed Yin effortlessly subdue Jiraiya, a smile creeping onto her lips as her agitation dissipated. In their youth, Jiraiya had been easy to read, his thoughts transparent on his face, and Yin, discerning his lingering aspirations, mused that some traits were indeed difficult to change. With a flicker of inspiration, Yin proposed, "I am Yin, Tsunade's childhood friend. If you harbor intentions toward her, you must first contend with me. In this world, only the strong can protect what they cherish, be it a person or an object. However, judging by your current prowess, it seems you struggle even to defend yourself, let alone Tsunade. You wouldn't expect her to protect you, would you? That would be quite the jest." Jiraiya struggled to rise, locking eyes with Yin defiantly. "I will become a powerful warrior capable of protecting anyone." Yin scoffed. "Anyone can boast empty words. One's character is revealed not by what they say, but by their actions. You claim you can become strong. On what grounds? Do you believe persistence in clinging to a young girl will grant you strength? The path to power is devoid of shortcuts. It requires diligent training, step by step. If you wish to daydream, perhaps you should return home for a slumber." Jiraiya glared at Yin. "When I declare I will become strong, I shall indeed fulfill that promise." Yin raised an eyebrow, exasperated. "Is your resolve merely to talk the talk? You becoming strong or remaining weak holds no relevance to me, but your current behavior disrupts Tsunade's life. Henceforth, I do not wish for you to harass her, otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind." Jiraiya clenched his teeth, ready to retort, but the icy gaze of Yin left him momentarily speechless. He glanced at Tsunade's stern expression and then at Yin beside her, his face flushing with embarrassment before he turned away, muttering, "I understand." Chapter 28. The first B-rank mission. With Jiraiya's departure, Yin breathed a sigh of relief. He had never relished playing the role of the villain. Yet certain matters concerning his future happiness necessitated a firm stance. It seemed, however, that the outcome was favorable. "So, how did I fare as your gallant protector?" Turning to face Tsunade, Yin flashed a smile. Tsunade gave him a thumbs up, her radiant smile illuminating her face. "Brother Yin is the best." Yin felt a flush of warmth rise to his cheeks, just as Bairu, who appeared, wrapping an arm around Yin's shoulder and whispering mischievously in his ear. "Brother Yin is the best." Fuming with embarrassment, Yin executed a shoulder throw, sending Bairu, who sprawling to the ground, followed swiftly by a series of rapid punches reminiscent of Ip Man style. "Ouch! I'm sorry. Yin, forgive me." Bairu, who lay on the ground, hastily apologizing while fending off Yin's playful assault. Yet Yin was not overly serious, as he refrained from channeling chakra into his punches. They merely engaged in a light-hearted scuffle. Tsunade watched the two boys banter with a smile, unbothered by any hint of shyness. Orochimaru approached, crouching down to gaze upon the prostrate figure of Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, it has been quite some time," he remarked. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Hiruzen hastily pushed aside Anyan, turning to sit upright in greeting. Orochimaru, long time no see. What have you been occupied with lately? Orochimaru answered candidly. I have been diligently training with Sensei Sarutobi, undertaking a few simple missions in between. What about you? Hiruzen's expression grew somber as he recalled the past. Lately, I've been preoccupied with eliminating bandits. Over a dozen missions in just a month. I've seen so much death that I now suffer from nightmares every night. Thankfully, Anyun provided some psychological counseling. Otherwise, I shudder to think of what I might have become. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow in surprise, pondering for a moment before stating matter-of-factly. It is quite natural for Anyun to comfort others. He possesses a strong sense of empathy. But why would you experience nightmares after taking a few lives? It's the nature of empathy, Anyun interjected. After exchanging a few words, the rare occurrence of both teams being free from missions led the four to decide on a barbecue outing. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the earlier scene through the lens of his telescope technique, deep in thought as he puffed on a cigarette. It appeared that Jiraiya had failed to forge a bond with Tsunade, and instead had inadvertently irked her. Did I err in their assignment? He contemplated. No, his decisions were sound. Tsunade was his pupil, and Anyun naturally gravitated towards her, making him an ally. Hiruzen mused that Hiruzen was merely another steadfast inheritor of the will of fire. Shimura Danzo had also witnessed the earlier events, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Although it was a trivial matter, the fact that his disciple had bested Sarutobi's pupil brought him immense satisfaction. It seems Jiraiya lacks any remarkable qualities. Hiruzen, what do you see in him? Danzo inquired, his words seemingly innocent yet laden with implications, suggesting that his own disciple was replete with virtues that Jiraiya could not hope to match. Hiruzen took a slow drag from his cigarette, responding with measured deliberation. Once this child finds his purpose and establishes his own ninja way, his growth will surpass our expectations. Who knows? He may even eclipse us in the end. Danzo's lips curled downward. He remained unconvinced, believing Hiruzen was merely being stubborn. Even if Jiraiya reaches his pinnacle, I doubt he could surpass us, let alone a prodigy like Anyun, who seems to grasp any technique at a glance. Hiruzen casually flicked ash from his cigarette, seemingly alluding to Jiraiya's potential. You see, Jiraiya possesses the aptitude for sage techniques, a facet of the formidable power of the first Hokage, he remarked. Danzo fell silent, recognizing the superiority of sage techniques, which even the legendary Senju Tobirama had failed to master, let alone himself. A reckless fool, he mused. Danzo's displeasure contrasted sharply with Hiruzen's satisfaction. Jiraiya, in his reckless pursuit of summoning techniques, inadvertently entered Mount Myaboku, where he encountered the Toad Sage. He has since signed a summoning contract and is now preparing for sage training. Danzo's expression darkened as he pondered what type of summoning beast would suit Anyun. He worried that during their next confrontation with Jiraiya, if Jiraiya summoned a formidable creature, Anyun would be at a disadvantage. Regrettably, he had only one summoning beast to offer. Perhaps he should consult Tobirama-sensei? He might have a solution. Resolute, Danzo spread the documents before his aides, Karui and Mito, before exiting the Hokage's office. Karui, seeing her workload increase, felt a wave of frustration. Noticing Hiruzen still lost in thought, she tossed the paperwork at him. Enjoy your leisurely Hokage life. You can handle this work yourself. Hiruzen blinked, then exchanged a rueful glance with Mito as they both resumed their tasks. After a brief respite, Anyun continued to accompany Danzo's team on their missions. Following several C-rank bandit extermination tasks, Danzo suddenly received a B-rank mission. In the ninja world, mission ranks are categorized into 5 levels: S, A, B, C, and D. The lowest D-rank tasks typically involve harmless activities like collecting trash, while C-rank signifies potential injury to ninja, often related to bandit extermination or hunting wild beasts. B rank implies possible confrontation with other ninja. A rank entails certain conflict, usually between nations. And S rank missions are exceptionally challenging, such as stealing state secrets or assassinating a Jinchuriki. The B rank mission assigned to Danzo involved pursuing and eliminating a rogue ninja. While Konoha had its share of defectors, they were generally not from prominent ninja clans, but rather ordinary ninja who had fallen out of favor and sought refuge in other villages. Smaller villages like Amigakure or Kusagakure often welcomed such defectors, allowing them to rise in rank easily. The rogue ninja in question, codenamed Night Hawk, was a member of the Umbu, originally from humble beginnings. After coming into contact with the Raijin sword, a creation of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama. He, lacking experience, deemed it a valuable prize and absconded with it. An hour later, the Umbu on duty discovered Nighthawk's absence. Following a site investigation and intelligence analysis, they confirmed the defection of a Konoha ninja. Danzo promptly led Anyun and two others in pursuit. Chapter 29. The Raijin soared. The moon hung high in the night sky. In the darkness, a large white dog raced through the forest, occasionally pausing to sniff the air, seemingly in pursuit of something. Anyun, Hiruzen, and Kakashi followed closely behind, keeping pace with the dog's movements, while Danzo lurked in the shadows, his whereabouts unknown. Konoha had its fair share of reconnaissance and tracking ninjas, but pursuing a mere middle-ranked ninja of common origin seemed excessive. Thus, when Danzo accepted the mission, Hiruzen had merely assigned a ninja dog to guide him. Danzo's expression darkened at the presumption, yet he remained silent. The trio and their canine companion wove through the night at a swift pace until the white dog abruptly halted, sniffing the air before raising its paw in a peculiar gesture. Anyun, a student of theoretical knowledge, immediately recognized the signal as a code indicating multiple enemies were present. Everyone paused, and Anyun placed his fingers on the ground, closing his eyes to sense the chakra, which radiated like ripples, relaying an abundance of information. Trees, birds, beasts, and ninjas. 1, 2, 3. Found. Moving forward 7 kilometers, he detected 13 ninja signatures, estimating 4 to be Chunin and 9 to be Jinin. Upon opening his eyes, he relayed this information to his companions. He refrained from mentioning his irritation at Danzo's absence, fearing it might affect Hiruzen's morale. Kakashi appeared slightly exhilarated, having never faced a Chunin before. Hiruzen, however, felt anxious. I thought we were only dealing with one Chunin. How did 13 ninjas suddenly appear? The white dog, acknowledging Anyun's grasp of the situation, nodded slightly before turning back towards Konoha. This canine was merely a trained ordinary dog, lacking any combat prowess compared to ninja. Anyun glanced at the departing dog, then turned to Kakashi. How many of those 4 Chunin can you handle? Kakashi smiled in response. I can take them all. Anyun rolled his eyes. That's obvious. I believe you could single-handedly defeat them, but we need to accumulate practical experience. Allow me to practice as well. Beilu took a deep breath and interjected. As for the Chunin, let's assign 1 to each person. Brother Kakashi, you take on 2, while the rest of us lower-ranked ninjas can handle the others at our leisure. Anyun cast a surprised glance at Beilu, clearly questioning his ability to confront a Chunin. Beilu, incensed, shot back. Over the past year, my progress has been nothing short of remarkable. Do not underestimate me. Anyun, however, remained skeptical. After a brief discussion, the group resolved to launch a surprise attack. They stealthily approached, utilizing the cover of night and the surrounding trees, managing to close the distance to about 70 or 80 meters. Beyond this point, they could not advance further due to the presence of hidden sentries. Quietly, Anyun readied his bow, confirming that no one else was around before releasing a rapid succession of 4 arrows. The 4 sentries from 2 directions fell silent. Succumbing to sleep without a sound, youth certainly had its advantages. The 3 continued their stealthy advance, and it seemed the ninjas had not anticipated the swift pursuit from Konoha. As they were leisurely gathered around a campfire, eating, most of these ninjas bore the forehead protectors of the Rain Village, a small but relatively powerful ninja village among the smaller nations, bold enough to accept rogue ninjas from the 5 great nations, especially in such a sensitive area post-Third Great Ninja War. If memory served, the current leader of the Rain Village was Hanzo, the Salamander, a figure whose reputation preceded him, instilling great confidence in the Rain ninjas. Squinting, Anyun immediately spotted the rogue ninja from Konoha, Nighthawk, conversing with the Rain ninja while wielding the sword of the Thunder God. Without hesitation, Anyun launched 9 arrows, 1 for each of the remaining ninjas, ensuring no favoritism. 4 lower-ranked ninjas were caught off guard and met their end, while the remaining 5, enraged by the ambush, scrambled to evade. The leader among them retaliated with a signature Rain ninja technique, 1,000 needles of rain. The needles, shimmering with a chilling glow, rained down upon Anyun, each one laced with poison that would prove fatal to any ordinary ninja. As the attack approached, Anyun entered a state of focus, activating a bullet time mode. His hands moved swiftly through the hand seals, and with a slap to the ground, he summoned the Earth Release, Earth-style wall. In this heightened state, the wall materialized almost instantaneously, absorbing the impact of the incoming needles. The rain ninjas, realizing the wall was unbreached, quickly surrounded the area, only to discover that Anyan had vanished from behind it. The leader of the rain ninja sensed impending doom and was about to alert his comrades when a brilliant flash of white light sliced through the night. Kakashi, moving with incredible speed from east to west, cleaved through 3 of them, 2 lower-ranked and 1 chunin. Oshima, the rain leader, bellowed in fury, brandishing his kunai as he charged at Kakashi. Kakashi retreated, preparing for a one-on-one duel with the rain leader. The remaining 2 chunin, wary of Anyan's earth release technique, quickly scaled the trees to distance themselves from the ground. However, Belu suddenly emerged from above, delivering a spiraling sphere that struck one of the ninjas, sending him spiraling away but miraculously still alive. Remembering Anyan's teachings, Belu knew that unless one was utterly dismembered, survival was likely. As the struck ninja tumbled away, Belu wasted no time and hurled several shurikens to finish the job. The metallic clanging echoed as the shurikens impacted, leaving Belu disheartened by his lack of success. Nearby, Night Hawk, the rogue from Konoha, lunged at Belu with the sword of the Thunder God, roaring, "You little brat, don't be so arrogant." Ignoring him, Belu leaped towards the already injured ninja, intent on capitalizing on his vulnerability. Nighthawk's fury intensified as he was disregarded, and he leapt after Belu. Yet, in midair, he found no leverage, just as 3 arrows came hurtling toward him, sealing off his escape route. In a desperate attempt, he managed to slice through 1 arrow with his sword, but the toxic gas quickly spread. Chapter 30. Task Evaluation Improvement. As Nighthawk landed, he could no longer assist his comrade struck by the spiraling sphere. Though he had held his breath, the poison, an experimental concoction developed by Anyan, began to take its toll. Once it made contact with his skin, an unbearable itch ensued, leading to skin deterioration that severely hampered his combat abilities. Nighthawk writhed in agony. The more he scratched, the worse it became. Within moments, he could no longer endure, dropping his sword as he rolled on the ground in desperation. Anyan, having yet to reveal himself, observed Nighthawk as a fitting subject for his experimental poison. Soon, Nighthawk's pleas for mercy turned into cries for death, yet Anyan remained hidden. Eventually, Nighthawk, unable to hold on any longer, released the explosive tag in his hand. Boom! The explosive tag detonated, obliterating Nighthawk completely. At last, Anyan emerged, retrieving the sword of the Thunder God and sealing Nighthawk's head within a scroll, stowing both in his ninja tool pouch, before turning towards Belu. Meanwhile, Belu found that the previously injured Chunin had indeed suffered internal injuries from the spiraling sphere, and in his frantic efforts to fight Belu, his body succumbed to the damage, resulting in his untimely demise. Seeing Belu was still in good condition, Anyan hurried towards Kakashi. The rain leader, possessing strength beyond that of an ordinary Chunin, was comparable to a special Jonin in Konoha, akin to the likes of Moonlight Gale. This rain leader, skilled in swordsmanship, presented a formidable challenge, especially given his experience and superior physical attributes compared to Kakashi, rendering the battle exceedingly difficult until Anyan's arrival. Anyan refrained from directly engaging, instead choosing to perch on a branch with his bow drawn, occasionally aiming subtly at the rain leader, disrupting his rhythm while instilling a constant sense of unease. As Kakashi felt the pressure ease, he utilized the rain leader as a sharpening stone, their exchanges escalating in intensity, the air filled with the sounds of clashing blades. When Belu finally arrived, the rain leader, who had been suppressing his desire to flee, found his composure shattered. What kind of team is this? Even 2 kids can't be taken down. In a moment of distraction, Kakashi seized the opportunity, delivering a decisive blow that severed the rain leader's throat. Blood spilled forth as the leader clutched his wound, eyes filled with a lingering sense of regret as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Anyan stepped forward to seal the body, preparing to take it back for analysis. After dispatching the enemy, Kakashi exhaled in relief and retreated a few steps, resting against the roots of a tree. With a smile, Anyan offered him a water pouch, teasing, "Didn't you say you could take on 13? Why is it that you're exhausted after just 1? Kakashi rolled his eyes in response. Who knew this guy would be so strong? It seems my blade still lacks the necessary speed. I'll need to train harder upon returning. Belu, filled with curiosity, inquired, having finished off all the foes. Why has Master Danzo not yet made an appearance? Has he returned? And Yin sighed. Master Danzo never came at all. I sensed it with my chakra perception technique earlier. I was merely concerned that mentioning it might dampen morale. so I refrained from speaking up. Beilu's expression shifted slightly. How could Master Danzo act this way? And Yin shrugged his shoulders and replied helplessly, one must rely on oneself. Do you understand? Beilu, do not always depend on others as a crutch in critical moments. One cannot rely on others. Kikuki Sakomo chimed in. Master Danzo views ninjas merely as tools. To him, we subordinates must also be seen as tools. And Yin applauded. Sakomo has hit the nail on the head. Ultimately, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen are not of the same ilk. Danzo entirely regards ninjas as instruments. His attitude remains unchanged towards both his subordinates and the ninjas of Konoha. The completion of a mission is paramount, and he does not care whether his subordinates live or die. Fortunately, Senju Tobarama is still alive. Thus, Danzo dares not overstep his bounds. However, once Tobarama departs, who knows what mischief he might concoct? And Yin even secretly anticipated that, given Danzo's character, there might come a day when he would betray his master. After all, it's a tradition in Konoha, or perhaps he might commit some outrageous act that would provoke Tobarama into a righteous confrontation, a master-student duel. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Ultimately, Beilu fell silent, lowering his head, his demeanor turning despondent. And Yin enveloped him in an embrace. Stop pondering over trivial matters. It is imperative to focus on your own growth. Only with strength will your voice be heard. Sakomo nodded in agreement. Sensing that Yan's perspective was more mature than his own, truly, he was a prodigy. The trio took a moment to regroup before scavenging the bodies. Accepting the Rain Ninja's weapons and explosive tags, and Yin even discovered a ninjutsu scroll containing the renowned technique of the Rain Ninja, 1,000 raindrops. This technique involves using an umbrella to unleash a barrage of projectiles. And Yin found this jutsu quite to his liking. After all, the elegance of wielding an umbrella in battle was simply exquisite. He promptly mastered the technique, and, after demonstrating it with the Rain Ninja's umbrella, deemed it rather unattractive. He resolved to return to Konoha to craft a more aesthetically pleasing ninja umbrella. Once the three had finished gathering their spoils, they made their way back to Konoha to report their mission. The ninja task hall was monitored 24 hours a day, and Yin submitted several sealing scrolls containing the heads of the rogue ninjas and the bodies of the Rain Ninjas. Upon confirming that Yin had not exaggerated the number of enemy ninjas, the clerk promptly upgraded their mission rating from B rank to A rank. The next step was simple: return and await further instructions. The analysis team of ninjas would begin their overnight work, employing ninjutsu to extract intelligence from the corpses. The sooner the techniques were applied, the more information could be gathered. The later it got, the more challenging it became to extract insights from the deceased's mind. As Yin and his companions exited the task hall, they exchanged high fives to celebrate the completion of their first A-rank mission before yawning and heading home. And Yin, returning home late, took a quick shower and went straight to bed. He was still growing, and he could not allow sleep deprivation to affect his future height. The following day, as soon as Yin opened his eyes, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten to submit an item yesterday, the Sword of the Thunder God. Remembering that the last person who attempted to steal it had been eliminated, Yin felt a surge of anxiety. He hastily washed up, had a quick bite to eat, and set off for the task hall. Upon arriving, he found the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, present. Without hesitation, he produced the sealing scroll and handed it over. Hokage-sama, this is the item I forgot to submit after completing yesterday's mission. It was quite late when I returned, and I was too tired to remember. Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted the scroll, glanced at it with a smile, and returned it to Yin. This is a special ninja sword crafted by Lord Senju Tobarama. Unfortunately, it is slightly lacking in material quality. Take it. Yin, it will only gather dust in the archives, and who knows when an unwise fool might steal it. Yin felt a mix of surprise and confusion at Hiruzen's generosity. Hokage-sama, why are you giving this to me? Shouldn't the Sword of the Thunder God be an important artifact? Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe, speaking slowly. The value of the Sword of the Thunder God lies in its history of having been wielded by the second Hokage. The sword itself is not particularly rare. Konoha possesses the technology to mass-produce such swords, but the cost is not justifiable, hence the lack of mass production. Yin pondered this revelation. It was akin to a laser sword that could be mass-produced. The research capabilities of the second Hokage were indeed remarkable. Hiruzen, flicking ash from his pipe, brought Yin back to the moment with a serious expression. Yin, you are an exceptional child. I bestow upon you this Sword of the Thunder God. hoping you will inherit the will of your predecessors and grow into a towering tree that safeguards the village. Do you understand? It was time to declare his resolve. And Yin stood at attention, meeting Hiruzen's gaze with seriousness. And Yin shall not disappoint Hokage-sama's expectations. Hiruzen offered a few more encouraging words about the will of fire before turning to leave, satisfied. As Yin exited the task hall, his steps were light, elated by the unexpected acquisition of a valuable ninja tool. However, he understood that the third Hokage valued his potential, which is why he made this investment. Yet to him, it mattered little. He would accept the gift and heed the advice, maintaining a respectful attitude. Should the day come when personal interests clashed with the collective good, he was prepared to confront that reality. With no pressing matters for the day, Yin visited the Senju clan to see Uzumaki Mito, his greatest ally in Konoha for the next 20 years. Mito remained as serene as ever, smiling and inquiring about Yin's recent endeavors. He, in turn, shared his latest triumph, boasting about the sword of the Thunder God he had recently acquired. Mito praised him generously before assigning him tasks related to sealing techniques, such as barrier techniques, including the 4 purple flames formation, which required the vigilance of Sarutobi Hiruzen to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands, and the 4 red yang formation, capable of sealing the 10 tails. The Uzumaki clan possessed an innate bloodline ability known as the adamantine sealing chains, which encompassed both sealing and barrier techniques. Many of their sealing techniques were designed to work in conjunction with this ability. Although Yin was not a member of the Uzumaki clan, in order to fully utilize their sealing techniques, he needed to develop similar techniques of his own. Mito extended her golden chains while explaining, allowing Yin to observe closely and gain an understanding of the chakra composition and sealing technique structure. Although it proved somewhat challenging for him to cultivate independently, perhaps if he guided Nagato, he could help him master it as well. Fortunately, Yin possessed exceptional chakra control. As he mimicked the structure of the adamantine sealing chains, he manifested an elongated blue chakra chain, densely inscribed with sealing runes that writhed before vanishing into the chain. The blue chakra gradually transforming into gold. Surprisingly, Uzumaki Mizuhito observed that after testing, Yin's chakra chains were significantly weaker compared to the diamond sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, falling short of the capability to bind the 9 tails. Perhaps they could only manage to restrain a 1 tail, at best. Yin felt somewhat helpless. The diamond sealing technique was a bloodline ability, not merely a ninjutsu. Supported by immense vitality and chakra, he had only managed to simulate a lesser version of it. However, upon learning the technique of combining sealing runes with chakra, Yin was struck with inspiration. He recalled an animated series from his youth, Inuyasha, and the monk Moroku's powerful wind tunnel technique. The ninja world possessed similar skills, such as Chiyo's sealing technique, the 3 treasures absorption. He pondered if he could develop a ninjutsu with a similar effect using sealing techniques as a foundation. When he posed this question to Uzumaki Mizuhito, she admitted her limitations, as she specialized in sealing techniques rather than ninjutsu development. Yet, Yin soon found clarity. Thinking of the wind blade from the divine realm, and eagerly began experimenting. Most wind-style ninjutsu involved releasing energy, with few techniques focused on drawing in. His prior study of the Rasengan had not incorporated chakra nature transformation, as he feared injuries similar to Naruto's. He did not possess Naruto's remarkable physique, where severed cells and meridians would render him incapacitated. But what if the development direction of the Rasengan diverged from just the wind-style spinning shuriken, utilizing shadow clones? Yin cautiously practiced at training ground number 13. His wind-style chakra nature transformation was already perfected, and with a mere flick of his hand, he completed the wind-style Rasengan's training. In terms of manifestation, it exhibited far greater offensive power than the ordinary Rasengan. Without targeting any specific object, the wind-style Rasengan exploded, creating a lengthy ravine before him, akin to the aftermath of a punch from a superhero, albeit a lesser version. With an attack range of merely 30 to 40 meters in length and 4 to 5 meters in width. Continuing his experiments, Yin formed 2 wind-style Rasengan in either hand, one rotating clockwise and the other counterclockwise. Upon collision, they generated a massive horizontal tornado that drew in surrounding debris, which was subsequently ground into fragments by the continuously spinning Rasengan. Chapter 32, Lottery and Talisman. It seemed he had developed an extraordinary ninjutsu. Yin surveyed the wreckage of the training ground. However, Despite the impressive power of his newly developed technique, it appeared to lack synergy with sealing techniques. What should he name it? He decided to call it the Wind Hole, as it was convenient and memorable. As Yin pondered, the Konoha guard, alerted by the commotion, rushed over, shouting from a distance, "Don't move." Konoha guard. Turning to look, Yin recognized the lead officer, though he couldn't recall the name. This was the same individual who had stopped him during his previous visit to the store for black powder, leading him to register hazardous materials. A diligent Uchiha, he noted. Yin remained in place as the Uchiha members approached. Within a few seconds, several members of the Uchiha guard had surrounded him. He couldn't help but notice that instead of wearing their uniforms, they donned traditional Uchiha attire, which explained why Konoha's higher-ups had issues with them. Upon confirming that no external threat was present, the Konoha guard relaxed. After some inquiry, they learned that Yin was merely practicing ninjutsu, clarifying the situation. Thus, the Konoha guard handed Yin a fine. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a hefty sum of 100,000 ryo for property damage. Fresh from completing an A-rank mission, he begrudgingly paid the fine, realizing why the Uchiha were not well regarded. They often engaged in such contentious duties. Once he had dealt with the Konoha guard, Yin opened his system panel. It had been quite some time since he last participated in a lottery. Since his graduation, he had been preoccupied with his assassin duties and had little time to gain reputation. His meager reputation panel displayed only a scant 300 points, just enough for a 3-roll draw. The Dragon Jackie-chan simulator had numerous valuable items in its pool, yet Yin had not been fortunate enough to draw them. Previously, he had attempted 10 draws, most yielding basic skills like the groin punch and sweep kick. The only valuable acquisition had been a focus skill, and nothing more. Today, with nothing on his agenda, Yin noticed that his luck was at 6 points, a rather high figure. He decided to make a direct wish rather than saving his reputation. His luck attribute fluctuated daily, often used to predict fortune or misfortune. A typical day had a base luck score of 3. Exceeding this indicated a high probability of good fortune, while falling below suggested impending misfortune. For instance, on the day of his early graduation, his luck was at 1 point, leading him to anticipate encounters with enemy ninja spies, which could have endangered his life. Instead, he graduated early, and his guiding teacher was Danzo. Therefore, a score of 6 signified a promising day ahead. Indeed, Yin unexpectedly developed several new ninjutsu today. Yet he sensed his good fortune was not yet exhausted and chose to make another wish. As a shooting star streaked across the sky, a familiar animation played, revealing an item on the system panel. Yin glanced at it, nearly leaping for joy. It was a 5 Emperor's copper coin pendant, composed of a Chinese knot and 5 coins, each inscribed with auspicious meanings such as longevity and prosperity. Though the coins bore beautiful wishes in reality, this pendant functioned as a death counter, allowing resurrection at the cost of 1 year of lifespan upon being killed. 2 deaths would consume 2 years, and so forth. This was the most valuable item in the Dragon Jackie-chan simulator's pool, the Earth Talisman. With this talisman in hand, Yin felt as if he had acquired a resurrection token, allowing him to adopt a more daring approach in his future endeavors. As long as he avoided being sealed, he should survive until the grand conclusion. Truly, today was a day of exceptional fortune, he mused before continuing his wishes. The second wish proved equally fruitful, yielding a powerful skill known as Air Burst, specifically designed for elite monsters and bosses within the Dragon Jackie-chan simulator. In simple terms, it allowed for a full recovery upon nearing death, granting a second life bar and enhancing offensive and defensive capabilities, akin to unleashing one's inner cosmos. If Might Guy possessed this skill, the Fourth Great Ninja War would have concluded with him kicking Madara into submission, leaving Naruto and Sasuke with nothing to do, and preventing Kaguya Otsutsuki from making an appearance. A fleeting thought crossed in Yan's mind. Should he learn the 8 gates? With both a resurrection token and a second life, it felt almost wasteful not to pursue the 8 gates. However, after some contemplation, he ultimately dismissed the idea. The chakra required for the 8 gates was too violent, jeopardizing his refined chakra control and most of his ninjutsu. Moreover, enduring decades of relentless training would be meaningless if he were to rely on such reckless power. Continuing his wishes, another shooting star crossed the sky. For the third wish, he received a significant item, the wood talisman from the 5 Elements Talisman. Imbued with the power of plant growth and possessing a wood-based spatial domain. Holding the wood talisman, Yin immediately felt a surge of vibrant energy emanating from it. causing the surrounding flora to grow at a visibly rapid pace. Realizing the potential consequences, he quickly stored the talisman in his inventory. Indeed, the plants in the training ground ceased their growth, and Yin let out a sigh of relief. Konoha village was highly sensitive to such wood-style powers. Should anyone discover his possession of similar abilities, he feared he would be summoned by Tobirama for research. Wait a moment, I possess a resurrection coin. What do I have to fear? And Yan's wayward heart suddenly stirred with excitement. If the wooden talisman were to be entrusted to Senju Tobirama for research, who knows what discoveries might arise? I am not a Uchiha, but a legitimate inheritor of the will of fire. Why should I fear Senju Tobirama? With the resurrection coin in hand, offering a chance for error, and Yin resolved to take a risk or two, to see if he could perhaps gain Tobirama's favor. He turned around to seek out Tsunade. Senju Tobirama is exceptionally astute, with many cunning thoughts. I hope he will treat me kindly, considering my good rapport with Tsunade. In training ground number 3, Tsunade was diligently practicing medical ninjutsu, her focus unwavering as she placed her hands upon the carp, a soft green light emanating from her palms, healing its wounds. Yet, the fish remained lifeless. Tsunade felt a twinge of frustration. It shouldn't be like this. All the injuries had been mended. Why was the fish still not revived? Could it be that its innards were removed, and thus, even with its wounds healed, it could not survive? At that moment, and Yin appeared, offering Tsunade a cup of hot water. Have a drink, you look exhausted. Tsunade suddenly realized the issue at hand. Summoning her chakra surgical knife, she skillfully sliced open the carp's belly, only to find its innards absent. Jiraiya! Tsunade's furious shout echoed across the training ground. Jiraiya hurriedly approached, only to fix his furious gaze upon Yin, standing beside Tsunade. What are you doing here? You're not welcome. Tsunade promptly delivered a punch to Jiraiya, gesturing angrily at the fish. What do you mean not welcome? I asked you to help me catch a couple of fish, and now there's a problem. Where are the fish's innards? Jiraiya, crouching with his hands over his head, glanced at the disemboweled fish and pitifully replied, I need bait to fish, and I used them for that. Tsunade was momentarily at a loss for words, anger choking her, and Yin gently patted her back, soothing her. Don't let this fool upset you. You know he is not the brightest. Who are you calling a fool? Jiraiya retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice, but the two ignored him. Sighing, Tsunade rubbed her forehead and turned to Yin. Did you come to find me for something? Oh, not calling me big brother anymore? Yin teased. If you keep embarrassing me, I won't talk to you, Tsunade replied, her cheeks flushing at the memory of their previous interactions. Watching the playful exchange between Yin and Tsunade, Jiraiya, feeling overlooked, secretly simmered with jealousy. Why was Tsunade always so fierce with him, yet gentle with Yin? It felt so unfair. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had been practicing ninjutsu alone, noticed Yin's arrival and paused his training to approach. Yin, is there something you need? With a charming smile, Yin replied, must I have a purpose to seek you out? Perhaps I simply wish to see both you and Tsunade. Orochimaru glanced between Tsunade and Yin, bewildered. What do you want with me? Surely, you're referring to Tsunade. Tsunade's face turned a deeper shade of red, now from embarrassment. Yin, with a gentle smile, looked at Tsunade and then at Orochimaru. I came to find Tsunade, but since you're both here, why not accompany me? Tsunade, slightly confused, asked, there really is something? Meeting her curious gaze, Yin explained, I inadvertently acquired something valuable that I wish to show Lord Tobirama. As you know, ever since he entered the newly established Konoha's Technology Research Department, he has not emerged. It is a place inaccessible to ordinary folk. Which is why I must rely on you, Princess Tsunade. Tsunade lightly punched Yin, mumbling, I really thought you came to see me because you missed me. Turns out it's just business. Yin smiled. There is truth in both statements. I do have something to discuss. But I also enjoy visiting you when I'm not on a mission. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's mood brightened significantly. Rest assured, I can handle this. With a determined wave of her hand, Tsunade set off toward the Technology Research Department. Yin and Orochimaru followed closely behind. Jiraiya hesitated, unsure if he should join. Are we not calling Jiraiya? Orochimaru inquired. It's not a mission, why bother? Tsunade replied. It's not that I didn't call him. He simply didn't keep up, Yin remarked. Orochimaru turned back and shouted, Jiraiya, come on. Jiraiya, who had been standing still with his head down, suddenly lifted it. A glimmer of moisture in his eyes as he saw Orochimaru calling him. He jumped up, waving his hand. Wait for me. The trio did not halt at Jiraiya's call, but merely slowed their pace. And Yin mused, Orochimaru is indeed quite gentle. Tsunade retorted, Are you implying that I am not gentle? Of course, Tsunade is very gentle, and Yin quickly corrected himself. Then who among us is the gentlest? Tsunade pressed, and Yin subtly shook his head. It was unseemly for boys and girls to compare gentleness. But he could not voice that. Undoubtedly, it is our Tsunade who is the gentlest. Tsunade's heart soared. Often, girls recognize when compliments are insincere, yet such matters hinge upon attitude. As long as one is willing to say kind words, it becomes a source of joy. Jiraiya hurriedly caught up, throwing an arm around Orochimaru. And the four of them laughed as they made their way to the Technology Research Department. The department was located underground, guarded by members of the Umbu. As Yin and the others approached, they were stopped. Tsunade revealed her identity, instructing the Umbu to announce their arrival to Senju Tobarama. The Umbu did not move, but raised a hand, signaling. From the shadows, one Umbu member suddenly vanished. Curious, Jiraiya eyed the Umbu's mask and said enviously, The Umbu looks so cool. I suddenly want to join them. Tsunade mocked, With your skills? You should practice ninjutsu for another decade before considering that. Jiraiya clenched his fists. Indignant. How dare you look down on me? I've endured your insults for far too long. You flat-chested runway. Tsunade, enraged, unleashed a rising dragon fist, sending Jiraiya flying. Orochimaru watched as Jiraiya soared through the air, concerned. You used too much force. He won't be injured, will he? I'm a medical ninja. My chakra control is precise. Don't worry. He won't die, Tsunade said, taking a deep breath to calm herself before turning to Yin. Jiraiya is truly annoying. He should read more instead of spouting nonsense all day. Yin nodded, smiling in agreement. He understood Tsunade's frustration. Girls typically begin developing between the ages of 8 and 13, and Tsunade was only 6 or 7. Being flat-chested was entirely normal. Although children in the ninja world mature early, their physical development follows its natural course. Just then, the basement door of the Technology Research Department slowly opened, revealing Senju Tobarama in a white lab coat. Yin's nostrils flared as he caught a whiff of blood and formaldehyde. Clearly, Tobarama had been conducting surgery, perhaps engaged in some form of human experimentation. Tsunade sensed it too, her brow furrowing slightly, expressing her displeasure toward her great-uncle. In the past, many had perished due to Tobarama's research on human experiments involving Mokutan. It seemed that he had resumed his inquiries into such perilous endeavors. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with admiration as he gazed upon Senju Tobarama, the legendary second Hokage, who was his idol. Both of Orochimaru's parents had served as researchers under Tobarama, but tragically, they perished during the conclusion of the Ninja World War. Chapter 34. Joining the Technology Research Division, ignoring Tsunade's discontent, Tobarama approached, surveying the gathered individuals with a commanding presence that exuded authority without anger. What is it? The stoic expression of Tobarama was familiar to the crowd, who had grown accustomed to his serious demeanor. Yin stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Lord Tobarama, I have discovered something remarkable that I wish to show you. Tobarama fixed his gaze on Yin for a brief moment before turning and heading toward the basement. Confused by Tobarama's intentions, Yin and the others exchanged glances and followed him into the depths below. Traversing a dimly lit corridor adorned with oil lamps, Tobarama led Yin and his companions to a spacious room, devoid of any furnishings, clearly designated for storage. Casting a furtive glance around to ensure they were alone, Yin slowly retrieved a wooden talisman from his cloak. The talisman, shaped like a pendant, emanated a soft green luminescence. As he unveiled it, the room began to vibrate with life, foliage sprouting in response to the talisman's presence, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Tobarama stepped forward, grasping the talisman, and began to sense its inherent power. Suddenly, he channeled chakra into it. In an instant, the surroundings transformed, enveloping the four in a vibrant domain. Sunlight streamed down from the sky, and dense bamboo encircled them, leaving scant room for movement. Wow, what is this place? How enchanting! Tsunade exclaimed, startled by the sight of the bamboo, which she had never encountered before. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he turned to Yin. Where did you find this? Can you acquire another? Yin rolled his eyes. I found it while walking. This is the only one. Tobarama, caressing the pendant, murmured to himself, a barrier, a domain, or perhaps a space inherent to the object. He scrutinized the talisman, and then, in a blink, vanished from the grove of bamboo as if cloaked in invisibility. Alarmed, Tsunade called out, "Granduncle, are you all right? Where are you?" Moments later, the air rippled, and Tobirama emerged from behind a cluster of bamboo, placing a hand atop Tsunade's head. "Why the commotion, young Tsunade? Do you not trust in my abilities?" Relieved, Tsunade pouted, "I was merely concerned for your well-being, Granduncle." Tobirama waved his hand, and the space shifted, returning them to the basement, where the vegetation continued to grow slowly. He performed a sealing technique on the wooden talisman, temporarily isolating its power. Turning to Anyan, he inquired, "Young Anyan, where did you procure this item? Do you possess any specific documentation?" Scratching his head, Anyan decided to fabricate a story. "This is a wooden talisman, said to possess the power to promote plant growth. It belonged to my ancestors, who used it for farming long ago, but it was lost. Today, while cleaning my home, I stumbled upon it in a pile of clutter in our basement. I thought it might be of use to you, so I brought it to show you." Tobirama raised an eyebrow. "Your family hails from humble origins, does it not? Does your lineage stretch far back?" Anyan shrugged. "I cannot say for certain. These are merely tales passed down through generations, their reliability dubious at best. I hope it proves useful to you." Tobirama fell silent, recognizing the flaws in Anyan's account. Yet, he understood that the truth was not always paramount. It sufficed to know that the boy's heart lay with Konoha, especially given his close bond with young Tsunade. Sensing the weight of Tobirama's silence, Anyan grew increasingly uneasy, contemplating whether to elaborate further. When Tobirama finally spoke, "I will study this thoroughly. You three may return for now." Nodding, Anyan prepared to depart when Orochimaru suddenly bowed. "Lord Tobirama, I am Orochimaru. My parents, Ao and Shiro, were your subordinates, and I believe you recall them. I wish to join the Technology Research Division to learn about biological sciences under your guidance." Tobirama, noting Orochimaru's distinctly altered snake-like eyes, recalled the identities of his parents. "Oh, you are the child of Ao and Shiro. Very well, I shall inform the monkey and arrange for you to intern with us for a time." Lord Tobirama," Anyan interjected, raising his hand. "I have a friend named Bairu who is equally passionate about biological medical studies. May he join Orochimaru and me? Also, I wish to learn as well." Tsunade nudged Anyan, pulling him back a step, and whispered, "It's dark and dreary here. What is there to learn? You can access the Senju family library anytime. Why must you come here?" Anyan whispered back, "I'm just concerned about Orochimaru and Bairu. If they delve into these studies alone, who knows what dark thoughts may arise. Someone needs to keep an eye on them." Tobirama overheard their exchange and nodded slightly. "In that case, all three of you may join as interns." As the trio exited the dim basement, Tsunade grumbled all the way. "With Orochimaru joining the Technology Research Division, it leaves only Jiraiya and me to handle missions. That pompous fool is going to be insufferable." Anyan and Orochimaru exchanged a glance, both sharing a sense of exasperation. After a moment of contemplation, Anyan spoke, "If Bairu and I join, it leaves our squad with just Shumo. If you don't mind, Tsunade, perhaps we could have him accompany you on missions. He possesses remarkable strength and is nearing Jonin level, which would provide me with some peace of mind." Tsunade readily agreed, unconcerned about her mission partner, her only grievance being with Jiraiya. Their initial meeting had left a sour impression, as he had boasted about love letters he intended to deliver, establishing himself as incredibly arrogant. Moreover, she had learned from Orochimaru that Jiraiya had a penchant for peeping on women while bathing, further tarnishing her perception of him. "Very well. It's settled then. I shall notify Bairu and Shumo, and you should discuss matters with Jiraiya." With arrangements made, Anyan and Tsunade exchanged smiles with Orochimaru, forming hand seals before vanishing in an instant. Chapter 35. The predecessor of the route. Beneath a clear blue sky, the sun shone brightly. In the Hokage's office, Danzo pressed his palms against the desk, glaring furiously at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had returned from an S-rank mission only to find his 3 students missing. "Hiruzen, I demand an explanation. Why are none of my 3 subordinates present?" Sarutobi, exhaling smoke wearily, coughed twice. "Danzo, I understand your urgency, but please, allow me to explain. It seems that our esteemed Tobirama is currently conducting experiments in the Technology Research Division and is in dire need of talent. He has taken a liking to Anyan and Bairu, seeking to personally mentor them. Not only that, but my most promising student, Orochimaru, has also been recruited." At this revelation, Danzo felt a flicker of elation. His admiration for Tobirama was profound. The fact that Tobirama had selected 2 of his students over Sarutobi's own was a testament to their superiority, marking yet another victory for Danzo over Hiruzen. As for my final subordinate, Danzo still wore a grim expression, yet his tone had softened considerably. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of Danzo's demeanor. He slowly set down his cigarette and pondered before speaking. Kakashi Hitaki has now taken up Orochimaru's position, forming a new team alongside Tsunade and Jiraiya. However, Danzo was unwilling to relent. As a former teacher with 3 exceptional students, losing one left him with a void to fill. He could not simply linger in the Hokage's office, enduring Hiruzen's displeased countenance daily. The village had suffered immense casualties during the Great Ninja War and was in dire need of manpower. Hiruzen, I propose we establish another division for training Umbu ninjas, gathering orphans from the land of fire and nurturing them from a young age to bolster our strength, and even place spies in enemy villages. Upon hearing Danzo's suggestion, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, reignited his cigarette, and contemplated the pros and cons amidst the swirling smoke. Danzo stood silently, awaiting the Hokage's decision. Finally, Hiruzen spoke. Very well. Danzo, I shall grant you a cadre for your new division. The corners of Danzo's mouth turned upward as he nodded slightly before turning to depart, finally wielding real power. He thought, Hiruzen, I will prove my capabilities, just wait and see. Mito Kazuhaya expressed concern. Is it wise for one individual to hold such significant power? A full Umbu division comprises 17 elite ninjas. Could Danzo cultivate ambitions beyond what is appropriate? Tsubaki Kimura, remaining unfazed, continued signing documents, rest assured. Even if he were to fully staff the division, the Hokage can easily strip him of his position with a single command. What are you worried about? Hiruzen is quite formidable. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled in silence. Having ascended to the role of Hokage, he had acquired vast resources of ninjutsu knowledge and forbidden techniques. As a prodigious talent himself, he grasped various techniques with remarkable speed, his strength far surpassing that of his former days as a jonin. If Danzo were to foolishly challenge him, he would surely face a crushing defeat. In the technical development department, Anyun, Baruhua, and Orochimaru arrived, where Senju Tobirama instructed them to select a research topic in progress. Anyun scanned the numerous projects currently underway. There were the Artificial Tailed Beast Project, the Flying Thunder God Popularization Project, the Edo Tensei Improvement Project, the Uchiha Bloodline Study, the Wood Release Human Modification Project, the Chakra Bloodline Synthesis Project, and the newly added Wood Amulet Field Research. Orochimaru immediately gravitated toward the Edo Tensei Improvement Project, yearning for the parents he lost in the First Great Ninja War. Baruhua pursued the Uchiha Bloodline Study, eager to discern the disparities between commoners and clan members. Anyun, intrigued by the Artificial Tailed Beast Project, decided to examine it first, intending to switch if it proved unsuitable. Once they had chosen their respective research directions, Tobirama escorted each of them to separate rooms, each inhabited by researchers clad in white lab coats, exuding an air of scholarly authority. Anyun entered the research zone for the Artificial Tailed Beast Project, where various seals adorned the walls, resembling sealing techniques. Observing closely, he deduced that these interconnected seals seemed to be gathering some form of energy. Nearby, a researcher in a white coat monitored the energy-collecting containers, diligently recording data. Anyun approached and greeted him politely. Hello, I am Anyun, a newcomer here. Could you enlighten me about this project? Initially taken aback by the interruption, the researcher was soon pleased to learn of Anyun's newness. Realizing he could delegate some of his burdens, clearing his throat, he began, Hello, Anyun, I am Akira Tanaka, a researcher here. Anyun nodded slightly. Mr. Tanaka, could you elaborate on this project? Tanaka cleared his throat and proceeded. As is well known, tailed beasts are immortal. Even if someone manages to kill one, it will inevitably revive. Thus, they are often referred to as natural disasters. Lord Tobirama has been contemplating the reason behind their revival, proposing several possibilities. For instance, tailed beasts may embody collective resentment, persisting as long as hatred exists in the world, or they might leave an imprint in the fabric of existence through a unique method, reviving as the energies of the universe coalesce over time. Alternatively, they could be products of yin-yang release, granting them eternal life. Tanaka paused for a sip of water before continuing. While other aspects remain unverified, if tailed beasts are indeed born from negative emotions like resentment, I wonder if we could generate new tailed beasts by accumulating vast amounts of negative emotions. Anyan furrowed his brow. So these interconnected seals are meant to harvest various negative emotions? Tanaka nodded, admiration evident in his expression. Indeed. Lord Tobarama's genius lies in employing sealing techniques to collect the negative emotions arising from war and hatred, which coalesce into dense dark energy we refer to as dark chakra. Isn't that fascinating? Chapter 36. Dark chakra, dark chakra? Anyan inquired, a puzzled expression crossing his face, as if he had encountered the term before. Tanaka, excited, nodded vigorously. Yes, dark chakra. The constant warfare in the ninja world has inflicted great suffering on the common folk, making negative emotions incredibly abundant. Dark chakra is virtually limitless. Anyan's brow furrowed further as he asked, have you tested the effects of this dark chakra? Tanaka sighed, indeed. We have conducted tests. Dark chakra can attach itself to individuals, transforming once kind-hearted people into ruthless beings and narrowing the perspectives of those who were once broad-minded. In essence, it alters one's character, guiding them from goodness toward darkness. Anyan frowned slightly, recalling the box of ultimate bliss in the grass village, which housed a creature called Wu, seemingly a product of the Sage of Six Paths. Could it be that the sage had experimented with dark chakra, resulting in such a monstrosity? This so-called dark chakra was essentially the resentment and negative energy that permeated existence. He could readily name several entities born from similar forces, such as the evil sword immortal from the legend of Sword and Fairy, the beast god from certain myths, and even various malevolent deities and monsters across numerous novels. Wait, wasn't there also a malevolent deity in the ninja world? Could it be a calamity left behind by Senju Tobarama? The emergence of an evil deity from this dark chakra seemed entirely plausible. Similarly, there appeared to be no shortage of analogous entities, such as the zero-tailed beast from the Sky Ninja Village and the malevolent spirits from the Land of Ghosts, all embodying similar characteristics of immortality and revival. Suddenly, Anyan recalled where he had first encountered the concept of dark chakra. It was mentioned by the minor boss Shinnong from the Sky Ninja Village. Having grasped the essence of dark chakra, Anyan contemplated for a moment and inquired of Tanaka, how long has this project been underway? Have there been any results? Tanaka nodded affirmatively. Of course, there have been results. Besides the devices for collecting and purifying dark chakra, we recently observed that the high concentrations of dark chakra in the cultured dishes appear to have developed rudimentary consciousness, marking initial success in the artificial tailed beast project. And Yen followed Tian Zhongming to the dark chakra purification device, where a massive specialized glass dome was situated, filled with an accumulation of dark chakra. Shadows of unknown creatures flickered within, suggesting that this dark entity was nearing completion, and Yen felt a chill run down his spine. Could this creature potentially evolve into a world-destroying boss? The dark entity posed an extreme danger, and after merely a glance, and Yen hurriedly exited the cultivation chamber with Tian Zhongming, glancing back apprehensively. It seemed the dark chakra creature was on the verge of formation. Were all the sealing and containment measures adequately prepared? Tian Zhongming's expression turned serious. Lord Tobarama has always been meticulous in his approach. He had long arranged the four-symbol seal in advance. Should anything go awry, we shall seal it immediately. And Yen nodded in agreement. Suspecting that the leader of the Akatsuki had likely pilfered the seal of the Zero Tails from a certain village, most probably Konoha, the plan to cultivate tailed beasts from dark chakra seemed feasible, albeit the result would be a monstrous aberration rather than a true tailed beast. The genuine tailed beasts are embodiments of the 10 tails, the divine tree, and the product of Sage of Six Paths yin-yang release, which cannot simply be created by harnessing negative emotional energy. However, the creatures spawned from this dark emotional energy were not without utility. They could serve as a source of energy. And Yen recalled from the film that the Zero Tails seemed capable of powering the entire Sky City. He did not require a Sky City. Providing electricity for the whole of Konoha would suffice, or perhaps even establishing an aerial combat unit, which would not be out of reach. Presently, it appeared that no village had developed air-based ninjutsu. Training a squadron of aerial forces could prove invaluable during the Second Great Ninja War, and Yen commenced his tenure in the Technology Research Department, dedicating 2 weeks to mastering every step of dark chakra purification. Leveraging his exceptional sealing techniques, he condensed the entire process of storing dark chakra into a single technique, the sealing technique. Heart Demon Descends. The principle was straightforward. involving a series of interconnected small-scale seals that attracted negative emotions, converting the surrounding negativity into dark chakra for storage. Should the user enter a state of negative emotions or lose control, the dark chakra would erupt, guiding the user into emotional chaos. Even in modern society, instances of uncontrolled emotions leading to violence are common, let alone among ninjas with limited education. If this technique could be employed on a Jinchuriki, triggering the tailed beast within to rampage, it could inflict significant casualties on enemy villages. Upon submission of the technique, it was immediately classified as an S-rank forbidden technique by Senju Tobarama and sealed within the Book of Seals. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon witnessing the technique, recognized In Yan's brilliance yet lamented not having taken him as an apprentice personally. This marked In Yan's second forbidden technique at such a young age, making him a second Tobarama. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen prided himself on being fair and just, since In Yan had willingly shared his forbidden technique with the village. It was only fitting that the village reciprocate. Hiruzen promised that In Yan could learn one forbidden technique from the Book of Seals, and in the future, he would gain an opportunity to learn a forbidden technique for each one he submitted to the village. In Yan wished to express that, thanks to his relationship with Tsunade, he could learn most techniques from Senju Tobarama. However, as it was the leadership bestowing favor, he needed to maintain an appropriate demeanor to avoid any unforeseen consequences. After sincerely thanking Sarutobi Hiruzen, In Yan selected the simplest A-rank forbidden technique, the multiple shadow clone technique. Firstly, he was currently quite busy with research and needed assistance. This technique was perfectly timely and suitable. In Yan suspected it had been specifically developed by Senju Tobarama for research purposes. Secondly, it would mitigate some of the negative perceptions associated with researching forbidden techniques in Hiruzen's eyes, as techniques like impure world reincarnation could be learned directly from Tobarama. In Yan was keen to maintain his personal image, as exemplified by the contrasting fates of Orochimaru and Senju Tobarama. Chapter 37. Flying Thunder God Technique. The environment of the Konoha Technology Research Base was far from optimal. The darkness of the underground laboratory rendered it quite oppressive. In Yan observed the corrupted experimental materials and felt a surge of frustration. He had unexpectedly stumbled into the pitfalls of biochemical research. Dark chakra possesses a highly corrosive nature, not only inflicting mental pollution but also exhibiting strong material erosion, transforming substances into dark materials, disrupting chakra flow, and affecting the holder's psyche. If In Yan desired, he could easily forge items like cursed blades, as dark materials were remarkably easy to manipulate. Moreover, the instability of dark chakra posed a risk. If any surrounding beings experienced negative emotions while energy was being transmitted, it could cause the dark chakra to expand, damaging the energy transmission channels. Initially, In Yan had considered seeking highly inert materials to combat the energy's corrosion or materials capable of spontaneously purifying dark energy for energy conversion. However, after numerous failed experiments, he realized he had fallen into the trap of materials science. Konoha was merely a small terrorist base, lacking the funding necessary for research of this magnitude. Consequently, In Yan shifted his approach, ceasing to investigate energy conversion of dark chakra and instead treating it as a fuel, an inherently hazardous fuel requiring special handling. This made the task much simpler. He could directly utilize sealing techniques to collect chakra for the creation of chakra cannons. Simple, convenient, and efficient, with energy readily obtainable. Regrettably, this technology was currently of little use, only to be deployed in times of war. In Yan's ambition to provide electricity for all of Konoha was dashed. In this era, electricity was not commonplace, with frequent outages leaving him frustrated. Who understands this plight? The lighting here relies on candles. It would be 2 or 3 decades before electricity would become widespread throughout Konoha. After submitting his report on the chakra cannon, In Yan decided to abandon further research on dark chakra and approached Senju Tobarama to request a change of topic. Tobarama maintained his battle-ready demeanor. Provide me with a valid reason, In Yan, otherwise, I shall not permit you to change your research project. In response, In Yan stated, I have thoroughly researched dark chakra. This power only generates malevolent entities. The purer the negative emotions, the more formidable the resulting entity. They are fundamentally different from tailed beasts. Continuing this research serves no purpose and will only invite disaster. After a long silence, Senju Tobarama examined the experimental report In Yan had submitted, which contained detailed data from his research. Finally, He ordered the cessation of the artificial tailed beast project and the destruction of all data related to Dark Chakra. The sentient Dark Chakra entity was stripped of its consciousness and disbanded. However, this creature quickly reformed, with no ninjutsu able to eliminate it. Left with no other option, Senju Tobirama sealed the entity away. Thus, another threat was added to the legacy of Tobirama, who would hope to find a way to petrify this menace with sage techniques in the future. And Yin successfully transitioned to the research project on the popularization of the Flying Thunder God technique. Although it is termed popularization, the essence lies in reducing the difficulty of its mastery. The initial version of the Flying Thunder God was notoriously challenging, to the extent that even Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to learn it, let alone others. Tobirama's objective was straightforward: to lower the difficulty to a level that even his foolish apprentice could grasp. The researchers from the original project were reassigned to various initiatives, with Tanaka Akira joining in Yen in the Flying Thunder God project. The Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu, allows the practitioner to leave a spatial mark on an object, enabling instantaneous teleportation to that location. Minato Namikaze had mastered this technique to such an extent that during the Third Great Ninja War, he annihilated numerous ninjas in mere moments, compelling the Third Tsuchikage and Konoha to cease hostilities, which ultimately led to his ascension as the Fourth Hokage. This technique is remarkably overpowered. Had it not been for plot constraints, characters like Tobirama and Minato would have been virtually invincible. Mastery of this ninjutsu transforms one into a strategic ninja, as its applications are extensive: assassination, escape, transportation of goods, and attack redirection. And Yin could not decipher the scroll containing the Flying Thunder God technique. However, as long as he maintained a posture of observation, the system would automatically assume he had entered a learning mode. The progress of learning the Flying Thunder God technique reached an impressive 928/100, allowing him to assimilate the knowledge of space-time ninjutsu. A wealth of information flooded into his mind in a comprehensible manner, and he swiftly confirmed his understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. In order to utilize the technique, one must leave a chakra mark for positioning. And Yin pondered what inscription he should leave. He recalled that Minato's marking was the phrase "Sword of Shinobi Love," which struck him as rather juvenile. Should he inscribe "And Yin was here"? Or perhaps "Commanded by Heaven, may longevity flourish"? Or "Sword light as I, severing the mundane"? After several days of contemplation, Yin ultimately decided to leave a comical emoji of a winking face. In the event of a confrontation with Uchiha Obito, he could imprint a whimsical expression on his face. Perhaps it would provoke some ire, a tactical advantage, indeed. During their collaboration, Tanaka Akira had come to realize in Yan's exceptional intellect, yet he was astounded by the sheer brilliance Yin displayed. While he struggled to grasp the creative essence behind the Flying Thunder God, Yin had already successfully executed the technique. However, the eccentricities of genius often elude comprehension. Tanaka could not fathom why Yin would choose such a ludicrous expression as his mark, prompting a frown from Tobirama upon seeing it. Orochimaru and Kabuto had recently grown anxious. They had entered the research department together, yet Yan's rapid progress highlighted their stagnation, casting them in an unflattering light. Their impatience led to potential mistakes in their experiments. Tobirama admonished them, asserting that scientific inquiry cannot be rushed, and their faces flushed with embarrassment. Unperturbed by the plight of his peers, Yin immersed himself in refining the Flying Thunder God technique. This technique bore similarities to summoning jutsu. While summoning involves bringing creatures to one's side, the Flying Thunder God entails manifesting at the location of a mark, akin to a reverse summoning. Yin yearned to discern the fundamental differences between the two, yet lacking a summoning beast, he could not conduct experiments. Tobirama, coldly observing, made no effort to provide him with a summoning beast. Chapter 38. The spy Tobirama had no intention of assigning Yin a summoning beast, leaving him disheartened. With no other option, Yin resolved to seek assistance. As the saying goes, a snake has its own path, and a mouse has its own. Ultimately, he decided to approach Granny Mido, hoping to establish a summoning contract with a slug. The Konoha Technology Research Department is located in the mountains behind Konoha Village, necessitating a passage through a forest trail to reach the village. However, on his way to the Senju clan's territory, Yin was suddenly ambushed. As he traversed the forest path, a man clad in umbu attire approached, seemingly also en route to the research department. However, Yin sensed something amiss. The Umbu operatives were typically elusive, yet this individual walked openly, a deviation from their usual conduct, heightening his vigilance. And Yen was not surprised when the Umbu operative suddenly turned and launched a surprise attack as they brushed past each other. Prepared for such an encounter, and Yen deftly evaded the assault and countered with a swift kick. The height advantage of youth gave him confidence, yet his strike met with a resounding thud, as if he had struck something hard. Alarmed, he wondered if it was a hardened technique. Attempting to withdraw, the man ensnared in Yen's ankle with his legs, rendering him unable to escape. The silent assailant, having failed his first strike, became more aggressive, aiming a devastating elbow blow towards Yan's knee, seemingly intent on incapacitating him. Yan's focus sharpened, channeling his strength. He delivered a powerful kick to the man's elbow, sending him soaring over 20 meters and crashing through several trees. Without allowing the dust to settle, Yen swiftly produced a bow and arrow, knocking 9 arrows in rapid succession. As a toxic mist enveloped the area, he prepared for the next move. However, when the haze cleared, the man was nowhere to be found. Yan's heart sank. At that moment, hands emerged from the ground, seizing his feet and pulling him down, leaving only his head exposed. Earth release, inner decapitation technique. The man crouched before Yen, his gaze cold and unyielding behind the Umbu mask. "You are quite the slippery one, little one." And Yen, feigning resignation, inquired, "Who are you? Why do you attack me?" His demeanor suggested a reluctant acceptance of his fate, yet he posed the question defiantly. The man did not respond, but instead queried, "The Konoha artificial-tailed beast project has yielded results, has it not?" And Yan's brow furrowed. It appeared there were traitors among the researchers. The man's assessment of Yan's reaction led him to believe he could incapacitate him swiftly and take him away. Before he could execute his plan, Yen unleashed a Rasengan, which erupted from the earth and struck the man squarely in the face, shattering his Umbu mask and revealing a scarred visage beneath. Although taken by surprise, the man sustained minimal damage, merely staggering backward. Yen sensed a shift in the man's demeanor. He appeared to be a high-ranking ninja from a major village, as the calmness he exuded was not typical of lower-tier shinobi. Void ninjutsu? The man steadied himself, lifting his head, revealing a face marred by cracks, as if made of ceramic, with fragments of earth cascading down, exposing a hint of flesh beneath. Yen felt a surge of confidence, realizing the Rasengan had breached his defenses. While your village's leader busies himself with internal strife and consolidating power, you have the gall to send you on a spy mission. Were you merely sent to your demise? Yen's casual inquiry struck a chord. During this tumultuous time, aside from Tsunade, no village was free of internal unrest, grappling with the aftermath of the second Hokage's death and the rise of the third, a period requiring years of reconciliation. This man, though a jonin, was likely a pawn caught in the crossfire of internal conflicts, having chosen the wrong side in the third Hokage's election. The mention of sensitive matters stirred the man's fury, his demeanor shifting dramatically as he became visibly agitated. The unknown jonin charged towards Anyan with remarkable speed. Whether it was confidence or arrogance, he refrained from employing ninjutsu for a ranged attack. Perhaps it was the instinctual desire to conserve chakra, stemming from the awareness of being in a foreign land where he could be pursued at any moment. The sheer physical prowess of a mere jonin should suffice to deal with a lowly chunin, provided that this chunin did not possess forbidden techniques. Anyan stood his ground, arms outstretched, each hand conjuring a Rasengan. Upon witnessing Anyan's movements, the man smirked coldly. Having already endured a Rasengan, he understood its potency. In a state of preparedness, with the full support of Earth Release, he was certain that even 2 strikes in the same spot would not breach his defenses as before. As the man lunged forward, Anyan's hands did not collide with him. Rather, the 2 Rasengans met in a powerful clash. A massive vortex of air was instantaneously created, and the man, unable to evade, was drawn directly into the eye of the storm. The wind release Rasengan possessed greater destructive power than its standard form. The man attempted to flee, gripping the ground tightly. Yet the overwhelming centrifugal force of the spiral ensnared him at its center. Helplessly, he watched as his body was gradually drawn back, ultimately torn to shreds by the slicing winds. The psychological pressure of impending death was immense. Just as the spiral blade severed his thighs, he hastily reached into his ninja tool pouch with one hand, retrieving a bundle of explosive tags that he pressed against himself. One hand could not withstand the suction generated by the wind release Rasengan, In an instant, he, along with the earth beneath him, was pulled into the vortex. The explosive tags ignited, suggesting a mutual destruction was imminent. Anyun remained calm, rooted in place, as despair washed over the man. The tags exploded in a violent conflagration, engulfing both figures in a tempest of flames. Within a radius of several meters, the area was reduced to a fiery inferno. Anyun emerged from the distance, approaching to collect the remnants of the man's remains. He had long since dispatched a shadow clone during his initial Rasengan deployment. Though he possessed a resurrection coin, he feared the toll that revival would exact on his lifespan. He was keenly aware of the value of life and wished to prolong it as much as possible. As Anyun gathered the debris, the Konoha Umbu arrived, drawn by the commotion. After inquiring about the events, they took over the subsequent procedures. Anyun accompanied the Umbu back to the Intelligence Analysis Division, where he surrendered the Jonin's corpse. The ninjas in the Analysis Division were already preparing for overtime, and Anyun noticed a seemingly young member of the Yamashiro clan yawning as he readied himself for work. Anyun couldn't help but sigh. It appeared that the Intelligence Analysis Division bore a heavier burden than other departments. Chapter 39. The Sage of Slugs having completed his tasks, Anyun returned home to wash up, changing into a clean set of clothes before embarking towards the Senju clan's territory. The small courtyard of the Senju clan remained serene and tranquil. Uzumaki Mido was as calm and peaceful as ever, yet Anyun was taken aback by the presence of Tsunade, specifically the child she cradled in her arms. The child, around 1 or 2 years old, with a head of chestnut hair and a vibrant vitality that manifested as rosy cheeks, affectionately called Tsunade sister in a soft, endearing manner. Mido's face radiated joy, especially when the child addressed her as grandma, eliciting delighted laughter as she lovingly stroked the child's hair. Anyun smiled as he observed this heartwarming scene, pondering how long this peace would endure. The ripple effect of his arrival seemed to grow ever larger. Tsunade approached Anyun, beaming with pride as she pointed at the child in Mido's arms, exclaiming, "This is my little brother, Shoju. Isn't he adorable?" Anyun nodded with a smile, acknowledging the child's cuteness. "Indeed, he is quite charming, a true testament to the beauty of the Senju family." "Haha, you flatter me," Tsunade responded, her spirits lifted by Anyun's praise, as she cherished her little brother dearly. The child's laughter infused the long silent space with newfound vitality. However, today did not seem like an opportune moment for serious discussions. Anyun, perceptive to the atmosphere, engaged in light-hearted banter with Tsunade for a while before seeking an opportunity to bid farewell to Mido. Preoccupied with her grandson, Mido merely nodded in agreement, and Anyun, with a smile, departed, wishing not to intrude upon their family reunion. Tsunade, sharp-eyed, followed Anyun as he left. Approaching him stealthily from behind, she playfully struck him, causing Anyun to jump in surprise, which sent Tsunade into a fit of giggles. "Speak, what matters bring you here?" After their playful exchange, Tsunade and Anyun walked side by side along the street, gradually transitioning to serious matters. Anyun casually mentioned, "I am currently researching a topic that requires practice with summoning techniques. However, it seems I lack a summoning beast, and I had intended to consult Mido's opinion, but it appears I must wait a little longer." Upon hearing Anyun's concern, Tsunade immediately offered reassurances. "Summoning beasts? That's simple. You can sign the same summoning contract as I have." Anyun was taken aback. "But that is the summoning beast of your Senju clan. Can you really pass it on to me?" Tsunade playfully punched him in the arm. "Come now, at least pretend to be a little more convincing. That smile of yours gives away everything, you know." Anyun rubbed his shoulder, feigning innocence. "Did I? Ha, Tsunade. You are far too kind to me. How shall I repay you? How about offering yourself in service?" He jokingly thought, but refrained from voicing. As a child born under a wind sign, he had always enjoyed the thrill of ambiguity, believing that the most alluring moments of love lay within such flirtation. Some sentiments, once spoken, could shatter the enchantment. Tsunade, being straightforward, genuinely contemplated Anyun's subtly charged question and offered her answer. I've thought it over. Anyun, you are a genius. Your future accomplishments will undoubtedly be remarkable. I hope you will protect Konoha and safeguard my little brother, Shoju." Anyun chuckled. "Why not say you'll protect you as well?" Tsunade laughed heartily. "Would you not protect me?" Anyun responded with a smile, and the two exchanged knowing glances, their unspoken understanding resonating between them. As they leisurely strolled, Anyun and Tsunade arrived at Hokage Rock. Leaning against the railing, Anyun gazed down upon the village. Konoha had recently endured the ravages of war. Its population diminished, and the village lacking its former vibrancy. As he surveyed the landscape, he noted several vacant areas among the houses, now overgrown with small groves. The two engaged in casual conversation, relishing the ease of the moment. Each day felt more precious than the last, and Anyun cherished this time deeply. That fool Jiraiya. His skills are woefully inadequate. He has been diligently training in Myobokuzen, and I hear the meals there consist of bugs. He turned green just mentioning it. Big brother Kakashi is indeed a master of the blade. Not long ago, we inadvertently encountered a Jonin from a Wagakure, and it was only thanks to him that we managed to defeat the opponent. I heard from Master Hiruzen that Kakashi will soon be promoted to Chunin. Truly impressive. Tsunade chattered away, her words flowing like a babbling brook. Anyun, with a gentle smile, watched her, finding her beauty captivating. After a lengthy monologue, Tsunade noticed Anyun's silence and paused, nudging him lightly, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Anyun, are you even listening to me? Snapped back to reality, Anyun replied warmly. Of course. I remember every word, Princess Tsunade. So, Jiraiya ate bugs at Myobokuzen, did he? And Kakashi is about to become a Chunin, right? Suddenly, Tsunade leaned in closer to Anyun, her expression filled with suspicion. What were you thinking while you were staring at me just now? Feeling her proximity caused Anyun's heart to race, and his face flushed crimson. Tsunade took a step back, pointing at him and laughing. You were definitely thinking something inappropriate. And Yen, having experienced 2 lifetimes, took a deep breath to suppress the fluttering in his heart and smiled radiantly at Tsunade. Tsunade, you are so beautiful that I momentarily found myself entranced. Your charm is truly remarkable. Tsunade felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks, clearing her throat to regain composure. She retrieved the summoning contract scroll. We've chatted long enough. Let us attend to business and sign the summoning contract, shall we? Kneeling on the ground, Tsunade unfurled the scroll, revealing a series of names. And Yan's gaze immediately fell upon Tsunade's name, and further up, he saw the name of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. And Yen also crouched down, following Tsunade's instructions to sign his name and press his handprint. In that moment, he felt an ethereal connection forming. Is that all there is to it? And Yen turned to Tsunade for confirmation. Of course not, she replied, shaking her head. Let me introduce you to the Sage of Slugs. Tsunade began to weave hand signs, pressing her hands to the ground, summoning a small slug. Sage of Slugs. This is Yen, my dear friend. He will also be summoning you in the future, so I hope you two can get along well. And Yen politely nodded towards the Sage of Slugs. Greetings, Sage of Slugs. I am Yen, and it is a pleasure to meet you. The Sage of Slugs spoke in a soft, gentle voice. It is a pleasure to meet you, little Yen. I am merely a split entity of the Sage of Slugs, so you may call me Slug. You jest, even as a part of the Sage of Slugs. I should address you as Lady Slug, and Yen smiled. The Sage of Slugs had a gentle disposition, a trait common among girls who enjoy compliments. And Yan's words evidently pleased her, as she found his manner of speaking far more charming than that of Tsunade's former companions. Suddenly, a thought struck in Yen, prompting him to inquire. Lady Slug, are you familiar with Dark Chakra? The Sage of Slugs replied softly, I have not heard of the term Dark Chakra, little Yen. Could you describe its manifestations? Gathering his thoughts, Yen glanced around to ensure they were alone before continuing. You see, Lady Slug, our second Hokage has been researching artificial tailed beasts. He believes that tailed beasts may originate from the negative emotions of the ninja world, such as resentment, despair, and suffering. He has been attempting to collect this dark energy in hopes of creating tailed beasts. This dark energy, referred to as Dark Chakra by the second Hokage, possesses the ability to mentally corrupt a good person, transforming them into a malevolent individual. It can also darken physical substances, which in turn affects the mental state of humans. So far, no other characteristics have been discovered. However, recently, a being emerged from the Dark Chakra, born from negative emotions like resentment. This entity is immortal, impervious to various ninjutsu, and the second Hokage could only seal it away. I fear it poses a great threat. I wonder if you have any means of eradicating it. After listening to Yan's lengthy discourse, the Sage of Slugs contemplated for a moment before speaking. Having lived for countless years and witnessed many events, she said, what you speak of is likely a malevolent entity. In the age before chakra, these entities thrived on human suffering and were collectively referred to as evil gods. However, the Sage of Six Paths eradicated all such beings, leading to their absence. To eliminate such entities requires profound yin-yang techniques or the spiritual powers mastered by shamans and onmyoji centuries ago, though it seems there are no such individuals in existence now. And Yan's expression grew troubled. It seems there is no way to eliminate this creature. We can only seal it away for future generations to handle. Tsunade looked at Yen with concern. Are you researching such dangerous matters? Please be cautious. Do not risk your life carelessly. And Yen solemnly nodded at Tsunade. Do not worry, Tsunade. I intend to protect you in the future and will not perish easily. The Sage of Slugs waited patiently for their exchange to conclude before lightly interjecting. There is indeed a method to eliminate such entities, albeit a bit troublesome. Tsunade's eyes brightened as she lifted the Sage of Slugs, shaking her gently. What do you mean? What is the method? The Sage of Slugs, slightly dizzy from the motion, took a moment to recover. The simplest method would be to find a volcano and cast the entity into it. Since there are no inhabitants around the volcano, dark chakra will not gather there. After several deaths and rebirths, the entity will ultimately perish. What about other methods? Tsunade interjected. The second method would involve practicing sage techniques. Natural energy can eliminate many immortal beings, as nothing is more powerful than nature itself. What are sage techniques? And Yin asked with curiosity, feigning ignorance. Knowing that if he remained silent, Tsunade might steer the conversation elsewhere. The Sage of Slugs paused, seemingly considering how to explain. And Yin and Tsunade watched her in silence, awaiting her response. Sage techniques, in essence, involve a perfect fusion of natural energy, physical energy, and spiritual energy in a 1-to-1 ratio, resulting in Sage Chakra. Mastering Sage Chakra and maintaining its stability is what is known as Sage Mode. Upon entering Sage Mode, a ninja's physical abilities are greatly enhanced. Their ninjutsu becomes significantly more powerful, their perception is heightened, and their recovery abilities are vastly improved. Suddenly, Tsunade raised her hand. I recall that my grandfather practiced sage techniques. Is that correct? The Sage of Slugs nodded. Indeed, Lord Hashirama possessed extraordinary power, and his sage techniques granted him unparalleled might. Tsunade, intrigued, asked, Can Yin and I practice sage techniques? The Sage of Slugs regarded them both, looking slightly hesitant. Training in the sage techniques of the wet-bone forest requires immense chakra and life force. Your vitality seems a bit lacking. It may be quite challenging for you. Tsunade's face fell in disappointment. Oh, is that so? What a shame. And Yin patted her shoulder to encourage her. He turned to the Sage of Slugs, Lady Slug. Would you kindly share with us how to sense natural energy? I can attempt to research it myself. The Sage of Slugs shook her head. Humans seeking to practice the sage techniques of the wet-bone forest must immerse themselves in the acidic pools to feel natural energy. Without a robust life force, it would be impossible. The acid would corrode your bodies. Lord Hashirama, during battle with me, inadvertently comprehended sage mode after being struck by my slime. This is something you cannot replicate. And Yin nodded in understanding, recalling Orochimaru's research on natural energy and the curse seal. If Orochimaru could achieve it, it seemed plausible that Tobirama Senju could as well. He must possess something similar. And Yin planned to inquire later. Tsunade looked disheartened, realizing that sage techniques appeared to be immensely powerful, yet she was unable to practice them. After exchanging a few more words with Yin, the Sage of Slugs vanished, returning to the wet-bone forest. And Yin summoned the small slug once more, successfully bringing it forth. All right, it seems there are no issues. Thank you, Lady Slug. The small slug shook its head. Not a bother, little Yin. If there is nothing else, see you next time. And Yin waved his hand. Goodbye, Lady Slug. The small slug nodded happily before vanishing with a pop, returning to the wet-bone forest. And Yin turned to Tsunade. What shall we do now? Tsunade rubbed her hands together, producing 2 dice. How about a wager? And Yin grinned confidently. Then you are just asking for trouble. Let us find a restaurant and enjoy ourselves. 2 individuals swiftly descended from the Hokage rock, making their way to the barbecue restaurant. Ever since becoming a ninja, Enya no longer worried about the expense of meals. The earnings of a ninja were simply too abundant, far exceeding what one could consume. Chapter 41. Bairu's thoughts the following day, in the Konoha Technical Development Department. Senjutsu? I have not delved into the study of natural energy. Indeed, the forbidden techniques I have developed alone suffice to elevate any ninja to the pinnacle of the ninja world, declared Senju Tobirama, arms crossed. Gazing down at Anyun with an air of pride, scratching his head, Anyun inquired, Are you not intrigued by why the summoning beasts of the 3 great sage regions can live for thousands of years? Tobirama fell silent. In his youth, he had little interest in such matters. However, now in his 50s, he felt a significant decline in his abilities, especially since he had developed several forbidden techniques, which, by their nature, posed risks to the human body. He was acutely aware of his waning strength. Previously, he had not considered this aspect. Was it the natural energy that granted longevity to the summoning beasts? Indeed, it warranted further investigation. A new research topic could be initiated. Rubbing his chin, Tobirama pondered thoughtfully. Yuan interjected with his own thoughts. The Edo Tensei technique should be compatible with the development of Senjutsu, allowing for the manipulation of those resurrected to cultivate Senjutsu, identifying a chakra model suitable for human training. Yuan vividly recalled that Minato's Edo Tensei body could directly enter Sage mode. Moreover, apart from Hashirama, others who entered Sage mode exhibited animalistic traits in a fantasy realm. It resembled a possession by a demonic aura. Do you think I developed Edo Tensei for no reason? They serve as perfect test subjects for other techniques. And, young Yuan, have you mastered the summoning technique yet? Produce results for the Flying Thunder God project promptly. Tobirama fixed his gaze on Yuan, his tone seemingly tinged with displeasure. What could be the reason? Yuan contemplated, wondering if it was due to his closeness with Tsunade. Choosing to dismiss the puzzling thoughts, Yuan nodded in response and returned to his domain to continue his research. Conducting experiments was a protracted endeavor, and fortunately, Yuan possessed the shadow clone technique, allowing him to occasionally slip away for some fresh air. On that day, Kakashi Hitaki was promoted to Chunin. At that time, Konoha lacked any formal Chunin examinations. Promotions occurred when one demonstrated sufficient strength and met various assessments. Upon receiving a message from Tsunade, Yuan informed Orochimaru and Bairu, and the three agreed to celebrate after work. Orochimaru, how is your research progressing? The trio, seldom afforded such leisure, strolled casually while engaged in conversation. In response to Bairu's inquiry, Orochimaru replied leisurely, "It's going well. I have already met my parents." This implied that he had preliminarily mastered the forbidden technique, Edo Tensei. Impressive. Orochimaru, you truly are a rare genius, Yuan praised. To which Orochimaru responded, "While I know you mean no offense, I can't shake the feeling that you are mocking me." The phrase a rare genius was a compliment from the third Hokage to Orochimaru. Yet, in comparison to Yuan, it seemed somewhat lacking. If Orochimaru was a once-in-a-decade genius, what did that make Yuan? A once-in-a-century prodigy? As of now, I have merely grasped the technique. I am still far from achieving substantial results. Meanwhile, Yuan has already tackled a second project. I wonder if you have made any breakthroughs? Yuan, upon receiving Orochimaru's accolades, wore a frown. He had been researching the Flying Thunder God technique, aiming to simplify it to a level accessible to ordinary ninjas, yet it proved exceedingly challenging, yielding no results thus far. However, Yuan had devised a technique called Thunder Guidance based on the 4th S experiences, capable of redirecting an enemy's attack elsewhere. Yet, this technique could only be utilized by Yuan and Tobirama, hardly a noteworthy achievement. Noticing Yuan's dejected demeanor, Orochimaru and Bairu exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of relief. Their friend's genius was overwhelming, casting a significant shadow over them. And you, Bairu? Have you made any progress lately? Yuan, seeing Bairu's relaxed expression, couldn't help but chuckle, deliberately choosing to apply some pressure. Bairu, well aware of Yuan's character, instinctively huffed at the question. I haven't achieved much recently, but I have had some ideas. Perhaps you could offer me some insight. Yuan's interest piqued. What do you mean? During my research on bloodlines, I discovered that certain bloodlines can be transplanted. Therefore, is it possible that an ordinary ninja, if they were to transplant the fastest speed of the swift release, the strongest defense of the steel release, the most vigorous life force of the Uzumaki clan, and the most formidable ocular techniques from the Uchiha clan, could become the strongest ninja in this world? Orochimaru fell into contemplation, while Yuan countered, Bairu, I believe you may not have thoroughly examined the bloodlines. While swift release is indeed swift, the fastest in the ninja world is Tobirama's Flying Thunder God. Furthermore, if one were to transplant multiple bloodlines, shouldn't they select closely related kin to facilitate integration? That would likely ease the process of ancestral return. Moreover, merging bloodlines carries significant risks, as it involves seizing others' abilities, which could alter one's physiological structure. A misstep could result in death. In response to Yuan's concerns, Bairu had his own considerations. As a ninja from an ordinary background, he lacked Yuan's laid-back mindset. He needed to find ways to elevate himself swiftly to prepare for the potential Second Ninja World War looming a decade away. In the ninja world, lineage almost determines the upper limits of a ninja's strength. As an ordinary ninja, after 20 years of diligent training, he had barely reached the threshold of a typical jonin. Bairu sought to change this fate that seemed all too predictable. Bairu's ideas possessed a certain feasibility but required extensive knowledge in biomedicine as a foundation, along with a multitude of human experiments. After a moment of reflection, Orochimaru provided his input. Human experimentation is not an issue, but I hope that when you both research forbidden techniques, you will use subjects from other villages for experimentation rather than involving our village. Otherwise, I may not be so accommodating. Anyun issued a preemptive warning, lest they claim he had not forewarned them. Orochimaru and Bairu exchanged glances, suddenly bursting into laughter. Anyun, do you not conduct human experiments? Your rhetoric is quite hypocritical. Of course, we would never involve our village. Anyun, hands on his hips, declared, I am the inheritor of the will of fire. I must express any unpleasant truths up front. Chapter 42. Kakashi's mother. The trio conversed jovially as they arrived at the Hitaki residence. Before they could enter, they were halted by Tsunade. She scrutinized the three, even circling around them, leaving them feeling bewildered. Anyun grasped Tsunade's arm, puzzled. What are you looking at? Is our attire inappropriate? Tsunade crossed her arms, her expression one of disbelief. Kakashi has been promoted to Chunin, and you three arrive empty-handed? Huh. Anyun, Orochimaru, and Bairu exchanged glances. Anyun cleared his throat, attempting to salvage their dignity. Do we seem like the impolite sort? Look at this. Anyun produced his prized possession, the 1,000-change umbrella, from his inventory. This is a recounting of an earlier mission wherein Yin eliminated a rain ninja named Yu. Subsequently, he mastered the technique of Yulu Qianbin and crafted a specialized umbrella to complement this ninjutsu. The umbrella not only conceals mechanisms within its frame, but also harbors a short sword inside, adorned with a striking red maple leaf pattern that is exceedingly beautiful. This exquisite Shinji umbrella was meticulously crafted by the three of us as a gift for Kakashi, celebrating his promotion to Chunin. When Tsunade laid eyes on the antique-style Shinji umbrella in Anyan's possession, she was momentarily captivated. Having seen much in her time, she found the design of the Shinji umbrella to be refreshingly unique compared to the typical aesthetics of the ninja world. Noticing Tsunade's gaze, Anyan smiled and asked, Do you like it, Tsunade? If so, I shall make you one next time. Tsunade, not one to decline, nodded eagerly. You said it, Anyan. I shall await your gift. The four of them entered the Hitaki residence, where Jiraiya was predictably present. It had been some time since their last meeting, and Jiraiya appeared to have gained considerable strength, his demeanor suggesting a desire to spar with Anyan. However, Anyan chose to overlook Jiraiya's subtle challenge, as the primary focus was to celebrate Kakashi's promotion, postponing any notions of combat. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo, expressed great joy upon their arrival and insisted on preparing a meal for everyone. Anyan, having doubts about Tsukumo's culinary skills, promptly volunteered to assist, knowing well the modest proficiency of his teammate in the kitchen. Just then, a young girl entered. Tsunade and the others inquired, Who are you, and why have you come here? The girl politely introduced herself. Hello everyone, I am Haruno Yako, Tsukumo's childhood friend. Understanding dawned on Jiraiya and Obito, who exchanged knowing glances and shared a mischievous grin. They approached Yako, assisting her to a seat at the table, where conversation flowed freely. Tsunade was the first to inquire. When did you and Kakashi's father meet? Yako replied gently, We have known each other since we were 3 years old, as we were neighbors. Jiraiya exclaimed in amazement, Wow, knowing each other from such a young age truly makes you childhood sweethearts. How enviable. Tsunade, observing the seemingly ordinary Yako, curiously asked, Are you a ninja? You don't seem like one. After a moment of reflection, Yako softly replied, I am not a ninja. I lack the aptitude for it. The revelation surprised Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others. Obito, upon hearing her words, appeared lost in thought, reminiscing about his own childhood friend who had drifted away after being deemed unsuitable for the ninja life. The reality was that ninjas and ordinary people often walked divergent paths. The risks associated with their lifestyles made such relationships complicated. Yet it was evident that Tsukumo held no such reservations, maintaining his bond with Yako. Though Tsunade and the others could not comprehend this, they silently wished him well. As Anyan and Tsukumo emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand, They were met with the sight of everyone eagerly questioning the lovely Yako. Tsukumo hurried forward, placing the dishes on the table before turning to Yako, slightly flustered. "Yako, what brings you here?" Before she could respond, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Obito chimed in unison, "Yako, how sweetly you greet him." The trio had conspired to tease Tsukumo. However, being several years older, Tsukumo was well accustomed to such banter. He took a deep breath and composed himself, sitting beside Yako, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "As we have all met, allow me to introduce this lovely lady, Haruno Yako, my childhood friend, and the one I wish to protect for a lifetime," Tsukumo declared openly, akin to a public confession, causing Yako to blush as she playfully punched him, an action that seemed to delight him. Tsunade and the others could only think, who knew Kakashi's father was such a romantic? And Yin recognized Yako as the mother of Kakashi, a figure absent from his memories, perhaps having passed away before he could recall her. The circumstances surrounding her death remained a mystery, with possibilities ranging from the Second or Third Shinobi World War to complications during childbirth or sudden illness. As the meal was served, the group gathered around the table to eat and drink, commencing with congratulations for Tsukumo's promotion, followed by an exchange of gifts, which brought him immense joy. They began discussing light-hearted topics such as future aspirations and dreams. Jiraiya shared his ambition of winning the hearts of all the beautiful maidens, prompting Tsunade to roll her eyes, as this was one of the reasons she found him insufferable. And Yin simply smiled, acknowledging the folly of youthful desires, knowing well that adulthood brings a more sobering perspective. However, Jiraiya's flirtatious nature could be attributed to his exceptional physical prowess, which significantly influenced his behavior. The gathering concluded with laughter and camaraderie, and as Yin and the others prepared to depart, they left the intimate space for the young couple. Exchanging farewells at the Hitaki household, they finally stepped out. Yet, just a few paces away, Jiraiya could no longer contain himself and abruptly blocked Yan's path, exclaiming, "Yin, I have grown stronger recently. Dare you engage in a spar with me?" Tsunade instinctively stepped in front of Yin, grabbing Jiraiya by the collar. "Are you looking for a fight, Jiraiya?" Jiraiya met her gaze unflinchingly, insisting, "This is a matter between men, step aside." Tsunade raised her fist, ready to strike. But Yin placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder from behind, causing her to turn in confusion. "There's no need for that, Tsunade. I can handle this. You don't doubt my abilities, do you?" Yin smiled. After a moment's consideration, Tsunade relaxed her stance. Orochimaru and Obito exchanged glances, cautioning, "Is a fight truly necessary? Weren't we just enjoying a meal together?" Orochimaru was particularly aware of Yan's formidable techniques learned from Senju Tobirama, and he did not wish for Yin to harm Jiraiya. Yin shook his head, signaling for them not to intervene further. They arrived at the training ground, positioning themselves opposite each other and forming hand seals. Jiraiya immediately performed the summoning technique, and amidst a billowing cloud of white smoke, a massive red-skinned toad over 2 meters tall materialized. It is the Toad Prince, Wentai, who at this moment does not appear particularly tall, perhaps due to his youth. Yin raised an eyebrow, glancing at Jiraiya with a look of confusion. "Is this your trump card?" Jiraiya did not respond, merely pointing at Yin and shouting loudly, "Go, Wentai, teach this brat a lesson." A long tongue shot towards Yin with incredible speed. Yin swiftly raised a wind-release spiraling sphere, extending his hand skyward. The sphere detonated, and the powerful wind chakra repelled the toad's tongue, sending both Jiraiya and Wentai flying over 20 meters, crashing into the trees at the edge of the training ground. There was nothing more to say. It was an instant defeat. Tsunade hurried onto the field to tend to Jiraiya and Toad Wentai. "Why did you hit so hard?" Tsunade chided Yin. Yin sighed in exasperation. "I held back, but if I don't let him see the gap, he'll pester me every day." "Damn it." Jiraiya lay on the ground, feeling as though his heart had shattered. How could the disparity be so vast? They were of the same age. "Jiraiya, your potential for improvement is vast. I've heard that Mount Myaboku also possesses sage arts. I look forward to our next duel after you master them." To prevent Jiraiya from falling into despair, Yin offered some words of encouragement, helping him regain a bit of confidence. Indeed, Mount Myaboku is home to the sage arts, a powerful technique practiced by everyone from the Sage of Six Paths to the first Hokage. Once he masters sage arts, Yin surely would not be his opponent, and he could reclaim Tsunade, winning her heart once more. As these thoughts crossed Jiraiya's mind, he began to smile foolishly. Tsunade gasped, "Oh no, Yin, you've knocked Jiraiya silly." And Yin placed a hand on his forehead in resignation. Not at all, Tsunade. He is merely lost in youthful fantasies. Jiraiya, resilient as ever, quickly recovered his mobility after Tsunade's brief treatment, sheepishly returning Toad Wentai to Mount Mayaboku. He turned to Yin earnestly. Let us agree on this. Once I've mastered the sage arts, we shall settle this once and for all. And Yin casually nodded. Jiraiya's talent for sage arts was not particularly promising. After practicing for most of his life, he would still require the assistance of 2 Toad sages to enter sage mode. If they truly waited for him to perfect the sage arts, and Yin and Tsunade's child would likely be on the verge of becoming Hokage. The two sealed their agreement with a hand sign, concluding this match. The sky was growing dark, and everyone decided to return home. As Tsunade was a girl, and Yin offered to escort her home, while Jiraiya, seeking to join in, was pulled away by Fukasaku. And Yin and Tsunade strolled cheerfully along the streets of Konoha, suddenly discussing Kakashi and Rin, the young couple. I truly envy Rin. Although she is just an ordinary person, Kakashi has not wavered in his feelings, and they remain together. Tsunade remarked wistfully, and Yin pondered for a moment before replying. Every decision we make leads to different consequences. The only thing we can do is be prepared to bear the outcomes. I believe Kakashi is ready for that. Consequences? Tsunade murmured, her mind a tapestry of intricate thoughts. She, being a perceptive girl, reflected on Yin's words, considering the sacrifices made by those who sought to resurrect would release. They must have known, given the current success rate of the procedure, that survival was unlikely, yet they pursued it with unwavering resolve. As Tsunade became lost in her thoughts, Yin noticed a small stall nearby selling a flute. Without hesitation, he purchased it. When Tsunade came to her senses and saw Yin toying with the vertical flute, she laughed. I've never seen you play. Can you actually play? Yin tested a note and replied with a smile. I've always said I love music and literature. How could I not know how to play if I enjoy music? Tsunade beamed at him. Then showcase your talent. Yin chuckled, positioned the flute, and began to play. The theme from Inuyasha, Time-Traveling Longing, filled the air. Tsunade stood still, quietly watching Yin, slightly entranced as the melodious, yet sorrowful notes resonated around them, drawing villagers closer to listen intently to his performance. In a world perpetually marred by war, the spirits of the people felt hollow. As Yin concluded his piece, he was met with enthusiastic applause from the villagers. The vendor who had sold the flute even returned Yin's money, respectfully inquiring about his name and the title of the piece. Yin contemplated the lack of need for secrecy, and given his desire to enhance his reputation, he declared, I am Yin, and this piece is titled Time-Traveling Longing. A notification flashed across his system panel, indicating an increase in his prestige. It seemed he could perform pro bono from time to time. The villagers began to murmur among themselves. Yin? I've never heard that name before. Time-Traveling Longing sounds like a very sorrowful piece. As the crowd buzzed, Tsunade sensed the situation was becoming precarious. She grabbed Yin and swiftly maneuvered through the throng, disappearing from view. Chapter 44. The agreement. Tsunade pulled Yin along as they ran until they reached a deserted street. Curiosity danced on her face as she regarded Yin. You truly possess a multitude of talents, don't you? Are there any other specialties I'm unaware of? Yin, tempted to jest, refrained from doing so. One cannot speak lightly in front of a girl they admire. Instead, he shrugged and replied, You know I enjoy reading, accumulating a plethora of seemingly useless knowledge. I can't pinpoint it all, but I'm sure it will come in handy someday. Tsunade nodded with a smile. Yet Yin sensed an underlying danger in her expression. In an instant, she pushed him against a wall, executing a split with one foot resting on his shoulder. Then tell me, who is this time-traveling longing truly longing for? Don't say it's for your parents. I may not understand music, but I can tell it isn't. Yin felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. Any misstep in his response could result in dire consequences. As his thoughts raced, he gently patted Tsunade's head with a warm smile. It's a long story. Would you care to hear it in detail? Tsunade, sensing the matter was diverging from her initial assumption, blushed and stepped back, retracting her foot. Yin, though slightly perspiring, maintained his composure. The pair strolled leisurely, eventually arriving at Hokage Rock. Sitting atop the colossal statue of the first Hokage, Yin shared tales from a world beyond their own with Tsunade, who listened intently. Long ago, during the Warring States period, there was a priestess named Kikyo, born with immense power and bearing a special mission. In the end, Inuyasha held Kikyo in his arms, tears brimming in his eyes, lamenting that he had done nothing for her. Kikyo replied, "You reaching me is enough." Ultimately, Kikyo transformed into a shower of light, disappearing from Inuyasha's embrace. Tsunade, moved to tears by the poignant narrative, clung to Yen, sobbing softly, her tears soaking his chest. This story is truly touching, and Yen, you must write it down or draw it. I yearn to see what someone as kind as Kikyo looks like. And Yen gently lifted Tsunade's chin, wiping away her tears, and spoke softly, "I promise you, Tsunade. I will illustrate this story beautifully and have it published, so that everyone may know the tale of Kikyo and Inuyasha." "Yes," Tsunade replied, her eyes swollen, her voice tinged with emotion. As time passed, the two remained on Hokage Rock, watching the village lights gradually extinguish, unwilling to part ways. As the entire village was shrouded in darkness and the hour grew late, Tsunade reluctantly expressed her desire to return home. Accompanied by Yen, she navigated through the shadows back to the Senju clan's residence. Stealthily, Tsunade crept into the courtyard, tiptoeing towards her room, only to be abruptly halted by a figure blocking her path. It was Uzumaki Mito. "Mito, grandmother," Tsunade gasped, startled, her words stumbling as she stood trembling, appearing quite pitiable. However, Mito merely smiled and affectionately patted Tsunade's head. With her perceptive abilities, she had long understood the reason for Tsunade's late return, having once been young herself. Mito bore no reproach. Gazing at Tsunade, she gently chided, "Little Tsunade, you mustn't return home so late next time." Relieved by her words, Tsunade nodded fervently, acknowledging her fault, though whether she would amend it remained uncertain. As she swiftly slipped into the house, Mito quietly mused, "Youth is truly wonderful." She pondered what the two young people had discussed, causing Tsunade to weep so profusely. Yet, since Tsunade remained silent, Mito chose to feign ignorance, a testament to the wisdom of the elderly. Inside her bedroom, as Tsunade washed up, she reflected on her actions throughout the day, her cheeks growing warm with embarrassment. As the princess of the Senju clan, her conduct seemed somewhat unladylike. However, Yen appeared unfazed by it. Lost in thought, the young girl's face flushed anew. Meanwhile, Yen returned home, swiftly tending to his personal hygiene before diving into bed. Upon activating the system screen, he was inundated with notifications, the messages of increased reputation flooding in. A cursory glance revealed that merely standing and playing a song had garnered him over 300 points of reputation, nearly equaling what he would typically earn in a month. Indeed, a reputation system of such caliber ought to be reserved for major celebrities, not for a reclusive ninja like him. Coupled with his previously accumulated reputation, he could indulge in another round of 10 consecutive wishes. He opted to utilize his reputation for the wishes. A cascade of shooting stars traversed the sky, and once the animation concluded, Yen obtained the items he sought: a fire talisman staff, a gold talisman bell, and a water talisman droplet pendant. With these 3 talismans drawn, he had exhausted the offerings from the simulator's pool, having successfully acquired all 5 major talismans. The remaining rewards consisted of basic attribute enhancements, such as increases to spirit and physique. Had he just arrived in this world, devoid of resources, he might have felt a fleeting joy. But after being here for some time, he understood the limited efficacy of such basic attributes and felt little elation. Recognizing the dearth of valuable items in the pool, Yen resolved to amass a significant amount of reputation to unleash upon the next system pool, thereby fully exploiting it. Regarding the 3 talismans, each possessed a unique domain of attributes. The fire talisman enabled the host to wield flames while sharing their power, enhancing the strength and defense of others. The water talisman shared similarities but also augmented mental strength, with tales of its holders experiencing mental breakdowns. The gold talisman's marvel lay in its ability to emit golden waves, allowing its bearer to traverse space at will, akin to a form of teleportation unique to a fantasy realm. Now, the question lingered: how should these items be utilized? Should he entrust them to Tobirama for further research? It seemed that Tobirama had yet to yield significant findings with the previous wood talisman. After much contemplation, Yen decided to retain the talismans for himself, assisting in the exploration of chakra transformation properties. Chapter 45. The Wood Release Ninja. Tobirama Senju's research made a significant breakthrough. Harnessing the power of the wood talisman, he appeared to grasp the essence of Wood Release's abilities. Consequently, his experiments yielded new advancements. and he successfully mastered the wood release technique. It is well known that chakra transformation involves simulating various elemental properties of the world, making chakra a versatile force capable of mimicking nearly anything. After wearing the wood talisman for a time, Tobirama successfully simulated the power of the talisman, invoking the force of plant growth. While figures like Hashirama Senju mastered wood release, they often struggled to articulate its application, much like Naruto teaching Konohamaru the Rasengan. Their explanations were often abstract and difficult to comprehend. Tobirama, however, was different. He meticulously systematized his understanding of any power he mastered, formulating clear methods for training. The moment Tobirama conquered wood release, it signified that the mass production of wood release ninjas was imminent. Given that Konoha is a village of wood release ninjas, this seemed entirely reasonable. Upon confirming his mastery of wood release, Tobirama summoned Yen, Orochimaru, and Hiruzen, directly instructing them on how to synthesize wood release by manipulating water and earth chakra properties. All three were new generation ninjas well-versed in Konoha's forbidden techniques. Eager to learn another secret art, the prerequisite for mastering wood release was to understand the transformation of both water and earth chakra. Fortuitously, Yen had long since mastered this, having even begun training with other elemental chakra transformations. Orochimaru, possessing innate water and earth chakra attributes, had also grasped these early on due to his prodigious talent. Only Hiruzen lagged slightly behind. Without innate earth chakra, he was left to hastily adapt and catch up. With the system's assistance, Yen swiftly performed the technique, causing a tree to burgeon from the ground, growing to a height of several meters, its vast trunk encroaching upon the surrounding bamboo grove. The significance of wood release compelled Tobirama to conduct the teaching within the wood talisman's spatial domain. Witnessing Yen's successful execution of the wood release technique, Tobirama felt a surge of relief, realizing that his understanding of the technique could indeed be inherited by future generations. Immediately, Tobirama began instructing Yen on additional wood release techniques. As Hashirama's younger brother, he had participated in the development of various wood release techniques throughout Hashirama's growth, thus comprehending how to cultivate them effectively. Orochimaru soon followed suit, unleashing wood release as verdant trees erupted from the ground, displacing the bamboo nearby, which left Hiruzen envious. Mastering chakra transformation was no trivial feat. Even experienced jonin typically excelled in only 2 chakra transformations. Thus, Hiruzen was destined to lag slightly behind. Once Yen and Orochimaru had successfully trained in wood release, Tobirama directed them to return to their respective duties while he himself headed back to the Senju clan's compound. The matter of wood release was of utmost importance, and Tobirama needed to deliberate carefully should he regard it as a secret technique to be passed down through the Senju clan, or as a high-level forbidden art for the entire village of Konoha, transforming a family secret into a village technique. Ultimately, Tobirama reached a decision. The majority of the Senju clan had already integrated into the village, which had become a family in its own right. His next task was to persuade the remaining elderly and frail members of the Senju clan. At the Senju compound, once all remaining clan members had gathered, Tobirama activated the wood talisman, transporting everyone into the talisman's spatial domain. Is this a new jutsu developed by Lord Tobirama? How remarkable! As expected of a master of forbidden techniques, he silently conjured yet another one. This place is truly exquisite. Where am I? I could envision spending my retirement here. Suddenly, I was transported into a different realm, and the Senju clan members began to chatter excitedly. Senju Tobirama cleared his throat, and the clamor halted abruptly as everyone turned their attention to him. Observing the injured from the first Great Ninja War, Tobirama felt a slight moisture gather at the corners of his eyes. Esteemed colleagues, I have splendid news to share. I have developed wood release. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. The prestige of wood release in the hearts of the Senju was beyond verbal expression. Tobirama's declaration detonated like a bomb among the throng. Fully understanding their exhilaration, Tobirama himself was equally thrilled after achieving this feat, having gone without sleep for 48 hours. As the clan members began to calm down, he continued, I intend to share wood release with the village. What are your thoughts? The previously subdued crowd erupted once more. Higashiyama had sacrificed his life for the wood release experiment. Why should the secret technique now be bestowed upon the village? How much more must we, the Senju clan, sacrifice for Konoha? My elder brother also perished in the wood release experiment, not on the battlefield, but on the operating table. Why should the village reap the rewards of our labor now that success has been attained? Tobirama initially appeared taken aback, but his gaze grew cold as he swiftly executed a move, directing 2 water iron projectiles towards 2 individuals among the Senju who had been inciting dissent. The 2, lacking in strength, met their demise instantly, their forms transforming into peculiar, colorless humanoid creatures. Tobirama gazed intently at the non-human corpses, narrowing his eyes. When did such entities infiltrate Konoha? Had he not recognized these 2 impostors and understood their personalities and backgrounds, he might never have discerned their deceit. Their disguise was remarkably sophisticated. Were there any other impostors remaining among the clan? Were there similar infiltrators among the other ninja clans in Konoha? Tobirama recalled that upon assuming his role as the second Hokage, the Uchiha clan's discontent had seemed unexpectedly pronounced. If there were individuals deliberately sowing discord, it appeared entirely plausible. Tobirama began systematically interrogating his clan members, posing personal or probing questions. Upon witnessing the gravity of the situation, the clan members complied readily, and indeed, he apprehended another impostor. Observing the bound white creature before him, Tobirama's expression turned icy as he placed a hand on its head to extract its memories. What was this dark, ink-like entity? In Chapter 46, A Thorough Investigation in Konoha, Tobirama uncovered the mastermind behind the impostors, a fluid, ink-like creature with scant information regarding its intentions. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to eliminate the spies within Konoha. Tobirama summoned his 6 disciples, who appeared visibly aged since he had stepped down, clearly burdened by the weight of managing the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, representing the group, greeted Tobirama with respect. "Teacher, what brings us here?" As Hokage, Hiruzen took the lead in questioning. Tobirama enveloped the discussion area in a barrier and summoned Uzumaki Mido to verify their identities. After her examination, she nodded, confirming that these disciples were indeed themselves, not impostors. It was fortunate that if all 6 had been replaced, Konoha would have been in peril. Tobirama released the captured white creature and explained, "This is White Zetsu, an artificial being with exceptional disguise capabilities. Its mimicry is so advanced that even I cannot discern its authenticity. These White Zetsu seem to have been lurking within Konoha, and I have already apprehended 3 within the Senju clan alone." Turning to Uchiha Kagami, he added, "I suspect that the previous Uchiha rebellion may have been influenced by these White Zetsu. They may lack strength, but they excel in inciting discord." Uchiha Kagami activated his Mangekyo Sharingan to scrutinize the bound White Zetsu. "Teacher Tobirama, this creature's chakra appears atypical." Tobirama nodded. "This being seems to possess a natural form of wood release, allowing it to easily conceal itself amidst the forest and foliage, undetectable by current ninja chakra sensing techniques." Danzo was taken aback. "What? Wood release? These creatures are truly despicable. Teacher, do we have any other leads?" Tobirama shook his head. "I accessed this creature's memories. The mastermind is a mass of black substance, possibly a creation of yin-yang release, perhaps a relic of the Sage of 6 Paths, or an accursed entity that has survived through the ages due to warfare. In any case, these beings harbor malevolent intentions towards Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in understanding. "Teacher Tobirama, I grasp your meaning. Shall we conduct a thorough investigation of Konoha? Let's summon all the elite jonin and have Mido oversee the examination. Although the discovered individuals are generally weak, we cannot rule out the possibility of more skilled impostors infiltrating our ranks." As Tobirama orchestrated the plan, he contemplated, for the time being, he would have the barrier team seal off Konoha, allowing for a comprehensive examination of all the village's ninja, as well as clearing out any spies from other villages. White Zetsu would be classified as a Class A threat, and all ninja were to exercise caution. Under Tobirama's meticulous direction, Konoha, the colossal entity, began to operate systematically, starting with the elite jonin, followed by the various ninja clans, each being scrutinized one by one. Indeed, numerous White Zetsu were uncovered. These impostors, overconfident in their concealment abilities, were caught off guard and apprehended by Konoha. Tobirama's 6 disciples led the elite jonin, accompanied by Uzumaki Mido, in a swift and decisive sweep of the village. Minor clans like the Akimichi and the Yamanaka, being small in number, rarely had White Zetsu infiltrators, whereas larger clans like the Hyuga and Uchiha each harbored 7 or 8 White Zetsu, including an elder from the Uchiha and a member of the Hyuga main family. Ninjas, while cooperating with the village's inspections, were astonished to discover that their close companions were actually white Zetsu in disguise. The warmth of their daily interactions seemed utterly meaningless now. The collective outrage of the ninjas surged, as white Zetsu became the target of universal hatred among the citizens of Konoha. Danzo, in disbelief, stared at his trusted advisor, realizing that the strategist he had relied upon was also a white Zetsu. This individual had often provided him with counsel, but now it appeared that their intentions may have been largely nefarious. Danzo felt humiliated before his master, realizing he had placed his trust in such a creature. The Sarutobi clan also had 2 white Zetsu, but they had not ascended to significant positions and were swiftly apprehended. The investigation commenced with the elite Jonin, followed by the ninja clans, and finally the civilian ninjas. The thorough search yielded the capture of 70 to 80 white Zetsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself sweating under these circumstances. Konoha's intelligence was almost transparent. Foreign spies hidden within Konoha began to feel uneasy. With such commotion, were they not being targeted? As the spies contemplated fleeing, the barrier sensing unit was already prepared, and those daring to act were promptly apprehended. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the villagers, explaining the situation and ensuring their cooperation in the inspections. After confirming that no white Zetsu remained, he lifted the lockdown on Konoha, a process that had spanned a total of 3 days. This operation yielded favorable results, with all other villages under Konoha's surveillance being thoroughly apprehended, which was a pleasant surprise. Senju Tobarama selected several young jonin from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans to establish a specialized institution for training would-release jonin. Initially, a portion of them would be transformed into would-release ninjas, followed by a large-scale training of the village's jonin in this technique. As for the chunin and genin, they were not to be considered for the time being. Every effort would be made to prevent the possibility of wood-release being stolen by other villages. Upon hearing the successful development of wood-release, Sarutobi Hizashi and others were so ecstatic that they nearly leaped with joy. They had witnessed firsthand the immense power of wood-release, which was still evident in the Valley of the End not far from Konoha. Indeed, Tobarama-sensei was formidable, a master of forbidden techniques, undeterred by the challenges of wood-release. The disciples' respect for Tobarama grew even more profound. The Uchiha clan held a complex attitude towards the village's development of wood-release, especially after the events concerning white Zetsu. The radicals dared not act recklessly. After a prolonged silence, the current Uchiha clan leader decided to pass the leadership to Uchiha Kagami. After all, Kagami was a disciple of the second Hokage, fostering amicable relations with Senju, Akimichi, Sarutobi, Shimura, and the entire village. Furthermore, Kagami was the second genius after Uchiha Madara to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. In light of the potential emergence of numerous would-release ninjas, Uchiha Kagami's position as clan leader would significantly ease the tensions between the village and the Uchiha. Naturally, Kagami wholeheartedly agreed to the leader's decision. Ever since awakening his Mangekyo, he aspired to become the clan leader to mediate between the village and the Uchiha. Now, leveraging the pressures of the white Zetsu incident and the successful development of wood-release, his dream had finally been realized. Chapter 47. Konoha's White Zetsu. After organizing various matters in Konoha, Senju Tobarama promptly resumed his research on white Zetsu. The nature of white Zetsu was exceedingly perilous. Given its stealthy characteristics, it could wreak havoc and potentially obliterate the village if left unchecked. Therefore, it was imperative to devise countermeasures swiftly, otherwise, Tobarama would find no peace in sleep. Through comparative analysis of white Zetsu and Hashirama's cellular samples, Tobarama keenly discerned similarities that caused him to furrow his brow. This ancient and predatory chakra was decidedly hostile. It appeared to be a living weapon engineered explicitly to combat shinobi. Upon contact, it would siphon chakra, and once absorbed, white Zetsu could assume the form of the individual from whom it drew chakra. Unless discrepancies were detected through action or speech, one would be unable to distinguish it based solely on sensory ninjutsu. With its formidable mimicry capabilities, the stealth of wood-release, and nearly identical appearances, it was evident that this was a mass-producible biological weapon. Reflecting on the black, humanoid being in white Zetsu's memories, Tobarama felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. That dark entity must represent their principal consciousness, the so-called puppet master. What schemes did it harbor? In contemplation, Tobarama began preparations for reverse engineering the biological technology surrounding white Zetsu. delving into the principles behind its transformation technique and the related applications of wood release. The idea of the wood release mayfly technique intrigued him. It was now Konoha's. The concept of the wood release spore technique was also promising, particularly suitable for wood release ninjas with limited chakra, warranting its classification as a conventional skill. The mayfly technique could facilitate rapid travel by harnessing the Earth's flora and underground water veins, and combined with the concealment of wood release, it held substantial practical value. The spore technique could silently implant spores on individuals, simultaneously eavesdropping on confidential matters while demonstrating commendable combat efficacy, capable of swiftly absorbing substantial amounts of chakra from the host, thereby diminishing the enemy's battle strength, an excellent covert technique, potentially classified as S-rank ninjutsu. Elated by the prospects, Tobirama meticulously researched these two techniques, intending to compile them into a manual for Konoha's wood release ninjas to study. While Tobirama conducted experiments on White Zetsu, far away at the border of the Land of Fire, the entity embodying Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, sensed the loss of Konoha's White Zetsu intelligence network. The mental network of White Zetsu could not be contacted. Black Zetsu was unaware of any upheaval within Konoha. Yet this was a pivotal period for Uchiha Madara's evolution of the Rinnegan, rendering him unable to extricate himself. He needed to utilize this transformative phase of Uchiha to subtly become a creation of the Rinnegan, embodying Madara's will, a successful path he had discerned over millennia. Currently, Black Zetsu was powerless to influence Konoha's movements, resorting to issuing orders within the mental network to White Zetsu lurking across the globe to closely monitor Konoha's developments while advising against approaching too closely to avoid detection and casualties. In the Konoha Technology Development Department, it was not solely Senju Tobirama engaged in researching White Zetsu. Unkun, Orochimaru, and Burahu were also hard at work. Unkun, being aware of White Zetsu's multifaceted abilities, initially approached the matter from a medical standpoint, directly interfacing White Zetsu's limbs with injured members of the Senju clan, restoring them to their peak combat capabilities. Sarutobi Hisashi was greatly astonished by this, realizing that Konoha's ninjas would no longer suffer a decline in strength due to missing limbs, diminishing the reasons for ninja retirement, a truly remarkable development. Following a brief preliminary trial, Unkun began preparing for the cloning of White Zetsu's cells, aspiring to create a controllable army of White Zetsu. Orochimaru discovered that using White Zetsu as offerings resulted in summoned ninjas operating at peak strength, suggesting that Konoha could utilize the impure world reincarnation technique for large-scale military operations. White Zetsu is a remarkable asset, Orochimaru mused as he joined Unkun's cloning initiative, realizing that the more White Zetsu, the better. Bairuhu observed that White Zetsu, as a biological weapon, could potentially merge with any bloodline limit, envisioning the possibility of fusing the 5 great bloodlines to ascend to the pinnacle of the shinobi world, igniting a flicker of ambition within him. The collective efforts of the Technology Development Department rapidly yielded results. Tobirama, based on White Zetsu's chakra characteristics, specifically developed a chakra perception technique with a unique frequency targeting White Zetsu. Subsequently, Unkun collaborated with Konoha's sealing team to integrate this perception technique into Konoha's defensive sensory barrier. Henceforth, should White Zetsu approach, the barrier team would be alerted, ensuring that Konoha would not remain oblivious to White Zetsu's incursions. Initially, the artificial breeding of White Zetsu was still underway. This peculiar entity, akin to a plant spirit, seemingly required an Otsutsuki golem for successful gestation. However, Tobirama had a sudden inspiration to utilize the power of the wood protection talismans for botanical acceleration, resulting in unexpected cell division in White Zetsu, leading to its underground progeny. The issue of White Zetsu's numbers was thus surprisingly resolved, but the team quickly encountered a new challenge. The newly birthed White Zetsu possessed a shared mental network, making them susceptible to assimilation by information from the existing network, turning them into enemies. Consequently, the primary focus of current research became how to isolate White Zetsu's mental network. Once successfully severed, and with the development of Konoha's own White Zetsu, the village's power would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. For matters concerning the mind, it was essential to consult a clan adept in in-release secret techniques. Tobirama promptly summoned Uchiha Kagami as the possessor of the Mangekyo Sharingan. No one in Konoha possessed greater expertise in in-release. Kagami, as expected, did not disappoint. Although he could not directly access White Zetsu's mental network, he identified the chakra nodes of the network. The current situation was akin to being unable to access the internet, yet capable of cutting off the connection. Senju Tobarama was fervently studying the structure of the White Zetsu's local area network. If each ninja in Konoha had access to such a network, the challenges of communication during missions would be entirely alleviated. And Yin took on the task of disconnecting the White Zetsu by making slight modifications to the sealing technique, sealing specific chakra pathways on the White Zetsu, which would render it offline. Once disconnected, the White Zetsu would escape the incessant bombardment of information and brainwashing within the mental network, gradually developing its own thoughts and awakening its individual self. In essence, Konoha had acquired its own White Zetsu. Although it was not entirely reassuring, progress must be made step by step. Chapter 48: Regret and Shadows in Konoha's Technology Research Department. The more Senju Tobarama and his colleagues delved into the White Zetsu, the more they uncovered its numerous advantages. In terms of medical applications, whatever the ninjas lacked could be directly harvested from the White Zetsu and applied without the need for medical ninjutsu. Its formidable regenerative capabilities allowed it to heal itself. Uchiha Kagami, suffering from diminished eyesight due to frequent use of the Mangekyo Sharingan, had some White Zetsu cells transplanted, instantly restoring his vision. Additionally, some smaller clans, burdened by the toll of clan-specific jutsu leading to bloodline diseases, found that a mere transplant of White Zetsu cells could cure what would have otherwise been a fatal condition. In a short span, the White Zetsu became akin to a panacea, inciting a frenzy among various ninja clans. Konoha's upper echelon swiftly passed legislation categorizing the White Zetsu as a high-level resource, prohibiting its use without significant contributions. The White Zetsu was almost a naturally adaptive chakra entity, making it an exceptional specimen for studying chakra nature transformations and bloodline fusion. And Yin and his colleagues shifted their focus entirely to the White Zetsu, conducting various audacious and taboo experiments daily, for it was not human, and thus posed no moral burden during experimentation. Bairuho, who had been primarily focused on bloodline projects, astonishingly synthesized the ice release bloodline limit from the White Zetsu, leaving Orochimaru greatly astonished and eager to participate in the bloodline project. And Yin was intrigued by this endeavor. Yet he had an overwhelming number of projects to attend to and could only send a clone to monitor its progress, unable to devote excessive attention. If possible, and Yin hoped to acquire other bloodline limits, such as magnet release, lava release, or even the elimination of bloodlines. After Senju Tobarama grasped wood release through the wooden talisman, and Yin began to similarly comprehend the powers of other talismans, aspiring to simulate their abilities with chakra, possessing water, earth, and wind chakra affinities. He first focused on the water talisman, seeking to understand the profound and tranquil essence of water. Although the water talisman symbolized water, it more so represented the cleansing of the spirit. While simulating the power of water with chakra enhanced his spiritual attributes significantly, it did not augment his other abilities, nor did it enhance the potency of water release. However, he did sense a marked increase in his resistance to genjutsu, akin to grasping a mental philosophy. The principle of being as gentle as water, aimed at fortifying his mental and spiritual fortitude. Unbeknownst to him, Anyan's spiritual attribute had reached 20 points, standing unparalleled among his other attributes. Should he find a proficient genjutsu instructor, it would not be difficult for him to ascend as a particularly elite jonin. The Earth Talisman, represented by a 5 Emperor copper coin pendant, embodied the power of rebirth, enabling resurrection. However, this power was exceedingly subtle, leaving Yin almost oblivious to it. After several days of contemplation yielded no results, he reluctantly abandoned the endeavor, deciding to revisit it when his strength had grown. Given the life and death nature of such matters, he could not casually share his findings with Senju Tobarama and had to digest them slowly on his own. With no wind attribute among the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, Yin began to explore the power of fire. Utilizing the fire talisman, he successfully comprehended the nature transformation of fire chakra, while also developing minor techniques to enhance his own strength. However, the metal talisman surprised him. This small golden bell, which could be shaken to facilitate teleportation, revealed a peculiar ability to him. By emitting sound waves at specific frequencies, he could move freely within their transmission range, reminiscent of teleportation techniques from fantasy realms. Oh, he mused, the research project on Flying Thunder God could be considered complete, as this sound-based technique was far more convenient for close-range attacks than Flying Thunder God. However, he would need to carry a musical instrument on him at all times for ease of offense. As Yin's thoughts wandered, he contemplated the sound ninja village established by Orochimaru. With his current strength, constructing a sound ninja village outside the village seemed feasible. No, he chastised himself. Such thoughts were premature. His current capabilities were still lacking. Returning to his senses, he began to self-reflect. Time flew by as he immersed himself in research. And before he knew it, several months had passed. Just as he enjoyed a brief reprieve, he was summoned to the Hokage's office by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon arrival, he noticed a considerable gathering. All 6 of Senju Tobarama's disciples were present, indicating that matters of significance were at hand. And Yin stood at attention, patiently awaiting the words of Konoha's highest leader, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Before Yin's arrival, Danzo had been engaged in a heated argument with Hiruzen, but upon his entrance, they fell silent, opting to refrain from discord in front of the younger generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for Yin to take a seat. Complying, Yin settled into the chair, prepared to adhere to the leader's directives. Hiruzen began directly. I have summoned you regarding the training program for elite would release Jonin. Yin was momentarily bewildered. Had not the training program been finalized months prior? Why had it not been implemented yet? Noticing Yin's confusion, Hiruzen let out a wry smile. Originally, they had intended to recruit elite Jonin from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, who were proficient in both water and earth chakra transformations for the training. However, during the selection phase, a retired ninja from the Senju clan drunkenly divulged the information, sparking interest among the ninja clans of Konoha. After all, it was would release. Who would not desire it? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Hokage, he could not simply take all the good things for himself. Numerous clan leaders approached him, leaving Hiruzen with a significant headache. Furthermore, he was uncertain whether the retired Senju ninja had acted on his own accord or if it was a deliberate maneuver orchestrated by Tobarama. Was it an honest mistake or a calculated blunder? Danzo was adamant, confronting the clan leaders with unwavering resolve, asserting that this privilege had been designated for their 2 clans by Tobarama and had nothing to do with the others. The clans unanimously argued that they were all part of the same village and thus should share in the benefits. Ultimately, Hiruzen settled on a compromise. Each clan would contribute 1 member to join the elite would release Jonin training program. Danzo vehemently opposed this, proposing to lead the entire would release class himself, keeping it shrouded in secrecy to avoid raising the suspicions of other great nations. The proposal met unanimous opposition. Danzo, you will come to regret this, Hiruzen warned. I am the Hokage. Chapter 49. Becoming a teacher at a young age. Thus, after deliberation, it was unanimously decided that you, having been the first to master would release, would lead this Jonin class. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his cigarette, maintained a serene demeanor as he looked at Yin. The choice to appoint Yin as the teacher was the result of a mutual compromise between him and Danzo. Danzo aspired to bring the wood release master, Yin, under his wing. Yet, should that prove unattainable, he contemplated a secondary approach, having his own disciples impart the knowledge. Although this would create a barrier, as he would not be directly involved, he was still Yin's mentor. On any given day, if he were to command the elite shinobi, they would likely extend him some measure of respect. On the other hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused that Yin's disposition was fundamentally incompatible with Danzo's, predicting that they would never align. Furthermore, given Yin's youth, the elite shinobi would not likely hold him in high esteem or regard him as a figure of political authority. Yin, meanwhile, found himself perplexed. How had his fortune shifted so dramatically that he had suddenly become one of Konoha's influential figures? Glancing at the document in his hands, which explicitly stated would release elite shinobi training class, 20 participants, he was astonished. Konoha boasted fewer than 100 elite shinobi, and here he was, handed 20 of them. To put it plainly, with these 20 elite shinobi at his disposal, Yin could launch a genocide against the Uchiha clan. Such power made Yin feel somewhat inflated with pride. However, elite shinobi were not simply going to cease their regular missions to follow Yin in learning would release. They would continue to undertake their assigned tasks and only meet with him when their schedules permitted. He assured his superiors that he would ensure the completion of all missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile, took a puff from his pipe, and waved him off, saying, "Return, young Yin." These individuals will visit the research department when they have time, and you can teach them there. The location he referred to was within the domain of the wood protection talismans. And Yin nodded and rose to take his leave, but Sarutobi Hiruzen halted him, gesturing toward the Chunin vest laid on the table. And Yin, from this day forth, you are a Chunin. And Yin raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected reward. Taking the item, he prepared to depart, while behind him, Danzo began to argue with Sarutobi Hiruzen once more. Kakashi is my disciple. Even if he joins the Umbu, he should be placed in my rude organization. Hiruzen, you are being unreasonable. Kakashi's heart is pure and unsuited for the shadows. Such an environment would dull his blade. Their argument resonated loudly, yet Nara, Shikaku, and Mito came and remained engrossed in their work, seemingly oblivious. And Yin heard the commotion but maintained his composure, exiting the Hokage's office without pausing. Was root being established now? It seemed rather premature. Did Konoha require any unsavory tasks to be handled? He pondered, recalling that Root had a history of abducting children from around the world, pairing them to grow together, and ultimately forcing them to battle until only one survived. Becoming a member of Root, was that not utterly deranged? Were it not for Danzo later placing curse seals on Root members, he would have perished long before Sasuke could intervene. He wondered if Root's early days were as dark as he imagined. And Yin resolved not to harbor any illusions about Danzo. The man was a quintessential villain. It appeared he would need to find time to report to Tobirama. Wait, wasn't Tobirama the first Hokage? Would it be useful to discuss this with him? Never mind. He decided to focus on his own development, planning to find a way to ensure Danzo met his end in the Second Shinobi War. As he returned to the Konoha Technology Development Department, he found 6 elite shinobi awaiting him. Senju Tobirama, upon seeing the situation, promptly handed the wood protection talisman over to Yin. Do not disturb the other researchers. Proceed to your own domain. Yin nodded and led the 6 elite shinobi to his laboratory. With a wave of his hand, the environment shifted, transporting them to the verdant bamboo grove of the domain space. Wow, is this the secret base? How marvelous. The elite shinobi gazed around in wonder, sensing the otherworldly atmosphere. One elite shinobi attempted to summon a spirit, but found himself unsuccessful. This space is exclusive. Only those invited by the owner can enter, he concluded, clearing his throat. Yin addressed the group. Let us introduce ourselves. The elite shinobi snapped back to attention, exchanged glances, and began their self-introductions. Greetings, teacher. I am Sarutobi-shun. Hello, teacher. I am Sarutobi Koyuki. Hi, teacher. I am Sarutobi Lon. Greetings, teacher. I am Shimizu Tetsu. Hello, teacher. I am Shimizu Sakuya. Hello, teacher. I am Shimizu Tetsushin. Yin found it difficult to remember all the names, noting that they were predominantly from the Sarutobi and Shimizu clans. He had no intention of forming any connections and thus commenced with practical instruction. These individuals, having achieved the rank of elite shinobi, possessed talents beyond the reach of ordinary shinobi. After meticulously detailing the intricacies of their training, they grasped the necessary techniques. Henceforth, it was merely a matter of mastering the art of chakra manipulation. And Yin, uninterested in micromanaging, stepped aside to engage in his own cultivation. As the group busied themselves, the atmosphere remained amicable, and Yin practiced his self-derived sound release technique, producing waves of chakra that resonated throughout the area, granting him mastery over his surroundings. This technique not only allowed for swift movement, but also served as a means of detection. Yet, it possessed a significant flaw. Sound traveled at a speed of 340 meters per second, which was adequate among lower-ranked shinobi, but paled in comparison to elite shinobi. Fortunately, sound propagates in a circular manner, providing a degree of operational flexibility. The training session concluded, and unless they learned would release, Yin would not see them again for some time. Just as he was about to send them off, 2 individuals stepped forward, seemingly the leaders among their clans. Their previous camaraderie had shifted to rivalry, as they stood before Yin, exchanging intense glances. Yin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is happening? Is there more to this? Ultimately, Sarutobi Koiki produced a scroll from her sleeve, respectfully presenting it to Yin. Teacher, thank you for your guidance. This is a small token of appreciation from the Sarutobi clan. Yin was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gesture. Receiving the gift, he replied, "You are too kind. Please do not feel obliged to do so in the future." Shimizu Sakuya also stepped forward, offering a scroll with similar reverence. Teacher, this is our gift from the Shimizu clan. and Yin chuckled, accepting their offerings with a smile, realizing that being a teacher brought him genuine joy. Chapter 50. Update on the Wish Pool, and Yin began a leisurely work routine. Each day, he guided the elite shinobi of Konoha in their wood-release training, interspersing his time with sketching Inuyasha comics and studying various jutsu gifted to him by the elite shinobi. Life was quite pleasant, until one day, Yan's wish pool updated. The Meteor Butterfly Sword Wish Pool. Yan's wish system had always featured various games he had played in his previous life. However, certain games seemed inadequate in the context of the Naruto universe. For instance, the Meteor game, a classic martial arts fighting game, would likely be at best a Chunin-level skill in the shinobi world. He attempted a few draws and acquired skills for weapons such as swords, guns, and daggers. After testing them, he realized they were indeed game skills rather than authentic martial arts from a martial arts world. This realization left him thoroughly disappointed, and Yin chose to focus on continuing his research on White Absolute, opting not to expend unnecessary effort in this current up pool. The randomness of the lottery proved to be too unreliable, while mastering White Absolute equated to possessing core technology. In the years dedicated to research, time flew by, and before he knew it, 7 or 8 years had passed. The up pool updated annually, yet in recent years, it had yielded little of value. The up pool's offerings were perplexing, first featuring the Grand Theft Auto series, followed by the Call of Duty series, with the rewards primarily consisting of various firearms, vehicles, and aircraft. Although the idea of wielding firearms against ninjas might seem exhilarating, akin to modern special forces overpowering ancient warriors, and Yin was reluctant to delve into the technology tree of firearms unless absolutely necessary. Human imitation is remarkably potent. Once one individual takes the initiative, others will quickly follow suit in developing improvements. Moreover, Yin had already acquired a variety of firearms in the up pool of Tomb Raider, earning titles such as Handgun Expert, Shotgun Expert, and Rifle Expert. If he wished, he could easily craft an array of firearms. However, as previously stated, he had no intention of utilizing such items unless required. As a beneficiary of extraordinary powers, bringing forth such weaponry could incite unwanted thoughts among figures like Danzo. The ordinary individuals under his command could effortlessly eliminate lower-tier ninjas with firearms, rendering the existence of ninjas redundant. This could lead to a war between ordinary people and ninjas, transforming the ninja world into something entirely different. The unleashing of such deadly weapons would result in casualties far beyond the scale of a mere village war. As for vehicles, their utility within the ninja realm was limited. The terrain was often unsuitable for travel, and driving a Lamborghini could easily result in damage. Motorcycles, however, could be utilized to some extent. Tanks, on the other hand, proved inadequate against ninjas, being overly cumbersome and slow, while aircraft were somewhat effective for aerial strikes, albeit limited in their impact. Nevertheless, there were occasional rewards worth noting, such as the regenerative ability from the Call of Duty up pool, which allowed for instantaneous recovery from injuries by taking deep breaths while remaining stationary, an extraordinarily advantageous ability. Crucially, this recovery did not stem from accelerated cellular division. Thus, Yin would not suffer any reduction in lifespan. In a sense, he had acquired a regenerative capability akin to that of Hashirama's Sage Body. The special skill acquired from the Grand Theft Auto series, known as Criminal Instinct from GTA 5, enabled him to enter a bullet time state while using firearms or driving vehicles, with a duration sufficiently long to conclude an entire battle. Additionally, there was a Berserk mode that reduced damage taken and increased attack power. However, after testing it, Yin found it rather ineffective, offering limited enhancement to his offensive and defensive capabilities against ninjas. Other skills he acquired included mastery of firearms, driving proficiency, helicopter piloting specialization, and hacking skills, merely trivialities with little application in the current ninja world. Unless Yin had a change of heart and decided to explore the technology tree, perhaps crafting engines, these skills would remain dormant. Consequently, Yin devoted his attention to ninjutsu over the years, leveraging his system's extraordinary learning capabilities to enhance himself in all aspects, steadily increasing his combat prowess each day. He had become a well-rounded warrior, akin to a hexagonal soldier. In the span of 2.5 years, Sasuke and Naruto had ascended from low-ranking ninjas to the level of Kage, and Yin believed he was no less capable. He could easily take on Danzo in a one-on-one confrontation. Over the years, Konoha had flourished, with annual batches of graduating ninjas quickly replenishing the middle and lower tier strengths lost during the First Ninja War. Fresh blood accelerated the village's growth. Notably, Yin had personally trained around 40 to 50 ninjas proficient in wood release, all of whom were jonin. They, in turn, would mentor their own apprentices, resulting in an unknown number of successors. Yin mused that if he were Hiruzen Sarutobi, he might have become overly ambitious, contemplating a one-man challenge against 4 nations, especially as rumors circulated that Danzo was becoming increasingly restless. As the number of his disciples grew, Yan's influence within the village also increased. The plan he proposed years ago for the training of medical ninjas had finally come to fruition. Students at the Ninja Academy now had an additional course on battlefield first aid training, a commendable development. Yin had also finally advanced to Jonin status. Although he had not undertaken many missions in recent years, his strength had been rapidly increasing, observed closely by Tobirama Senju, who had recently mentioned it to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Initially, Hiruzen viewed Yin, Orochimaru, and Bairuhu as administrative personnel, categorizing them as researchers within Konoha. However, upon learning of their capabilities from Tobirama, Hiruzen reconsidered. 3 Jonin could undertake a substantial number of S-rank and A-rank missions in a year, generating significant income for the village. Regarding their research endeavors, scientific inquiries typically demanded considerable funding, with few projects yielding profit. Research on the wood release bloodline limit, White Absolute, was strictly for internal consumption within Konoha, prohibiting any commercialization. Although Yin had applied it to himself, the expenditure was significant, leading to financial strain. Initially, Yin struggled to comprehend why Tobirama pursued this course of action, seemingly attempting to displace him and his colleagues from the technical research division. However, upon reflection, Yin realized the rationale. Scientific research was immensely costly. Whether it was Orochimaru's studies on the reanimation jutsu or Buru's research on the ghostly roots technique, both required substantial financial backing. After years of financial depletion, Tobirama found himself short on funds, especially considering the village's yearly budgetary constraints, which were insufficient even for his own developmental projects, let alone the financial demands posed by Yin and his colleagues. Thus, the 3 of them found themselves unceremoniously dismissed, having graduated from their research roles. Chapter 51. Tsunade's Death Kiss. Yin, Orochimaru, and Buruhu received their Jonin vests with furrowed brows. Tobirama, ever considerate, prepared their experimental materials, seemingly anxious that they might inadvertently take equipment with them upon their departure. Yan's eyelids twitched at this gesture. It appeared that Tobirama was indeed somewhat agitated, going to such lengths to ensure their smooth exit. The 3 exchanged no words, dutifully gathering their belongings to leave. "This is all your fault," Yin began, casting blame. Bairuhu protested, "What did I do? My experimental materials are all ready-made. I only use a few white absolutes each month, hardly a significant expense." Orochimaru feigned innocence. "Exactly. My reanimation jutsu merely requires a few white absolutes monthly. How is that costly?" Yin shot them a sidelong glance. "Are you both truly so brazen? Have you disregarded the various other materials required for your experiments? Those gene-modifying reagents don't come cheap, you know? Each vial costs nearly 100,000. And how many do you use daily?" Bairuhu cleared his throat. "The raw materials for those gene-modifying reagents are still white absolutes, aren't they? We produce them ourselves. So it's not really a cost." Yin sighed, resting his forehead in exasperation. The gene-modifying liquid was a byproduct of his attempt to develop a gene optimization solution, intending to extract the genetic traits of white absolute to enhance the physical capabilities of ninjas. However, the endeavor had ultimately failed, resulting in the creation of the gene-modifying reagent, which merely maximized the sensitivity of white absolute's bodies to chakra. While it served as excellent material for experiments related to white absolute, it was of little other use. Did they truly have no understanding of the materials needed for its synthesis? This time, I truly find myself entangled in your affairs. Regardless, I require your assistance in securing the necessary funds for my upcoming experiments." Yin crossed his arms, casting an irritated glance at the 2. Orochimaru raised his hand in surrender. "Farewell, Yin. I too am uncertain where to seek funding for my research. I have no money to spare for you." Bairuhu, unperturbed, added, "Neither do I." Yin sighed in resignation, fortunate that he had completed the principal projects he intended to research over the past years. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to cling to Tsunade's coattails. What are you two planning to do next? And Yin inquired. Orochimaru, with a furrowed brow, replied. I must first find a wealthy patron. I doubt that Lord Hiruzen will support my research project. Who should I turn to? Bailuhu, undaunted, suggested we should approach Danzo. The root has grown increasingly powerful over the years and seems quite affluent, likely capable of providing considerable funding. And Yin, bemused, cautioned, do not play with fire. With Danzo's character, it is only a matter of time before he faces consequences. He is currently under the protection of the third Hokage. But once the fourth is in office, I wonder what fate awaits him. Should you become too deeply involved, you may find yourselves in peril. Orochimaru fell into contemplation, pondering who else might be a potential benefactor. What about Uchiha Kagami? Ever since I cured his nearsightedness, we have grown closer, and I have also become acquainted with him. Bailuhu remained fearless, stating, who knows who the fourth Hokage will be? If it is in Yin, he will protect me. If it is someone else, it matters not. I shall surrender. And Yin was further exasperated. Bailuhu had grown increasingly brazen over the years, perhaps having found a new perspective on life. Forget it. I shall not concern myself with you any longer. And Yin turned to leave, but was halted by Bailuhu's grip. Wait, and Yin, for the upcoming experiment, we still need the white Zetsu. Do you still possess the wood protection talisman? And Yin turned his head, casting a disapproving glare at him. That artifact is a family heirloom. Do not covet it. Bailuhu, feeling a bit bashful, rubbed his hands together. I was merely considering whether to request the white Zetsu from the RD department or to obtain it directly from you. And Yin felt his fists clench slightly. Bailu, you seem to have grown increasingly shameless over the years. Indeed, Orochimaru chimed in. And Yin's workshop has a limited output. Bailu, you should apply through the RD department. Our department has commenced mass production. I can take over in Yan's white Zetsu. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Bailuhu became enraged and threw a punch. Damn it. Orochimaru smoothly dodged the attack and turned to wink at Yin before leaving with Bailuhu. And Yin felt a shiver run down his spine from Orochimaru's mischievous glance. Suddenly recalling how Orochimaru had transformed into a serpent-like figure later on. Could it be that his frequent company had piqued Orochimaru's interest? Just as Yin was lost in thought, a radiant figure appeared behind him, gently tapping his shoulder. And Yin, congratulations on becoming a Jonin of Konoha. Turning around, he was met with the vibrant and youthful visage of Tsunade. The girl next door had blossomed into a stunning young woman, causing Yin to blush slightly. Noticing Yin's reddening face, Tsunade discreetly glanced at her own figure, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her lips. Her years of diligent study in medical arts had not been in vain. Upon discovering Yin's fondness for voluptuous figures, she had intentionally employed yang-release chakra to stimulate certain acupoints, resulting in her impressive physique. Jiraiya, regretting his past comments about Tsunade's appearance, lamented that had he known she would grow so stunning, he would not have ridiculed her during their youth. Now, pursuing her was a futile endeavor. As Tsunade's beauty blossomed, the number of suitors increased, yet she remained indifferent to all, leaving many to sigh in disappointment. Under the warm glow of the setting sun, Yin and Tsunade strolled the streets as they often did, Tsunade animatedly recounting the plot of Inuyasha, while Yin listened with a smile. Such moments of daily life brought immense joy. The two continued their light-hearted banter until they reached Hokage Rock, where they found the area devoid of people. Suddenly, silence enveloped them as they exchanged glances, and Tsunade's cheeks flushed, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat intimate. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade instructed, Yin, close your eyes. Yin hesitated momentarily before obediently shutting his eyes, wondering what was about to transpire. Was a kiss imminent? How delightful! Amidst his anticipation, Tsunade gently pulled down on his head, placing a tender kiss on his forehead before draping a cool object around his neck. Yin opened his eyes in astonishment, greeted by Tsunade's radiant smile. This necklace was passed down from my grandfather. Yin, you have always aspired to bring peace to the world. I entrust this necklace, along with my grandfather's wishes, to you. Consider it a gift for your promotion to Jonin. Do you like it? Yin solemnly nodded. Anything given to me by Tsunade, I cherish. The necklace, a relic from Hashirama Senju, was said to be worth 3 mines and contained the essence of wood release, possessing a suppressive effect on tailed beast Jinchuriki. In the original timeline, Tsunade had intended to gift the necklace to 3 individuals, 2 of whom had perished, and the last being the protagonist, Naruto, who had faced numerous near-death experiences, Whether this would hold true in their current reality remained to be seen. And Yin had assumed that Tsunade would wait until her brother, Shinsuke, graduated from the academy before bestowing it upon him. Yet she had chosen to present it to him now. However, with the system at his disposal, he felt untroubled by any potential death curses. Such fears were unwarranted. Furthermore, the necklace's great value indicated his esteemed position in Tsunade's heart, a source of happiness for him. And Yin patted Tsunade on the head and produced a small golden bell, offering it to her. "What is this?" Tsunade asked, puzzled as she accepted it. And Yin smiled. "This is a reciprocal gift. It is called the reconciliation bell. If we ever argue in the future, simply ring this bell, and we shall reconcile without conditions." Tsunade's previous blush returned as she bit her lip, casting a sidelong glance at Yin, her expression brimming with charm. How lovely! Yin found himself momentarily entranced, gazing at Tsunade as he made his heartfelt declaration. "May I take residence within someone's heart?" A confession is not merely a rallying cry, but a triumphant melody. With Tsunade having taken the initiative to kiss him, Yin felt compelled to assert his own sentiments. The golden sunlight bathed the youthful faces of the pair, the boy, filled with anticipation, and the girl, blushing with shyness. Tsunade bashfully retorted, "You came in without even taking off your shoes." In the land of the Senju, Uzumaki Mido smiled to herself. In an era devoid of television, elderly lives could be rather dull, often passing the time by watching over their grandchildren's romantic escapades through the lens of divine perception. Tsunade seemed to be genuinely happy now, and one could hope she would continue to find happiness forever. Meanwhile, Shinsuke, playing nearby, overheard Mido's musings and felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. "Oh no, it seems my sister is dating someone else." Determined to investigate, he resolved to learn more about his sister's new beau and whether he could adequately protect her. After formally confessing his feelings, Yin and Tsunade strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha, indulging in various trinkets and enjoying each other's company. Their playful banter was interrupted when they encountered familiar faces. Uchiha Kogen and Akimichi Mei walked side by side, their demeanor affectionate, suggesting a budding romance. Everyone has matured, Yin mused. However, he was left pondering whether Uchiha Shirsue's mother belonged to the Akimichi clan. As the two couples exchanged polite nods, they continued on their separate ways, each unwilling to disrupt the sweet intimacy shared with their partners. Yet, oftentimes, the very things we wish to avoid have a way of manifesting unexpectedly. As Yin and Tsunade turned a corner, they were confronted by Jiraiya and Bairu. Upon seeing their intertwined hands, Jiraiya gasped in astonishment. "Tsunade and Yin, when did you two become a couple?" Beside him, Bairu crossed his arms with a smirk. "Yin, I knew you were hiding something from me. Just got together, huh? Any grievances?" Tsunade raised her fist, cracking her knuckles ominously as she glared at Jiraiya. Yin cleared his throat, attempting to speak. But Tsunade tightened her grip on his hand, pulling him behind her. Over the years, everyone understood Jiraiya's feelings, yet disliking someone is a matter of personal choice. Emotions cannot be forced. Tsunade decided to cut through the tension decisively. The jovial smile that once adorned Jiraiya's face faded, replaced by a hint of melancholy. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath, quickly regaining his composure, and forced a smile. "Ha ha, Yin is an outstanding individual. Tsunade, you have excellent taste. Of course, no need for your approval. He has always been remarkable," Tsunade replied, her chin held high with pride. Jiraiya chuckled heartily as he turned away, waving his hand in farewell. "I have matters to attend to. Let's meet again soon." In the shadowy embrace of night, a tear seemed to fall. Bairu sighed, pointing at Yin. "Love can make one weak. You told me that. Yet here you are, having fallen head over heels." Yin shrugged helplessly. "Love comes on swiftly, like a whirlwind." Bairu shook his head, a look of regret on his face. "Yin, do not allow romantic entanglements to hinder your progress. You know I possess the attributes of a champion." Tsunade clenched her fist, annoyed. "What do you mean? Do you think I would hinder Yin?" Bairu shrugged, offering no response, and instead made his way to Jiraiya, intending to keep the heartbroken man company over drinks. Once Bairu departed, Yin felt a sense of relief. However, a youthful voice suddenly pierced the air. "Found you, right here." Amidst a throng of children, Shoju stood defiantly before Yin. "You are my sister's boyfriend?" Tsunade sighed, placing her hand on her forehead, exasperated. "Shoju, stop messing around." As Yin struggled to find the right words to placate the child, Shoju, with a serious expression, brandished a kunai, and lunged at Yen. If you wish to pursue a woman from the Senju clan, let me first assess your strength. Yen sighed in resignation and formed a single-handed seal, employing a jinjutsu to bind Shoju. Yen, how could you use jinjutsu on my brother? Tsunade exclaimed in alarm, rushing to examine Shoju. Over the years, due to Yen's possession of the water talisman and dual seals of yin and yang, his mental prowess had become formidable, making his jinjutsu exceptionally powerful. Yen quickly released Shoju from his bindings, reassuring Tsunade, don't worry, it's harmless, merely a means to immobilize him. Seeing Shoju regain his freedom, Tsunade sighed in relief, setting him down before pulling Yen away. Shoju remained rooted in place, fuming, while faint echoes of Tsunade and Yen's conversation drifted back to him. Why take it so seriously with a child? I was wrong. Chapter 53. A call for aid from the land of whirlpools in the dead of night. Torrential rain fell, and lightning rent the sky. Dozens of figures emerged from the darkness, swiftly approaching their destination under the cover of the storm, the village of the Uzumaki clan. The clan leader was jolted awake from a nightmare, sensing a profound malice. Without hesitation, he summoned his diamond chains to envelop and protect the entire village. In the next moment, countless water-style jutsu slammed against the barrier with thunderous noise, rousing the entire village of Uzumaki. The villagers hastened to gather around their elder. Enemies are attacking. What happened? How did they reach our doorstep? Where is the border patrol? Someone questioned, but no one had an answer. It was clear that the patrol team had met with misfortune. With gritted teeth, the elder sustained the immense diamond barrier, witnessing the villagers congregate. He promptly issued commands. Quickly, seek assistance from Konoha. One person knelt partially, responding with respect. Elder, the summoning beast has been dispatched, but we do not know when Konoha will arrive. The elder gazed at the indistinct silhouettes of over 30 elite jonin outside the village and grimaced. Konoha will arrive within half a day at the earliest. All ninjas with diamond seals. We will take turns protecting everyone. We must hold our ground. Understood. The villagers acknowledged, simultaneously preparing for battle and inscribing various sealing techniques throughout the village. Meanwhile, Yen had just settled into bed when he received a summons from the Anbu to attend a meeting. He hastily donned his ninja attire and set off for the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, draped in his cloak, appeared to have just risen from slumber. The 6 disciples of Senju Tobarama were already present, alongside numerous elite jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his fingers on the table. Speak. The kneeling Anbu leader kept his head bowed. Hokage-sama, the intelligence division has received a distress call from the land of whirlpools. They are besieged by over 30 elite jonin and are in grave danger. Choji Akimichi gasped in shock. What? Which country's ninjas are attacking? Are they instigating a second shinobi world war? The kneeling Anbu replied, our analysis suggests it is highly likely to be the Mist ninjas. Mito Minju offered a calm assessment. The Mist is also one of the 5 great nations. Though we have never fought them directly, they possess a significant number of bloodline ninjas. If they have dispatched 30 elite jonin, they must be after the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Currently, only Konoha's 9 tails remained secure within the belly of Uzumaki Mito. The tailed beasts of other villages were less stable. While everyone possessed some sealing techniques, they were not yet at a level capable of sealing tailed beasts. However, the Uzumaki clan had that capability, and they were isolated overseas. A commoner is innocent but possesses a treasure, Uchiha Kagami added, if their intent is to seize sealing techniques. Once the Mist ninjas make a move, other ninja villages are likely to react as well, and inadvertently, we may indeed spark the second shinobi world war. Akimichi Takafumi interjected. I abhor war. Danzo emerged from the shadows, exuding a brooding aura from his prolonged presence in darkness. What is there to fear? Konoha is strong and well-equipped. With our multitude of would-release ninjas, we could potentially conquer all 4 great nations. I propose we wait, allowing the ninjas of the land of whirlpools to wear down the Mist ninjas before we intervene, rescuing the remaining ninjas and ensuring their everlasting gratitude to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. Yen glanced around, noting that none of the clan leaders were speaking. No one desired conflict, for war brings death. It is presumed that in the original timeline, Konoha's adherence to Danzo's counsel led to the annihilation of the land of whirlpools, causing the Uzumaki clan to scatter across the world, unwilling to return to Konoha. The only exception was Kushina Uzumaki, who was personally brought back by Mito Uzumaki. The Uzumaki clan, being Mito's kin, must be supported. In his heart, Anyan contemplated that in order to persuade these individuals to assist the Uzumaki clan, a thorough analysis of the pros and cons was imperative. Anyan spoke directly. Hokage-sama, esteemed advisors present. The tailed beasts across the major nations frequently succumb to rampages due to the lack of effective sealing techniques. If they were to acquire the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, I fear they would swiftly harness the power of the tailed beasts to instigate war, as this power would transition from being unpredictable to controllable. A perfect Jinchuriki is a terrifying prospect. Their chakra could be nearly inexhaustible, capable of effortlessly decimating dozens of elite shinobi on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his cigarette, weighing the implications. Anyan continued, by supporting the land of whirlpools, the four great nations will be deprived of sealing techniques, and the tailed beasts will remain out of the conflict. We still have the formidable ally of the land of whirlpools. If we stand idly by and witness its demise, the Second Shinobi World War will see Jinchuriki on the battlefield. How many lives must we sacrifice to contend with such a calamity? Danzo coldly interjected. We have would release users. We need not fear Jinchuriki. For years, Danzo had sought to recruit Anyan into Root, yet Anyan had consistently refused. At this moment, Danzo's opposition was only to be expected. Anyan met Danzo's gaze and asserted, Mito's health is waning, and the QB is the most powerful of the tailed beasts, impossible for an ordinary shinobi to contain physically. Should the Uzumaki clan be extinguished? Unless the Senju clan produces another sage body, Konoha may lose the formidable QB. Sarutobi was swayed by Anyan's description. Losing the QB was an outcome Konoha could not possibly withstand. Frankly speaking, the tailed beasts equated to nuclear weapons. A nation devoid of such power could be annihilated at any moment, much like the current plight of the land of whirlpools. At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office was abruptly pushed open. Senju Tobarama entered, clad in the Hokage's attire. I have heard that someone wishes to abandon the Uzumaki clan. Danzo's expression stiffened, and Sarutobi quickly rose to pay his respects. Sensei, what brings you here? Tobarama's visage was stern. If I do not act now, the Uzumaki clan will face extinction. He turned to the various clan heads and elite shinobi present, declaring, the Uzumaki clan and Konoha are inseparable allies. The symbol of Konoha ninja is the crest of the Uzumaki clan, as they guard the most perilous of secrets for us. We must prepare to rescue the land of whirlpools. Yes, the assembled ninja responded in unison. Sarutobi's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly issued orders. Anyan, your sound-based ninjutsu is the fastest. Lead the second division of the Umbu to provide support. The elite shinobi team will regroup and depart immediately, while the rest remain on standby, ready for the Second Shinobi World War. Anyan nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, members of the second division of the Umbu, assemble at once. 18 Umbu shinobi emerged from the shadows, led by none other than Anyan's old acquaintance, Hataki Sakumo. Chapter 54. The demise of the 7 ninja swordsmen in the land of whirlpools. In Uzumaki village, the mist ninja executed multiple water release techniques, inundating the area surrounding the barrier. The water enveloped the protective shield, and the Uzumaki villagers, encased within, began to display signs of despair, with younger children starting to weep. The 7 ninja swordsmen stood atop the water's surface, observing their subordinates attack the barrier, lamenting the tedium of this mission. Suddenly, Hozuki Shozo caught a faint sound. Expressing his confusion, "Did you hear that?" Suigetsu Hozuki perked up his ears, but heard nothing, frowning in perplexity. "Did you truly hear something?" Hozuki Shozo nodded solemnly. Hozuki clapped his hands, calling out, "Everyone, brace yourselves, we might be in trouble." The elite mist ninja, upon hearing this, heightened their vigilance. The next moment, Anyan appeared above the barrier of Uzumaki village, catching the mist ninja completely off guard. Ignoring the surrounding ninjas, Anyan scrutinized the villagers protected by the barrier. Murmuring to himself, "Excellent, I made it in time." Suigetsu Hozuki stepped forward, inquiring, "Who are you to dare come alone to provide support?" Anyan did not answer. He thought it would be undignified to respond to a question posed to him. Instead, he extended his hand, producing a crimson staff. Anyan twirled the staff gracefully and lightly tapped it against the water's surface. In an instant, flames engulfed the surroundings, and the mist ninja were swept into an entirely different realm before they could react. Within the fiery domain of the fire protection talismans, 18 Umbu ninja had been awaiting their arrival. As the mist ninja were transported into this space, they had no time to comprehend their surroundings before kunai, short blades, and various ninjutsu were unleashed upon them, resulting in the immediate loss of 7 or 8 ninja. The remaining, more powerful mist ninja swiftly engaged in combat with the Umbu. But alas, this was the realm of fire, drastically diminishing the effectiveness of their water release techniques. While their subordinates clashed, the 7 ninja swordsmen remained stationary, exuding an air of confidence, calmly assessing their surroundings despite being drawn into this domain. Tsukumo Hatake and Anyun positioned themselves before the 7 swordsmen. Hozuki Shozo hefted his massive sword onto his shoulder, a sinister smile forming on his lips. 2 Konoha rats dared to stand before the 7 ninja swordsmen. Anyun smirked slightly. He would revel in watching the fate of one who dared to deem the white fang of Konoha as mere fodder. 7 swords were simultaneously drawn, the clash of chakra illuminating the fiery backdrop. Anyun formed hand seals with one hand, casting the Jinjutsu, dispersing thoughts. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Bolstered by immense spiritual power, the 7 ninja swordsmen fell into a momentary state of distraction. Tsukumo's short blade, suffused with chakra, surged forth, and with a single charge, he swiftly dispatched one of their ranks. Hozuki Shozo felt a cold sweat forming on his brow. A true master reveals their prowess immediately. All were practitioners of the blade, and as Tsukumo executed his technique, Hozuki Shozo recognized the terrifying skill inherent in his swordplay. Tsukumo's blade could extend and retract at will, creating an unpredictable range of attack. Paired with Anyun's Jinjutsu, misjudging the attack distance during their encounter proved to be a fatal error. The 7 ninja swordsmen, the 6 remaining, had no time for further contemplation as Tsukumo launched another assault. He became a fleeting shadow, thrusting his short blade directly at the throat of Kurigane Raiga. Raiga hurriedly raised his sword to block, only to witness Tsukumo's blade shift, radiating white light as it altered its trajectory. With a sickening sound, Raiga's right arm was severed at the shoulder, blood spraying forth 3 meters. Stumbling back, Raiga felt a surge of dread. You bastard. He retaliated with his left-hand lightning blade. But Tsukumo had already evaded and targeted another foe. Anyun, not idle, swung his staff towards Suigetsu Hozuki while entering a focused state, continuously casting Jinjutsu to disorient their senses. Some perceived a minute as fleeting, while others felt it stretched on. This phenomenon is a manifestation of human perception of material reality. During his research on Jinjutsu, Anyun inadvertently developed this technique, which manifests as a sudden lapse in attention, causing individuals to lose track of time. While this Jinjutsu may seem trivial in everyday life, it becomes deadly in the throes of battle. Under the illusionary control of Anyun, the 7 ninja swordsmen remained engaged in one-on-one combat with Tsukumo Hatake, while their minds wandered, showing no intention of coordinating their attacks. Tsukumo, a cunning assassin, seized the opportunity and, after a few swift advances, the formidable 7 ninja swordsmen were reduced to just 2. Tsukumo eliminated 4 of them, while Anyun dispatched 1, the brash Pai Jishirzong. The remaining 2, the most powerful among them, included the wielder of the living sword, Samahata, known as Suigetsu Hozuki, and the explosive blade user, Noera Shinpachi. Samahata could instantly absorb a significant amount of the enemy's chakra, and the explosive tags on Shinpachi's blade made them particularly dangerous, allowing them to survive until the end. However, this was merely a prelude. Once Tsukumo ceased his attacks, Anyun thrust his wooden staff into the ground, spreading his arms wide, each hand cradling a wind release, Rasengan. Upon witnessing this, Tsukumo promptly turned to another battlefield. Anyun brought his hands together and intoned, Windhole. A colossal vortex materialized, ensnaring the 2 foes within. Suigetsu swung Samahata, attempting to absorb the Windhole technique, but the sword remained motionless. Confused, he glanced at Samahata, only to discover 2 sealing tags affixed to it unbeknownst to him. As Suigetsu and Noera were caught in the tempest, the wind blade shredded them into a deluge of blood. While Suigetsu struggled momentarily before his demise, Noera lacked even the means to resist, awaiting his fate. Blood rained from above as Anyun leisurely opened his umbrella, ensuring not a single drop stained his attire. Elegant and timeless, the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen fell publicly, yet the remaining mist ninjas, rather than losing morale, became increasingly ferocious, engaging in brutal exchanges, trading injuries mercilessly. Two less capable Umbu narrowly escaped death, saved at the last moment by Tsukumo. And Yin, positioned at the rear, assumed the role of a medical ninja, tending to the wounded Umbu, some missing limbs, assessing if they could be reattached, and if not, resorting to unsealing scrolls to procure a white zetsu for organ transplants. Chapter 55. The invasion of the Cloud Ninjas. The remaining Mist Ninjas were swiftly eradicated, and Yin conducted a headcount, discovering a reduction in the Umbu ranks. 3 inexperienced newcomers had perished before Yin and Tsukumo could eliminate the 7 ninja swordsmen. And Yan's medical skills had not yet reached the level of reviving the dead, so he could only hastily collect the remains of the 3. As they exited the dimensional space, the elderly clan leader of the Uzumaki was straining to sustain the barrier when he suddenly noticed the absence of all external ninjas. Trembling with fear, he awaited their arrival. Finally greeted by Yin and his companions, the reinforcements from Konoha. Out of caution, the Uzumaki clan did not lower the barrier, necessitating communication between the two groups at its threshold. The rain continued to fall, but the previous fire affinity field had dissipated the accumulated water from the Mist Ninjas' water release techniques, revealing the ground beneath. And Yin, holding his umbrella, observed the Uzumaki clan leader, who, once vibrant with red hair, now bore strands of white due to the severe loss of vitality. "Are you truly from Konoha?" the leader inquired weakly, hope glimmering in his eyes. And Yin nodded solemnly, stating, "Upon receiving the urgent plea for help from Uzumaki village, we set out immediately and thankfully arrived in time. There is no need to discuss internal deliberations about whether to offer aid." "What proof do you have that you are Konoha ninjas?" asked the young man supporting the elder. And Yin retrieved an item from his pocket, a bracelet, a wedding dowry from Uzumaki Kushina, adorned with the distinctive Uzumaki clan motifs. "This is the dowry of Lady Uzumaki, wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. It should affirm my identity. I am Yin, a disciple taught by Lady Kushina herself." The Uzumaki clan members exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Uzumaki Village, also known as Longevity Village, was home to a clan renowned for their vigorous life force. Elders recognized the bracelet as genuinely belonging to Kushina, leading to Yin and his companions being welcomed into Uzumaki Village. The elder ordered tea to be served, but Yin declined, looking earnestly at the old leader. "Time is of the essence. The Uzumaki clan is in grave danger. It is fortunate that no major ninja villages have yet acted against Uzumaki Village, but with the Mist Ninjas now attacking, the gaze of other ninja villages will inevitably shift here. The powerful sealing techniques capable of containing tailed beasts are precisely what other major villages covet, which could spell disaster for Uzumaki Village. We cannot guarantee timely rescues every time, and the strength of a single clan cannot hope to withstand that of an entire village. Therefore, I urge you to consider relocating the Uzumaki clan to Konoha." The clan leader fell silent, aware of the dangers of possessing something precious. However, the Land of Water had long been the ancestral home of the Uzumaki, making it difficult to abandon. Noticing the leader's hesitation, Yin sighed and continued, "Lord Kushina and Lord Tobarama are growing old. Once the elder generation passes, the younger ones will forget the close ties between the Uzumaki and Konoha. I have already lost 3 comrades in this battle, individuals who were sons and husbands. They died here to aid the Uzumaki clan. Konoha cannot continuously sacrifice its elite forces for the sake of the Uzumaki, as the villagers will voice their dissent, and the Hokage will heed their concerns. Furthermore, if a second ninja world war were to arise, Konoha would be too preoccupied to assist you." The Uzumaki clan leader sighed. "The matter of joining Konoha is not simple. After all, the Uzumaki clan is both a ninja clan and a noble one. I must confer with my people." While Uzumaki village was indeed a small ninja village, the feudal lord of the Land of Water was also a member of the Uzumaki clan, making it difficult to simply abandon their legacy. The Land of Water is one of the few nations where the military and political powers are intertwined, with all Uzumaki clan members being nobles of the Land of Water. Leaving their homeland to join Konoha would reduce them to mere ordinary ninjas, which was the reason they did not join Konoha when it was first established. However, Yin considered such titles to be meaningless. Many feudal lords had fallen in battle, let alone nobles. At that moment, an Umbu approached to report, "Lord Yin, our reconnaissance team has detected an incoming Cloud Ninja unit, approximately 40 kilometers away. Should we engage or retreat? Please advise." Upon hearing this, Yin knelt. placing his fingers on the ground to sense carefully. A squad of 18 elite ninjas was approaching. Prepare for battle immediately, he commanded. Yes, the Umbu responded in unison. Please decide quickly. Our recent skirmish with the Mist Ninjas has left us in a weakened state, and we may not be able to withstand a confrontation with the Cloud Ninjas. And Yin turned to the clan leader, who fell into contemplation. The Uzumaki clan had only 7 or 8 jonin, all proficient in sealing techniques, but relatively lacking in combat prowess. Major ninja villages often dispatched 2 or 3 dozen jonin to bully their small village, which was infuriating. The Uzumaki leader gritted his teeth and made a decision to relocate to Konoha, prioritizing the preservation of life over ancestral heritage. All Uzumaki clan members, gather immediately and prepare to evacuate. With a commanding voice from the clan leader, the villagers of Wachao promptly sprang into action, employing various sealing techniques to meticulously pack their belongings. And Yin even witnessed some individuals sealing away their pots and pans, demonstrating their profound mastery of sealing arts. The ninjas moved with remarkable speed. In less than 3 minutes, the assembly was complete, numbering nearly 1,000 souls. The adults stood together with their children, while women and children formed the inner circle, and the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan surrounded them. And Yin nodded approvingly and gathered everyone into the domain space. The realm of fire was spacious enough to accommodate such a multitude, albeit the flickering flames rendered the air somewhat arid. After securing the Uzumaki clan members, and Yin turned his attention to his accompanying Umbu members, particularly focusing on Shikamaru. The Cloud Ninjas would arrive shortly. Should we feign an ambush as Mist Ninjas and strike before retreating, or should we withdraw directly? We arrived without the Flying Thunder God mark, but we could return with just one. And Yin, now possessing the freedom to engage or withdraw at will, faced no hindrance. Chapter 56. Diverting disaster to attack or retreat. After contemplation, Shikamaru ultimately decided on aggression. The ninja world was currently unstable, with various villages poised for action. It was prudent to eliminate the vital forces of our rivals beforehand. However, as Konoha and the Cloud Ninjas were still allies in name, a direct offensive would be ill-advised. Instead, we shall lay an ambush as Mist Ninjas and strike before departing. Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, and Yan's eyes glimmered with a new plan. We shall disguise ourselves as stone ninjas. I will employ the impure world reincarnation technique to control the previous Mist Ninjas and initiate an assault, while we execute a pincer movement to eliminate a portion of the Cloud Ninjas, sparing a few to sow discord with the Stone Village. Shikamaru's eyes brightened, and he patted Yan's shoulder. If it weren't for your leadership, your ingenuity is truly remarkable. And Yin rolled his eyes at Shikamaru and began preparing the ritual for impure world reincarnation. He clapped his hands, and a dozen offerings appeared on the ground, spies extracted from the Konoha prison, their minds thoroughly stripped by the intelligence department, reduced to drooling fools, now repurposed as sacrificial vessels. Initially, Yin had considered using white zetsu, but given its rarity in Konoha, employing it openly would complicate mission reports and invite resentment. The scraps of the impure world reincarnation enveloped the offerings, transforming them into the Mist Ninjas who had previously besieged Wachao village. And Yin inserted pre-prepared talismans into the heads of the reincarnated beings. With all preparations complete, and Yin and his group set an ambush along the route of the advancing Cloud Ninjas. Troy, the commander of this operation, felt an inexplicable unease as his team drew closer to Wachao village. The impending danger loomed ever nearer, creating an uncanny sensation akin to a prickling on his back. Suddenly, Troy halted, raising his hand, prompting the multitude of ninjas to cease all movement. His deputy quickly approached. Lord Troy, taking a deep breath, Troy explained, I have an unsettling feeling. Have our sensing ninjas reconnoiter the area once more. The deputy nodded in affirmation. Yes, Lord Troy. This Troy was a rare magnetism ninja, held in high esteem among the Cloud Ninjas. Soon, the results of the reconnaissance came in. Lord Troy, it appears we are late. The Uzumaki clan members seem to have perished, and I sense the presence of several elite Mist Ninjas clearing the ruins, seemingly collecting the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Led by the 7 ninja swordsmen, Troy's brow furrowed slightly. With a dozen Mist Ninjas and the 7 ninja swordsmen, it seemed today would be a formidable battle. Prepare for combat. The 7 ninja swordsmen are not to be trifled with. The Cloud Ninjas increased their pace, but halfway through their journey, they were suddenly ambushed. The mist in the post-rain forest thickened abruptly, enveloping the cloud ninjas in a dense fog, followed by the sounds of clashing weapons and anguished cries. And Yin and his comrades launched their attack. They could not allow the cloud ninjas to reach Wuchao. If they caught sight of the village devoid of combat traces, their ruse would be exposed. Within the billowing white mist, ninjas battled fiercely. The mist ninjas, being reincarnated beings, were immune to damage, and with the thick fog providing cover. The cloud ninjas suffered a significant loss, with 4 or 5 falling immediately. Wind release, typhoon. A wind user attempted to disperse the mist, but to no avail. The coastal waters of the Land of Waves provided an abundance of resources for water release techniques, rendering the mist incessant and unyielding. Instead, the wind user found himself targeted by Yin, who dispatched 3 ninjas to engage him. As Troy defended against the blade of the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish spirit, he retreated, questioning, are the mist ninjas intent on breaching the peace treaty and reigniting war? And Yin, controlling the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish spirit, retorted, why not? Troy realized that his magnetism was insufficiently developed, only allowing him to magnetize iron objects. Facing a biological weapon like the pufferfish spirit rendered him constrained and unable to contend. After exchanging several blows, he recognized he was no match for the pufferfish spirit and shouted, all squads, break through and retreat. Abandon the mission immediately. And Yin, directing the reincarnated ninjas, intentionally allowed a few to escape, letting 7 or 8 flee, while the rest were annihilated, preserving them for future interrogation regarding ninjutsu information. Troy led his few surviving subordinates in a panicked flight, managing to distance themselves significantly. Yet, before they could catch their breath, they encountered the disguised rock ninjas from Konoha Zumbu. Transforming into the rock ninja Jonin, Dongxi Run, and Yin beheld Troy and his team in disarray, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Isn't this Troy, the magnetism ninja from the hidden cloud? It seems you have encountered some formidable opposition. Troy inwardly lamented, yet maintained a facade of calm. What is the meaning of this from your rock village? Does the Land of Earth wish to declare war on the Land of Lightning? And Yin encircled the cloud ninjas but refrained from initiating conflict immediately, stating, the mist ninjas have launched a surprise attack on the Land of Waves. Both of us know why we find ourselves here. Since you arrived before us, a portion of the spoils must naturally belong to you. If you surrender them, I may grant you a chance at survival. And Yin sought the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, which Troy did not possess. However, Yin merely sought a seemingly reasonable pretext, lending legitimacy to his demands. The two factions clashed directly, with Yin showcasing an array of earth release techniques. Earth release, earth gun, earth release, crumbling earth palm, earth release, earth stone dragon. Troy, with all his might, managed to escape under the cover of his subordinates, casting a fierce glance back at Yin and his group, vowing revenge. Rock ninjas, just wait. Upon witnessing Troy's retreat, Yin ceased his leniency with a mere wave of his hand, allowing Shikamaru to swiftly eliminate the last 2 remaining combatants. This should sufficiently incite animosity towards the rock village, Yin mused, stroking his stubble in contemplation. Shikamaru approached, his brow furrowed in confusion, by all accounts. The stone and sand ninjas should also be en route to this side. Why have we yet to see them? Chapter 57. The Uzumaki clan enters Konoha indeed. The sand and stone ninjas had arrived. Due to geographical constraints, their nation was relatively distant, causing their progress to be slow. Consequently, they were intercepted by the ninjas of Konoha Midway. The second batch of elite ninjas dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen successfully halted the sand and rock ninjas at the borders of the Fire Country, preventing their passage. The two sides faced each other at the border, and although the atmosphere was tense, no actual conflict ensued. Each village had fewer than 100 elite ninjas available, as they needed to retain forces for S-rank missions and would not easily sustain losses. It was only because Yin felt confident that he could strike decisively against the mist and cloud ninjas. Under normal circumstances, encounters between elite ninjas would involve probing each other's strength, leading to a mutual withdrawal upon finding their powers comparable. Yin and the members of the Umbu successfully returned to Konoha, bringing back a significant number of members from the Uzumaki clan. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and the widow of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mido, were present, along with the clan leaders of Konoha. After Yin recounted the mission according to the third Hokage's orders, the expressions of those present varied. Although all members of the Umbu were elite, the notion that they had directly annihilated the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, along with their 34 elite subordinates, raised eyebrows. Was the power of the Umbu truly so exaggerated? There was skepticism among the crowd, yet the 7 sealed ninja swords laid before them, along with a multitude of sealed corpses and scrolls, indicated that Yin was not fabricating tales. Then, the claim of masquerading as rock ninjas to eliminate 17 elite cloud ninjas further fueled disbelief. Was the Umbu truly capable of such feats? If so, Konoha could indeed contemplate unifying the ninja world. The entirety of the Uzumaki clan had been brought back to Konoha. What kind of technique was this? Many clan leaders were left in doubt, wondering if Yin had developed some peculiar ninjutsu enabling mass relocation or something else entirely. However, the pressing issue at hand was how to properly settle the Uzumaki clan now that they had been brought back. Each ninja clan in Konoha had its territory and enterprises. Allocating a portion of land to the Uzumaki clan would inevitably incur losses for others. Konoha had been established for over 30 years, and prime locations had already been claimed by various clans. The Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, for instance, were entrenched in the culinary, medicinal, and floral industries, making further encroachment unsuitable. Even Senju Tobarama could not demand the other clans to sacrifice their interests. Sarutobi Hiruzen, known for his benevolent persona, would not take on the role of the villain in this matter. Unbeknownst to them, all eyes turned to Shimura Danzo. Danzo relished the feeling of being the focus of attention and, aligning himself with the wishes of the assembly, suggested, the Uzumaki clan can be easily accommodated. There is ample vacant land on the outskirts of Konoha for their settlement. Moreover, should any external threat arise, before Danzo could finish, Senju Tobarama interjected. The Uzumaki clan has provided significant assistance to Konoha in the past. Such a distribution is unacceptable. The Senju clan has dwindled in numbers. So let the Uzumaki clan reside within the Senju territory. Let us finalize this arrangement for the sake of the village. Tobarama's command carried substantial weight, especially as it did not jeopardize his own interests. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Let us proceed as per the elder's suggestion. Tsunade also offered her input. For the Uzumaki clan to fully integrate into the village, they require education in the will of fire. We should register the eligible children of the Uzumaki clan and arrange for their schooling. The higher-ups of Konoha swiftly drafted a document to address various aspects of the Uzumaki clan's integration, and Yin found the proceedings exceedingly mundane. Had he not become a teacher of the wood release class years ago, he would not have attended such a meeting. It was evident that he was now a member of Konoha's elite, representing not only the Senju clan, but potentially the interests of the Uzumaki clan as well. Once the discussions concluded, the meeting adjourned. Several Umbu ninjas accompanied Yin, while Senju Tobarama and Uzumaki Mido proceeded to the Senju territory. The members of the Uzumaki clan had yet to be released. The Umbu ninjas had come to facilitate their registration. With over 1,000 individuals arriving in the village, proper documentation was essential to prevent any misunderstandings, especially with the Konoha guard potentially mistaking them for spies. In full view of the assembly, Yin planted his long staff into the ground, releasing the Uzumaki clan members from the spatial domain. Finally liberated, the crowd erupted with chatter. "Mom, I want water. Is this the Senju territory? How did we return here?" The cacophony of voices overwhelmed Yin, who felt a strong urge to escape, only to be halted by Senju Tobarama grasping his sleeve. Noticing Tobarama's amused gaze, Yin cleared his throat. "Lord Tobarama, do you have any instructions?" Tobarama extended his hand. "That staff is quite intriguing. Allow me to study it for a few days." Yin obediently nodded and summoned the crimson staff, presenting it respectfully to Senju Tobarama. Tobarama examined the seemingly ordinary staff closely before suddenly inquiring, "What purpose did your ancestors intend for this?" Yin coughed awkwardly, concocting an elaborate tale. "I am unsure of its original purpose. It was initially a broom for cleaning my home. However, after a mishap with the broom head, I discovered its unusual properties while replacing it, and I decided to keep it for research." Tobarama scrutinized Yin once more, leaving him feeling apprehensive, uncertain of Tobarama's intentions. "I have heard you wish to marry our Tsunade." Yin nodded, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Yes, that is indeed the case." Tobarama acknowledged. "Very well, I grant my approval." Yin, taken aback, thought, "So you previously disapproved?" He instinctively suppressed an eye roll. Tobirama continued, "You both have reached adulthood. It is time for you to wed. Otherwise." Before Tobirama could finish, he glanced at the bustling Uzumaki clan members, and Yin immediately understood. The Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan had historically intermarried. And with the Uzumaki clan newly integrated into Konoha, the best means of assimilation would indeed be through marriage, thereby uniting them as one family. With the younger generation still maturing, and Tsunade at a marriageable age, there was a possibility of a union forming. If that were to happen, and Yan's efforts to rescue the Uzumaki clan would transform into a farcical endeavor. Chapter 58. The proposal. It turned out that Senju Tobirama possessed remarkable foresight. Within a few exchanged words, the leader of the Uzumaki clan had pushed through the crowd and grasped Tobirama's hand. "Tobirama, it has been a long time. How have you fared in these years?" Tobirama's lips twitched slightly, and he silently withdrew his hand. The clan leader cleared his throat, awkwardly stroking his beard, and chuckled. "It is true that while Young and Yin provided timely assistance, I expended a great deal of chakra prior to that, and my vitality has significantly diminished. I fear my time may be limited, yet with the Uzumaki clan newly joined to Konoha, I cannot abandon them now." The elder glanced at Yin and continued, "The best way to integrate into a community is through marriage. We, the Uzumaki clan, currently have numerous eligible bachelors and bachelorettes. Might the Senju clan still have suitable candidates for marriage? Of course, if Young and Yin is still unmarried, he is welcome to explore our clan as well. Perhaps he will find someone to his liking, and then we shall truly be one family." And Yin awkwardly shook his head. "No, thank you, elder. My heart already belongs to another." "Is that so? What a pity." The old clan leader sighed with regret. Possessing the divine ability to perceive chakra, he could distinctly sense the terrifying power residing within the young man before him. Such talent at such a tender age, yet he was already emotionally attached. What a pity. Senju Tobirama exhaled slowly, contemplating the dwindling numbers of the Senju clan. Presently, only a young child remained in the ninja academy. Perhaps the Uzumaki clan could arrange for a transfer, allowing the children to interact freely. There was no need to bind them with arranged marriages. If they could come together, it would be splendid, and if not, they could still forge a deep friendship. Understanding Tobirama's stance, the old clan leader realized that establishing roots in Konoha would require patience and gradual steps. Fortunately, the Uzumaki clan had the support of Uzumaki Mido, ensuring they wouldn't be easily oppressed. While Tobirama and the clan leader continued their conversation, and Yan's thoughts had already flown to Tsunade. The matter of marriage was indeed one best approached sooner rather than later. He needed to find a way to solidify things with Tsunade. At Konoha Hospital, Tsunade concluded a weary day and changed her clothes, preparing to head home. Just as she reached the hospital entrance, and Yin appeared punctually as usual, albeit with a bouquet of roses in hand. Tsunade stared at Yin in a daze, wondering what this meant. Approaching her, Yin knelt on one knee, presenting the flowers and a ring. "Tsunade, will you marry me?" Tsunade gasped, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Trembling, she reached out her hand, and Yin gently placed the ring upon her finger. Suddenly, Tsunade grasped Yan's hand, pulling him to his feet and embracing him tightly. "Yin, you finally proposed to me, you rascal." And Yin, holding the softly weeping Tsunade, asked tenderly, "Why do you say that? We've only recently become official." With a choked voice, Tsunade replied, "Long ago, I dreamed of marrying you." And Yin refrained from inquiring how long ago was. Instead, he comforted her by gently patting her back. "I'm sorry, Tsunade, for making you wait so long." Tsunade playfully punched Yan's shoulder twice to ease her emotions before asking, "What made you decide to propose today?" And Yin, honest and straightforward, shared, "Yesterday, I received a mission to bring some members of the Uzumaki clan back to Konoha. They are currently seeking alliances to integrate into the village. They approached me for assistance, but I refused, fearing they might resort to political marriages. I wouldn't want you to be married off to the Uzumaki clan." Tsunade raised her delicate fist. "Political marriage? I am not to be trifled with. I will choose my own marriage. No one else shall speak on it." And Yin smiled and nodded in agreement. "Of course, my Tsunade is the best." Hand in hand, they strolled down the street, discussing wedding arrangements. They anticipated inviting many guests, classmates, teachers, and even her esteemed Jonin students. Yes, even the newly arrived Uzumaki clan will likely attend the wedding. However, I'm somewhat troubled about whether to invite Shimura Danzo. I'd prefer not to have him at our ceremony, and Yin expressed his concern. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with mischief as she chuckled. That's simple. Just have the third Hokage assign Danzo a long-term mission on the border. And Yin laughed, playfully tapping Tsunade's small nose. Is this what they call the whims of power? Tsunade burst into laughter at Yan's remark. That's quite amusing. As the saying goes, time is of the essence. Half a month later, Danzo received a mission regarding unusual movements in the Land of Lightning, requiring his leadership at the border. Eagerly, he set forth with his subordinates. Indeed, Konoha could not function without him. Such matters of maintaining order at a nation's border were best suited to his authority. Meanwhile, Yin and Tsunade held their wedding. Numerous esteemed guests attended, including Konoha's higher-ups, various clan leaders, jonin whom they had mentored, as well as friends and classmates. It was a gathering of immense potential, representing the future strength of Konoha for the next 40 years. Should anyone unleash a tailed beast bomb here, it would spell disaster. As Yin had no family present, he invited Senju Tobarama to officiate the ceremony on behalf of the groom's side. Despite Tsunade's noble lineage, Yan's humble origins meant their wedding lacked the elaborate rituals of nobility. They simply exchanged vows and shared a cup of sake before their friends and family. As the feast commenced, guests indulged heartily. While toasting with friends, Yin learned of two other couples preparing for marriage. Uchiha Kagami's son, Uchiha Koken, was set to wed Akimichi Yami, and Hitaki Tsukumo was to marry Haruno Yoko. Given the increasing unrest in the ninja world, young people were eager to secure their legacies before facing the battlefield, and for female ninjas, pregnancy meant exemption from combat. Though this offered some protection, it often proved futile, as the loss of one partner typically led to the demise of the other. In summary, the wedding concluded splendidly. Chapter 59, The Bridal Chamber that night. After bidding farewell to their guests, Yin finally led Tsunade home. Dressed in a pristine white wedding gown, Tsunade radiated beauty. However, they had matters to address. It seemed their home had unwelcome eavesdroppers. A casual glance revealed several items that certainly did not belong in their abode, while most were gifts. A few were clearly products of transformation jutsu. Tsunade, displeased with the intrusion, approached and knocked lightly, causing Shoju and his friends to cover their heads, reverting from their transformed states. Yin was taken aback to see 3 children from the Uzumaki clan with red hair. Tsunade had already begun twisting Shoju's ear. You little rascal, attempting to disrupt your sister's wedding night. Kushina, why are you joining in on this mischief? One of the girls in the Uzumaki trio, clearly Kushina, lowered her head at Tsunade's reprimand. Yin stepped forward, gently placing a hand on Tsunade's shoulder, his demeanor calm and affectionate. He smiled at Tsunade before addressing Shoju. From now on, we are family. You bring your friends to your brother-in-law's home, yet you don't introduce them? 5 children stood before them, 1 with brown hair, 1 with blonde, and 3 with red hair. Shoju pouted, but under Tsunade's stern gaze, begrudgingly began the introductions. This is Uzumaki Nagato, Uzumaki Kana, Uzumaki Kushina, and lastly, our class's top student, Namikaze Minato. Yin was slightly astonished. The future pain had been swiftly brought from the land of rain to Konoha. Fascinating. Who would Uchiha Madara bestow his Rinnegan upon? The future was indeed uncertain, filled with anticipation. However, what of this Uzumaki Kana? At her age, she could not possibly be the mother of Kosuke. No, she had not ended up in the grass village due to the destruction of the Uzumaki clan. Based on Kana's innate talent, she likely possessed an impressive lineage, a direct descendant of the Uzumaki bloodline, along with the future 4th Hokage couple, among the 5 children gathered. For were remarkable prodigies of the highest caliber, though we shall refrain from mentioning who the least skilled among them was. Once Shoju completed the introductions of his companions, Yin clapped his hands. Very well, Shintong now has companions, which is delightful. However, the ninja world is perilous. Despite your youth, it is imperative that you diligently study ninjutsu, for your strength will be the foundation upon which you secure your survival in this realm. Yin was alluding to distractions such as revelries. Shintong disdainfully turned his head, claiming that they had already mastered the ninjutsu taught at the Ninja Academy. Yin smiled and said, since you are such prodigies, as a token of our first meeting, allow me to teach you a ninjutsu. The group expressed surprise, as the transmission of ninjutsu in the ninja world is typically stringent, with few instructors imparting their techniques upon first encounters. Nevertheless, given the familial ties among those present, particularly with only the outsider, Bo-Fon Mizuno, it seemed reasonable to foster the next generation of Konoha. and Yin extended his hand, and a faint blue Rasengan gradually took form, the process clearly visible as chakra threads coalesced into a spherical shape. He softly explained, "You are all talented. I shall refrain from detailing the training process. This is the non-hand seal ninjutsu, Rasengan, a technique of considerable lethality, with numerous upgrade paths. The difficulty of mastering this technique is rated A class. Should any of you manage to learn it within a month, I will consider imparting another formidable ninjutsu." Shengtong and his companions exchanged glances, contemplating whether they could decipher the technique without explicit instructions. However, with Yan's encouragement, they resolved to give it a try. Thus, they accepted the agreement on behalf of their group. Yan nodded with a smile and sent them on their way. Once the first group departed, Yan sighed with relief, only to be met with a frown. "Bailu, what are you doing lurking beneath my bed?" Bailu awkwardly crawled out from his hiding spot. "I was merely seeking to learn something new, having never experienced such things before." Yan ignored him, turning his gaze to the window. "Orochimaru, are you not generally disinterested in matters of romance?" Orochimaru's head appeared from above the window, exclaiming, "Bailu insisted on dragging me here, and I was in need of a distraction as my recent experiments have hit a bottleneck." Yan's eyelids twitched. "You wish to unwind through live broadcasts? What a peculiar hobby." Sensing the presence of several others concealed within the house, Yan grew weary of ushering them out one by one. As the newlywed couple was eager for privacy, he grasped Tsunade's hand, and in an instant, they were transported to the water domain, a realm of ice and snow. However, Yan had previously transformed this frigid landscape, erecting a Gothic castle within it. From the highest bedroom, one could gaze out upon a breathtaking winter vista. Most importantly, the grand bed was a luxurious mattress procured from GTA 5, offering unparalleled comfort. In this secluded paradise, amidst the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, the two indulged in moments of bliss. The delicate scent of sandalwood enveloped them as they reveled in their newfound intimacy. As young lovers exploring uncharted territories, they found themselves blissfully unaware of their surroundings, lost in each other's company until dawn broke. During the night, they would occasionally pause for water, exchanging soft murmurs. Within this enchanted world, they enjoyed an endless array of delights. Tsunade discovered a newfound passion, and together they developed various ninjutsu, thereby enriching Konoha's ninjutsu library, a truly commendable feat. A week later, they re-emerged into the ninja world, beginning to sort through the multitude of gifts offered by friends. Most presented vouchers for barbecues or complimentary hot springs, while Bailuhu and Orochimaru, among others, gifted an assortment of exotic herbs purportedly for enhancing vitality. Yan chuckled to himself, "What need have I, a robust man, for such concoctions?" While he jested with Tsunade, he discreetly set the items aside, recognizing that even the strongest of men would benefit from being prepared for the ever-rejuvenating Tsunade. Chapter 60. Becoming a team leader after a long day of labor, Yan settled onto the sofa, feeling somewhat fatigued, while Tsunade nestled against him like a small cat, the two finding comfort in each other's warmth. Suddenly, Tsunade retrieved a banana from the coffee table, peeling it open. "Yan, look," she said. As Yan turned his gaze, he witnessed Tsunade teasingly lick the banana, an action that he found difficult to resist. With a playful urgency, he swept her back into their castle of love. "My spear has dulled in the rain, my steed has rusted, yet my charge is akin to that of Don Quixote. Named Tsunade, and I shall duel with you for 300 rounds. 300 rounds. After their marriage, Yan and Tsunade were inseparable, reveling in their honeymoon phase. Aware of their bliss, the Hokage refrained from assigning Yan any missions during this time. The nearby tasks were scarce, primarily reserved for the lower-ranking ninjas. However, the upper ninjas could not remain idle for long. Coincidentally, with the graduation of a new class from the Ninja Academy, Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned Yan the task of leading the students. At Training Ground 13, the three young ninjas awaited their teacher's arrival with growing impatience. Shengtong picked up small stones, tossing them toward the leaves and engaging in casual conversation with his companions. "I wonder who our teacher will be. They seem to be late." Vortex Kana, with her innocent expression, shook her head. "I don't know. Mizuno, do you have any idea?" Bo-Fong Mizuno, engrossed in a rubber ball, glanced up at Kana's question and shook his head. "Even the grandson of the first Hokage is unaware of such matters. How would I know?" As they continued to wait with little to occupy their minds, Yan, still in the water domain, was playful with Tsunade. Come on, let go. Today is my first day as a team leader. And Yin attempted to push Tsunade away gently, but his feeble efforts only excited her further. Look, it's rejuvenated. Let us do it again. Before he could respond, Tsunade playfully pinned him down. An hour later, at Training Ground 13, and Yin arrived fashionably late. Faced with the glaring eyes of the trio, he fabricated a tale. I merely lost my way on the path of life. Thus I was delayed for a moment. Ha ha ha. I hope you weren't too anxious. Let us begin. Shengtong stepped forward, a look of skepticism on his face. Brother-in-law, what happened to your neck? There's a swollen mark. Did you get hurt? And Yin touched the strawberry mark left by Tsunade with a serious demeanor. This is merely a minor injury I sustained during a previous mission. You must all strive to enhance your abilities. Otherwise, you may find yourselves in peril at any moment. Is that so? Shengtong replied, his expression betraying doubt, sensing something amiss. Vortex Kana, somewhat exasperated, noted that girls mature earlier and had already grasped some of the underlying concepts. Seeing Enyan's serious demeanor while Shengtong seemed to accept it without question left her concerned for their team's future. With a teacher who appears so unreliable and a teammate who is rather dim-witted, what shall we do? Kana's gaze shifted to Bo-Fong Mizuno. Grateful that at least one teammate seemed dependable. Clearing his throat, Enyan coughed twice, choosing not to elaborate on the bruise on his neck. He presented a warm, genuine smile, exuding an aura of cheerfulness and confidence, appearing to be nothing more than an ordinary, sunny young man, entirely devoid of any ninja-like demeanor. Although they had met before, Enyan still took the opportunity to reintroduce himself. I am Enyan, and from today onward, I will be your guiding teacher. I possess a diverse range of skills, including various forms of ninjutsu. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me at any time. Now, let us proceed with our introductions. What are your interests? What are your strengths? What do you dislike? What are your dreams? As a small team of 4, it is beneficial for us to know each other better. After Enyan finished his introduction, Bluffing Shuimin was the first to speak. I am Bluffing Shuimin, skilled in the body flicker technique, though my other abilities are rather average. I don't have strong likes or dislikes, but my dream is to become Hokage. Enyan clapped his hands. What a wonderful aspiration. My dream is also to become Hokage. Achieving such a goal requires significant dedication, so keep striving. In response to Enyan's encouragement, Shuimin smiled and nodded. Shengshu, slightly discontent, interjected, only I can become Hokage. The village is my grandfather's treasure, and I will protect it. Enyan smiled. Then you must compete well with Shuimin, for one must earn the recognition of all villagers to become Hokage. Mentioning the Hokage stirred excitement in Shengshu, who waved his arms and confidently declared, I will train hard to become a leader capable of protecting everyone. Vortex Xiangxai covered her face. You haven't introduced yourself yet. Sensing the conversation was veering off course, she hastily redirected, uncertain if she should continue her introduction. Shengshu, with a serious demeanor, stated, I am Shengshu, proficient in water-release ninjutsu. My dream is to become Hokage. What about your likes and dislikes? Vortex Xiangxai lamented, but seeing Enyan's indifference, she proceeded with Shengshu's lead. I am Vortex Xiangxai, adept in sensory ninjutsu. I enjoy eating glutinous rice dumplings, have no particular dislikes, and aspire to be an excellent ninja who can protect everyone. The team arrangement by Sarutobi Hizashi was commendable. Bluffing Shuimin was a speed-oriented assassin. Shengshu, a member of the Senju clan, possessed an innate large chakra reserve, akin to a mobile artillery. Vortex Xiangxai, while not revealing much, exhibited qualities suggesting she was both a sensory and medical ninja, making her the perfect support. Shengshu's boisterous personality resembled Naruto's, and despite his lineage as the grandson of the first Hokage, he had worked hard to improve, ranking moderately in class. Coupled with Bluffing Shuimin, the talented boy with aspirations of becoming Hokage, their mutual encouragement would likely lead to rapid growth. Xiangxai was unsure why she had been assigned to this team, but given the old clan leader's tendencies, it was likely due to Shengshu, perhaps even a matchmaking intent. After a moment of contemplation, Enyan smiled and applauded. Your dreams are remarkable. Next, we will move on to practical combat assessments. Let me witness your capabilities. Chapter 61. Practical Combat Assessment. As Enyan spoke, Bluffing Shuimin initiated an attack, swiftly closing the distance with a kunai aimed directly at Enyan's side. Simultaneously, Vortex Xiangxai launched her own offensive, spreading her hands, causing 2 sealing scrolls to unfurl automatically. unleashing a barrage of ninja tools toward Yen. Shengshu was not idle either. He rapidly performed hand seals and unleashed a stream of water as a whip, aiming it at Yen. Yan's response was remarkably simple. He sidestepped leisurely. His movements slow and deliberate, seemingly relying on low-level ninja skills. Yet, with this mere shift in position, the dynamics of the three-pronged assault altered dramatically, with Bluffing Shuemin unwittingly becoming the target of their combined attack. That's what it means to strike one's own teammate, Bluffing Shuemin exclaimed, hurriedly turning to block the incoming attack from behind, his quick reflexes saving him from harm. However, Shengshu's water whip bypassed Shuemin, targeting Yen instead. While controlling ninja tools can be challenging, ninjutsu is easier to manage, minimizing the risk of friendly fire. Unperturbed by the approaching water whip, Yen adopted a taiji stance. With swirling air currents around him, he raised a hand, effortlessly catching the water whip and binding it within his grasp. With a circular motion, he released it back, dousing Shengshu in his own water release technique unexpectedly. This technique was a product of Yan's years of idle research into ninjutsu, inspired by the martial arts of Tian Dao, and was primarily effective against mid to low-level ninjas. The execution of this move captivated both Bluffing Shuemin and Shengshu, who exclaimed, "Teacher, I want to learn that." Vortex Xiangcai, however, did not relent in her assault, drawing forth numerous scrolls, each containing a variety of ninja tools or techniques. Yen raised an eyebrow, as he initially assumed Xiangcai resembled someone of lesser prowess, but she now appeared more akin to Tenten. The trio rushed at Yen once more, who casually parried their attacks, gaining a clearer understanding of their individual strengths and devising a plan for their development. For Bluffing Shuemin, who already followed a successful path, he would continue honing that style. The Flying Thunder God combined with the Rasengan was indeed formidable. As for Shengshu, his simplistic approach could be molded towards Naruto's direction, enhancing his resilience through the Shadow Clone technique, while also learning elemental ninjutsu to maximize his chakra-s potential. Xiangcai, sharing a similar chakra capacity, could be directly taught elemental ninjutsu along with medical techniques, integrating her clan's sealing arts to transform her into a powerful support role. After gaining a comprehensive insight into their overall capabilities, Yen called for a halt. "All right, I have a rough understanding of your strengths. We will conclude for today, and starting tomorrow, we will officially embark on missions. For now, let us head out for some ramen." "Yay!" Shengshu cheered, his love for ramen evident. Yen led the trio to a ramen shop that, while not as renowned as Ichiraku ramen, still offered delicious noodles. Once they placed their orders, the four began to chat casually. "How are you progressing with the techniques I taught you? Have you made any breakthroughs?" At Yan's question, Shengshu looked somewhat embarrassed, still grappling with the Rasengan's intricacies. Vortex Xiangcai shared a similar sentiment. However, unlike Shengshu, who had tried but found no leads, Xiangcai had simply been too busy studying sealing techniques to focus on the Rasengan. Moreover, since Yen had merely demonstrated how it was formed without showcasing its full power, she had understandably been less attentive. Bluffing Shuemin, coming from a common ninja background, was different. Any technique he could learn, he would diligently pursue. The trio exchanged glances, and Bluffing Shuemin stepped forward to respond. "Teacher Yen, I believe I have made some progress with that technique. I estimate that with some more time, I will be able to master it completely." "Excellent. Once you master it, I will teach you an even more advanced ninjutsu," Yen replied, nodding in satisfaction. A teacher's greatest delight in a talented student is, after all, their ability to be a source of reassurance. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a few individuals entered the shop, and Yen looked up to see Orochimaru accompanied by several of his disciples, unbeknownst to the reasons behind it. This time Sarutobi Hiruzen did not assign Orochimaru to mentor Shoju, but instead entrusted him to Anrin. Perhaps he believed that Anrin had a closer bond with Shoju. "Orochimaru, over here," Anrin called, waving his hand. Upon seeing this, Orochimaru approached directly. "Anrin, it seems you've also been conscripted by the third Hokage," he remarked. Anrin chuckled in response. "Aren't you also mentoring students? So, do you have any particularly exceptional ones among them?" Orochimaru glanced at Anrin, pondering whether such remarks were appropriate in front of students. It was indeed bold to speak so openly. However, he could not ignore the question as the students were watching intently. "All my students are quite remarkable." "Anrin, are you asking because you have some standout among yours? Perhaps seeking to boast?" Anrin laughed heartily. "Ah, you know me well, Orochimaru. Indeed, my 3 disciples are quite impressive. But the one I hold in the highest regard is this little yellow-haired boy. He gestured towards Minato Namikaze, who returned a somewhat awkward smile. Orochimaru assessed Minato and found him intriguing. He appeared to be a decent ninja, though nothing particularly special stood out. Anrin remained silent, knowing that despite Orochimaru's current overwhelming prowess, in 4 or 5 years, he might not necessarily be Minato's equal. Recognizing Anrin's enigmatic demeanor, Orochimaru was not perturbed. After years of acquaintance, he understood Anrin's character well, surmising that the boy must possess qualities he had yet to discover. Taking another look at Minato, Orochimaru realized he could not discern anything extraordinary and chose to observe no further, leisurely enjoying his meal instead. While Orochimaru dined, Anrin cast a glance at his students, who appeared rather ordinary, seemingly not the renowned figures of the original timeline, but rather mere background characters. The butterfly effect was becoming increasingly pronounced. The following day, Anrin struggled to extricate himself from Tsunade's embrace, reluctantly departing from his home. At Training Ground 13, the 3 students had already gathered. Upon seeing Anrin's arrival, Shoju exclaimed, "Teacher Anrin, what mission are we undertaking today? Are we to protect a feudal lord or eliminate spies lurking in Konoha?" Anrin replied with a smile, "Rest assured, it will be an incredibly rewarding task, one that will greatly benefit you. Are we to cause havoc in a foreign land or steal state secrets?" Shoju queried with curiosity, while the other 2 regarded Anrin with eager anticipation. "You will find out once we arrive," Anrin responded cryptically, leading the way. Soon, they arrived at a field, and Shoju's expression fell. "So we're here to harvest crops? This seems like a gross underutilization of our talents. Now that we're here, let us not complain. Begin the task and finish harvesting this entire field, and today's mission will be complete," Anrin instructed as he casually tossed a sealing scroll onto the ground. A sunshade, sun hat, and rocking chair were promptly set up, and he reclined in the chair, deftly opening a medical book. The 3 students exchanged glances and rolled up their sleeves to get to work, each donning their sickle gloves and commencing the harvest. Anrin leisurely flipped through his book, occasionally appearing to have an epiphany, while the trio worked tirelessly, their sickles almost smoking from the effort. By midday, they had successfully harvested the entire field. A grateful farmer approached Anrin, exchanging pleasantries before Anrin led the 3 students to submit their task report. Shoju remained disgruntled. "Why is it that I did all the work? Yet the farmer thanks Teacher Anrin?" Vortex Kaze chuckled, "Because Teacher Anrin is the team leader." Shoju's frustration deepened. "I understand that, but I still can't comprehend it." Anrin affectionately ruffled Shoju's hair, saying gently, "Is it because the teacher did not labor that Shoju believes the farmer should not express gratitude to me?" Shoju nodded fervently. "Exactly. Why should he?" Anrin smiled. "The reward for an S-rank mission is 100,000 Ryo, whereas a D-rank mission yields only 5,000. By accompanying you on this lower-tier task, I sacrificed a significant amount of potential earnings. Don't you think the farmer ought to be grateful to me?" Shoju was taken aback, nearly leaping in astonishment. Minato and Kaze also appeared quite surprised. Shoju immediately clamored for an S-rank mission, prompting Anrin to deliver a swift reprimand. S-rank missions involve confrontations between nations and may encounter one or several jonin. Such tasks are not suited for a freshly graduated novice like yourself. Clenching his fists, Shoju's eyes lit up with determination as he declared, "I feel invigorated. I'll set a small goal, to train diligently and become a jonin, so I can undertake S-rank missions for the village." Anrin fell into contemplation, finding Shoju's exuberance intriguing. He recalled theories from his past life within the fan community, suggesting that Shoju and Hashirama possessed the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. Although lacking direct evidence, this spirited enthusiasm was indeed a hereditary trait. As they arrived at the mission hall, Anrin vaguely overheard Sarutobi discussing the destruction of the Tsunade. "What a pity, yet another ninja village lost to the world." Anrin had never heard of Tsunade and was indifferent. It seemed a village not central to the main storyline, likely lacking anything of value. After submitting the task scroll, Sarutobi promptly handed him a new one. "This is tomorrow's mission, cleaning up garbage in the river." Anrin glanced at the task level, astonished to find it classified as C rank. Are they worried that garbage might suffocate the ninja? A C rank task implies a certain level of danger, yet the peril of picking up trash must surely be the stench. "I doubt drowning is a concern. Thank you for your hard work, Hokage-sama," Anrin replied, accepting the task. He did not leave immediately, but exchanged a few pleasantries with the third Hokage before departing. Upon exiting the room, Shoju whispered to Minato and Kaze behind Anrin's back, critiquing the hypocrisy among the adults. Anrin swiftly delivered a light reprimand to Shoju. Can you at least keep your disparaging comments at a distance? I can hear you. That hurt, Shoju whimpered, cradling his head, a scene reminiscent of Tom Cat to Anrin. After a brief meal with their newly acquired wages, Anrin led his students back to the training ground. He began outlining their upcoming training tasks, tree climbing and water walking. Shoju scoffed. Do we really need special training for climbing trees and walking on water? Anrin raised an eyebrow. So you claim to already know how? Come, Shoju, showcase your skills. At Anrin's prompting, Shoju dashed forward, scaling the tree with remarkable stability before leaping down and effortlessly walking on the river's surface without sinking. Anrin noted that the overall quality of ninjas during this period appeared to be superior compared to later times. One by one, Minato and Kaze followed suit, demonstrating their proficiency in both skills, indicating they had already mastered these techniques. Anrin applauded. Excellent. It is impressive that you have grasped skills not taught by our instructors at such a young age. Truly, you are all prodigies. Given this, let us focus on the nature transformation of chakra. The trio, already familiar with the concept, began diligently practicing without requiring further explanation from Anrin. Clearly having trained for a considerable duration, Anrin had long since mastered the nature transformation of chakra and was now primarily focused on studying Sage Mode. Sage Mode was invaluable, even in the face of formidable foes like Madara Uchiha. So how could Anrin neglect such research? Over the years, he had sought to discover a method for ninjas to cultivate Sage Mode through his medical knowledge, yet unfortunately, he had not yet achieved any significant breakthroughs. The complexity of the human body is truly astounding. However, once external natural energies penetrate within, they tend to disrupt the very fabric of one's being. To genuinely master the art of utilizing such energies, it seems imperative to seek out the guidance of the enigmatic individual known as Chongwu, who possesses the innate qualities of a sage. At this juncture, it is likely that Chongwu has yet to be born, unless one achieves significant prowess. Waiting for many years is the only recourse. Nonetheless, the current era is not characterized by intense conflict, and thus, the Sage Mode remains unnecessary for the time being. And Yin is not in a hurry. He treads his path steadily. Having arrived in this world, he has already gained the favor of Tsunade, which he considers a significant boon. Regardless of what transpires henceforth, he will not be at a loss. Chapter 63. Support for the Iron Country as time flows, and Yin, accompanied by his 3 students, has undertaken various low-level tasks, catching cats, nurturing dogs, and repelling wild beasts. Amidst this, Minato has finally demonstrated the Rasengan, and as promised, and Yin has imparted to him a new ninjutsu, the Wind Release, Rasengan. However, the atmosphere within the village has grown increasingly solemn. As time passes, the major ninja villages have rejuvenated, and domestic martial factions are rising, stirring the entire ninja world once more. Recently, a minor fracas erupted between Yongyin Village and Konoha. Regrettably, before Konoha could respond, Takigakure launched a surprise attack on Yongyin Village, leading to its swift annihilation. The entire ninja realm is rife with tension, and as a result, the village's tasks have multiplied, leaving Yin and his companions exceedingly busy. On one such day, as Yin was instructing his 3 students on the nuances of chakra transformation, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared. Recognizing the familiar white hair, it was Kakashi Hitaki. Yin, the Hokage summons you. Upon hearing this, Yin surmised that he was likely being assigned a mission. He promptly announced that the team members should continue their training independently and vanished in an instant. Shoju looked on with envy. When will I reach Yin-sensei's level of teleportation? Minato smiled and replied, Shoju, you should focus on mastering the shadow clone technique first. The ninja world is quite unstable at the moment. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Karen silently worked on treating a fish that had been gutted, feeling overwhelmed by the complexities of medical and sealing techniques, leaving her speechless. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat solemnly, puffing on his pipe, lost in thought. Upon Yan's entrance, he seemed to regain his focus, as if he had reached a decision. Yan, I must trouble you this time. This is an S-rank mission. Sarutobi handed Yin the mission scroll, explaining, Hanzo of the Salamander from the Land of Rain has been quite restless lately, seeking to annex the neighboring nations. And he has now set his sights on the Iron Country. The Sand Ninja from the Land of Wind having recuperated since the First Ninja World War, appear to be harboring ambitions that should not be entertained. Our elite forces at the border are currently in a standoff with them, which has presented Hanzo with an opportunity to strike the Iron Country. Your task is straightforward. Ensure that Hanzo does not conquer the Iron Country while expelling the Rain Ninja from its territory. And Yin listened intently to Sarutobi's explanation and nodded. I understand, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe. This mission carries certain dangers. Hanzo is referred to as a demigod, and it is said that his strength is formidable. Exercise caution should you encounter him. And Yin nodded affirmatively. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Land of Rain lies to the west of the Land of Fire, while the Iron Country is situated to the east. Hanzo's decision to attack the Iron Country is not born of folly. Rather, the geographical position of the Land of Rain is quite disadvantageous, nestled between three great nations, leaving little room for development. Hanzo must thus seek external avenues for expansion. However, the major nations will not afford him such an opportunity. The five great nations suppress the smaller ones, unwilling to allow a new powerful faction to emerge. After a continuous journey of a day and night, Yin arrived at the Iron Country. Although he did not encounter Hanzo, he did meet the samurai leader, Mitsuba. The Iron Country lacks ninja. Its inhabitants are predominantly samurai. Mitsuba was not originally the leader, but when faced with Hanzo's fearsome reputation, the other samurai fled while he stood his ground. Though ultimately defeated by Hanzo, his strength and courage won him the respect of his peers. Thus, he became the leader of the samurai of the Iron Country. In a tea room, Yin sat across from Mitsuba, sipping his tea contemplatively. He felt a tinge of regret for not having faced Hanzo, as he had hoped to test his own strength. So, the Iron Country intends to remain neutral, refraining from participating in the conflicts over resources among the ninja? Yin mused. Mitsuba, sporting a bandage on his head from a long scar left by Hanzo, maintained a serious demeanor, stating, Indeed, this is my intention. And it is the policy we will adopt moving forward, as agreed upon with the daimyo. And Yin, calm in his demeanor, gently replied, We from Konoha harbor no intentions of interference with the Iron Country, so there is no need for such solemnity. However, I must advise you that neutrality does not guarantee an absence of war. In this world, strength is paramount. It would be prudent for you to enhance your capabilities. Only when you are strong will other nations hesitate to disrupt your neutrality. Mitsuba nodded in understanding. He recognized the truth in Yan's words, though he understood that some matters cannot be rushed and must be approached step by step. This S-rank mission turned out to be relatively simple. Upon Yan's arrival, the Land of Rain was under siege by the Sand Ninja, and Hanzo had hastily returned to his homeland, resulting in a missed encounter. Nevertheless, the mission was deemed successful, and Yin did not leave empty-handed. He procured some of Hanzo's potent poison from Mitsuba and began devising an antidote. In the original timeline, Granny Chio of the Sand Ninja had easily neutralized Hanzo's poison, but Konoha was unprepared and suffered heavy losses. This time, with Yan's intervention, the toxin was neutralized in advance, potentially saving many lives. Meanwhile, as Yin labored over the venom of the salamander, events unfolded back in Konoha. Seizing the opportunity presented by the weakened defenses of Konoha, the Cloud Ninja infiltrated the village, seeking to abduct some bloodline limits. Their target was Uzumaki Kushina, who, caught unawares during a late-night outing, could only pray for the timely response of the Konoha guards. Minato, upon arriving at their intended meeting place and finding no familiar face, sensed something amiss and initiated an investigation. It was not long before he discovered that Kushina was in peril. Yokai Mitsuki sprang into action, notifying Konoha while pursuing the assailants, leading to a classic hero's rescue. Under the moonlight, the image of a young man carrying a young woman through the forest became indelibly etched in Kushina's memory. Chapter 64. The passing of Uzumaki Mido in the Senju clan's abode. Uzumaki Mido, radiating kindness, cradled the weeping Kushina. Her life flickered like a candle in the wind. The sealing technique could no longer maintain her youthful visage, and she exuded an aura of impending twilight, evoking deep sympathy. Tsunade stood silently nearby, wiping away her tears, while the usually boisterous Shoju had fallen quiet. Senju Tobarama entered, accompanied by 6 of his disciples. The elder of the Uzumaki clan, bearing a sorrowful expression, mourned deeply. Uzumaki Mido was his beloved sister, and their bond had always been profound. Upon his return, Yin was met with a scene that left him in disbelief. The whirlpool of water was thriving before he departed. How could it suddenly be on the brink of collapse? He stepped forward and embraced the weeping Tsunade, understanding that those in sorrow do not seek mere words of comfort, but rather the warmth of an embrace. Beneath the aging visage of the whirlpool water, her eyes gradually lost their luster as she weakly uttered, "I can hardly hold on any longer. Let us commence swiftly." A heavy barrier enveloped the Senju clan's territory, with elite members of the Umbu continuously patrolling the surroundings. The moment of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's transfer marked Konoha's most vulnerable period. Any disruption during this time could lead to catastrophic consequences. Inside the dwelling, the whirlpool water gently stroked Kushina's head, tirelessly wiping away her tears. Kushina, being the vessel for the Nine-Tails is a painful burden. You must seek something to fill the void within you, and that is love. Kushina's mind momentarily flashed with the image of Minato, and she nodded slightly, indicating her understanding of Water's counsel. These words were not new. Water had reiterated them many times before, but his elderly nature compelled him to repeat them once more before departing. As everyone prepared, the whirlpool water surveyed the gathered crowd and precisely located in Yen. "Little in Yen, I entrust Tsunade and Shoju to you." And Yen nodded, feeling Tsunade's hand grip his tightly. "Tobarama, let us begin." Water turned to face Senju Tobarama, who, at nearly 70, was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Tobarama nodded in affirmation, directing his gaze toward Yen and the others. In the next moment, Water, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobarama, and Shimura Danzo formed a colossal crimson barrier, encasing Yen, Kushina, and the whirlpool water within. The Four Scarlet Sun formation, originally devised to seal the Ten Tails, was now repurposed for the Nine Tails. At that instant, the whirlpool water released her own seal, and a colossal crimson Nine-Tails fox ascended into the sky. Standing at nearly 100 meters, it emanated an awe-inspiring aura. The burning chakra of the Nine-Tails turned the sky a deep red, making the ninjas below appear diminutive. As the Nine-Tails crimson chakra collided with the barrier, it unleashed a powerful strike that failed to breach, prompting a furious roar. Konoha, in the next heartbeat, as the whirlpool water lay at death's door, her adamantine chains firmly restrained the Nine-Tails, and Yen stepped forward to commence the sealing technique. 8 trigrams sealing technique. Placing his palm on Kushina's abdomen, the entire Nine-Tails transformed into a torrent and surged into her being. And Yan's version of the 8 trigram seal, an enhancement of the 4-symbol seal, differed slightly from Minato's original design. He had added a sensory shielding function to its already existing abilities. Originally, the connection between the Nine-Tails and its Jinchuriki allowed for mutual sensory experience, which was manageable in mundane situations like eating or using the restroom. However, with both the whirlpool water and Kushina being female and the Nine-Tails a male fox, the monthly cycles posed a minor issue, but during intimate moments, one could only speculate how the Nine-Tails would react. Perhaps a violent urge to obliterate the world might be a normal response. Such thoughts were best left unexamined, as even a moment's contemplation could induce a shiver. Upon successfully sealing the Nine-Tails within Kushina, a collective sigh of relief escaped as the pressure exerted by the beast had been immense. In the following moment, Danzo stepped forward, declaring, "Tobarama-sensei, with the passing of Lord Water, I believe the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki should remain concealed until she matures. For the time being, it would be prudent to entrust her to me at root. I will ensure she becomes a capable asset for Konoha." Tobarama's gaze turned cold as he scrutinized Danzo, who remained undeterred. The demise of Water had made Danzo acutely aware of the aging of the formidable figures from Tobarama's generation. Now was the time for their generation to shield Konoha, and the Nine-Tails, as a weapon, should be under his control. "Danzo, I do not recall teaching you to regard ninjas as mere tools. Your current mindset is perilous. Furthermore, the Hokage is Sarutobi. Any matters requiring resolution should be brought directly to him." Tobarama sensed that Danzo had lingered in darkness for too long, leading to a distortion in his thoughts. Even if ninjas were indeed tools, such sentiments should never be expressed publicly. In essence, one should refrain from uttering words that could undermine unity. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected to mediate. "Kushina is a part of this village, not a tool. Moreover, she can thrive within the Whirlpool clan without the need for roots training." Faced with both Hiruzen and Tobarama, Danzo felt a flicker of uncertainty, yet he maintained his composure, scoffing before turning away. Danzo departed with the members of Root. Tobarama watched him leave, then addressed Hiruzen. It was indeed wise to entrust the village to you, for if I had placed it in Danzo's hands, I shudder to think of what it would have become. Hiruzen, with concern etched upon his face, replied, Sensei, Danzo may have been affected by his prolonged stay in darkness, but he remains steadfastly loyal to the village. Tobirama responded with a hint of detachment. Each generation bears its own mission. Mine has long been fulfilled. The future of Konoha now rests upon your shoulders. With Danzo's ideology straying, the choices ahead are yours to make, for you are the true shadow of this village. Hiruzen fell into silence, while Yin slightly grimaced. Entrusting decisions to Hiruzen was unwise. His compassion was overwhelming, as if Danzo had saved him countless times. If another Hokage were in place, Danzo would have been swiftly dealt with when he attempted to assassinate the Hokage, leaving no room for him to maneuver as he currently did. Yet, had Danzo not always shown respect towards Tobirama? Why, then, did he appear rebellious today? Perhaps witnessing the whirlpool waters passing instilled in him the notion that Tobirama's time was also nearing its end. And Yin observed the stoic expression on Tobirama's face, devoid of any wrinkles, pondering whether it was the Senju clan's vitality or if Tobirama had perhaps developed some forbidden technique. If Orochimaru could devise the reanimation jutsu, it stood to reason that Tobirama, with his capabilities, could create a similar technique aimed at prolonging life. Chapter 65. Friction with the Sand Ninja. Following the death of the whirlpool water, Konoha held a solemn funeral, with Yin and Tsunade donning black attire to pay their respects. The atmosphere was heavy with solemnity as villagers gathered to honor her memory. As the wife of Senju Hashirama, the whirlpool water was highly esteemed, drawing a considerable number of attendees, including spies from various nations. Despite thorough inspections by the Anbu, a few infiltrators managed to slip through undetected. News of the Jinchuriki's death spread, igniting restlessness among the nations. As the status of tailed beasts was akin to that of nuclear weapons, with Konoha's nuclear arsenal entering a cooling phase, it was time for others to take action. The rock and sand ninja forces amassed at the borders, signaling a storm was brewing, and Yin was deployed to the front lines, leading his team to undertake a protracted border patrol mission. Surprisingly, rather than expressing concern at the prospect of battle, Shoju and the others exhibited excitement, embodying the youthful soldier's eagerness to achieve glory. However, Yin had already prepared them with specialized training, ensuring that Shoju would not fall victim to a simple explosive tag trap. As for other potential fates, they could only rely on divine providence. The nature of warfare among ninjas differed greatly from Yan's expectations. He had envisioned grand battles involving tens of thousands, or at the very least, massive skirmishes with thousands engaged at once. In reality, the conflict consisted of dozens of small squads clashing with one another, each composed of 4 members, continuously patrolling and advancing along the border. Daily skirmishes often boiled down to isolated teams engaging in minor confrontations. The grandeur of battle was absent. What mattered was the foundational strength of each squad. No wonder a village with just tens of thousands of people can engage in wars for years on end. If only a few squads perish each day, how long will it take for the toll to rise? The intensity of warfare seems insufficient. Although Yin grumbled, he had no intention of escalating the conflict. A lower intensity of warfare signifies a higher safety factor. Should the intensity increase, they would inevitably encounter formidable adversaries. In the realm of ninjas, combat is fundamentally a battle of intelligence. Once vital information is compromised, death is not far behind. Even someone as exceptional as Namake's Minato fell to Obito, who was well-versed in intelligence. And Yin certainly did not wish to find himself in a position where survival was not an option. As night fell, the campfire crackled, and Yin and his team rested around it, while Uzumaki Karen sensed the surroundings, remaining vigilant. And Yan's squad was remarkably competent, comprised of talented students. After the initial days of patrolling, wherein Yin had to personally eliminate enemy sand ninjas, his companions Shoju and Minato gradually acclimatized to the battlefield atmosphere and became proficient in dispatching foes without hesitation. With fervor, Yin tossed a chunk of blackened soil from the fire, smashing it open to reveal wild chicken meat, its savory aroma wafting through the air. He eagerly tore off 2 drumsticks, handing one each to Shoju and Minato, followed by wings for Karen, and the 4 of them dove into their meal. The teacher had learned to prepare a delightful dish called beggar's chicken from somewhere, and it was indeed delicious. Shoju, while devouring his food, mumbled about it, and Yin, dissatisfied, remarked, No talking during mealtime. Suddenly, Uzumaki Karen spoke up. Teacher, a squad of sand ninjas is approaching our position 2 kilometers away. And Yin sighed, muttering. Nighttime brings a multitude of troubles. These rascals are like mad dogs, drawn by the light and the scent of meat. Truly bothersome. He hastened his eating during wartime. Enjoying a warm meal was a rare luxury, and after this, he would likely have to subsist on military rations for days. Just as Yin finished his meal, the enemy arrived. You lot, we've been trudging through the night, and you're actually enjoying a meal? Truly despicable. The leader of the Sand Ninja squad, evidently envious of their warm meal, immediately launched an attack. A barrage of shurikens flew toward them, yet Yin remained seated, unfazed, as a wall of earth erected to deflect the projectiles. In the next moment, the trio charged forth. The strength of this squad was rather mediocre, led by a Chunin from the sand, and Yin hardly needed to intervene, as Minato led the team to swiftly neutralize them. After routine cleanup of the lesser foes, the 4 returned to the warmth of the campfire, and Yin had contemplated utilizing the 4 pillars technique, but currently, wood release was a closely guarded secret of the Leaf Village, restricted from casual use to avoid alarming other ninja villages. If the other villages grew wary of the leaf, they might retaliate in force, potentially leading to devastation. When people have idle time, they tend to overthink. Minato then inquired of Yin, Teacher, I have been pondering how one might sever the chains of hatred and bring an end to war in this world. Minato has begun to think like a Hokage? And Yin mused inwardly, yet he responded earnestly, Truth be told, I am uncertain. However, I have a notion. If, hypothetically, the leaf became overwhelmingly powerful and unified all nations into one, initially, there might still be remnants of hatred among the first generation or 2. Yet, as time passes, such hatred would likely diminish, thus achieving a semblance of peace. Minato sighed, That sounds exceedingly difficult to realize. And Yin nodded, Indeed, the Land of Rain is a battleground of the Third War, while the leaf is embroiled in the Fourth, surrounded by major ninja villages. A single misstep could invite an onslaught from all sides, let alone attacking others. Minato acknowledged this with a nod, then asked, So, is there truly no other way? And Yin shook his head. Wherever there are people, there will be conflict. This is inevitable. Resources are limited, and if one gains more, another must lose. There will always be those who refuse to submit. Understanding this truth, Minato sighed, gazing into the distance toward the leaf. Suddenly, Yin smiled and said, The ninja world is one where strength reigns supreme. If one day your power surpasses Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage, I believe unifying the ninja world may not be beyond reach. Minato wore a wry smile, reflecting on the high expectations Yin had for him. Though he didn't fully grasp the powers of Madara and the first, he had witnessed the Valley of the End. Such a vast expanse was merely a consequence of their battle, making the strength of the first seem formidable. Minato felt that merely reaching the level of the first was already a tall order, let alone surpassing them. He was always self-aware. Yet Yin disagreed. Minato had died too young. A prodigy like him, had he lived another 20 years, his strength would undoubtedly have reached extraordinary heights, at the very least, on par with Hashirama. Chapter 66. Declaration of war by the Land of Rain. The leaf and the sand continued engaging in minor skirmishes. The battlefield was naturally situated in the small nations bordering the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, such as the Land of River and the Land of Rain. The Land of River, with its vast territory and strong economy, could withstand the conflict for a time, whereas the Land of Rain, perpetually drenched in rain, struggled to cope. Its economy relied heavily on import and export trade, and now, amidst war, sourcing food had become arduous, let alone other necessities. With the support of the third Tsuchikage Onoki of IWA, Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Village, declared war on the 2 great ninja villages. The leaf was understandably bewildered. While they had been resisting the invasion from the Land of Wind, it seemed they had not encroached upon the Land of Rain. What madness was this Hanzo exhibiting? The Sand Ninjas had been the ones attacking the Land of Fire from the Land of Rain, yet Hanzo disregarded this, declaring war on the great nations in one fell swoop. His declaration significantly boosted the morale of the Rain Ninjas. As a small nation's ninja village, they were the first to dare declare war on the great nations. With the declaration of war from the Land of Rain, the leaf could not remain passive. Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly dispatched his 3 disciples to lead an assault on the Land of Rain. The size of a great ninja village made it impossible to obliterate easily, and this small nation dared to make a stand. They would be swiftly dealt with. Upon hearing the news that Sarutobi Hiruzen had sent his disciples into battle, Yin immediately requested to join Tsunade in combat. After a brief discussion among the village elders, permission was granted. The task ahead was straightforward: march from the land of river to the land of rain, where they would rendezvous with Tsunade and her team for victory. As for why they were not advancing through the land of fire, that was naturally a task assigned by the village. Yin's prowess on the battlefield rendered him an excellent weapon. Yin led the trio at a swift pace, dispatching enemies with ease. After taking down 7 Chunin squads, formidable opponents finally emerged. 2 Jonin squads intercepted them in a narrow canyon, each standing atop elevated terrain, surveying Yin and his team from above. "Are you the one responsible for the recent slaughter of 13 of my sand ninja squads?" One of the sand ninjas questioned Yin, who had no intention of responding. Uzumaki Karen whispered to Yin, "There are 8 in total. 2 Jonin and the rest are Genin." Without glancing back, Yin replied, "Leave the Jonin to me." In an instant, he vanished from sight. Sound release technique. Yin materialized atop the mountain, delivering a powerful punch that pierced through the abdomen of one Jonin. However, Jonin from major ninja villages were not so easily vanquished. The struck Jonin instantaneously transformed into a puddle of mud. Earth substitution? Yin raised an eyebrow, and in the next moment, he appeared behind the other Jonin, launching a surprise attack with a kunai. Bang! It turned out to be a shadow clone. However, the sensation of shadow clone was transmitted back to the main body. Yin immediately sensed a faint sound coming from a certain location, a suppressed groan. In the next instant, Yin appeared there, and with a single step, the ground trembled violently. The formidable power of his kick. The lurking ninja beneath the ground evidently did not anticipate the vast range of Yin's attack and was unable to evade in time, resulting in his leg and the earth being reduced to dust. The man cried out in pain as Yin delivered a punch in his direction. However, suddenly a knife was thrust from behind, the blade aimed directly at Yin's heart, evidently attempting to divert his attention. Yin paid no heed. In the moment of throwing his punch, his entire body abruptly vanished and reappeared behind the knife wielder, delivering a powerful blow. This was the forceful punch, striking with unyielding strength, obliterating the man into a mist of blood, splattering the already incapacitated individual with crimson droplets. The man's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with blood vessels, and he was engulfed in immense terror, as if his psychological defenses had utterly collapsed. Yin noticed the reputation points on the system panel rising steadily, his brow arching slightly, as it seemed that fear yielded even greater reputation points. Yin altered his killing strategy, opting instead to leave them all incapacitated. The Sand Ninja, with limited military resources, typically followed an elite troop strategy. Leaving a few incapacitated would serve to amplify fear and increase his own reputation while simultaneously draining the Sand Ninja's military funds. With the Jonin down, the Chunin posed little challenge. Apart from those who perished on the spot, he swiftly severed the arms of the remaining ones, preventing them from forming seals. Out of 8, 3 had escaped. 2 armless Sand Ninjas assisted the limping Jonin in their arduous retreat. Shungtai inquired, "Teacher, why not just kill them outright?" Yin smiled and replied, "Consider this. What do we gain from killing them? What do we gain by sparing them?" Shungtai responded, "Killing them yields nothing for us. But keeping them means they will continue opposing Konoha." Yin gently ruffled Shungtai's hair. "By keeping them alive, they will propagate tales of Konoha's might, causing a significant drop in the morale of the Sand Ninja, subtly altering the course of the war. However, such actions should not be frequent, and it must be when the enemy's psychological defenses are entirely shattered, as was the case with the Jonin earlier. Otherwise, we risk nurturing a tiger." Shungtai nodded, half understanding. The group said little more and hurried onward. The journey ahead proved much smoother, and Yin cut through 5 Chunin squads, successfully infiltrating the Land of Rain. This was a nation perpetually shrouded in rain, with an atmosphere that was profoundly different from other places, cold, oppressive, imbued with the essence of a tragic scene. The Sand Ninjas in the Land of Rain were still numerous, but unlike their counterparts in the Land of Rivers, the majority were puppet masters. Would Yin fear a puppet master? The answer was no. With a single punch, he could shatter any puppet, unless the opposing puppet master could summon the 3rd Kazekage. Otherwise, no puppet master could match Yin's prowess. Unfortunately, Along the way, Yen encountered no notable figures, no Chiyo, no Hozuki, nor the third or fourth Kazekage, nor even the scorching release user, Yakumo. Wait a moment. Yakumo was still a child at this time, no matter. As Yen hastened toward his designated location, Hanzo of the Salamander was attacking the Sand Ninja's stronghold in the Land of Rain. Chiyo manipulated 3 puppets of the Buddhist monk to engage Hanzo in relentless combat. Over the years, Hanzo had gained a fearsome reputation, having raided small nations and plundered their resources. However, facing Chiyo proved challenging for Hanzo due to attribute disadvantage. Hanzo's most dangerous aspect was his poison, followed by his swordsmanship and ninjutsu. Chiyo, on the other hand, was a versatile ninja, proficient in puppet techniques, medical ninjutsu, poison, and sealing techniques. Within minutes of Hanzo unleashing his toxic gas, Chiyo had already neutralized it and swiftly deduced that Hanzo could re-release the poison in 5 minutes. The battle reached a stalemate. The average strength of the Rain Ninjas was far inferior to that of the Sand Ninjas, and Hanzo, assessing the situation, was left with no choice but to retreat. Chapter 67. Overcoming Hanzo. If he could not defeat the Sand Ninja, he would strike at Konoha. After returning to the Rain Ninja village, Hanzo immediately dispatched a messenger to Awagakure, intending to have the Rock Ninjas stall the Sand Ninja while he focused on Konoha. At this time, Konoha was not particularly renowned and lacked notable medical ninjas, which gave Hanzo considerable confidence. His objective was not to win. Such a notion was unrealistic, but to demonstrate to the great nations that small countries were not to be trifled with. If they dared to turn small nations into battlegrounds, they would suffer grave consequences. 2 days later, Inoki received Hanzo's message, contemplating extensively before deciding to take action. Was it merely about obstructing a few Sand Ninjas? What difficulty lay therein? He could position a ninja force and maintain a standoff without significantly depleting his strength. His primary goal was to target Konoha, or rather, to weaken it. In his youth, Inoki had also held ideals of peace. But during a negotiation trip to Konoha with the second Tsuchikage, they encountered Uchiha Madara. The attitude of Madara needed no elaboration. You all kneel before me. With the activation of Susanoo, both the second Tsuchikage and Inoki were grievously wounded, escaping back to the Land of Earth in disarray. From that moment, the animosity between Konoha and Inoki was firmly established. It is said that childhood traumas can affect a person's entire life. Inoki had spent his life preparing to contend with Konoha. Now, Konoha's strength was formidable, making a direct confrontation with the Rock Ninjas unfeasible. Thus, it was essential to weaken them first. Hanzo's skills were considerable. Sending him to test the waters was a reasonable course of action. Meanwhile, Yen had successfully reunited with Tsunade and the others. After an intimate embrace, Yen had barely the chance to exchange heartfelt words before Tsunade dashed to her brother's side, affectionately touching his face and checking for any injuries. Yen wore an expression of helplessness as Orochimaru approached. So, how is married life treating you? Jiraiya, seemingly indifferent, discreetly perked up his ears. Yen instantly heightened his vigilance. It appeared that Jiraiya harbored some intentions towards married women. Casually casting a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, Yen replied, "Not bad. We plan to have a child after this battle. Would you take him as a disciple, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru chuckled softly before responding, "I have little interest in raising children. But if you wish for him to learn a few ninjutsu from me, that could be arranged." Yen shuddered at the thought of Orochimaru's serpent-based ninjutsu, not wanting his child to end up resembling Orochimaru in any way. Being old friends, Orochimaru could easily discern Yen's thoughts. He smiled and clarified, "I'm not referring to any human modification techniques. I'm talking about forbidden techniques." Yen frowned. "What peculiar forbidden techniques have you developed now?" Orochimaru flicked his tongue, washed his face, and then said, "Do you remember the topic we discussed?" Yen, somewhat puzzled, replied, "We have discussed numerous topics. Which one are you referring to? The immortal ship that constantly changes its parts? Or the musings on the sun god? Or perhaps the essence of chakra?" Orochimaru responded with excitement. "It pertains to the chakra theory. You once mentioned that chakra possesses the characteristic of carrying information. The forbidden technique I am currently researching can store chakra, forming a chakra entity that embodies all my knowledge each year. They can simultaneously study a research topic. What do you think? Isn't it remarkable?" Yen inhaled sharply. This concept sounded reminiscent of the doctor's slices in Genshin, albeit with entirely different principles. The inspiration stemmed from the chakra consciousness within Naruto's belly. Just be cautious. If one day that chakra consciousness seizes your body, we won't be able to distinguish which is the true Orochimaru. At that point, we would have no choice but to eliminate all of them. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Rest assured, Anyun, you must trust in my scientific prowess. Upon hearing this, Anyun smirked. After all, surprises are called such precisely because they are unexpected. The likelihood of encountering unforeseen events in research is exceedingly high. Before the group could engage in further idle chatter, a sensory ninja approached. Lord Orochimaru, I have detected a small contingent of ninjas approaching from our direction, seemingly from the Rain Village. The moment Orochimaru heard this, his smile vanished, and his demeanor turned icy. His hoarse voice resonated throughout the vicinity. Prepare for battle. The previously jovial leaf ninjas instantly shifted into a combat stance. Amidst the light drizzle, Hanzo of the Salamander appeared before the leaf ninjas, accompanied by his subordinates. You ninjas from the great nations always bring suffering to us small countries. Today, I, Hanzo, shall demonstrate the strength of our humble nation. With a wave of his hand, all the Rain ninjas surged forward. Orochimaru signaled for everyone to consume the pre-prepared antidotes, and they immediately began to engage in pairs. In such circumstances, wide-area ninjutsu was rendered ineffective, save for one exception, poison. Every Rain ninja wore a gas mask to prevent themselves from succumbing to toxins. Hanzo summoned a colossal giant salamander through a summoning technique, which began to spew toxic gas indiscriminately. Knowing full well Hanzo's capabilities, Anyun could not allow such recklessness. He positioned himself beneath the summoned beast and unleashed a rising dragon fist, striking down the creature instantaneously, causing its poison sac to rupture and toxins to disperse. Anyun retrieved a scroll, prepared to seal the released poison, but Hanzo's scythe came slicing through the air. Do you believe we are non-existent? Orochimaru sprang into action, expelling a ninja blade from his mouth, aiming swiftly at Hanzo, seeking to divert his attention. Hanzo, ever cautious, recognized the deception upon seeing Anyun's unmoving form. He understood that Anyun was not one to be caught off guard. Thus, when Orochimaru's attack came, he deftly retreated, employing the body flicker technique with remarkable agility. However, in the next instant, Tsunade suddenly materialized before Hanzo, delivering a punch infused with such immense force that it sent shivers down his spine. Having received a small golden bell from Anyun, Tsunade's strength had undergone an epic enhancement. Who could possibly withstand the might of her instantaneous power? Yet, at this moment, Hanzo was at the peak of his strength, and he narrowly evaded Tsunade's blow. Anyun executed a sealing technique, successfully confining the dispersing toxins within the scroll. As Hanzo continued to evade Tsunade and her allies' attacks, Anyun discerned an opening and strategically followed up after Tsunade's assault. Tsunade's powerful punches required a brief wind-up, while Anyun's strength had been honed to the point of lacking any preparatory motion. With a swift strike, he severely injured Hanzo. Chapter 68. Uchiha Madara, why spare me? Hanzo inquired, bewildered, as he was sent crashing against a stone wall, spitting blood. Anyun crossed his arms and stood beside Tsunade. I admire you. Just as you spared Mitsuba's life, I too grant you a reprieve. Let me see if your convictions will waver with the passage of time. This was, of course, a lie. Anyun was well aware that Hanzo's beliefs had indeed changed over time, as he succumbed to indulgence and was easily incited by Danzo to slay Yahiko. Anyun did not kill Hanzo outright. Rather, he chose to spare him because he held a certain fondness for such heroic figures. Aside from a momentary lapse in judgment due to old age, Hanzo had been a paragon of heroism. Furthermore, should Anyun ascend to the role of Hokage, having a figure like Hanzo as an ally would prove advantageous. Anyun did not release Hanzo without caution. He had already placed a flying thunder god mark on Hanzo's back, allowing him to strike should any future treachery arise. Relieved that Anyun had not made additional demands, Hanzo promptly issued orders. All personnel, retreat. The Rain ninjas withdrew from the battlefield, having engaged both the Sand and Leaf ninjas, their numbers now dwindling. Yet the remaining forces were nearly all elite. They rallied around Hanzo, appearing less like defeated warriors and more like valiant souls prepared to sacrifice themselves for their nation. We have been defeated. The Leaf Village is indeed formidable. Merely a handful from the younger generation have bested me. From this day forth, we shall return to the Rain Village. However, I implore that when you engage in battle with other ninja in the Land of Rain, you consider our innocent civilians. Otherwise, even in defeat, I, Hanzo, We'll fight to the last breath. Upon concluding his remarks, Hanzo's subordinates glared at Anyun and the others with a shared animosity, perceiving them as invaders. Yet, such is the nature of war. Although they had vanquished Hanzo, the conflict was far from over. The Leaf still faced fierce battles against the Sand and Rock Ninja. Warfare between great nations is not as straightforward as skirmishes with small ninja villages. It is a protracted contest of endurance. After Hanzo's ominous words, he retreated, and Anyun and his companions promptly began establishing camp, securing advantageous terrain, forming a triad with the Rock and Sand Ninja. Following their victory over Hanzo, the morale of the Leaf forces soared, and Anyun's reputation surged, nearing the threshold of 1 million. With just a month remaining until the annual update of the Uppool, he silently prayed that it would not feature any more gunfight-themed games. As Anyun and his comrades dealt with the aftermath of the battle, deep within the shadows of a small nation, Uchiha Madara sat gloomily, his long hair cascading around him, revealing only one eye, his pale purple Rinnegan fixed intently on White Zetsu before him. Madara regarded White Zetsu with an impassive expression. My body is aging and nearly unable to withstand the power of the Rinnegan, yet you still have not found a suitable vessel? White Zetsu responded with a look of helplessness. Lord Madara, the Senju clan, known for their vitality, would be the ideal hosts for your Rinnegan. However, the Senju have now integrated into the Leaf, and we have no way of identifying their members. Those in the public eye are under scrutiny, leaving us with no options but to settle for alternatives. Madara remained silent, his cold gaze fixed upon him. White Zetsu felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back. He had no desire to meet his end. As his thoughts raced, he recalled the unique traits of various ninja clans. Lord Madara, the Uzumaki clan also possesses robust vitality, and the Akimichi clan practices the secret techniques of yang release, which may also serve as a vessel for the Rinnegan. Madara replied coolly. The Rinnegan must not fall into the hands of the Leaf. Should the Leaf acquire the Rinnegan, it would be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, never to return. White Zetsu proposed. Then we have only one option, to capture a member of the Senju or Uzumaki clan and control them with Genjutsu. Madara cast a disdainful glance at White Zetsu. What Genjutsu do you intend to use to control the bearer of the Rinnegan? You truly have no wit. You're utterly useless. Madara extended his hand, and a puddle of black mud dripped from his palm onto White Zetsu. I entrust this task to you, Black Zetsu. Enveloped in the black muck, Black Zetsu writhed and formed a half-dark figure, smiling. No problem, I will handle it with utmost care. Black Zetsu began to sift through White Zetsu's network of information. The Leaf had been actively pursuing White Zetsu, making that area off-limits for now. Thus, the only targets were the Senju or Uzumaki clan members on the battlefield. Black Zetsu quickly scanned the data, his gaze settling on Anyun's team. A member of the Senju clan, along with an Uzumaki. How splendid. Heihei pondered that Yin was the husband of Tsunade, the granddaughter of the Sage of the Six Paths, and his prowess was undoubtedly formidable. However, could this be of some use? His gaze gradually fixated on the data concerning the Rock and Sand Ninjas. With a slight nudge, he should be able to achieve his desires. While Yin and his companions battled Hanzo of the Salamander, the Sand Village quietly mobilized. Under the orders of the third Kazekage, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law led a substantial force of puppet troops into the Land of Fire, intending to exploit the vulnerability of Konoha's defenses for a surprise attack. They encountered the legendary Konoha White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, who was quite irritable. Having just returned from the front lines to spend quality time with his wife, he was abruptly summoned to intercept the incoming enemy. Feeling that his moment of bliss was interrupted, Tsukumo unleashed his full strength, decimating the puppet troops with overwhelming force. Two elite puppet masters attempted to confront him, but as a speed-type ninja, engaging in battle with Tsukumo could only yield two outcomes. Either one could match his speed for a fair fight, or one would be swiftly eliminated. The puppet masters were clearly the latter, and the elite puppet contingent of the Sand was obliterated near Konoha. The elite troops, painstakingly nurtured and prepared for battle, were annihilated before they could showcase their skills. Tsukumo's reputation soared as he single-handedly slaughtered an entire elite unit, prompting ninja villages across the nations to issue orders that if one encounters Konoha White Fang, they may abandon their missions. Meanwhile, the accomplishments of Yin and his companions against Hanzo faded into insignificance under Tsukumo's brilliant light. Chapter 69. The strongest Kazekage emerges. The land of rain was a nation perpetually drenched in sorrow, with heavy clouds hanging low and a continuous drizzle casting a somber atmosphere over the battlefield. As the rain ninjas withdrew, Konoha found itself directly pitted against the sand and rock ninjas. However, the cunning third Tsuchikage chose not to engage Konoha directly. Instead, he observed from a distance, fanning the flames of conflict between the sand and Konoha. Onoki had long since withdrawn the main forces of the rock ninjas, leaving only small contingents to defend the border of the land of earth, occasionally sending teams to ambush Konoha and sand using transformation techniques. With Onoki's continuous instigation, the battles between Konoha and the sand intensified, and he wore a satisfied smile, eagerly anticipating that both would exhaust their resources, allowing the rock to reap the benefits. Consequently, Konoha's border forces found themselves engaged predominantly with the sand ninjas, while the land of rain and the land of rivers became long-term battlegrounds. In the sand village, the third Kazekage's face turned ashen upon learning that the puppet troops, crafted with immense effort and resources, had been completely annihilated in the ambush against Konoha. Enraged and humiliated, he retaliated by increasing his forces, intending to eradicate Konoha's troops within the land of rain. The main forces of the sand advanced in large numbers, creating significant trouble for Yin and Tsunade. Konoha's border troops represented merely a fraction of Konoha's overall strength, unaware of the audacity of the sand as they pressed forth with the majority of their power. Fortunately, Konoha's reconnaissance ninjas sensed the impending crisis and promptly notified Orochimaru. Otherwise, Konoha would have suffered catastrophic losses. Now, it was time to retreat. Orochimaru ordered everyone to fall back to the borders of the land of fire and sent out a distress signal to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen issued a command, and Konoha White Fang, Hatake Sakomo, led 2,000 ninjas to the front lines. Chiyo's poisons had caused considerable trouble for Konoha, nearly breaking their morale. However, thanks to the presence of the exceptional medical ninjas Tsunade and Yin at the makeshift battlefield hospital, they swiftly neutralized the toxins, earning Tsunade the title of Princess of Slugs. Yin also gained a moniker, having arrived from the land of rivers with remarkable speed due to his sound release techniques. The sand ninjas dubbed him the Konoha Flash, while the rain ninjas believed his swiftness stemmed from body flicker technique, calling him Instantaneous Yin. The ninjas he healed simply referred to him as Divine Physician. Yin felt embarrassed by these titles, as though he had inadvertently usurped the fortunes of Minato and Shursui. He wished for someone to call him Heavenly Overlord Fist instead. However, such titles could not be self-proclaimed, and aside from Jiraiya, no one would dare to do so. Tsunade's strength countered Chiyo's puppet techniques, and with the combined efforts of Yin and Tsunade, the poisons were countered. The prolonged clash between the sand and Konoha began to sap their morale. In light of this, the third Kazekage took matters into his own hands, replacing Chiyo, who was sent back to the village to care for her grandson, Sasori. After losing her son and daughter-in-law in battle, her fighting spirit had evidently waned. Initially, the Kazekage contemplated unleashing the tailed beasts, as their power could turn the tides of war. However, upon learning that the Konoha forces included members of the Uzumaki clan, he immediately abandoned that idea, knowing that tailed beasts were easily countered by them. Thus, the Kazekage personally entered the fray, renowned as the strongest Kazekage, his strength far surpassing that of the first and second Kazekage. He gazed towards the Konoha camp and unleashed the signature jutsu that the sand ninjas had diligently honed over the years, Magnetic Release, Iron Sand Jutsu. The sky was instantly obscured by iron sand, coalescing into a dark cloud that descended upon the Konoha camp, unleashing a torrential downpour of iron needles. Watch out, Jiraiya, sensing the impending attack, quickly executed a defensive jutsu, causing a massive upheaval of earth and stone to envelop the entire camp. Yet, the third Kazekage, cunning as he was, seized the moment when Jiraiya activated his technique. The iron rain transformed into spears, piercing through Jiraiya's body. Wounded gravely, Jiraiya, in his youth, lacked the strength to match his later prowess, and now he was nowhere near the level of a Kage, collapsing as if in a knee slide. Jiraiya, Tsunade, stepping out of the tent, immediately summoned a colossal slug, providing each Konoha ninja with a smaller slug for healing. Meanwhile, Yin, quick-witted and agile, dashed forward, saving Jiraiya just in time, preventing Konoha from losing a potential Super Kage candidate. Tsunade began treating Jiraiya, who had a substantial amount of iron sand lodged in his abdomen, making treatment exceedingly difficult. However, she had long developed the extraction technique, allowing her to remove the foreign matter with ease. And Yin remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings as Minato and the others rushed over to protect Tsunade. Orochimaru had already engaged in a few exchanges with the third Kazekage, though he had honed numerous forbidden techniques over the years, making him much stronger than in the original timeline. He was still far from the cunning snake of later times. Faced with such a formidable opponent as the Kazekage, he could only barely hold his ground, each exchange fraught with peril. Just as it appeared that Orochimaru would meet his end at the hands of the third Kazekage, and Yin intervened. Since he was present, there was no reason to allow his comrades to perish. In an instant, he appeared before Orochimaru, clapping his hands to disperse the chakra affixed to the iron sand, causing it to fall uselessly to the ground. As Orochimaru sighed in relief, he quickly retreated, allowing Yin to assume the role of protector for Tsunade. The third Kazekage hovered above, coldly regarding Yin, believing him to be the strongest force within the camp. Defeating Yin would ensure the demise of everyone present. A deluge of iron sand surged towards Yin, who faced this torrent with composure, raising his hand to perform the non-Hanseal ninjutsu, Wind Cavern. A whirlwind swept through, ensnaring the iron sand and dispersing the chakra that clung to it, meticulously sealing the sand into a scroll. After the scroll absorbed a significant amount of iron sand, Yin tucked it away and gazed skyward. In the rain country, which is perpetually shrouded in rain and dark clouds, Yin decided to unleash a formidable technique. He raised his hand toward the heavens, and the tempestuous clouds roiled as a magnificent thunder dragon emerged, its form sculpted from lightning, vividly resembling a divine serpent. The ninjas on the battlefield were left in awe, gazing at the lifelike dragon head as the 100-meter-long beast surged toward the third Kazekage. This was Yin's creation, an S-rank lightning-release ninjutsu, inspired by Sasuke's Kirin, known as Heaven's Thunder Descends. Chapter 70. The mightiest Kazekage falls. The radiant thunder dragon illuminated the dim rain country, hurtling directly towards the third Kazekage. The watching ninjas felt their eyes sting from the brilliance, as if the sheer force of the lightning was overwhelming. Even before the attack reached him, the Kazekage's hair stood on end. He sensed the impending doom. If he failed to withstand this strike, death was certain. This thunder dragon was no mere lightning technique. It seemed to draw upon the very forces of nature, embodying the might of the heavens and the earth. In the face of such power, the ninjas felt insignificantly small. In a moment of desperation, the Kazekage summoned all his strength, unleashing his chakra without reservation. Magnet release, Iron Sand World. With his voice strained from exertion, the ground trembled as all metallic objects in the vicinity were drawn toward him, transforming into particles of iron sand. Even the kunai and shuriken from both the leaf and sand ninjas, along with their forehead protectors, were pulled away, leaving them bewildered. The black iron sand, resembling ink, surged forth from the fractured earth, converging above the Kazekage to form a massive inverted pyramid. With such a defense, he felt confident it could withstand even a tailed beast's attack. Just as the thunder dragon was about to collide with the inverted pyramid, Yin suddenly appeared at its edge, deftly redirecting a significant portion of the gathered iron sand using the flying thunder god technique, vanishing in an instant. The once formidable pyramid was reduced to a mere mound of earth. The Kazekage's pupils widened in alarm. The raging thunder struck the mound, melting the iron sand into molten metal. The thunder dragon crashed into the earth, transforming the ground within a radius of several dozen meters into a glass-like substance due to the intense heat. Seeing the Kazekage still airborne, Yin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Despite having risked being struck by lightning to diminish the Kazekage's defenses significantly, he had failed to achieve the desired impact. In a critical moment, the Kazekage utilized the iron sand that continuously surged from underground to craft makeshift lightning rods, dispersing the thunder's energy and narrowly escaping disaster. Surviving the encounter left the Kazekage wary of Yin, contemplating whether he should retreat, aware of Yin's formidable prowess. However, Yin offered no respite for contemplation. Recognizing the futility of his lightning-based attack, he launched a new offensive, sound release technique. Yin appeared before the Kazekage in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Yet, the Sand Ninjas had gathered intelligence on Yin's combat style, anticipating his rapid movements. As Yin vanished, The Kazakage's iron sand dispersed and rapidly spiraled around him, resembling a protective aura. Undaunted, Yin broke through the Kazakage's defenses, appearing at his side and landing a decisive blow. The Kazakage was sent plummeting from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Yet, Yin did not smile. Something felt amiss with that strike. As he watched the Kazakage fall, it transformed into an iron sand clone. Truly, a master of the shadows, possessing numerous survival techniques. It was time to employ a different strategy. The Kazakage's reliance on the surrounding iron sand was evident, so Yin decided to draw him into a different realm. Observing the Kazakage re-emerging nearby, Yin raised his right hand to his chest, striking a pose reminiscent of Gojo Satoru. Domain expansion. In an instant, both Yin and the Kazakage vanished, leaving the surrounding sand ninjas in a state of alarm. The Kazakage had faced repeated defeats, and now he was taken to an unknown location, leaving the sand ninjas worried. They rushed to the battlefield, seeking to ascertain the Kazakage's whereabouts, only to be intercepted by Orochimaru. "Do you think we, the Leaf, are mere decorations?" he declared, unleashing thousands of venomous snakes upon the sand ninjas, prompting the Leaf ninjas to charge alongside him. The two forces clashed violently. Within the domain, the Kazakage was struck by the sight of a lush bamboo forest, realizing he was in an alternate dimension, one that did not belong to the ninja world. Yet, before he could ponder further, a wooden dragon surged toward him. Instinctively, he sought to manipulate the iron sand, but here, there were no traces of iron. He had to rely on the 5 elements release techniques. If it's wood, then fire must be the counter, he thought, unleashing a torrent of flames that ignited the bamboo grove. But almost immediately, he regretted it. In this confined space, the oxygen was rapidly consumed. The wooden dragon caught fire, morphing into a blazing inferno that charged at the Kazakage. He evaded the fire dragon with agile movements, but before he could catch his breath, hundreds of wooden spears surged toward him. Wood release, cutting technique. The relentless onslaught left the Kazakage scrambling. He hastily formed hand signs, utilizing earth release to encase himself. Yin smirked coldly. In the outside world, the Kazakage's earth release would deter most skilled opponents from advancing, fearing a trap. Yet within this domain, Yin could sense the Kazakage's position with clarity. With both hands open, Yin held 2 spiraling orbs. Following the wind release spiral sphere, he had developed the earth release and fire release spiral spheres. While not as powerful as the Sage Art Spiral Shuriken, they possessed their own unique advantages. Yin unleashed the earth release spiral sphere, and the Kazakage's protective barrier immediately transformed into a quagmire. Even the earth prison began to soften, slowly sinking into the ground. Seeing himself being pulled underground, the Kazakage rapidly formed hand signs, again invoking earth release. Slapping his hands together, the earth rose around him, lifting him from the mire and restoring the environment to solid ground. However, while he executed his technique, Yin appeared behind him and launched a fire release spiral sphere directly at him. This time, the impact felt just right. The searing spiraling sphere cooked the Kazakage's insides. Smoke billowing from his body as if he were a defeated warrior, skin cracking and on the verge of death. After a series of intense battles, Yin finally seized the opportunity to deliver a lethal blow. Chapter 71. The surrender of the Sand Ninjas. When Yin emerged onto the battlefield carrying the lifeless form of the 3rd Kazakage, the outcome of the conflict was unmistakable. The battlefield fell into a profound silence as the Sand Ninjas realized their highest combatant had perished. The fighting spirit in the eyes of the Sand Ninjas swiftly dissipated. Without uttering a word, they retreated in silence, moving backward without a hint of hesitation. The Sand Ninjas withdrew, and the Leaf Ninjas, understanding the situation, refrained from pursuing them. The battle had determined a victor, rendering further bloodshed pointless. Moreover, should the Sand Ninja be pushed to their limits, the Hidden Leaf may suffer significant casualties. Days later, the Sand Ninja's last remaining skilled fighters, Chio and Ebizo, officially declared unconditional surrender to the Hidden Leaf. After deliberation among the higher-ups, the 3rd Hokage dispatched Tsunade for the ensuing negotiations. Although Danzo clamored to attend, his militaristic inclinations raised concerns for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who feared that Danzo might sabotage the hard-won prospect of peace, thus preventing him from attending. During the negotiations over war reparations between Tsunade and Chio, in a temporary laboratory at the borders of the Land of Fire, Anko and Orochimaru busied themselves with the dissection of the third Kazekage. The magnetic release derived from Shikaku indeed held immense research value, prompting even the likes of Bairu to travel great distances from the hidden leaf to join Anko and Orochimaru's study. Beneath the stark light of the lab, the third Kazekage's lifeless body lay on the cold dissection table, his abdomen opened, revealing numerous excised components. Incredibly, Orochimaru, donning sterile gloves, meticulously manipulated the removed parts. His fingertips entwined with a faint blue magnetic chakra, his serpentine eyes gleaming with obsession. The ability to manipulate magnetism with mere mortal flesh. Achieving such finesse, he had mastered and transcended the power of Shikaku. The magnetism wielded by mortals proved far more useful than the innate powers possessed by Shikaku. Anko operated the microscope, documenting the cellular anomalies triggered by the unique chakra, engaging in casual conversation with Orochimaru. The transmittable nature of magnetic release far surpassed the innate talent of Shikaku. Bairu, adeptly maneuvering complex instruments, reported a torrent of data on the screen. Thanks to the extensive database and standardized procedures established by the Hidden Leaf in the field of bloodline limit research over the years, their efficiency was remarkable. With the foundational energy structure analysis completed, the core genetic sequence fragments of the chakra meridians and magnetic fields were locked and extracted. Bairu reported the experimental progress rapidly, his tone laced with fatigue, yet brimming with exhilaration. They had successfully established a chakra model for magnetic release. The collaborative effort of the three leading researchers yielded astonishing results. In less than 3 days, a comprehensive compendium detailing the principles, chakra pathways, genetic expressions, initial training methods, and application techniques of magnetic release was compiled and sealed within a scroll marked with the utmost confidentiality. This signified that from this moment forth, the archives of the Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy would include a new avenue for the selection and cultivation of their own magnetic release bloodline limit. In the future, the battlefield of the Hidden Leaf may witness a new generation of ninjas mastering the manipulation of iron sand and magnetic forces. Henceforth, the Hidden Leaf could boast its own magnetic release ninjas. The 3 members of Anko's team, having endured the trials of war, not only experienced a rapid enhancement of their abilities, but also exhibited subtle transformations in their characters. Gentle as Watergate and reserved as Kaze, their outward demeanor remained unchanged. Yet both displayed increased focus and decisiveness in their actions and daily training. The most profound change, however, was observed in Shinaru, the once vibrant and impassioned youth, who emerged from the crucible of war with newfound composure. Witnessing the evolution of his disciples, Anko felt a sense of gratification, tempered by a deeper urgency. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware that the impending Third Great Ninja War would be even more brutal and far-reaching. With his disciples' current prowess, a single misstep amidst such chaos could prove disastrous. He must act swiftly to provide them with an additional safeguard. After careful consideration, Anko approached the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Flying Thunder God technique. Sarutobi mused, puffing on his pipe amidst swirling smoke as he scrutinized Anko's request. "You wish to teach it to Namake's Minato?" "Indeed, Lord Hokage," Anko affirmed with conviction. Minato possesses unparalleled reflexes and spatial awareness, coupled with a meticulous mind and steady demeanor. The Flying Thunder God, in his hands, will not tarnish the second Hokage's legacy, but will instead unleash extraordinary potential. He is a natural-born user of space-time ninjutsu. After a moment's contemplation, Sarutobi nodded. He held Minato in high regard as well. "Very well, I consent. You are already familiar with the Flying Thunder God, so you may directly instruct him." With the third Hokage's approval, Anko imparted the Flying Thunder God technique to Namake's Minato, resulting in a legendary enhancement of Minato's abilities. However, Anko was mindful not to show favoritism. Shinaru and Hashirama, sharing a lineage of fervor and foolishness, were entrusted to Jiraiya, who would take them to Mount Myaboku for sage training. "Hey, Anko, you truly are quite the hands-off manager," Jiraiya remarked, though his gaze fell upon Shinaru, whose resolute demeanor revealed a transformation that elicited admiration. "Kid, want to learn something truly formidable? Follow me to a special place." Jiraiya led Shinaru through reverse summoning to the enigmatic Mount Myaboku. Meanwhile, for Uzumaki Karen, the arrangements were simpler. After establishing the Yin-Yang seal, Anko taught her Tsunade's monstrous strength techniques. Initially, Anko intended for Tsunade to teach her apprentice, but as Tsunade showed no intent to take on a student, Anko eventually decided to teach Karen the formidable skill. From this point onward, Karen would be considered Tsunade's half-apprentice, roughly speaking. After arranging for his 3 disciples, Anko noticed that Kurizetsu had become somewhat anxious. He had originally intended to capture Shinaru to serve as a vessel for the Rinnegan, but Shinaru had suddenly vanished. After several days of fruitless observation, Kurizetsu had no choice but to shift his focus to Uzumaki Karen. As a creation of Inyang release, Kurizetsu seldom appeared before the Uzumaki clan, fearing being sealed as a demon. However, with no alternative, he had to forcibly act through White Zetsu's body, lest he face repercussions from Madara. Chapter 72. Kurizetsu's schemes. The sunset bled crimson. In the land of rivers, the mountains were pockmarked with craters and debris, bearing the scars of battle, with several IWA ninja corpses strewn about. Karen leaned against a massive boulder, gasping for breath, her crimson hair stained with blood, her forehead protector discarded, and her combat vest in tatters, blood gushing from her left arm. She exerted every effort to heal her left arm with her right, but her chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Karen had never anticipated that a simple medical mission would turn into such a dire situation, where not only were the accompanying leaf ninjas imposters, but even the injured requiring her aid were spies. She was the sole outsider in a team that felt eerily reminiscent of a horror story. Had she not been a sensory ninja, sensing the impending danger and acting decisively, she likely would have been captured. Surrounding her were a dozen individuals disguised as leaf ninjas, their expressions vacant as they encircled her from all directions. Yet they refrained from attacking, seemingly waiting for her to exhaust herself. In the recent skirmish, Karen had single-handedly taken down 7 of their members, but that was her limit. She was still too young. From the unremarkable crevices in the rocks, a shadowy gaze observed the scene. With a mere thought, the IWA ninjas launched a coordinated assault, shuriken blocking all of Karen's escape routes, followed by an earth-style attack. Despair washed over her, yet she did not close her eyes and await her demise. Instead, she slammed her fist into the ground, summoning a massive stone to shield herself from the onslaught, preparing to make her escape. She felt darkness creeping in, an unmistakable sign of exhaustion. Karen swayed unsteadily, unable to maintain her balance, and collapsed to the ground. 2 IWA ninjas seized the opportunity to pounce on her, one on each side, attempting to restrain her arms. Summoning her last reserves of strength, Karen bit down on her tongue to maintain consciousness, her right hand reaching behind her to touch the stone. Black runes appeared upon the rock, only to vanish in an instant. These were indeed seals designed for the conveyance of information. The rock ninja swiftly incapacitated Uzumaki Karen, thus restoring the appearance of White Zetsu. One of the White Zetsu pointed toward the large stone behind Karen, remarking, "This little girl seems to have left behind some clues. Should we destroy it?" The voice of Black Zetsu resonated within the mental network of the White Zetsu. "Fools, you are all disguised as rock ninjas. Whatever this girl from the Uzumaki clan has left behind is merely information pertinent to the rock ninja. There is no need for erasure. Proceed according to plan." The White Zetsu took Karen and departed, leaving only the remnants of the battlefield in their wake. At the temporary operations center of Konoha near the borders of the Land of Fire, Anyun was initially engrossed in watching the banter between Torian Kamachi and Chiyo with delight. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow as he gazed toward the Land of Rivers, where he surmised Karen must be. Anyun distinctly sensed the flying thunder god seal upon Uzumaki Karen rapidly moving, traversing an immense distance in a remarkably short span of time. This was evidently abnormal. Something had happened to Karen. This method of rapid traversal within the ninja realm reminded Anyun of White Zetsu's would-release floating technique. He furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering whether White Zetsu or perhaps Black Zetsu were up to something. What could they want with Karen? Anyun quickly surmised that the pressure from the Rinnegan on Uchiha Madara was mounting, prompting him to seek someone to nurture his eyes, making the Uzumaki clan an ideal vessel. However, why had he not targeted Nagato? After all, Nagato was also on the battlefield. Anyun's thoughts raced, arriving at a conclusion. Perhaps he had become too conspicuous, drawing unwanted attention, while Nagato, accompanied by an ordinary jonin from Konoha, had managed to escape notice. Rising from his seat, Anyun exchanged a knowing nod with Torian Kamachi, signaling that he had urgent matters to attend to, and exited the conference room. He first made his way to the battlefield hospital in Konoha, seeking out Tsunade. Given the potential confrontation with Uchiha Madara, he felt it prudent to notify someone of his whereabouts, especially considering his familial ties. Karen has been taken by White Zetsu. I need to investigate further. The forces behind White Zetsu are certainly not benign, Tsunade. If I should not return, take care of yourself. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was taken aback, enveloping Anyun in a tight embrace, her face awash with concern. Then please, don't go? Anyun shook his head, his expression earnest. The objectives of those behind White Zetsu are undoubtedly significant. Konoha will inevitably confront them. My strength is considerable, and I must scout ahead to prevent future calamities for Konoha. Tsunade remained silent, tears flowing silently down her cheeks. Anyun felt the dampness on his chest, cursing himself inwardly for creating such an emotional scene that had caused his wife to cry. He quickly cleared his throat, attempting to console her. Trust in my abilities, Tsunade. Even the third Kazekage was no match for me. There are few in the entire ninja realm who can contend with me. At last, Tsunade spoke, wiping her tears, and choked out, I will wait for your return. Yes, Enya nodded, gently ruffling her hair before turning to leave. A flash of gold marked his arrival in the land of rivers, where he followed the traces of the flying thunder god seal he had previously left behind. Arriving at the site of Karen's battle, the shattered earth was pockmarked with craters, and Anyun nodded in approval. Karen had mastered her incredible strength well. Unfortunately, he had not had the opportunity to teach her the sound release techniques. Otherwise, she might have avoided capture. Anyun detected the familiar scent of White Zetsu's spores. A result of having dissected them numerous times, the recognition was instant. Following the remnants of Karen's battle, he arrived at a large stone where he discovered some information. Pressing his hand upon it, a seal materialized, revealing Karen's message, Spy, Rock Ninja, 21-man team. Anyun shook his head slightly. White Zetsu was a highly classified matter within Konoha, and as a low-ranking ninja, Karen had no access to such information, leading her to misjudge the situation and believe those individuals were rock ninjas. The third Tsuchikage was cunning. After Konoha repelled the sand ninjas, he would not dare provoke further conflict, fearing that it might benefit other ninja villages. Closing his eyes, Anyun concentrated, sensing that Karen's flying thunder god seal was now likely in the direction of the land of rain, presumably at Uchiha Madara's stronghold. The land of rain, too, bore the mark of Anyun's earlier seals. With a few swift movements, Anyun arrived in the land of rain, where the skies remained gloomy and the rain fell incessantly. He paused to catch his breath, resting momentarily to recuperate, for he was soon to face Uchiha Madara, and he could not afford to be careless. Following the sensation of the seal, Anyun arrived at the entrance of a cave, which emanated a cold, damp aura. Gazing into the dark abyss, Anyun leaped inside without hesitation. Chapter 73. Do I avoid his brilliance? The underground passage was treacherous, filled with numerous forks and dimly lit. However, Anyun was well prepared, forming hand seals. He combined his fingers into a sword-like gesture, altering his vision instantaneously. The ninja realm was renowned for its legendary ocular techniques. Having entered this realm, how could he refrain from developing a few of his own? This was a technique he had created, nameless yet straightforward, offering both night vision and chakra perception. The simplicity of its functions rendered it highly practical, particularly useful in his current predicament. Focusing intently, Anyun sensed the direction of the flying thunder god seal, swiftly pursuing the path left by White Zetsu, which appeared as a faintly glowing trail of spores in his view. As he delved deeper, the sensation of the flying thunder god seal became clearer. Anyun could almost confront it directly. Yet, facing Uchiha Madara, the being who had effortlessly eliminated even the second Hokage, required caution. Employing the flying thunder god in his presence might provoke him, and should Karen be harmed in the process, the consequences would be dire. Like a streak of light racing through the dark cavern, Anyun advanced swiftly. Suddenly, a few White Zetsu emerged from the darkness ahead, seamlessly blending into the shadows as they launched a silent attack. Anyun's gaze sharpened. Without losing speed, he raised his hand, conjuring 5 water orbs that vanished and reappeared, obliterating the heads of the attackers in an instant. The technique was known as water release, water iron cannon. Its origins lay in the water release, spiraling sphere, but upon discovering its resemblance to the water iron cannon technique of the Hozuki clan, Anyun decided to name it accordingly. Unlike the Hozuki's version, however, Enyun's could be unleashed from all 10 fingers and boasted a considerable range. In mere moments, the battle concluded. the white Zetsu collapsing lifelessly to the ground as Anyun continued onward, having already traversed a significant distance. Even in death, these white Zetsu remained committed to their roles as rock ninjas, performing their parts with remarkable dedication. Without pausing, Anyun pressed deeper into the cave. Sensing that the previously stationary flying thunder god seal had resumed its movement, it appeared the enemy had detected its presence. Fortunately, Anyun had prepared for this scenario, not only marking his ninja tools, but also placing discreet seals upon the heads of his 3 disciples, cleverly concealed within their hair, making them exceedingly difficult to detect. Farther within the cave, in the depths of darkness, Uchiha Madara regarded Black Zetsu with an expressionless demeanor. Is this how you conduct your affairs, luring the enemy here? Uchiha Madara revealed one eye, the Rinnegan emanating a faint purple glow, instilling a sense of pressure even upon Black Zetsu. Lord Madara, Anyun is heading directly here. I suspect that the girl possesses something traceable. Uchiha Madara cast a fleeting glance at Black Zetsu, then advanced to kick aside Karen's ninja tool pouch, causing various items to scatter across the ground. His gaze swept across the scene, quickly spotting Anyun's flying thunder god seal. The comical sideways grin caused a slight twitch in Uchiha Madara's eyelid. Upon hearing that Yin single-handedly defeated the 3rd Kazekage, his initial interest in Yin faded, revealing the boy to be nothing more than a mere child. Upon discovering the flying thunder god mark, Black Zetsu immediately instructed White Zetsu to escort it away. After White Zetsu's figure vanished underground, he turned to face Uchiha Madara. Lord Madara, shall we take action against this Yin? Madara disdainfully replied. I harbor no intentions of bullying a child. However, should he trespass into my domain, I would not hesitate to send him on his way. Black Zetsu, slightly troubled, remarked. The flying thunder god technique of Senjutobarama is quite difficult to contend with. If Yin is determined to escape, we may not be able to stop him. Madara fell into silence. He was now aged and did not wish to present himself before the world. He yearned for a grand entrance as outlined in his future plans, rather than in this decrepit state. Observing Madara's silence, Black Zetsu urged, Lord Madara, it is ill-advised for you to appear before the Leaf Ninja at this time, especially since they possess the flying thunder god. We cannot afford to silence them. It would be wiser to bide our time. Madara furrowed his brow, casting a dissatisfied glance at Black Zetsu. I am to evade him. Withstanding Madara's pressure, Black Zetsu gritted his teeth. The greater good must prevail, Lord Madara. If we are to execute the Eye of the Moon plan, we cannot afford to expose ourselves. Madara was reluctant to retreat, yet Black Zetsu held a differing opinion. Before their standoff could continue, Yin had already arrived, his speed always remarkable. A smirk tugged at the corner of Madara's mouth as he addressed Black Zetsu. The individual has arrived. There is no need for further deliberation. Black Zetsu stood speechless, inwardly cursing Indra for his perennial foolishness. Yin cautiously approached the cave's end, where the passage opened into a vast cavern. In the center stood a colossal outer path golem. Its terrifying visage, accentuated by the surrounding shadows, resembled a demon. Several pipes connected to the golem, and the air was thick with a potent infusion of yang-released chakra, mingling with a mysterious, putrid scent. As Yin stood at the entrance of the cavern, he quickly spotted his objective. Vortex Conan appeared to be in a deep coma, being supported by 2 white Zetsu as they led her deeper into the cave. Her eyes were tightly shut, her complexion pale, indicating considerable exhaustion from their previous battle, and the flying thunder god mark above her head was distinctly perceptible. However, Yin did not immediately utilize the flying thunder god technique to rescue her, for the 2 white Zetsu had not transformed into rock ninja, clearly indicating their intent. Consequently, his situation was perilous. A massive, ancient chakra surged through the space like a tsunami, casting a heavy pressure upon Yin, firmly locking onto him. The entire cavern trembled slightly, fine dust falling as if unable to withstand Madara's imposing aura. Yin slowly turned his head, his gaze sharp as it pierced through the dim light of the cavern, settling upon the aged figure seated upon a stone chair beneath the enormous golem. The unremarkable stone seat appeared to be an exalted throne beneath Madara, and though Yin looked down upon him, he felt as if he were being scrutinized from above. Despite his hair being gray and his form bent with age, Madara's Rinnegan glimmered with a faint purple light in the darkness, his cold, merciless gaze seeming to regard Yin as a mere mortal who had wandered into a divine realm, imposing immense pressure upon him. Chapter 74. Confrontation. Madara's gaze made Yin feel as if he faced a formidable adversary, yet Madara did not attack immediately. To have tracked me here. It seems the current generation of Leaf Ninja possesses considerable strength. However, I see you wield the Flying Thunder God technique. Are you a disciple of Senjitobarama? Madara's voice was deep and hoarse, yet it carried an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. And Yan's expression tightened. Confronting the pressure of the Rinnegan was far more daunting than he had anticipated. One misstep, and he could very well meet his demise here. In the face of Madara, he refrained from making a hasty move, yet he also chose not to answer Madara's question. Engaging with an enemy and readily providing answers could easily shift the psychological advantage to the opponent, which would be detrimental for the upcoming battle. Given that Madara's white zetsu were ubiquitous, and Yin did not believe he was unaware of his information, it was likely that Madara was merely putting on an act to heighten the pressure. The Uchiha's typical demeanor was often one of arrogance. Thus, Yin opted to respond with a question of his own. The legendary Rinnegan? Who are you? A descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, or some other peculiar bloodline? Madara feigned ignorance, and Yin did the same, yet Madara was unaware that Yin was informed about him. However, given Madara's character, he had no intention of deceiving Yin. He simply regarded him, calmly declaring, I am Uchiha Madara. You should have heard of my name. Though Yin initially thought that answering questions would place him at a disadvantage, he felt the balance shift against him upon hearing Madara's self-introduction. The psychological pressure exerted by this ultimate antagonist was indeed formidable. So it is the legendary figure. It is an honor to meet you. Yin feigned admiration upon hearing Madara's name, yet his gaze involuntarily flicked towards the pipes connected to the golem behind Madara. It seemed that Madara's body was struggling to endure at this stage, relying on the outer path golem to sustain him. He wondered if he could find an opportunity to sever the pipes. Would Madara perish instantly? Upon spotting the outer path golem, Yin resolved to leave his own Flying Thunder God mark upon it, intending to seal it away when the opportunity arose, rendering it useless for collecting tailed beasts. Alternatively, with such a mechanism, he could even establish an organization dedicated to the collection of tailed beasts, which was indeed an intriguing notion. Currently, sealing the outer path golem before Madara was likely unrealistic. He would have to settle for marking it for future reference. Madara's keen gaze caught Yan's fleeting glance at the pipes connecting him to the golem. Ah, the arrogant youth. It seems I have remained silent for too long. The ninja world has forgotten my terror. Madara scoffed coldly, rising without much effort, yet the sound of cracking bones echoed around him. He took a few steps forward, deliberately severing the connection between himself and the outer path golem. The pipes fell to the ground, an unknown liquid spilling forth, leaving Yin in a state of shock. He recalled that during the Third Great Ninja War, Madara had died immediately after detaching from the outer path golem. Although this was indeed the Second Great Ninja War, it was only about a decade prior to the third, so Madara's physical condition could not be all that sound, could it? Long-awaited pain. After pulling out the pipes, Madara stood still, seemingly relishing the pain, as if it confirmed his existence. After a moment of shock, Yin swiftly took action, engaging Madara in combat. He could not afford to let Madara gain the initiative. Should he summon a meteor with a diameter of 10 kilometers, he could only rely on the Flying Thunder God to flee. Despite Madara's frail condition, Yin chose to engage him in close combat, seizing the opportunity to strike while he was weak. In an instant, Yin appeared before Madara, ready to unleash a powerful punch. But his expression shifted as he vanished in an instant. Yin returned to the location where he had first appeared, where he had already left a Flying Thunder God mark. Meanwhile, around Madara, a large circular pit had formed. In the hands of Uchiha Madara, the Rinnegan exhibited a formidable power, with a mere basic attack nearly eliminating Anyan. Was this the Shinra Tensei? Before Anyan could fully grasp the situation, a powerful suction force surged towards him, lifting him off the ground and propelling him towards Uchiha Madara. In a critical moment, Anyan initiated a wind release, super large Rasengan. Now armed with an extraordinary chakra amassed over years of development, transforming what once seemed like advanced ninjutsu into mere commonplace strikes. As Uchiha Madara observed the massive Rasengan descending upon him, he produced a fan seemingly from thin air, presumably intending to execute a stylish Uchiha counter. However, Anyan's wind-release Rasengan could function as a laser cannon. He detonated it mid-air, unleashing a tremendous energy blast that engulfed Madara and the outer path statue behind him. The modest ninjutsu, however, failed to inflict any damage on the statue, leading Anyun to squint slightly. This creature appeared to be an exceptional meat shield. As the brilliance faded, Madara nonchalantly set aside his fan, emerging unscathed, his attire untouched. Anyun was baffled as to why Madara had utilized the fan, recalling that the Rinnegan could directly absorb ninjutsu and chakra. The only logical explanation was that Madara intended to deceive him, proving once again the nefarious nature of the Uchiha. Regrettably, Anyun lacked sage techniques. Otherwise, this battle would have been significantly more manageable without such constraints. However, the goal of this confrontation was not to defeat Uchiha Madara but to reclaim Uzumaki Karen, so the fight was far from over. Despite Madara's apparent confidence, he was not fully engaging with Anyun, seemingly more interested in gauging his abilities, a testament to the Uchiha's innate battle lust. Against an adversary of Madara's caliber, Anyun had few trump cards at his disposal and was reluctant to reveal them. A brief exchange made it evident that he was outmatched. Since he was not Madara's equal, there was little point in divulging so much information. Instead, he opted for a more cunning approach. Anyun clasped his hands together, summoning the Jinjutsu, dark walking technique. The already dim cavern was plunged into darkness. Uchiha Madara chuckled, incredulous that Anyun would attempt illusionary techniques in his presence. The purple light swirling within Madara's Rinnegan allowed him to locate Anyun even in the dark, precisely as Anyun had anticipated. In the next instant, an overwhelming light erupted. Take this, Solar Fist. As Madara was momentarily blinded by the intense light, Anyun seized the opportunity to teleport beside Karen, swiftly dispelling the white Zetsu spores that had infested her. He then transported her to a spatial realm. The fluidity of his actions caught the nearby Zetsu off guard, leading to his abrupt demise at Anyun's hands. In the following moment, the ground trembled violently as rocks began to cave in, clearly indicating that Madara had unleashed a large-scale ninjutsu attack. Blinded by the light, Madara felt a stinging sensation in his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks due to the sudden brightness after prolonged darkness. Even the Rinnegan struggled to withstand it. Upon sensing that Anyun had rescued Uzumaki Karen, Madara activated the Shinra Tensei, indiscriminately repelling everything in Anyun's direction, intent on annihilating both Anyun and Karen. In Madara's eyes, Anyun's appearance before Karen suggested that she still bore an undiscovered flying thunder god mark, rendering her unsuitable as a vessel for the Rinnegan and thus devoid of value. However, the fact that he had branded his own student with the flying thunder god mark was a despicable act, clearly learned from that petty Senju Tobirama. As Madara contemplated this, his irritation towards Anyun intensified, perhaps a manifestation of misplaced animosity. In the instant the cavern began to collapse, Anyun teleported to the surface. The sky above the land of rain remained perpetually overcast. Standing atop a rain-soaked mountain, Anyun gazed in astonishment at the massive circular pit below, realizing that Madara's Shinra Tensei had not reached the level of the Almighty Push. In the original timeline, Pain's Almighty Push had a range of over 10 kilometers, flattening the entire Konoha in one blow. The pit before Anyun appeared to measure only 2 to 3 kilometers, clearly within the realm of Madara's standard Rinnegan attacks. Nonetheless, such a range was still quite impressive. Anyun felt a tinge of disappointment. Had Madara employed the Almighty Push, he might have become fatigued, providing an opportunity for Anyun to retaliate. Yet, Madara, with his vast combat experience, refrained from utilizing overly chakra-consuming techniques. Perhaps a bit of verbal provocation was in order? Anyun pondered what words might provoke Madara further. His reckless spirit ignited. Since acquiring the resurrection coin, he had become increasingly audacious, unable to resist the thrill of it all. With the strategic objective of this venture already achieved, the choice of whether to fight or flee now rested solely with Anyun. He did not intend to escape just yet. The outer path statue lacked a comical face, and the mission remained incomplete. Against Uchiha Madara, there were still several trump cards he had yet to unveil. Anyun considered employing a strategy of attrition, hoping to wear Madara down over time. If that failed, he could summon the first Hokage with Edo Tensei, allowing them to reminisce while he made his escape. As the rain fell and the dust settled, Madara's figure emerged from the depths of the pit, surprisingly encased in a layer of white Zetsu, seemingly aiding him in combat. Anyun marveled at the versatility of Zetsu. Konoha had yet to develop technology to utilize it as battle armor, primarily relegating it to experimentation. Upon witnessing the Zetsu-enhanced Madara, Anyun felt a surge of intrigue. The surrounding rainwater was repelled within a certain radius of Madara, as if he had created a repulsion field around himself, exuding an aura befitting a formidable final boss. Yet, a single remark from Anyun shattered Madara's composure. "Oh, Mr. Madara, have I made you cry? Quick, wipe those tears off your face, you've got dirt on it." Madara opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Anyun. "You little brat, do you find yourself amusing?" Madara activated a Jinjutsu binding with his Rinnegan, causing Anyun to feel momentarily daunted, immobilized. However, Anyun, a seasoned ninja, swiftly disrupted his energy flow, breaking free from Madara's control. Refocusing on Madara, Anyun readied himself with heightened vigilance. While the Madara of the original timeline seldom employed Jinjutsu, his proficiency in it was formidable. Easily capable of controlling tailed beasts and elite shinobi, Anyun charged at Madara, seemingly eager for an exhilarating close-quarters brawl. Yet, Madara was far from naive. Even with the assistance of Zetsu, he was wary of Anyun's Flying Thunder God technique, a deceitful jutsu invented by Senju Tobirama that Madara remembered all too well. He would not allow Anyun the opportunity to plant a Flying Thunder God mark upon him, especially not one adorned with such a ludicrous visage. Uchiha Madara formed hand seals with both hands, unleashing a colossal burst of flames from his mouth. The fire release, great fire destruction, sent raging flames soaring into the sky, evaporating the surrounding rainwater and surging towards Yin like a tidal wave. As Yin sprinted, he immediately began to synchronize his own hand seals upon witnessing Madara's movements. Water release. Exploding water shockwaves summoned a torrent of water, drawing upon the abundant moisture of the land of rain to overwhelm Uchiha Madara. And Yin's water jutsu was executed from above, leveraging the terrain to create a fearsome flash flood. As water and fire collided, steam erupted into the air. Seizing the moment, Yin split several shadow clones to investigate the depths of the outer path's golem. However, this maneuver was easily discerned by Uchiha Madara, who swiftly utilized the universal pull to absorb the shadow clones, obliterating them into a puff of white mist. Yet, Yin never engaged in futile endeavors. The shadow clones were merely a diversion. Accompanying them were spore clones, which had silently infiltrated underground to gather intelligence on the outer path's golem. The wood release, spore clones, a product of research on white Zetsu, though not powerful, excelled in stealth due to their diminutive size, making them ideal for reconnaissance in perilous territories. While the clones undertook their mission, Yin immediately unleashed a new jutsu to cover their movements. Chapter 76, Madara, you have thoroughly enraged me. Lightning release, heavenly thunder descended from the skies, and Yin extended his hand towards the heavens, where dark clouds loomed, and a massive thunder dragon emerged from within, peering through the clouds. Observing the lifelike visage of the colossal dragon's head, Uchiha Madara nodded in acknowledgement. Such jutsu could indeed fell the third Kazekage. As Madara marveled at the spectacle, the 100-meter-long thunder dragon burst forth from the clouds, accompanied by wind and rain, charging directly at him. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, the lightning dragon shimmered with resplendent brilliance, exuding an extraordinary aura. However, Madara showed no inclination to evade, and Yin, filled with anticipation, wondered how Madara would counter this assault. Would he employ Susanoo or the sealing technique? Could Madara in his Rinnegan state activate Susanoo? Would the sealing technique be capable of absorbing the natural might of lightning? In Yin's expectant gaze, Uchiha Madara tilted his head towards the sky, remaining motionless. As the 100-meter-long thunder dragon collided with an intangible barrier, it twisted and exploded into a dazzling display of sparks, dissipating into the air. And Yin furrowed his brow. Shinra Tensei was indeed a vexing technique. Thus far, Madara had merely utilized the basic abilities of the Rinnegan in combat. It remained unclear whether he was deliberately concealing the Rinnegan's capabilities or if the strain on his body rendered him incapable of employing more formidable abilities. And Yin recalled that Madara's Rinnegan possessed the technique, Rinne Rebirth, which could manifest 4 peak-level shadows, existing between the tangible and intangible, nearly invisible to the average person, let alone in battle. And Yin believed he could not withstand this technique. Yet, judging by Madara's demeanor, it seemed he was currently unable to deploy it either. While Shinra Tensei was bothersome, and Yin remembered it had a 5-second cooldown, his mind whirred as he pressed his hands against the ground, causing tremors to ripple through the earth. Madara's brow furrowed, and he swiftly leapt back, evading the tremors. Following the earth's quaking, a multitude of iron sand particles surged forth. This was in Yin's recently mastered new technique, magnet release, sand manipulation. With a single hand gesture, and Yin commanded the torrent of iron sand to rush towards Madara. As before, Madara resorted to the universal pull, compressing the incoming sand particles into a singular iron sphere. In the next moment, and Yin appeared beside the iron sphere, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Madara. Within the previous attack of iron sand, the Flying Thunder God technique had been subtly infused. At this crucial juncture, while still within the 5-second cooldown of Shinra Tensei, Madara's Rinnegan transformed into the Sharingan, and the skeletal form of Susanoo began to materialize. And Yin's fist struck the Susanoo's skeletal frame with such force that it shattered, sending Madara himself soaring several meters away. And Yin did not pursue. Madara had only activated the initial form of Susanoo, which did not envelop his entire body. However, upon sensing the shift in the battle, his Susanoo rapidly evolved into a colossal giant. I concede, I may have underestimated you. Now I shall fight seriously. Madara coughed up blood, wiping the crimson stain from his lips, a glint of anger flashing in his eyes. Although Yin's punch had not directly struck him, he had sustained injuries. The frailty of age was evident, yet the blood ignited his fighting spirit. Standing within the confines of Susanoo, Madara looked down upon Yin, astonished by the latter's strength capable of shattering even the initial stage of Susanoo with a single blow. This scene echoed the moment Sasuke's Susanoo withstood a strike from the Raikage, a testament to their shared Indra lineage, characterized by sheer stubbornness. And Yin stared at the red glowing eyes of Uchiha Madara, his brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that Madara could switch between his Rinnegan and Sharingan. During his anime watching days, he had overlooked this detail. It was widely acknowledged that the Rinnegan evolved from the Sharingan. Thus, did reverting to the Sharingan signify a form of regression? Moreover, Madara appeared considerably more relaxed in his Sharingan state. The pressure he exerted on Yin in this form far surpassed that of his Rinnegan state, possibly due to the toll of age, which had weakened him to a degree. Yet, Yin noted that without the armor of Susanoo, Madara still seemed to underestimate him. Recognizing that Madara had activated his full potential, Yin resolved to elevate his own capabilities. He formed hand seals once more, swiftly pressing his hands to the ground, summoning a colossal wooden figure. Wood release, wooden man technique. The towering wooden figure, over 200 meters tall, rose majestically, its design distinct from Hashirama's wooden avatars, instead resembling Yin's carefully crafted version of Neza with 3 heads and 6 arms. Out of sheer boredom, Yin had devised 70 or 80 models for his wooden figure, inspired by the 4 great classical novels. Had it not been for the wooden figure's inaugural appearance, he might have considered a whimsical portrayal of Lin Dayu, thrashing the elderly Madara. Before the imposing Neza, Madara's second stage Susanoo appeared akin to that of a mere child. Would release? Damn you, Senju Tobirama. How dare you defile the remains of Hashirama? Madara's astonishment transformed into fury upon witnessing Yin's would release. He instinctively suspected that Tobirama had experimented on Hashirama's remains to develop this technique, a possibility he deemed likely given his understanding of Tobirama. You insolent brat from Konoha. You have thoroughly enraged me. Madara's voice dripped with cold malice. The thought of his friend's remains being subjected to experimentation was intolerable. Thus, he abandoned the enjoyment of combat, preparing to unleash his full power to annihilate Yin. Yin recognized Madara's misunderstanding, but had no intention of clarifying. The enraged Madara would inevitably unleash large-scale jutsu. If he could utilize the Flying Thunder God to outmaneuver him, perhaps he could outlast this formidable foe. The youthful Madara had fought Hashirama for an entire day and night before becoming exhausted. Surely, the aged Madara could not endure such prolonged combat either. Meanwhile, Yin possessed the divine ability to breathe and recover, rendering him unafraid of a war of attrition. As Madara bellowed in rage, Yin commanded his wooden giant to strike, the height disparity making it appear as though a father were reprimanding his child. Yet, in an instant, Madara's Susanoo transitioned into its complete form. The towering warrior and Yin's wooden figure stood nearly eye to eye, their fists colliding, causing the air to vibrate and shockwaves to ripple outward. Following their initial clash, both titans staggered back slightly, and Madara Uchiha swiftly drew its katana, aiming a lethal strike at Yen. Under Yen's command, Neza executed a sweeping motion with both hands, and a colossal red spear materialized in his grasp. The long spear, designed to counter shorter weapons, danced gracefully as it clashed with blades, a spectacle of comfort and finesse. Chapter 77, Reactions from All Sides. Yen possessed a modicum of martial knowledge. After all, his training in the white eyebrow fist had not been in vain. He was acutely aware of how to concentrate his strength into a single point. With Neza's spear thrusting forward, the immense force of 200 meters converged, creating a transparent hole upon striking the Susanoo, causing the Uchiha Madara's eyelids to twitch. However, the wooden constructs exhibited remarkable resilience, necessitating a charged strike from Madara's katana to sever the spearhead. The moment the spear was broken, it regrew instantaneously. Madara found this encounter more repulsive than his battles with Hashirama. Opting to maintain distance, Madara unleashed a barrage of blade energy towards Yen, who, in turn, resorted to trickery. Neza's spear expanded to several hundred meters, its tip impaling the Susanoo above. While Yen and Madara were engaged in relentless combat, his spore clone successfully located the outer path's golem, which it audaciously marked with humorous seals in its hidden corners. For the moment, Madara remained alive, so the clone refrained from acting hastily to avoid provoking him into a frenzy in the land of fire. As soon as Madara made a move, Yen planned to discreetly confiscate the golem, leaving Black Zetsu to ponder rescuing his mother for another few centuries. Concurrently, local forces in the Land of Rain began to sense the brewing storm. The Land of Rain, being relatively small, did not go unnoticed as Yen and Madara refrained from deploying their full might. However, once they unleashed their true power, the local shinobi quickly discerned something was amiss. The Rain shinobi promptly reported their findings to Hanzo of the Salamander, who hastily arrived at the battlefield's periphery, only to witness Madara cleave a mountain in twain. He stood in stunned silence, contemplating the absurdity of his former pride. What had he truly achieved in his earlier years? Hanzo departed, somewhat disheartened, while his accompanying shinobi fell into a similar silence, awed by the extraordinary display of power from Madara and Yen. The Land of Rain, being the strongest of the minor nations, had its jonin nearing the level of major ninja villages. Yet, the two figures before them seemed to operate on an entirely different plane of existence, evoking a profound sense of despair. Simultaneously, the Iwagakure forces stationed in the Land of Rain received the alarming news. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, hurriedly traversed from the borders of the Earth Country. Initially subdued by the news of the Sand Shinobi's surrender, he became restless upon hearing of the conflict involving the Blue Giant and the Wood-style ninja. He was intimately familiar with the Blue Giant, having been ruthlessly bested by Madara in his youth, and the haunting visage of Madara's Susanoo often plagued his dreams. As a surviving ninja from that era, he understood the formidable prowess of the Sharingan and would release, prompting him to investigate the matter without delay. The news spread swiftly. Both Konoha and Tsunade had shinobi present in the Land of Rain, thus they too were informed. Chiyo, who had been somewhat impatient during negotiations, suddenly regained her composure, while Tsunade became increasingly anxious. The wood release was a grave concern. The elders from the first Hokage's generation had not yet perished, and the various ninja villages were acutely aware of Hashirama's formidable abilities. The entire ninja world had watched the legendary clash between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, fearful that a single-tailed beast bomb could obliterate their villages, just as the threat of Hashirama's death had begun to fade. The emergence of another wood release user from Konoha ignited a sense of foreboding among the major ninja villages, anticipating potential conflict. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Danzo wore a grim expression, his frustration evident as he slammed his hand against the table. It had been made clear that wood release was Konoha's most guarded secret. How could Yen be so reckless as to utilize it? Now, the scrutiny of the other ninja villages was upon them, and a misstep could result in a collective assault. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in silence, smoking his pipe, betraying his own anxiety. With Tsunade absent, Mito came and glanced between Danzo and Hiruzen, his lips twitching before he spoke up. If we are uncertain how to proceed, perhaps we should consult Lord Tobarama? Both Hiruzen and Danzo abruptly lifted their heads, locking eyes in a moment of shared contemplation. The office fell into a heavy silence. After a brief pause, Danzo remarked, "Tobarama is quite aged. Let him rest. Since he entrusted the village to us, It is our duty to safeguard it without relying on him for every challenge. Sarutobi Hiruzen added, and Yan's use of wood release indicates he is facing an exceptionally formidable foe. In a life-or-death situation, if the exposure of wood release is inevitable, we cannot hold it against him. Given the circumstances, I hereby declare that Konoha enters a state of heightened alert. Turning to Danzo, he continued, your wind release is unparalleled among Konoha's shinobi. Since wind counters lightning, I need you to lead your subordinates in monitoring Kumogakure. Danzo frowned. The mention of Kumogakure evoking memories of his own painful loss of the Hokage position. Yet, in light of Hiruzen's earnest gaze, he accepted the task, knowing that the sacrifices made by his root shinobi were for the greater good of Konoha. Hiruzen then turned to Mito Kamen, assigning him further responsibilities. Ensure that the Hyuga and Uchiha clans prepare defenses against any potential assault from the Mist Shinobi. In the case of Tsunade, instruct Shikoku to remain vigilant, reporting any signs of trouble, while the Iwagakure forces can be entrusted to Orochimaru. Among the 5 great ninja villages, only the Mist Shinobi remained insulated from intelligence due to their isolationist policy, while the others were quick to mobilize. As the ninja villages prepared, Black Zetsu too was in motion. Given that the captured Uzumaki clansman posed a risk, he sought to capture another member of the clan. This time, Black Zetsu was on the cusp of success after thousands of years of wandering, refusing to let the aging Madara's decline jeopardize the Rinnegan, the sole key to unlocking the seal and saving his mother. Even before the attempt to capture the cilantro, Black Zetsu had devised a contingency plan, which was now set into motion. Meanwhile, after a series of fierce confrontations, Uchiha Madara intensified his assault on Inen. He could even mold hand seals while encased in Susanoo, unleashing an array of seemingly mundane jutsu imbued with astonishing potency. Each strike had the potential to alter the very fabric of reality, and Inen found himself drenched in perspiration after enduring several blows. At that moment, Inen sensed the arrival of Inoki. Chapter 78, The Pinnacle. Inoki arrives at the battlefield. The sudden presence of Inoki brought a glimmer of hope to Inen, who had felt somewhat outmatched against Uchiha Madara. With Inoki's support, the tide of battle could shift dramatically. Now in his prime, Inoki's strength far surpassed that of the 4th Great Ninja War era. If they could collaborate effectively, the agility of the Flying Thunder God combined with the destructive force of Dust Release would pose significant challenges for the elderly Madara. Dust Release, as a rare and potent Kekkei Genkai, was one of the few abilities capable of countering Susanoo. Its devastating power could be likened to true damage in gaming terms. Once struck, the target would surely be obliterated to mere particles. Amidst the raging inferno, Neza and Susanoo once again clashed, both retreating several hundred meters, standing in a tense standoff without resuming their assault. Acknowledging the arrival of a guest, the proud and dignified Uchiha Madara graciously afforded the newcomer a moment to speak. Inen and Uchiha Madara simultaneously gazed upon the diminutive figure that had arrived on the battlefield. As the grand scale of Inoki, the 2nd Tsuchikage, hovered in the sky, the sight of Madara's aged visage extinguished the hope that had lingered in his heart. Indeed, it is you, Uchiha Madara. You still draw breath. Madara retained a vivid recollection of the small individual before him. It was difficult to forget someone with such distinctive physical traits as Inoki. Oh. So it is the young one from Iwagakure, the 2 scale. It seems you have not grown at all over the years. Madara's words caused Inoki's fists to clench in frustration, for height had always been a sore point for those who were shorter. Inen interjected, I have heard whispers of your enmity. It is said that the 3rd Tsuchikage was once bullied by Mr. Uchiha Madara in his youth. Is there any truth to this? Thus, has the Tsuchikage come to assist me this time? Inen's words sent Inoki's blood pressure soaring. He was a hero of the IWA shinobi who had engaged Madara in battle, yet Inen portrayed him as a victim of bullying. How could such a person have survived this long without learning to speak wisely? Nevertheless, it was true that Madara had taken advantage of his youth to bully him. Now, however, it was reasonable for him to assert dominance over an elder. While Inoki contemplated these thoughts, his words belied a different sentiment. I have heard that Uchiha Madara perished in battle against the 1st Hokage at the Valley of the End. It appears that was a mere ruse. It is truly unexpected that the proud Uchiha would resort to such trickery as faking death. Upon hearing Inoki's remarks, Madara felt provoked, his brow arching slightly, his gaze turning icy. It seems the child from back then now believes himself to have grown wings. 2 scale, do you wish to dance once more? And Yen, undeterred by Anoki's dismissal, smiled as he observed their exchange, wishing fervently for them to engage in a battle to the death. Anoki, undaunted by Madara's gray hair, boldly declared, "Uchiha Madara, you have aged. As a legend of the shinobi world and a reaper on the battlefield, I believe you require a fierce and glorious battle to bid farewell to your life. My status as the third Tsuchikage should suffice. Surely, you do not wish to succumb to illness and die bedridden?" Madara, arms crossed, looked down upon Anoki with disdain. "Even in my old age, I have more than enough strength to deal with you. Since when did the life of Uchiha Madara become subject to the whims of IWA shinobi? How laughable. Then let us put that to the test," Anoki declared, bringing his hands together to prepare for dust release. However, before he could gather his strength, a colossal cleaver, spanning hundreds of meters, came crashing down, forcing Anoki to evade with great difficulty. Behind him, a small mountain was cleaved at its peak, resulting in a minor landslide. The complete Susanoo loomed large, its mere swipe rivaling S-rank ninjutsu in power. Its reach and range were overwhelming, leaving Anoki with little opportunity to retaliate, as he was relentlessly battered by a barrage of attacks. Despite the sharpness of his dust release technique, Anoki's abilities were limited. The full Susanoo was simply too immense. After several attempts, he found himself unable to draw Madara into the range of his dust release attacks and could not close the distance. To put it plainly, he lacked the necessary chakra. In the previous timeline, he had relied on the combined strength of Tsunade's sealing technique to unleash a massive dust release attack, which had obliterated 25 of Madara's second stage Susanoo giants. Yet, even then, upon seeing the complete Susanoo, he had chosen to abandon the attack due to insufficient chakra. What had once required the efforts of many could not now be accomplished by a solitary Anoki, even in his prime. Recognizing that he could not achieve this alone, Anoki's gaze fell upon Yen, who was leisurely observing the battle seated atop the head of his Neza form. "Hey, Leaf's representative. Uchiha Madara is a rogue ninja of your village. Will you not lend your assistance?" After narrowly evading another attack from the Susanoo with an S-shaped maneuver in the air, Anoki called out for help, and Yen, surprised, replied, "Tsukikage, were you not just boasting about sending Uchiha Madara on his way? How is it that in less than a minute you find yourself unable to withstand it?" Anoki, feeling slightly embarrassed, straightened his face and retorted, "Will you help me or not? If not, I shall withdraw." Madara scoffed, "Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please?" Yet Yen interjected, suggesting they might attempt a coordinated attack. With a single hand gesture, he activated his transformative ability, causing his three-headed, six-armed Neza form to morph into that of an octopus, a manifestation of his unique wooden construct. Madara was taken aback at the sight of the octopus form. He too possessed wood release, but had never seen it utilized in such a manner. Just how many forms did Yan's wooden creation possess? Under Yan's control, the octopus's 8 tentacles ensnared the Susanoo, executing a stronghold maneuver to immobilize it, prompting Yen to signal Anoki to act swiftly. Anoki, hovering in midair, quickly gathered power. The light of dust release illuminating the area, enveloping both Madara and Yen within a massive attack. A blinding flash ensued, and 2 towering, headless constructs collapsed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Anoki scrutinized the area, noting the absence of both figures, and felt a surge of elation. Could it be that they had been vanquished so easily? Yan's youthful naivety made such a belief plausible. But what of Madara? Had he truly become senile? Chapter 79. Anoki's downfall. After a moment of jubilation, Anoki regained his composure, sensing that Madara would not fall so easily. As his vigilance heightened, he regretted having acted too hastily against Yen. He should have eliminated Madara first before turning his attention elsewhere. In the shinobi world, few possessed the ability to fly, and Anoki remained suspended in the air, while Madara, having observed for some time, found no suitable opportunity. After prolonged combat, Madara felt his body beginning to falter. He needed to conclude the battle swiftly and retreat. In truth, it would have been wise for Madara to slip away unnoticed. Yet such an act would not befit the true nature of Uchiha Madara. With a single hand clap, he summoned a wooden dragon that propelled him skyward, charging directly at Anoki. Indeed, he had not perished. Seeing Madara still alive, Anoki involuntarily exhaled in relief. If Madara had been so easily dispatched, the childhood trauma that had haunted him would have been rendered a mere jest. Dust release, outer path, separation technique. A brilliant white light collided with the wooden dragon, dissolving a significant portion of its form into particles. However, in an instant, a massive wooden construct erupted from the remnants of the wooden dragon, rapidly expanding and rising once more. Before the wooden figure could fully materialize, it launched a fist at Onoki with incredible speed and urgency. Having gauged Onoki's aerial mobility during their previous encounters, Madara's strike left Onoki no room to evade. Earth Release, Great Stone Golem Technique. A colossal rock puppet emerged, encasing Onoki within its grasp. In the next moment, the wooden construct's fist descended, sending Onoki plummeting from the sky. It was only at this juncture that the transformation of the wooden construct was complete. Inspired by Nyan's Neza modeling, Madara's wooden technique bore a newfound resemblance. Senju Hashirama? Really now? What a peculiar obsession, Nyan remarked, squatting at the site of Onoki's descent while observing the Hashirama-like figurine Madara had just fashioned, his frustration bubbling over. He simply could not comprehend why Madara was so intent on crafting a model of Hashirama. Was it truly out of deep affection? Such psychology was utterly beyond his understanding. Could it be that he has been oppressed by Senju Hashirama for a lifetime, and now finds himself triumphantly perched upon his head? Is there a certain thrill in such a scenario? If viewed through the lens of conquest, one might be left to ponder. Indeed, if that were the case, then Danzo would also exhibit wood release. Surely he wouldn't summon a wooden clone in the heat of battle, transforming into Sarutobi Hiruzen, would he? That would be quite a sight to behold. How would Danzo even begin to explain such a spectacle? Perhaps he would attribute it to an overwhelming admiration for the third Hokage? As Nyan lost himself in such thoughts, Onoki, beside him, pushed aside the rubble and sat up. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he instinctively touched his side, only to find that 3 of his ribs were broken. With a wary yet displeased glance at Nyan, he lifted his gaze to the towering Uchiha Madara and lamented the situation. Truly, Madara's power was fearsome. Even in his advanced years, he remained extraordinarily formidable. We must unite, or we may very well meet our end here. Nyan rolled his eyes. Who would wish to perish in such a place alongside him? If he desired to leave, he could do so at any moment. Furthermore, during their previous collaboration, Onoki had shown no mercy. To Nyan's astonishment, Uchiha Madara, standing atop the colossal head of Senju Hashirama, refrained from seizing the opportunity to annihilate the two while they conversed. Observing closely, Nyan noted a slight tremor in Madara's form, while the wooden clone beneath him began to falter and crumble. Has the old man finally reached his limit after such a fierce battle? Realizing this, Onoki recognized it as an exceptional opportunity to vanquish Uchiha Madara and dispel the shadows of his youth. Without hesitation, he charged forward, even if there were tricks afoot. As the strongest and most powerful third Tsuchikage of a Wagakure, Onoki possessed absolute confidence in his abilities. However, Onoki was swiftly dispatched. Although Madara had indeed been pushed to his limits after numerous skirmishes, a dying camel is still larger than a horse. The moment Onoki surged forward, Madara activated his Rinnegan and unleashed a devastating Shinra Tensei, sending Onoki crashing down once more. Onoki had been on guard against the wooden clone's attack, only to be caught off guard by an invisible repulsion force, leading to his swift demise. Oh dear, dear Tsuchikage. Who would have thought you were bullied by Uchiha Madara in your youth, only to find yourself once again at his mercy in your later years? What a waste of all those years. Nyan squatted at the crash site, sighing deeply as he lamented Onoki's fate. Already gravely injured, Onoki, upon hearing Nyan's sarcastic remarks, spat out another mouthful of blood. In truth, Nyan held a certain fondness for the stout Onoki. He was powerful, defensively robust, and possessed an unwavering will, showcasing a mastery of dust release that was truly impressive. However, as one who now belonged to Konoha, he felt compelled to remain steadfast. Had Onoki not attempted to attack him simultaneously earlier, Nyan might have shown him mercy. Yet, since Onoki had taken that course of action, Nyan now felt justified in seizing the advantage. Taking advantage of Onoki's grievous injuries, Nyan swiftly struck, casting multiple sealing techniques upon him, while also implanting 2 white Zetsu spores for insurance. He bundled Onoki into the realm of space, accompanied by a shadow clone. Given Onoki's serious injuries, he required immediate medical attention to prevent his demise. With Onoki in his grasp, not only could Nyan extract numerous secret jutsu from him, but the exposure of wood release to various ninja villages would also be alleviated due to Nyan's capture of Onoki, especially since he had been engaged with Uchiha Madara. The second Senju Hashirama still held a degree of intimidation in this era, as many of the old-timers were still alive, aware of his prowess. Uchiha Madara observed Yen sealing Onoki with a cold smile. Indeed, the younger generation of Konoha, under the tutelage of Senju Tobarama, had become quite despicable, adept at exploiting vulnerabilities with such finesse. Hearing Madara's derision, Yen offered a radiant smile in return. Not at all, compared to you, who has mastered the art of feigning death and pilfering the first Hokage's secret techniques. We mere juniors still have much to learn. Madara snorted dismissively, but refrained from elaborating on the origins of his wood release. He merely fixed Yen with a cold, piercing gaze. You little brat. I will remember you. Our next encounter will be your last. With a single hand seal, Madara performed a reverse summoning technique and vanished, taking the outer path's golem with him. Yen sensed the flying thunder god seal was quite distant, and judging by its direction, it seemed to lie towards the land of fire or the land of water. Chapter 80. Conan eliminating the possibility of the land of fire, based on the original timeline. The third Mizukage of Kirigakure met an untimely end under mysterious circumstances, while the fourth had been under Obito's long-term control, creating a blood mist that wreaked havoc upon the village. With Obito's intellect, even if he were 10 times more sinister, Yen found it hard to believe he could manipulate an entire village's Kage through Jinjutsu. However, if Uchiha Madara were to intervene personally, the situation would be entirely different. Thus, it appeared that the current land of water was likely the stronghold of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. Would Madara involve himself in this upcoming ninja world war, perhaps manipulating the mist ninja to consciously weaken Konoha's strength? After much contemplation, Yen concluded that based on Madara's temperament, it was certainly possible. If he deemed it necessary, he would not hesitate to take action. Nonetheless, after this battle, how many years Madara could still survive remained uncertain. While the outer path's golem extended his lifespan, it was certainly not infallible. Yen mused on the potential schemes Madara and Black Zetsu might concoct when suddenly an orange-haired boy collided with him, reaching out with dirty hands towards Yen's wallet. Instinctively, Yen seized the boy's arm, only to realize he was in an unknown village within the Land of Rain, having been in a constant state of tension while battling Uchiha Madara. Although his physical condition remained peak due to healing, his mental fatigue was palpable. Initially hoping to find a place to rest before continuing his journey, he had inadvertently attracted a petty thief. Holding the boy aloft, Yen assessed him. Based on his attire, he appeared to be a war orphan, and engaging in thievery was not uncommon for survival. The child, lifted off the ground, made no attempt to struggle, instead covering his head with his hands, seemingly bracing for an impending beating. Judging by his demeanor, it was likely he had been beaten frequently for stealing. Considering the atmosphere, it seemed inappropriate not to strike him at least once. Yen raised his hand, feigning a blow, while actually contemplating how to scare the child and then take him for a meal instead. Seeing Yen's hand raised, the boy trembled in fear, gritting his teeth and shutting his eyes. At that moment, a girl with light blue hair rushed over, holding a paper flower high above her head. She offered it to Yen, whispering a plea. I give you this paper flower. Please do not harm Yahiko. So, the orange-haired boy is Yahiko, and the blue-haired girl is Conan? Yen raised an eyebrow, feeling fortunate once more. While Yahiko's strength could be debated, he had only been around 15 or 16 when he died, making it difficult to gauge his potential. He was undoubtedly a jounin. However, Conan possessed unmistakable potential at the level of a Kage. From a young age, Conan had enjoyed origami, and under Jiraiya's guidance, she had chosen a combat style that infused chakra into her paper creations. After systematic learning, she independently developed paper jutsu. What extraordinary talent and aptitude! The ability to disguise herself with paper jutsu was so profound that even the Sharingan could not discern it. The practical value of such a technique is immeasurable. With 6 trillion explosive tags, she nearly obliterated Obito. One can only imagine the worth of such a feat. Some claim that those 6 trillion explosive tags were amassed over years by members of the Akatsuki, but Yen disagreed. He believed this was a testament to Conan's prowess. She undoubtedly developed a technique for mass-producing explosive tags. With Xiaonan's strength, she is but a single mutual detonation talisman away from achieving divinity. Yen smiled as he accepted the paper flower from Xiaonan and gently set Yahiko down. Thank you for your paper flower. I harbor no ill intent towards this little spirit. What is your name? Observing Yen's interest in Xiaonan, the initially docile Yahiko suddenly bristled. Positioning himself protectively in front of her, attempting to project a fierce demeanor to intimidate Yin. However, it was a pity that without true power, even a display of anger appeared more like a petulant pout. Yin chuckled, affectionately ruffled Yahiko's hair, and promptly offered him a piece of bread, soothing him with a warm smile as he turned his gaze back to Xiaonan. Timidly hiding behind Yahiko, Xiaonan spoke softly, "I am Xiaonan, and this is Yahiko." Yin nodded and directly inquired, "Xiaonan is it? Yahiko? I am a ninja from the land of fire, Konoha. Would you care to accompany me to Konoha?" "Konoha?" Xiaonan questioned, perplexed. "Is that the village with the ninjas?" Yin affirmed, "Indeed, it is a ninja village. I can take you both to join Konoha, where you will receive ninja training and the protection of a great nation, far removed from the quagmire of war in the land of rain." While the proposition sounded enticing, Xiaonan hesitated to agree immediately. Instead, she turned to Yahiko, seemingly awaiting his response. Yahiko, with a conflicted expression, stated, "We wish to rely on our own efforts to change the dire circumstances of the land of rain. If we leave, can we still effect change here?" And Yin, smiling gently, replied, "You will find no opportunity for change in this place. The world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Regardless of how you wish to transform it, first and foremost, you must possess formidable strength. Small nations like the land of rain will never cultivate truly powerful ninjas. Only the ninja villages of the 5 great nations can provide you with the opportunity to realize your dreams." Yahiko pondered Yan's reasoning, finding it sound, and promptly decided to accompany him to Konoha. However, prior to their departure, there was a minor matter to address. Thus, Yin followed Yahiko and Xiaonan to their home, which was, in fact, a cave. This cave, elevated to evade the rain, housed a substantial amount of supplies collected by the two. Under Yan's astonished gaze, the duo gathered their belongings and placed various food items into pre-prepared bags before stepping outside. Yin observed from a distance as the 2 children knocked on a resident's door, apologetically leaving the food for the inhabitant. The trio then set off towards the border of the land of fire. Along the way, Yin inquired about their circumstances, prompting Xiaonan to blush with embarrassment. While Yahiko candidly recounted their plight, both were orphans of war, and their regular sources of food were scarce, often resorting to stealing to survive. There was a kind vendor from whom they could engage one of them in conversation while the other pilfered food, initially believing their scheme clever until they were caught and punished by other vendors, realizing the kind vendor had feigned ignorance, allowing them to take what they needed to survive. The story of a benevolent vendor warmed the hearts of listeners, proving that kindness prevails even in dire environments. Chapter 81. Subsequent impact. Yin traveled swiftly on his own, but with 2 companions, the pace slowed considerably. The journey became rather dull, prompting Yin to release the recovering vortex Shinsai, encouraging her to converse with Xiaonan and Yahiko, allowing them to acclimatize to the camaraderie among Konoha ninjas. Upon seeing Yin, Shinsai was filled with excitement, having believed she was doomed until his unexpected arrival saved her. Thus, when she saw him again, she rushed forward, embracing him and weeping. "Teacher, I thought I was going to die. Those rock ninjas attacked me for no reason." At that moment, Shinsai was unaware that her attackers were not rock ninjas, but rather the white Zetsu opera troupe orchestrated by Black Zetsu. Observing Shinsai's emotional release, Yin comforted her, albeit with some confusion, as it had been nearly a day since the incident, and she had yet to regain her composure. "It's all right, Shinsai. Teacher has rescued you." After offering gentle reassurances, Shinsai's spirits finally lifted slightly, and she noticed the presence of 2 strangers, inquiring, "Who are they?" Yin smiled and introduced, "These are promising individuals I encountered in the land of rain. The boy is Yahiko, and the girl is Xiaonan. You are all of similar age, so do get along well." As the 4 continued their journey, they resembled a small task force, drawing considerable attention. Soon, Konoha ninjas approached to investigate, and upon recognizing Yin, they immediately relaxed their vigilance. Yin successfully returned to the front lines of Konoha, rushing to the battlefield hospital to see Tsunade. Upon seeing Yin return safely, Tsunade finally breathed a sigh of relief. Heaven knows how tense she had been when she learned of the potential confrontation between Yin and Uchiha Madara in the Land of Rain. Though she had not lived through the era of Uchiha Madara's activity, she understood the formidable power of someone comparable to the first Hokage. Engaging in battle with such a seasoned veteran could easily lead to disaster. Yin and Tsunade shared a warm reunion, indulging in their camaraderie for a time before discussing the recent events. First, regarding the Sand Ninjas. Upon learning that the user of Wood Release in the Land of Rain was Yin, Chiyo had initially remained quite relaxed, even eager to witness the excitement in Konoha, as Wood Release was a sensitive term among the 5 great nations. However, upon discovering that Yin had battled Uchiha Madara, Chiyo's demeanor shifted dramatically. She was acutely aware of the strength possessed by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. To engage in combat with Madara implied that Yin's abilities were at least approaching that of the 2 legends. While silently cursing the abundance of talent in Konoha, Chiyo cooperatively negotiated with Karui of the Cloud Village regarding a ceasefire agreement and swiftly established an alliance. Given the emergence of Yin, a second Hashirama, Konoha was likely to thrive for at least another 50 years. With little hope for her own descendants, Chiyo chose to ally with Konoha to secure a space for survival for the Sand Ninjas. After finalizing the ceasefire agreement, Chiyo and the Sand Ninjas hastily departed, becoming the first to exit the meat grinder of the Second Shinobi World War. Next was the situation with the Rock Ninjas. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, had gone missing, prompting the Rock Ninjas to send letters inquiring about clues from the major ninja villages. The fourth Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi, immediately assumed leadership to stabilize public sentiment. While Yin's capture of Inoki remained undisclosed, it was common knowledge among the Rock Ninjas that Inoki had gone to the battlefield. In their eyes, either Uchiha Madara had eliminated Inoki, or Yin had done so. In response, Yin candidly informed Tsunade, "I have captured Inoki and intend to study him thoroughly to see if I can master Dust Release." What? Tsunade was indeed taken aback. First the Wind Kage, now the Earth Kage. Next, are you planning to eliminate the Water Kage? Do you think it's so simple to kill a Kage? And Yin cleared his throat, adjusting his tone to a deeper timbre. Isn't that just a matter of convenience? Tsunade playfully punched Yin, chiding him for his frivolity. After exchanging a few light-hearted jests, Tsunade continued to update Yin on the current situation. At present, the Sand Ninjas had surrendered, the Rock Ninjas were leaderless, the Mist Ninjas remained isolated, and the Cloud Ninjas were exhibiting some unusual movements. Upon learning that Konoha had regained a Wood Release user, the Third Raikage had mobilized forces at the border, beginning to exert diplomatic pressure on Konoha. If Inoki had not faltered and been captured, Iwagakure would likely have cooperatively exerted pressure on Konoha. However, now Iwagakure is in disarray, lacking leadership and preoccupied with its own turmoil. Meanwhile, Tsunagakure and Kirigakure remain silent, while Kumogakure independently pressures Konoha, becoming the proverbial canary in the coal mine. The Third Raikage, realizing his actions have not yielded the desired results, finds himself at an impasse, yet must persist in his firm dialogue with Konoha, demanding that Kumogakure, as an ally of Konoha, share the secrets of Wood Release. In response to this unreasonable demand, Sarutobi Hiruzen delegates full responsibility to Shimura Danzo, stationed at the borders of the Land of Fire. If several decades pass, the aging Hiruzen might make concessions to preserve peace, but at present, in the prime of his life and at the zenith of ninja prowess, he resolutely chooses to confront adversarial diplomacy with equal firmness. By allowing Danzo to take the lead, he signals his intent. However, Hiruzen's true intention is merely to have Danzo contend with Kumogakure, awaiting clearer movements from all sides before appropriately reallocating forces to address the village's threats. Yet, Danzo, confident in his own strength, seeks an opportunity to confront the Third Raikage directly. Between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning lie several smaller nations, with the most significant being the Land of Rice and the Land of Iron. After the Land of Iron declared neutrality, all ninja villages granted it a measure of respect. Thus the primary battleground shifted to the Land of Rice. Danzo boldly entered the Land of Rice with his forces, aspiring to emulate Enko and directly capture a Kage. Today, Danzo is no simple figure. He possesses Wood Release abilities, albeit inferior to that of the first Hokage, yet at least on par with Yamado's level. It is no wonder he has become somewhat inflated with self-importance. Enko, engrossed in the narrative, suddenly noticed Tsunade's silence and instinctively inquired further. Tsunade shot him an exasperated glance and replied, "This is the situation for now. We have yet to reach a conclusion." Enko realized Danzo must still be in the Land of Rice, yet to confront the Third Raikage. Who is stronger, Danzo or the Third Raikage? Enko felt that Danzo would likely struggle against the Third Raikage, a formidable warrior who had fought valiantly for 3 days and nights, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion while facing nearly 10,000 IWA shinobi. including the third Tsuchikage. This third Raikage is reputed to have the power to single-handedly subdue the Eight Tails in a confrontation. The accomplishments of the third Raikage stand in stark contrast to Danzo's paltry record of sneak attacks and desperate measures. In the original timeline, it seems unclear how Danzo sustained his arm injury. Could it be that he challenged the third Raikage and was defeated? As Anko pondered this, Tsunade pulled him close, urging him to follow her inside. The newlywed couple, still basking in the honeymoon phase, had not seen each other for a couple of days, creating a sense of sweet reunion. With the battlefield hospital relatively quiet, Anko and Tsunade retreated to their shared sanctuary within the domain of water, the fortress of love. 3 days later, Anko emerged, his spear dulled by the relentless rain. Upon exiting, he encountered the long-waiting Baru. Bairuhu observed Anko's somewhat pallid complexion and jested. Women are indeed obstacles on the path to a ninja's strength. Anko, I recently discovered a derivative of wood release that can significantly enhance herbal remedies for kidney health. Would you care for some? As comrades, Anko felt no embarrassment and readily reached out. Why didn't you say so earlier? Show me what you have. Bairuhu promptly handed Anko a secret scroll, which he opened and examined closely, astonished to discover new applications of wood release. Bairuhu, you truly are a genius. Every individual has their unique interpretation, and similarly, every wood release ninja explores diverse developmental paths. Anko's focus, shaped by prolonged contact with white zetsu, has revolved around spores and hallucinogenic, lethal fungi. Conversely, Bairuhu seems to have ventured into the realm of herbal remedies. Given his average medical skills, one might wonder what spurred this interest. Perhaps a desire to profit from his experiments? Yet, it is understandable. Though Danzo supports Bairuhu's experiments, he maintains strict oversight on funding, demanding results within specific timeframes, leading Bairuhu to contemplate independence. Anko briefly pondered this, but chose to fully embrace Bairuhu's wood release insights, which sparked a variety of innovative ideas within him. Techniques such as wood release, cistanche, and wood release, golden grass are among the projects awaiting development, beneficial for personal use and potential profit. After a brief exchange with Bairuhu, Anko suddenly smacked his forehead, recalling something important. Oh no, he muttered. Bairuhu, puzzled, asked, What is the matter, Anko? Without answering, Anko gestured, and they entered the wood protection charm space, just in time to see Inoki ravenously gnawing on bamboo. Upon noticing Anko's arrival, Inoki glared angrily. You scoundrel! If you had delayed a few more days, I would have starved. Anko cleared his throat, feigning nonchalance. How could that be? Look at the fresh bamboo shoots in this grove. You have hands and feet, and you won't die from eating bamboo shoots. Bairuhu, witnessing Inoki's plight, exclaimed, Anko, you truly are something else. You just defeated the third Kazekage and now have captured the third Tsuchikage. Is there anything you wouldn't dare to do? I hear the Raikage has been particularly aggressive lately. Shall we eliminate him next? Anko chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Let us keep a low profile. I've handled my business. Konoha has no pressing matters at the moment. Ha ha ha. Inoki scoffed. Were it not for my grievous wounds inflicted by Uchiha Madara, I would not have fallen into your hands. You certainly know how to flatter yourself. Anko chuckled, ruffling Inoki's hair. Now, with his chakra sealed, he could not even fly, his stature making him all the more amusing. The third Tsuchikage is indeed formidable. But had I not intervened, you would have perished at Uchiha Madara's hands. Inoki swatted Anko's hand away, retorting coldly, Your motives for saving me are surely not pure. What do you truly intend? Bairuhu interjected with a smirk. We merely seek to pursue ninjutsu. What ill intentions could we possibly harbor? Besides, what could a Wagakure possibly possess that we covet? Merely your dust release, and perhaps your ability to fly. Anko clapped in appreciation. You understand me well, Bairuhu. Elder Inoki. I see your village is dwindling in talent, with few capable individuals remaining. It would be wiser to entrust your dust release and advanced earth release techniques to us in Konoha, where we have a wealth of skilled shinobi to ensure these techniques do not fade into obscurity. Though cunning and obstinate, Inoki flatly rejected Anko's proposition. You are deluded. That is utterly impossible. Anko shrugged. Regardless, I did save you. A token of gratitude is only proper. Without you as a pillar, how long do you think a Wagakure can endure in the ninja world? Inoki fell silent, and Bairuhu casually remarked, I've heard that the elder Inoki is in contention with Kuratsuchi for the position of fourth Tsuchikage, causing quite the stir lately. However, Kuratsuchi, being still young and lacking notable achievements, seems to have little support beyond her noble lineage. Inoki clenched his fists. If he were to perish here, Kuratsuchi would indeed have a chance at becoming the fourth Tsuchikage. What would become of the village, inherited from his grandfather, should it fall into the hands of outsiders? And Yen appeared nonchalant, his face betraying no concern as he addressed Inoki. Elder Inoki, you must have encountered the Edo Tensei technique of Lord Tobarama, considering that the second Hokage and the second Tsuchikage have crossed paths. In fact, we could summon the Edo Tensei form of the second Tsuchikage Mu, from whom we could garner all the intelligence we seek. However, we prefer not to disturb the deceased, thus we have come to solicit your opinion. If our efforts ultimately prove futile, then disturbing the dead may become an unavoidable course of action. This was a falsehood. The leaf had long since acquired the body of the second Tsuchikage Mu. Yet, the willpower of the ninja from the Warring States period was exceedingly resolute, rendering the Edo Tensei ineffective for extracting specific intelligence. While it could be manipulated for combat and research collaboration, it could not compel him to reveal the methods of dust release. Chapter 83. Return to Konoha. Dust release is a bloodline limit, formed through the fusion of 3 chakra natures. Even if we were to summon the second Tsuchikage Mu for research purposes, any significant findings would require years. For the Edo Tensei body, mind-reading techniques and similar mental arts are ineffective. One cannot force the dead to divulge secrets, but must approach them gently. Nevertheless, Inoki remained silent. And Yin and Bei Lu who alternated roles in their verbal pressure, yet Inoki's steadfast resolve remained unyielding. However, while the Edo Tensei body is immune to mind-reading, the living are not. Yet, resorting to such measures could be rather undignified. After a day of mutual persuasion, yielding no results, and Yin and Bei Lu who departed the protective space of the wood, leaving Inoki to contemplate in solitude. During dinner that evening, Orochimaru learned of Yin and Bei Lu whose actions and chuckled lightly. Why complicate matters? I can simply visit the Tsuchikage's office and search. I am certain I will find the jutsu you seek. Bei Lu who looked skeptical. Orochimaru, how can you navigate the myriad defenses of a Wagakure? Orochimaru replied with a grin. With the assistance of White Zetsu's transformation technique, combined with my own developed technique of face alteration, I can easily pass through undetected. And Yin gasped at the thought. He had witnessed Orochimaru use this technique, and it always seemed to inflict a sense of phantom pain on him, appearing quite agonizing. Orochimaru's face-altering technique involved tearing off another's face and affixing it to his own for disguise, almost distinct from typical transformation techniques and extremely challenging to detect. Its only drawback was the unsettling nature of the process. However, disguising a tall figure as a short one posed difficulties, especially if the latter floated as they walked. No one present possessed the ability to manipulate earth techniques to achieve levitation. Yet, solutions existed, such as masquerading as the severely injured third Tsuchikage, thus obviating the need for levitation. And Yin firmly rejected the notion, asserting, I believe the risks are too great. It is not worth the danger for you, Orochimaru. Orochimaru shrugged, unconcerned. I had initially contemplated a trip to Kumogakure to collect some cells from the 8 tails. That task is far more perilous. This endeavor would merely serve as practice. Trust in my abilities, and Yin found himself at a loss for words. He recalled that Orochimaru had indeed ventured to Kumogakure during the Second Great Ninja War, administering poison to the 8 tails Jinchuriki, which resulted in the beast rampaging and the Jinchuriki's demise, inflicting substantial losses on the village. As a consequence, the third Raikage had severed one of the 8 tails' horns, enabling Orochimaru to gather the powdered remains and cultivate his own 8 tails horn, rendering the beast incomplete thereafter. Orochimaru's audacity was commendable, with his enhanced strength now. Such feats would likely be even more effortless. However, Yin hesitated in making a decision, utilizing the face-altering technique to strip a face from Inoki. A character he held in high regard seemed excessive. He preferred to keep Inoki alive for potential future utility. In the ninja world, the fewer souls lost, the better, as a day may come when Otsutsuki descends upon them, leaving them without allies. Seeing Yin dismiss his suggestion, Orochimaru said nothing further, focusing instead on organizing his belongings. Preparing for a journey, Bei Lu who expressed concern. Should we accompany you? Do not worry, Orochimaru reassured with a smile, his pale visage filled with arrogance. While I may not possess the Flying Thunder God technique, my life-preserving skills are unparalleled among us. I will not perish. and Yin handed Orochimaru a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal, ensuring that if any unforeseen events transpired, he could summon help through a summoned beast, enabling a timely rescue. Under the moonlight, Orochimaru abruptly vanished into the darkness. Bei-Lu, who stood, watching the direction of Orochimaru's departure. A look of concern etched on his face. Orochimaru will return safely, one Tihi? And Yin replied calmly, even if we all perish, Orochimaru will endure. Do not worry. He will be fine. The following day, Yin and his companions received orders from the village. The border of the Fire Country had remained undisturbed for some time, and the elite ninjas stationed there were gradually being recalled to Konoha, leaving only a few jounin to oversee routine patrols. After a few days of waiting, Yin finally earned the opportunity to return to the village. He set out with Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, accompanied by Konan and Yahiko. Before him, Tsunade had already departed, escorting medical ninjas back to Konoha. During this period, Shomatsu's progress in sage arts remained uncertain. It was noteworthy that while Jiraiya had spent most of his life mastering sage techniques, it took him considerable effort to utilize them, whereas Naruto managed to learn sage arts in just over a month. After Jiraiya's fall, he had gone to Mayaboka Mountain, and soon after, Pain's assault transpired. Yet he had already mastered it. Compared to Naruto, Shomatsu lacked the 9 tails, but under normal circumstances, learning sage arts should not take long, especially with the acceleration provided by the multi-shadow clone technique. Unless Shomatsu was unaware of how to employ the technique for training, in which case progress would be slow. With Kurizetsu watching from the shadows, Yin refrained from specifically advising Shomatsu, allowing him to remain at Mayaboka Mountain for now. Returning might prove unsafe. Meanwhile, Minato was gradually grasping the Flying Thunder God technique that Yin had taught him, prompting envy from Bei-Lu Hu. Yin was accustomed to Bei-Lu Hu's unabashed expressions of envy, having witnessed such reactions frequently over the years. Initially, he feared this might lead to a dark turn, only to realize that Bei-Lu Hu simply enjoyed performing. While jealousy may have existed, it was not as exaggerated as he imagined. Accompanied by 2 relatively inexperienced youths, Yin's group could not travel rapidly. Several days passed before they finally arrived back in Konoha. Along the way, Konan and Yahiko marveled at the sights. Having grown up in the rain country, where they had never experienced the warmth of sunlight, the brilliance of flowers, or the lushness of sprawling trees, these mundane wonders of the Fire Country filled them with awe. Chapter 84. Instantaneous clearing of the up pool upon returning to Konoha. Yin first took Konan and Yahiko to arrange their accommodations. With Yin's assurance, Sarutobi Hiruzen readily accepted the two into Konoha, assigning them quarters near Yin's residence. The meaning of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words is quite clear. Those you bring in are your responsibility. Yin expressed indifference to this. Konan and Yahiko, both at the tender age of 12, were clearly past the appropriate age for attending a ninja academy, which, after all, is essentially an elementary school. Thus, Yin took it upon himself to personally accept them as his students, temporarily not enrolling them into the Konoha ninja roster, but merely registering them, allowing for immediate investigation should any issues arise. For now, they could practice ninjutsu at Konoha's training grounds. Yin's daily routine became relatively structured. He awoke each morning in the gentle embrace of soft jade warmth, then engaged in morning exercises with Tsunade. After breakfast, he would head to the training field to instruct his students. Minato Namikaze grasped every subject with remarkable ease, proving himself to be an exceptional ninja. Every teacher has their favorites, and Yin found himself inadvertently favoring his students a bit too much. In teaching Konan and Yahiko, Yin felt a distinct sense of disparity. It wasn't that they were unintelligent, but rather that they were completely unversed in the basics, requiring instruction from the very foundations. After a few lessons, he entrusted their training to Minato and Kushina, who would guide them one-on-one. Following previous events, Kushina's diligence had exponentially increased, clearly motivated by a newfound determination. Yin welcomed this change, for Kushina specialized in sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu, combining the Uzumaki clan's chakra with Tsunade's immense strength, making her a formidable presence in adulthood. Though currently immersed in tedious theoretical knowledge, she approached her studies with utmost seriousness. Yahiko and Konan began their journey into ninjutsu training. Before that, Yin conducted a chakra test on the two. Yahiko's chakra manifested 3 elements: water, fire, and wind. Konan possessed 4: wind, water, earth, and yang. This variety expanded their options for ninjutsu, particularly for Konan, who, if she were to abandon her fixation on paper jutsu, could easily learn medical ninjutsu, or even magnet and would release techniques. However, techniques tied to bloodline limits could not be taught right away. A spiritual connection needed to be established first, slowly integrating them into his fold before imparting core techniques, lest he inadvertently produce a renegade reminiscent of traditional Konoha. And Yin allowed them to choose which ninjutsu to learn first. After careful consideration, Yahiko opted for water release, while Konan chose wind release. The days spent teaching his disciples were always lighthearted and enjoyable. One day, as usual, Yin awoke and had not yet expressed gratitude for Tsunade's wake-up service when he noticed an anomaly on his system panel out of the corner of his eye. Upon investigation, he found the up pool had updated. The emblem of Devil May Cry 5 had vanished, replaced by that of Devil May Cry 4. An overwhelming sense of joy washed over him, and since there was no morning exercise scheduled, he hastily consumed a meal before seeking a secluded spot to examine his panel. Over the years, due to the up pool's lackluster offerings, Yin had refrained from making wishes, amassing a substantial amount of prestige, over 400,000 points. Now, encountering an up pool that piqued his interest, he resolved to devote all his prestige to wishes. The phrase Devil May Cry, known affectionately to players as Demon May Cry, stirred excitement within him. He initiated a barrage of wishes, instantly acquiring a plethora of valuable items: an infinite ammo revolver named Blue Rose, a custom motorcycle called Red Queen, and the powerful Yamato blade capable of slicing through dimensions. Additionally, he acquired various alchemical items and magical knowledge, including life stars, demon stars, holy water, and different colored souls. The life star restored vitality, the demon star replenished magical energy, and the holy water dealt significant damage to demons. The blue soul enhanced health. The purple soul boosted magical power, while the yellow soul functioned as a resurrection coin, far more reliable than previous iterations, merging seamlessly with the body in a soul state, allowing for immediate revival in the event of an untimely demise. With the acquisition of the yellow soul, Yin found the earth talisman less appealing. The talisman required close proximity for effectiveness, shone brightly, making it easily detectable by enemies, and could be snatched away. Despite the flying thunder god technique, its visibility proved a liability. The yellow soul, however, offered a more discreet alternative. Yet, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, he proceeded with a tenfold wish spree. As a result, it seemed Yin had completely depleted the Devil May Cry 4 up pool, obtaining an extensive array of items, including various demonic weapons, artificial demon creation techniques, alchemical magic, and numerous character skills. Among the prized alchemical items was the ultimate weapon of the Demon Sword Guild, the Savior, alongside a time controller that could induce a slow-motion state. Yin was now capable of manifesting his soul's demonic warrior image, feeling as though he could become a living embodiment of Dio, exclaiming, "Zawarudo!" The exhilaration was palpable. Moreover, he discovered bloodline options, a rarity indeed. Since arriving in this world, he had initially believed himself to possess the bloodline of the so-called God Tree descendants, only to find that nearly every ninja in the realm shared this lineage. Hardly remarkable, considering they all stemmed from the same botanical bloodline. Despite the up pool's continuous updates, it had never offered a bloodline wish reward until today. When he was presented with a selection of bloodlines, all demon-related, which was a delightful surprise. The least desirable included the Night Demon bloodline and Faust Demon bloodline, which Yin swiftly disregarded. The second tier featured elite demon bloodlines, such as the Lightning Beast Demon and Ice Beast Demon. The third tier encompassed demon Lord-level bloodlines, including the Flame Demon, Garen bloodline, and Forest Dryad bloodline. The highest tier was the Sparta Demon bloodline. Without hesitation, Yin chose the Sparta Demon bloodline. For the Demon Sword Master Sparta fought valiantly to protect humanity, endowed with unparalleled strength, speed, and resilience. Instantly, an extraordinary power enveloped Yin's soul. Having worn the water talisman for years, his spiritual strength was already several times that of an ordinary ninja, further enhanced by the Yang sealing technique that nurtured his soul with release energy. He had long since mastered the ability to separate his soul from his body. Thus, upon merging with the Sparta Demon bloodline, he immediately sensed changes not in his physical form, but within the very essence of his soul. A layer of demonic armor enveloped his human soul, transforming it into a formidable visage befitting a Dark Lord. With the enhancement of the Sparta demon bloodline, Yan's soul could now manifest externally, allowing him to project a demonic warrior image at will, akin to the manifestation of a spiritual form or martial soul. This external manifestation could even serve as a means of attack against foes. Should Yan find himself incapacitated, this ability could turn the tide of battle. However, it was regrettable that, at present, it could only be used offensively and not defensively like the Susanoo. To bolster his physical defenses, Yan would need to fully embrace his demonic form, resulting in exponential growth in all physical attributes. As he reflected on his newfound transformation abilities, he mused that he could now embody figures such as the Heavenly Tao or the Flame Dragon hero. After a moment of internal banter, Yan proceeded to organize the spoils he had acquired through his wishes. First among these was weaponry, specifically the iconic firearms known as ebony and ivory. Reminiscent of Dante's classic arsenal, these two guns, altered through special modifications, could unleash the firepower of assault rifles from the hand of a mere handgun. While similar feats could also be achieved with the combat handgun in GTA 5, the allure of ebony and ivory lay in their infinite ammunition, a delightful prospect indeed. These firearms employed elements of mysticism, not only boasting limitless rounds, but also capable of enhancing their attack power through magical energy. Notably, the Azure Rose could be charged twice, delivering an extraordinary level of force. Other weapons, such as rocket launchers and shotguns, lacked distinctive features and could be disregarded. The true treasures were the three weapons imbued with exceptional powers. The first was the Sword of Sparta, wielded by the legendary sword master Sparta himself, harboring formidable magical energy. Yan perceived this weapon as a key that could amplify one's bloodline power. Initially regarded as a source of salvation, it later fused with Dante's rebellion, transforming into the demonic sword Dante, which further enhanced Dante's bloodline abilities, granting him the true demon state. The second sword was the Rebellion Blade, a demonic weapon gifted by Sparta to his youngest son, Dante. This blade also contained immense magical energy and could be utilized to augment one's bloodline strength. Dante had used the Rebellion Blade to merge with the Sword of Sparta, thereby elevating his own bloodline power and achieving the true demon state. With a tangible example before him, Yan, having just acquired his demonic lineage, contemplated emulating Dante's techniques to enhance his own bloodline abilities as he grew more accustomed to his new powers. The third weapon was the Yamato, bestowed by Sparta upon his eldest son, Virgil. This blade was exceptionally sharp, cleaving through demons with ease, and its unique ability was separation. Virgil once harnessed the Yamato's power to divide his demonic form into two distinct entities, human and demon, demonstrating an almost conceptual capability to sever bloodlines at their very roots. Furthermore, the Yamato could open spatial portals, employing a dimensional slash attack, and could even create a passage to the demon realm, thus serving as a key to hell itself. Upon acquiring the Yamato, Yan sensed a faint connection to a certain world. He pondered whether it was a pure land or the demon realm. If it were indeed the latter, opening the gate to the demon realm could invite a catastrophic invasion into the ninja world, with countless souls in the Pure Land potentially becoming prey for the demons. Yan fervently hoped he would never succumb to darkness, for such a fate could spell the end of the world. Possessing a demonic bloodline, he figured he could survive for quite some time. However, he worried that centuries from now, the ninja world might fall into the hands of Otsutsuki, making the opening of the demon realm an eventual contingency. Should he inadvertently open the door to the Pure Land, the meeting of the living and the dead would disrupt the balance of yin and yang, potentially plunging the world into chaos. Nevertheless, Yan felt that the world he sensed was likely the demon realm, as it emanated a distinctly fallen and sinister aura. After safely stowing away the three primary weapons, Yan turned his attention to the demonic armaments, which could be considered secondary weapons, specifically three demonic artifacts: the Pandora's Box, the Lucifer's Sting, and Gilgamesh. The materials for these demonic weapons were sourced from powerful demon lords. While they possessed great strength, they paled in comparison to Sparta, thus relegating these weapons to secondary status. In the game, Pandora's Box manifested in 7 forms. However, it was actually capable of transforming into 666 different weapons based on its master's imagination. The more vivid the imagination, the greater the variety of weapon forms. Yan's imagination wasn't particularly vast, so he merely experimented with Dante's most striking flying battleship mode before deciding to set it aside for future use. The Lucifer's Sting, also known as the Endless Blade, was a remarkably elegant weapon, allowing the wielder to draw forth red energy spikes from behind in rapid succession. These spikes were not only razor-sharp, but could also hover in the air, ultimately detonating at the Master's command. And Yin felt lukewarm about this item. Although he had a penchant for the extravagant, it did not quite align with his style, so he chose to keep it as a family heirloom. Finally, the last demonic weapon, named Gilgamesh, forged primarily from impact steel, significantly augmented the user's offensive and defensive capabilities while also enhancing mobility. And Yin mused that if Tsunade donned this equipment, she might even challenge Madara's complete Susanoo, provided Madara remained stationary for her to strike. Given Yan's current strength, only a handful of these weapons would be of real benefit to him. He planned to sift through the remaining items and bestow them upon close friends or students, as he had always been generous and was never one to hoard his treasures. Chapter 86. The Raikage's surprise attack on the land of Earth this time. And Yan's wishes had yielded an abundance of rewards, not only acquiring various treasures, but also mastering a plethora of skills. He had completely learned all 4 skill sets of Dante, as well as every ability of the reckless Nero, including the Pope's aerial magic and triple shields. And Yan's overall strength had seen a tremendous enhancement. However, he still fell short of the power needed to defeat Uchiha Madara in a heartbeat. Otherwise, he could simply teleport to the land of water and dispatch Madara with a single stroke, reducing the Rinnegan to mere fragments, preventing anyone from initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi. Having tidily organized his gains, and Yin made his way to the wooden talisman space. It had been some time since he returned to Konoha, and during this period, Inoki had remained uncooperative. However, he had recently caught wind of some news that might sway Inoki's stance. Amidst the lush bamboo forest, a small hut crafted from bamboo had emerged, where Inoki sat on a bamboo chair, laboriously dismantling a small bamboo stalk, presumably attempting to construct a table. And Yin approached and boldly seated himself before Inoki, casually extending his hand to conjure a cup of freshly brewed tea. He lifted the teacup, blowing gently upon it before taking a sip. The tea from the Sifu world was indeed rich in flavor. Inoki remained silent, engrossed in his own tasks. During this time, he had been seeking work, and though his chakra was sealed, he was still youthful enough to possess some strength, making him quite adept at manual labor. Ignoring Yin, he recounted the events of the past days in a succinct manner, his ears perked up despite his seemingly indifferent demeanor. Recently, the Third Raikage had led a contingent to the borders, while Konoha dispatched its own ninjas to the land of Rice to stand against them. However, the Third Raikage, while appearing to confront Konoha, had not shown his face, frustrating Ardanzo to no end, as the two sides remained in a stalemate. Meanwhile, the Third Raikage had taken advantage of the cover provided by the conflict with Konoha to lead a surprise assault on the land of Earth. And Yin paused here, deliberately withholding further information as he leisurely sipped his tea. Inoki clenched his fists, feeling a sense of urgency. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the Third Raikage. Among his own subordinates, only Oinoki and Han stood a chance of sparring with the Raikage. And even then, the odds were heavily against them. Kid, I cannot grant you access to Dust Release. However, should you assist the IWA Shinobi in overcoming this crisis, I shall impart to you the techniques of the light and heavy stone jutsu. Anyan glanced at Inoki, and suddenly, his form floated gracefully into the air, hovering atop the bamboo grove, where he leisurely sipped his tea. Is that truly the case with the light and heavy stone jutsu? Inoki gasped in astonishment as he witnessed Anyan's elevation. Could it be that an IWA shinobi had betrayed the village? Many within IWA were adept at the light and heavy stone jutsu, yet they were all elite jonin, privy to numerous village secrets. Any betrayal would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the village. Anyan smiled enigmatically, aware that while the ability to fly might appear extraordinary within the shinobi world, it was far less remarkable in another realm. Observing Inoki's frantic thoughts, Anyan found it amusing. He cleared his throat to draw Inoki's attention and said, "Why can't this be a ninjutsu of my own invention?" Inoki looked at Anyan with skepticism. "You? On what basis?" Anyan yawned, nonchalantly floating back to his original position. "I am somewhat of a genius. It is not unusual for me to invent ninjutsu from time to time." Inoki remained doubtful, pondering whether Anyan, with his carefree demeanor, would truly dedicate time to studying ninjutsu. In reality, he certainly would not. Aware of his own limitations, Anyun quickly shifted the conversation. The Third Raikage had launched a surprise attack on the land of Earth, moving with impunity as not a single IWA shinobi could impede his advance. Old Oenoki was embroiled in a fierce contest for the position of the fourth Tsuchikage, seemingly at a critical juncture. The steam ninja, Han, had made a move, only to be grievously wounded by the mightiest spear, nearly meeting his end. How pitiable indeed. Anyun had finished his tea, and without any visible effort, his cup was silently refilled. Unbeknownst to him, within the elite forces accompanying the Third Raikage was an old acquaintance of Anyun's, Troy, an elite jonin who had barely escaped annihilation during a mission in the land of Whirlpool. Anyun suspected that Troy might have incited the Third Raikage's attack on the land of Earth, perhaps seeking to exact revenge, only to find the IWA shinobi far too vulnerable. The Cloud Shinobi had always taken advantage of the weak, and upon discovering Inoki's disappearance, they began to exploit Iwa's plight ruthlessly, plundering resources, seizing missions, and hunting for bloodline heirs and secret techniques. Under immense external pressure from the Third Raikage, the IWA shinobi rallied together, swiftly electing a Tsuchikage. After all, this village was founded by Inoki's grandfather, Ishikawa. Once Inoki assumed leadership, his lineage became deeply entrenched, not easily shaken. As a major shinobi village, once the Tsuchikage was selected and internal disputes ceased, uniting their strength, the Third Raikage could only retreat. Thus, IWA was ultimately secure. Although minor skirmishes with the Cloud Village persisted, the overall situation had stabilized. However, Anyun's news was not entirely false. It was merely outdated. Upon hearing Anyun's fragmented information, Inoki was filled with dread. Given his understanding of the Third Raikage, he knew that the Cloud could indeed commit such acts. It was expected that Han would falter against the Raikage, so the pressing issue was not whether to teach Dust Release, but whether he could secure his own escape after the transaction or vanish into the shadows, rendered useless and left to perish in obscurity. Finally, Inoki relented. I will teach you Dust Release, but you must ensure my safe departure from Konoha. Anyun raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether he should truly allow a tiger to return to the mountain. It would depend on who possessed the more formidable means in the end. Not only Dust Release, but also the Light and Heavy Stone Jutsu and the Heavy Stone Jutsu. Inoki frowned. Didn't you already master the Light and Heavy Stone Jutsu? Anyun shook his head. I said it was my own creation, lacking universality. Inoki fell silent, then nodded, beginning to teach Anyun with great care. A week later, Anyun successfully mastered Dust Release. With the system at his disposal, each training session yielded tangible progress, and in the span of a mere week, he acquired the technique, much to Inoki's astonishment. The power of Dust Release is self-evident. Had Hashirama Senju wielded Dust Release instead of Wood Release, under the blazing sun, Madara would have been reduced to mere molecules during their first encounter. You have always claimed to be a genius. I was skeptical then, but now it seems, Anyun, you truly are a prodigy. Inoki sighed as he observed the white cube spinning at Anyun's fingertips, preparing himself for the fate that awaited him. Now that you have successfully learned Dust Release, according to our agreement, you should release me. Anyun gazed at the white cube, seemingly lost in thought. Inoki, seeing this, sighed, knowing well that Anyun would likely renege on his word, yet still clinging to a thread of hope. Perhaps he had been naive. Anyun flicked his fingers, and a beam of light swiftly expanded, engulfing the surrounding bamboo grove, which then instantaneously disintegrated into molecules. As Anyun observed this scene, he was reminded of an animated series he had watched in his youth called Barrier Master, where the protagonists employed a similar technique against their foes, though they referred to it as a barrier. He couldn't recall the storyline, but the initial movements, surround, stabilize, and seal, were etched in his memory. Returning to the present, Anyun chuckled softly at Inoki, who seemed resigned to his fate. Since I have promised you, how could I possibly go back on my word? However, I must forewarn you. To prevent you from ambushing my Konoha shinobi, I will impose a temporary restriction on your chakra, limiting you to the capacity of a chunin for a short time. Fear not, the effects will cease in 3 days. Just in time for your departure from the land of fire. Anyun felt that allowing Inoki to leave unimpeded was a bit too simplistic. So he orchestrated a little game of survival for him, a pleasant surprise, which he chose not to disclose just yet. Inoki was escorted to the gates of Konoha in perfect condition, yet he noticed several groups of wandering shinobi, seemingly rogue ninjas engaged in black market dealings. Surveying the area, Inoki discreetly marked a character above the heads of those wandering shinobi before turning to Anyan, who waved him goodbye. It was evident that this was a little trouble orchestrated by Anyan, aimed at hastening his exit from the land of fire to prevent him from causing further chaos. Anyan, let me go? Are you not afraid of regretting this decision in the future? Anyan smiled broadly, spreading his hands in a nonchalant gesture. You lack the strength to make me regret anything. Besides, if anyone wishes for my regret, I shall ensure they regret first. Oh, and by the way, the timer has started. Inoki cast a deep glance at Anyan, choosing silence as he swiftly turned and departed. Anyan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the usually airborne Tsuchikage now accustomed to walking on solid ground, a rather humorous sight. Just as Inoki departed, a significant portion of the wandering shinobi outside Konoha vanished. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his cigarette, contemplating the situation before speaking. We should still keep someone on watch to ensure Inoki does not perish within the land of fire. We cannot allow IWA to exploit the situation. A and B. You two are tasked with this duty. The two Umbu shinobi obeyed the Hokage's command, vanishing from their concealed positions, swiftly making their way toward the gates of Konoha. Mito Doorflame, while organizing documents, remarked, although Yin tends to act impulsively, he has thus far managed to avoid any significant errors. Turning to Konoha's show, a look of concern crossed her face. Yan's defeat of Hanzo, along with his recent captures of Fuin and Yinying, has significantly elevated his prestige in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, his gaze fixed on the smoke rising from his pipe. Mito Doorflame casually suggested, should we not temper him a bit? Perhaps refine this young man further. Konoha's show furrowed her brow. We lack a suitable opportunity. Mito Doorflame chuckled coldly. Is this not the perfect chance? After capturing Inoki, Yin did not report back to Konoha immediately, thus rendering the interrogation of Inoki a personal affair. Separating it from the village and providing Iwagakure with a semblance of dignity, avoiding an outright confrontation. Only when the time came to release Inoki did Yin disclose some information to the village. It was then that the higher-ups in Konoha realized that Yin had captured the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. As a Konoha ninja, while minor infractions may go unnoticed, such a significant action would naturally ruffle some feathers. Sarutobi Hiruzen convened an urgent meeting with the others, and after extensive discussions, they ultimately decided against having Yin hand Inoki over to Konoha, although the intelligence that Inoki possessed was indeed tempting. Any action taken by Konoha would alter the nature of the event, transforming Yan's personal ambition into Konoha's intention to incite war. Given Inoki's standing among the rock ninjas, should Konoha proceed with such actions, they would undoubtedly establish a permanent adversary. Furthermore, while Konoha had previously experienced minor skirmishes with the Iwagakure, they had not formally declared war. Unjustly detaining Inoki would likely provoke international outrage. If Konoha could seize Inoki without consequence today, would it not be possible for them to target the Mizukage tomorrow and the Reikage the day after? The tension surrounding the wood release had already been sufficient to rattle nerves. There was no need to provoke further. Should Konoha be besieged, the repercussions would be immense. After finishing his last puff, Sarutobi Hiruzen placed down his pipe, took a deep breath, and finally made a decision. There is no need for unnecessary actions. Yan's high prestige is beneficial. In a few years, he will be perfectly suited to become Hokage, allowing me to gracefully step back and enjoy some rest. If the second Hokage, Tobirama, could retire in his prime, why should I, as his most esteemed disciple, not be able to do the same? As Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, a sense of reluctance lingered in his heart. The taste of power was undeniably sweet. Would Danzo take any action upon hearing this news? Hiruzen instinctively thought of Danzo but quickly redirected his attention. With Tobirama observing, Danzo would not dare to act recklessly. The two elders of Konoha were taken aback by Hiruzen's decision to relinquish power so easily. After all, he was still under 50 and at the peak of his ninja prowess. They exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts. Chapter 88. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki goes berserk Iwagakure. Is there news from the third? The fourth Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi, rejoiced upon hearing that his father was alive. During his father's absence, a multitude of chaotic events had left him overwhelmed. Kuratsuchi could scarcely fathom how he had become Tsuchikage. It had simply been a muddled series of meetings among the Iwagakure elite, who unanimously decided to appoint him as the fourth Tsuchikage. The myriad of village affairs had long since exhausted Kuratsuchi, and upon receiving a report from his subordinates, he eagerly inquired, Where is the third now? When can he return? The third, previously captured by Konoha's and Yen, had finally managed to escape, but it seemed he had been poisoned, rendering him barely capable of fighting back. He was currently being pursued by bounty hunters and was last reported in the Land of Rain. The intelligence ninja, kneeling before the fourth, dutifully relayed the information. But Kuratsuchi erupted in fury upon hearing it. That damned Yen dared to lay hands on my father. I will remember this. And those audacious bounty hunters. How dare they target our Tsuchikage? First, second, and third squads, gather immediately. We must support my father and protect the third Tsuchikage. With Kuratsuchi's command, Iwagakure sprang into action. A multitude of elite ninjas mobilizing. 3 squads, totaling 51 elite ninjas, accompanied Kuratsuchi as they set off towards the Land of Rain. Simultaneously, in Kumogakure, in the Raikage office, the third Raikage burst into laughter upon hearing the report. Konoha truly has some audacity, capturing the third Tsuchikage and then releasing him? It seems Inoki is in a rather poor state, being hunted by bounty hunters. Haha. The third Raikage then made a decisive decision. Seize the opportunity while he is weak. Iwagakure lacks many capable ninjas. If Inoki were to perish, they would be unable to stand tall. This is a rare chance for us to eliminate him, and thereafter, the Earth Country will be at our mercy. Standing beside the Raikage, the advisor, Todai, interjected, Raikage. Could it be that Konoha's intention in releasing Inoki is to provoke us into killing him, ultimately igniting conflict between our villages? The third Raikage chuckled as he patted Todai's shoulder. Regardless of Konoha's intentions, eliminating Inoki serves our interests in Kumogakure. Thus, we shall proceed. Should Inoki be killed, Iwagakure's development would inevitably stagnate due to internal strife, presenting a prime opportunity to seize resources. Todai attempted to dissuade him further, but the third Raikage waved him off. No need for further discussion. My mind is made up. First squad, accompany me to the Land of Rain to intercept Inoki. Just as he was about to continue, the Raikage turned to his son. Ei, the village is in your hands during my absence. Select suitable candidates quickly. Burubi's condition has been poor lately, and he may not last much longer. Be mindful of that. I understand, father. Leave the village to me, Ei replied with a serious expression. He was acutely aware of Burubi's condition. They were originally intended to be the designated AB combination. Burubi had previously been in excellent form, but recently he seemed to exhibit signs of depression, remaining in a low mood. Ei had attempted to console him, but to no avail. The third Raikage trusted his son, for the name Ei signified excellence. In Kumogakure, a ninja's worth could often be discerned from their name. Ei, Bai, and Ki represented the top ranks, with subsequent letters denoting their standings among peers. The third Raikage himself bore the name Ei, as did the first and second, making it synonymous with being the best among contemporaries. After imparting a few parting words to his son, the Raikage departed, setting off to eliminate Inoki before Iwagakure's reinforcements could arrive. As the third Raikage left, a pale-faced ordinary ninja in a corner of Kumogakure involuntarily licked his cheek. This individual was none other than Orochimaru, who had successfully infiltrated Kumogakure disguised as a common ninja, rendering the village's sensory barriers ineffective against him. Orochimaru had long established his plan, yet he had previously heard from Yen about the terrifying prowess of the third Raikage, which made him hesitant to act. With the departure of the third Raikage, the time for action had finally arrived. Orochimaru's target was the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Burubai. As the cousin of the fourth Raikage and one of the elite Jonin of the Cloud Village, Burubai had been chosen as the host for the Eight Tails. However, after becoming a Jinchuriki, he could clearly sense the villagers' fear and alienation, leading him to succumb to despair and retreat into isolation, providing Orochimaru with an opportunity. The sealing techniques of Kumogakure were not flawless. Burubai spent considerable time meditating to suppress the tailed beast within him and had to take emotion-controlling medication regularly. Thus, Orochimaru, utilizing the transformation technique, disguised himself as Burubai's doctor and stealthily replaced his emotion-controlling medication with a specially crafted illusion-inducing drug. Once Burubai consumed the medication and fell into a state of delirium, Orochimaru struck, releasing the iron armor seal that bound him. The colossal Eight Tails erupted from the quiet room, attracting the attention of the Cloud Shinobi. The tailed beast rampaged, prompting an urgent call to the sealing team. The Eight Tails' crimson eyes revealed its delirium as it violently flailed its tentacles, wreaking havoc on the surrounding structures. A few jonin attempted to attack the Eight Tails. However, ordinary assaults were ineffective against such a creature. In an instant, several villagers were caught off guard and brutally reduced to mere pulp by a single tentacle. At this critical moment, A arrived. In lightning release chakra mode, he executed a hell stab that successfully inflicted pain upon the Eight Tails, drawing its ire. A swiftly redirected the beast away from the village, and Orochimaru, narrowing his eyes, followed suit. Orochimaru contemplated whether to seize the opportunity to eliminate A, who was evidently the next candidate for the Raikage position, the only one listed on the candidate roster. He decided to test the waters. Chapter 89, Chaos in the Land of Rain. The weather remained perpetually dreary. Inoki, panting heavily, regarded the bounty hunter before him with trepidation. Yan's drug had a 3-day efficacy, and with only 2 days having passed, he had regained merely 30% of his strength, barely reaching Jonin-level chakra. The adversary before him appeared formidable. The surroundings bore the scars of battle, with numerous bounty hunters strewn across the ground. Those marked by Inoki had all perished, some at his hands, and others at the hands of the more formidable foe before him. "I remember you, bounty hunter Kakazu. Are you also here to take advantage of my misfortune? As a solitary figure, could you withstand the pursuit of a great ninja village?" Inoki's gaze fixated on Kakazu, who was harvesting the heads of the bounty ninjas, demanding sternly. Inoki recognized Kakazu. Iwagakure had once hired him for tasks unsuitable for their own shinobi, and their collaboration had previously been amicable. However, it was evident that Kakazu now bore ill intentions. Kakazu, with his back to Inoki, leisurely arranged the heads and hearts he required before turning to respond. The third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, Inoki of the Doton, with a bounty of 100 million. Quite an enticing prospect. Kakuzu adopted a condescending posture, looking down upon the diminutive Inoki, speaking in a tone befitting an elder. "It seems this world now belongs to the youth. I once fought against the first Hokage of Konohagakure, and now, 2 to 3 decades later, each village's Kage has already reached their 3rd generation." Inoki felt a twitch of irritation. Kakuzu was boasting right before him. He had witnessed the battles between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha and understood the true strength of the first Hokage. To claim he had fought against the first was absurd. However, given that Inoki had yet to fully recover, he refrained from provoking Kaku verbally, merely smiling and stating, "How coincidental, I too have battled against Madara Uchiha." Kakuzu's expression stiffened. His pride in having fought the first was a powerful tool for intimidation, and Inoki's casual claim seemed to undermine him. Kakuzu was aware of the truth behind his own encounters with the first, yet Inoki's assertion appeared credible, leaving Kakuzu uncertain. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Kakuzu resolved to change his strategy. "I hear that Tsuchikage has been drugged after fleeing from Konoha, his strength barely 10%. I wonder how much chakra he can muster to perform jutsu?" Internally cursing, Inoki maintained a calm facade. "While my strength may be diminished, it should suffice to deal with you." "Oh, since the Tsuchikage insists, I shall test that assertion." Kakuzu assumed a battle stance, and Inoki summoned a white glow to his hands. The confrontation between the two was imminent. Meanwhile, in the northeastern corner of the Land of Rain, 2 groups unexpectedly encountered one another. Shimura Danzo led 17 elite root ninjas, colliding head-on with the 3rd Raikage A and his own contingent of 17 elite ninjas. The number 17 was customary, as a standard Umbu squad comprised that many, a tradition established by Senju Tobarama and emulated by other ninja villages. "Isn't that the 3rd Raikage?" "In quite a rush, I see," remarked Danzo, his demeanor serious as both sides faced one another. "I believe our goals align. Why not join forces to eliminate Inoki first?" The 3rd Raikage scrutinized Danzo and his group, realizing he might not be able to handle them alone, and thus considered negotiating to tackle Inoki together. If they did not seize the opportunity to eliminate Inoki while he was vulnerable, he would soon recover and become a formidable adversary once more. However, Danzo harbored a different intention. Although he sought to rectify Yin's decision to release a tiger back into the wild by eliminating Inoki, the 3rd Raikage was also a target of his ambition. Since mastering would release, Danzo had longed for a chance to demonstrate his prowess on the battlefield, hoping to earn enough merit to claim the title of Hokage. Yet, since the Second Great Ninja War, he had been deprived of such opportunities, leaving him frustrated. Recently, with Konoha's wood release being exposed, the Cloud Shinobi had become restless, prompting Danzo's deployment to the Fire Country's border to defend against them. Believing the moment to confront the third Raikage had finally arrived, Danzo prepared to emulate his disciple and slay Hokage to bolster Konoha's standing. However, to his dismay, the third Raikage feigned an attack on the IWA shinobi instead. Danzo's frustration boiled over, and now that he faced the third Raikage, who appeared weak, he could not suppress his urge to retaliate. With a swift motion, Danzo's root members charged toward the Cloud Shinobi, who were not caught off guard and immediately paired off to engage in combat. This left only Danzo and the third Raikage in the clearing. A's expression darkened. As Raikage, he was accustomed to dominance, and today he felt belittled. It seemed he would first deal with Danzo before turning his attention to Inoki. The Raikage flashed a menacing grin, his body crackling with lightning as he entered lightning release chakra mode. Danzo, expressionless, formed hand seals and unleashed a wind release vacuum great sphere toward A. The vacuum sphere was easily dodged by the third Raikage, who then charged at Danzo with remarkable speed. While speed may not be my forte, you are far too slow. The voice of the third Raikage echoed, yet Danzo remained unfazed. He opened his mouth, unleashing a series of invisible vacuum waves that shot forth like bullets. Although the third Raikage adeptly evaded several of these attacks, the proximity to Danzo proved to be his undoing, and he was struck multiple times. Despite the unparalleled defense of his lightning release chakra mode, the fundamental principle of wind superiority over lightning in the ninja world allowed the vacuum waves to penetrate his defenses, leaving several grievous wounds upon his body. Despite his lackluster battle record, Danzo possessed profound mastery over wind release. In the original timeline, he had even managed to tear apart the Susanoo of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan using wind release, a testament to the formidable power of his attacks. Upon sustaining injuries, the third Raikage was consumed by rage. Claiming to wield the strongest spear and shield, he found it humiliating to be wounded in a mere exchange. Chapter 90. Hanzo's interference. While Danzo and the third Raikage clashed at the northwestern edge of the Land of Rain, Kuratsuchi led 3 squads of 51 elite ninjas into the territory, only to encounter the ambush set by Hanzo of the Salamander and his forces. Kuratsuchi's expression soured as he surveyed the numerous Rain ninjas blocking their path. Upon spotting Hanzo, he realized that their mission would not proceed without complications. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger and sought to resolve the situation through dialogue. We, the IWA ninjas, aim to assist our third Tsuchikage in returning to Awagakure, harboring no ill intentions. Lord Hanzo, you are well informed. Surely, you can discern our sincerity. Why must you obstruct our path? Hanzo, with an impassive expression, regarded Kuratsuchi and his contingent of elite ninjas, crossing his arms in disdain. How am I to know whether you seek to rescue the third Tsuchikage or take the opportunity to launch an assault on our village? Bringing such a large force to retrieve someone seems rather inappropriate, does it not, Lord Tsuchikage? In the ninja world, ninjas were a scarce resource. Although conflicts arose frequently, the scale of battles was often modest. A mere few dozen participants could constitute a significant conflict. For instance, in the legendary Battle of Minato, he swiftly eliminated 50 IWA ninjas, and despite the outcome being secondary, the battlefield itself revealed that the total number of combatants was under 100, illustrating the intensity of the warfare. Thus, from Hanzo's perspective, Kuratsuchi's entry into the Land of Rain with 3 squads, without prior notice, suggested a potential initiation of hostilities. The attitude of major nations often belittled the smaller ones, demonstrating a unique arrogance inherent to them. Kuratsuchi may have genuinely intended to rescue the third Tsuchikage, but this precedent could not be set. If today the IWA ninjas were allowed to roam the Land of Rain with 50 or 60 men, tomorrow the Cloud ninjas might bring 100, and the day after, the Leaf might show up with 200 for a picnic. This Land of Rain could not be treated as a mere playground. Where would that leave Hanzo's honor? Thus, a confrontation was inevitable, regardless of the outcome, as Hanzo felt it was crucial to provide an explanation to the citizens of the Land of Rain. Though he had faced defeat in previous conflicts, Hanzo remained committed to safeguarding the Land of Rain. Kuratsuchi gritted his teeth, hoping to continue negotiations. Lord Hanzo, what number of personnel do you deem appropriate? We are willing to compromise as long as we can rescue the Tsuchikage. Upon hearing Kuratsuchi's words, Hanzo was intrigued. After a moment of contemplation, he replied seriously. A maximum of 2 standard ninja squads, totaling 8 individuals. Though 8 was still perilous, 8 high-ranking ninjas could easily eliminate a typical Kage-level opponent if coordinated well. Hanzo had shown courtesy to the 4th Tsuchikichi. Kuratsuchi was prepared to acquiesce, but a ninja obstructed him, an elite jonin known as Desuko. Desuko regarded Kuratsuchi with a serious demeanor. 8 individuals is far too dangerous, especially with the rain ninjas on high alert. Indeed, combat among ninjas revolved around intelligence. Even small village ninjas could easily eliminate those from larger villages with adequate information, as explosive tags treated all equally. Noticing Kuratsuchi being halted, Hanzo's vigilance heightened, and he made a gesture to signal his readiness for combat. The next moment, Kuratsuchi inhaled deeply and sighed. If that's the case, then we have no choice. Charge. Kuratsuchi crouched and struck the ground, invoking a powerful earth release technique, causing towering mounds of earth to encircle the rain ninjas, who seized the opportunity to charge forward. Since they initiated the assault, Hanzo sighed and promptly performed a summoning technique, calling forth his salamander. The creature burrowed into the ground and emerged outside the walls, unleashing a torrent of toxic gas. However, the IWA ninjas had prepared for this encounter, donning their gas masks in advance. With no recourse, Hanzo brandished his scythe and launched an attack, swiftly dispatching an elite IWA ninja with a few strikes. Yet, before he could maintain the momentum, Kuratsuchi confronted him. As the earth-released giant struck with a powerful fist, Hanzo adeptly leaped to evade Kuratsuchi's onslaught, knowing that a significant portion of his prowess lay in poison. With the IWA ninjas equipped with masks, his toxic strategies were severely hampered, leaving him to rely on his scythe alone. Kuratsuchi, aware that Hanzo's blade skills were formidable, opted to reinforce his defenses with a thick layer of earth-release techniques while launching continuous ranged attacks. The remaining rain ninjas emerged, engaging the IWA ninjas in fierce combat. Amidst the relentless drizzle, casualties mounted, and the air was filled with the sounds of battle and occasional explosions. While the rain ninjas were outmatched in strength, their numerical superiority allowed them to hold their ground against the IWA ninjas temporarily. However, Hanzo's anxiety grew. These remaining rain ninjas represented the last vestiges of their village's strength. Should they fall, it would take years for the village to recover its combat readiness. Thus, after a third of his forces had perished, Hanzo stepped forward to declare a temporary ceasefire. Esteemed IWA ninjas, you are indeed powerful, and I wish to avoid depleting our village's resources further. Therefore, let us each take a step back. You may seek out your 3rd Tsuchikichi, but once found, you must leave the land of rain without delay. After delivering his statement, Hanzo made no effort to gauge the IWA ninja's reaction and led his forces away. Kuratsuchi, with a grim expression, watched as the remaining 20 or so men stood before him, ultimately refraining from issuing threats and allowing Hanzo to depart. The remaining ninjas collected the bodies of their fallen comrades before continuing their journey. Meanwhile, on the battlefield between Inoki and Kaku, both seasoned veterans of war, they quickly realized that relying solely on taijutsu would not suffice to overpower each other, and thus began to escalate their strategies. Kakuzu, a master of all 5 elemental natures, initiated a wide-ranging assault after discovering that his extended punches posed no threat to Inoki. He prepared to exploit Inoki's dwindling chakra reserves with a deluge of ninjutsu. Fire release, head hot wind. Wind release, pressure damage. Kakuzu's opening move unleashed a conflagration, combining fire and wind in a devastating combination technique, engulfing the surroundings in a sea of flames that rapidly spread, consuming an area of 100 meters in moments. However, Inoki, as the Tsuchikichi, was a master of earth release. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, he quickly clapped his hands together, forming a series of seals and burrowing underground to evade the widespread attack. Chapter 91. Inoki vs. Kakuzu. After Kakuzu laid waste to the terrain with flames, the temperature surged dramatically. Raindrops mingled with fire, producing a thin mist, yet the whereabouts of Inoki remained elusive. Deadless, with his diminutive stature, possessed remarkable skills in concealment. While an ordinary person might be easily spotted when attempting to hide underground, Deadless adeptly utilized the moment when Kakuzu unleashed a torrent of flames to crouch low, effectively cloaking himself from sight. Kakuzu, however, was not to be underestimated. Upon failing to locate Deadless, he swiftly deduced that Deadless had no escape and must be hiding below ground. He immediately began to execute the Earth-style, Earthwave technique. With a swift motion, he struck the ground, causing the earth to ripple like turbulent waves. Daedalus was indeed forced out from his subterranean refuge, as the earth wave technique greatly disrupted the chakra fluctuations essential for his earth-based ninjutsu. A misstep could render his techniques ineffective, leaving him vulnerable to being buried alive. As Daedalus emerged, Kakuzu extended his arm, stretching it dozens of meters, and delivered a punch that pierced Daedalus's heart. However, the slain Daedalus gradually transformed into a rock-like form, revealing it to be the earth clone technique. Realizing the grave situation, Kakuzu had only a moment before the explosive tags affixed to the earth clone detonated, severing the arm that had struck, while simultaneously, another figure launched an assault from below. With the earth style, earth fist, and bolstered by the earth style, weighted rock technique, Daedalus struck Kakuzu with a powerful blow, shattering his form into fragmented pieces that scattered across the battlefield. Yet, Daedalus displayed no signs of elation. The dismembered remnants of Kakuzu were not truly destroyed. They were interconnected by mysterious black threads that writhed and coalesced, reassembling into a humanoid shape. This eerie spectacle served as a stark reminder to Daedalus that Kakuzu was not truly dead, an immortal being. No wonder he boasts of having clashed with the Sage of the Six Paths. He is certainly not easily vanquished. Daedalus sighed, preparing himself once more for battle. Kakuzu's earth grudge fear writhed, revealing 3 peculiar masks. His green eyes locked onto Daedalus with a chilling intensity, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. You actually destroyed one of my hearts. You are indeed the shadow of the great ninja village. Even in a less than optimal state, I cannot take you lightly. Observing Kakuzu's 4 masks, Daedalus's mind began to formulate a hypothesis that was almost painfully obvious. The immortal body is not without its vulnerabilities. I surmise that if I were to destroy all 3 of those masks, you would meet your end, wouldn't you, Lord Kakuzu? Daedalus's inquiry was seemingly casual. Yet Kakuzu offered no response, only a sinister grin, challenging. If you can manage it, then by all means, give it a try. Kakuzu opted to utilize lightning-based ninjutsu against Daedalus, a master of earth techniques. Under the torrential skies illuminated by lightning, Daedalus's expression remained impassive. Kakuzu, possessing 5 hearts, commanded 5 distinct chakra networks, rendering his ninjutsu vast and formidable. Even a simple B-rank technique in his hands resembled the prowess of an S-rank. Currently, Daedalus's chakra reserves were merely at the level of a jonin, and engaging in a direct contest of ninjutsu at an equal level would soon deplete his chakra. Moreover, earth techniques are seldom aggressive, prompting Daedalus to consider his ultimate technique. Lord Kakuzu, you have showcased your abilities, but you have yet to witness my dust release. Joining his hands, Daedalus summoned forth a radiant white light. Having engaged in a brief skirmish, he recognized the formidable nature of his adversary. Undoubtedly a master at the level of a shadow. Reluctant to squander chakra, he understood that only by employing the potent dust release could he hope to eliminate this man. Otherwise, a protracted battle would only lead to greater chakra depletion. The brilliance of the dust release engulfed Kakuzu's incoming techniques, swiftly reversing its flow and enveloping him. Sensing impending peril, Kakuzu attempted to counter with the earth style, earth spear technique, but the hardened technique proved ineffective against the dust release, leading to his instantaneous disintegration into particles amidst the blinding light. Daedalus ceased his assault, panting heavily. The dust release consumed a tremendous amount of chakra, pushing his reserves to the brink. However, Kakuzu, having survived since the Warring States period, was not easily defeated. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he had already dispatched a heart through the extensibility of his earth grudge fear technique. As Daedalus exhibited signs of fatigue, Kakuzu contemplated launching another attack. But with only 1 heart remaining, the risk of Daedalus's potential deception weighed heavily on him. After careful consideration, he chose to refrain from recklessness. With the earth grudge fear technique granting him an extended lifespan, he perceived others as ephemeral, while he was a creature of longevity. Hence, revenge was not an urgent pursuit. At worst, he could wait until Daedalus was old and frail, then confront him again. Your dust release is indeed impressive. I shall remember you, Daedalus. For now, I shall let you go, but should we cross paths again, it will be your demise. As a figure of prominence, Kakuzu did not opt for a discreet retreat. Instead, he issued a final threat before turning to flee. The speed at which the legs of the earth grudge fear beneath his mask propelled him left Daedalus momentarily stupefied. Upon witnessing Kakuzu's survival, Daedalus had anticipated his own imminent demise, only to be taken aback by Kakuzu's cowardice as he retreated with a parting threat. Thus, both Daedalus and Kakuzu found themselves in a precarious stalemate, each wary of the other's capabilities. Simultaneously, in the northeastern corner of the Land of Rain, Danzo narrowly evaded the Third Raikage's Hell Stab technique, retaliating with a volley of wind release, vacuum waves. The Third Raikage stood unfazed, allowing the wind attacks to collide with his lightning-infused armor, all the while focusing intently on Danzo, continuing his onslaught with Hell Stab. Through their brief exchanges, they had gleaned insights into each other's fighting styles. Danzo embodied the artillery-type ninja, characterized by moderate speed but overwhelming power. In contrast, the Third Raikage epitomized the assault type, excelling in both attack and defense. After several rounds, they had devised strategies to counter each other. The Third Raikage persisted with his tried-and-true approach, activating his lightning chakra to withstand Danzo's ninjutsu, then closing in with a Hell Stab. Chapter 92, Danzo vs. Third Raikage. Danzo found himself troubled by the Third Raikage's Hell Stab. Yet, he discerned that the Third Raikage relied on a limited repertoire of techniques, essentially living by the principle of one strong move to dominate. The Third Raikage's formidable lightning armor offered incredible defense, and his physique proved unexpectedly robust, rendering Danzo's wind techniques ineffective against him. Currently, Danzo faced a dilemma. His low-powered wind techniques failed to breach the Third Raikage's defenses, while his high-powered techniques could not find their mark. Moreover, the disparity in their speeds made evading the Hell Stab exceedingly challenging. Danzo's attempts at delivering a series of attacks were futile. A single full-on assault from the Third Raikage would spell his end. With no other recourse, he resolved to employ a trump card. After narrowly evading another of the Third Raikage's lunges, Danzo joined his hands and unleashed Wood Release, Purple Mist Flower Sea technique. Although Danzo's chakra reserves paled in comparison to those of Hashirama Senju, he relied on ingenuity to maximize the efficacy of his Wood Release. This is a technique of Wood Release and the Purple Mist Flower that he has studied for many years. The Purple Mist Flower originates from the Research and Development Department of Konoha, possessing analgesic, hallucinogenic properties and an exceedingly strong addictive quality. This is the ultimate method used by Danzo to control spies, informants, subordinates, and even officials from enemy nations. The purple flora swiftly enveloped the battlefield, transforming the once muddy terrain into a vibrant purple garden in an instant. The Third Raikage remained vigilant. He did not believe that Danzo would engage in futile endeavors. Moreover, was this truly Wood Release? It appeared quite different from what he had witnessed before. In his youth, the Third Raikage had observed the fierce battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Although it was from a distance, the power of Wood Release left a lasting impression. However, what Danzo demonstrated was merely the large-scale cultivation of flowers. It would be more appropriate to label it as Flower Release, lest it tarnish the reputation of Wood Release. True to his straightforward nature, the Third Raikage spoke up. Danzo, it seems that Konoha has successfully refined the process of Wood Release cultivation, but your mastery appears lacking. I have witnessed the Valley of the End battle between the first Hokage, and I am well aware of the true power of Wood Release. What you exhibit here is hardly worthy of the name. It would be better termed Flower Release or Grass Release. Upon hearing the words of the Third Raikage, Danzo's expression remained cold as he replied, whether this constitutes Wood Release is not for you to decide. Suddenly, mist began to rise from the purple mist flowers, quickly engulfing the entire battlefield. The Third Raikage, considering the potential dangers, immediately began to retreat, preparing to escape this peculiar garden. However, Danzo would not allow the Raikage to depart so easily. He formed hand seals and, with a single finger, caused all the purple mist flowers to wither instantly. A vast amount of purple mist surged forth, coiling towards the Third Raikage like a serpentine dragon. The purple smoke moved with incredible speed, leaving the Third Raikage no time to evade. As the smoke closed in, he held his breath, exerting all his effort to maintain his lightning release chakra mode, and swung his hand in an attempt to strike. Yet, physical attacks proved ineffective against the smoke, and the lightning release armor offered no defense against such an ethereal substance, failing to block it from enveloping him. The Third Raikage was seized with alarm. However, before he could react further, the purple smoke enveloped him entirely. In the next moment, he felt a surge of electricity coursing through his body, his cerebral cortex tingling with an overwhelming sensation of euphoria. He was engulfed in an ecstatic state. his body swelling as his clothes tore apart, his heart racing, and an intense heat radiating from him. Danzo smiled faintly. He had employed this technique numerous times. Regardless of whether the target was a willful warrior or a steadfast individual, anyone struck by this technique would immediately succumb to an unparalleled state of ecstasy, an experience they would find impossible to forget. Once they had tasted this joy, they would inevitably seek it again, gradually lowering their moral thresholds. They would come to Danzo, who would assign them tasks. Initially simple, they would soon lead to repeated encounters with extreme pleasure, ultimately rendering even the most resolute individuals obedient to his commands, willing to betray their loved ones without a second thought. Originally, this technique was intended for Hiruzen Sarutobi, to be utilized once his mentor, Tobirama Senju, had passed. Danzo planned to seize the position of Hokage through his illustrious achievements, and if Sarutobi dared to resist, he would use this technique to control him. This method could overwhelm even the most steadfast wills, let alone the indecisive Sarutobi. In previous uses, Danzo had been sparing with his resources, as excessive application could be lethal. However, facing the third Raikage, a warrior who had honed his body to its utmost limits through lightning-release chakra, Danzo afforded him the utmost respect, administering 100-fold dosage. Now, the third Raikage's body was awash in purple, his eyes bloodshot, his veins pulsating, clearly in an extremely excited state. The rapid release of dopamine plunged him into a whirlwind of emotions, excitement, joy, elation, prompting him to act impulsively. Suddenly, he turned his gaze upon Danzo, stepping closer. Danzo remained unfazed. The third Raikage was now trapped in the illusion induced by the purple mist flower, posing no threat to him. The Raikage no longer maintained his lightning release chakra mode. If Danzo wished, a simple wind release technique could eliminate him. Yet, Danzo refrained. He had aspirations of achieving a feat such as slaying a Kage to boast about. However, upon witnessing the state of the third Raikage, he swiftly reconsidered. What was the worth of merely slaying a Kage? Controlling one would yield immeasurable benefits for himself and Konoha. He prided himself on his cunning, distinguishing himself from his disciple, who was solely focused on brute force. As he watched the third Raikage approach, he refrained from taking lethal action. However, Danzo failed to notice that the Raikage's gaze was not quite right. It reflected the look of a man enchanted by an extraordinary beauty. In the realm of illusions, the third Raikage perceived an enchanting figure before him, igniting a fervor within him. The Cloud Ninja's ethos had always been to seize what they desired, and thus, the third Raikage advanced, effortlessly overpowering the captivating beauty, initiating an encounter amidst her resistance. On that day, Danzo awakened a side of himself he had long suppressed. Chapter 93. The furor of the third Raikage. Danzo had not anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. In a moment of carelessness, he found himself ensnared by the third Raikage, who had turned the tables. With the Raikage's immense strength, once he closed the distance, Danzo's frail frame felt as delicate as that of a timid bride in his grasp, utterly powerless. The scene was chaotic. Danzo found himself unable to escape, too embarrassed to cry out, fearing ridicule. Inwardly, he gritted his teeth, enduring the humiliation. Yet, amidst the turmoil, unexpected developments arose. After a prolonged battle, casualties had begun to emerge from both sides. A Cloud Ninja, having dispatched his opponent, rushed over to check on the Raikage, hoping to offer assistance. However, upon arriving, he was rendered speechless, his weapon dropping from his grasp. Is this real? No. Am I under an illusion? He quickly formed seals, attempting to dispel the illusion, only to realize that he had not fallen victim to any such trickery. The third Raikage, his body a vivid purple, seemed to have succumbed to the depraved methods of that scoundrel Danzo. The reason for such peculiar desires remained a mystery. What would become of this situation? If word got out, the Raikage would be unable to face anyone again. The Cloud Ninja, grappling with the absurdity of the scene before him, analyzed the information frantically, apprehensive of the potential repercussions. Such an occurrence sent his mind into disarray, leaving him at a loss for action. At that moment, reinforcements arrived, this time from the Root Ninja. They had come upon witnessing a Cloud Ninja concluding his battle and swiftly made their way to support the third Raikage, hastening to end the conflict. However, upon arrival, they had yet to engage with the Cloud Ninja when they were met with the shocking sight unfolding before them, their pupils constricting in disbelief. Root Ninjas, trained from a young age to be cold and unfeeling, had undergone rigorous indoctrination to ensure their unwavering loyalty to Danzo alone. functioning as mere tools without independent thought. Yet, confronted with such a scandalous scene, even these indoctrinated warriors began to question their reality. Is such a Danzo truly worthy of my allegiance? The ideology of the root ninjas has undergone subtle changes. Instead of immediately confronting the arriving cloud ninjas, they instinctively maintained a distance, silently guarding near Danzo. Not far from the battlefield, a figure clad in black and white emerged from the ground, leaning against a rock, observing the unfolding scene. Throughout his extensive life of 1,000 years, Kurizetsu had witnessed much, yet this particular scene was unprecedented. Indeed, longevity allows one to witness a plethora of occurrences. One could even develop a jutsu that invites others to toy with oneself. Kurizetsu mused, his eyes wide with intrigue. As his other half, Shirazetsu, remarked, "It seems Danzo has miscalculated. This jutsu must possess some hidden intricacies." Kurizetsu scoffed. What intricacies could it possibly hold? It merely invokes a semblance of illusion and incites excitement and lust. One wonders how many innocent maidens Danzo has exploited with this technique. Shirazetsu pondered. If he devised such a technique, he should understand its effects. Why did he not evade when the third Raikage approached? Kurizetsu chuckled. Danzo likely harbors some peculiar proclivities. Perhaps this suits his desires. Just look at him. He appears to revel in it. Danzo indeed found pleasure in the moment, not due to any perverse inclinations, but because the proximity to the third Raikage allowed the toxin of the purple mist flower to seep into him, its analgesic effects taking hold, and dopamine surged within him, transporting him to a euphoric state. As time passed, the fates of Danzo and the Raikage subordinates became increasingly dire. On the side of the Cloud Ninjas, 7 or 8 individuals struggled to overcome their foes and hastened to protect the third Raikage. However, upon approaching, they discovered their leader was engaged in a disturbing display with Danzo, both wearing strange smiles that sent chills down their spines. The Root Ninjas, having gathered 7 or 8 members, initially intended to safeguard Danzo after their own victories, but were taken aback by his smiling enjoyment. They exchanged glances, hesitating to intrude upon their leader's peculiar amusement. Thus, when the third Raikage regained his senses and surveyed the aftermath of his actions upon Danzo, along with the numerous onlookers, he felt as if the sky had fallen. Having held the title of Hokage for so long, his prestige crumbled in that instant, and he felt he had brought disgrace upon the Yatsuki clan, all due to the very Danzo who had once sought his favor. Danzo Shimura, you are truly cursed. The third Raikage's hand struck downwards, aiming a lethal blow at Danzo, who remained blissfully unaware, lost in the ecstasy induced by the toxin. In a critical moment, a prepared elite from the root emerged, grasping Danzo and pulling him underground, narrowly avoiding the Raikage's wrath. As the third Raikage's lightning-infused strike aimed to obliterate the ground and thwart the root ninja's earth techniques, an array of jutsu was unleashed against him. Both factions, composed of elite fighters, engaged in a fierce battle. A combination of wind and fire spiraled towards the third Raikage, the flames fueled by the wind, their power formidable. The Raikage, wary of confronting this assault directly, leapt back to evade its ferocity. The ensuing attack was a blend of lightning and water, yet again a collaborative jutsu, showcasing the talent of Danzo's subordinates, prompting a silent admiration from the Raikage. However, the Cloud Ninjas were no mere bystanders. They countered with their protective techniques, successfully shielding the third Raikage from the myriad of assaults. Awkwardly disheveled, the third Raikage was shielded by his subordinates, one of whom employed a simple water technique to cleanse the muck from him, while another provided him with fresh attire. Not a single word was exchanged during this embarrassing ordeal, the atmosphere thick with tension. Once clothed, the third Raikage's gaze burned intensely towards Danzo. Danzo, you have humiliated me so. I cannot live with this disgrace unless I annihilate every last one of you. The sight of Danzo ignited a deep resentment within the third Raikage. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated ending his own shameful existence. Were it not for his subordinates' timely intervention, he might have succumbed to despair. Yet, having regained composure, the third Raikage resolved against self-destruction. Instead, he would ensure that none remained to witness this disgrace. Any surviving witness would surely spread rumors, and he feared that the scandal would tarnish his name forever, leaving him no choice but to take his own life in shame. His gaze cold and devoid of emotion, the third Raikage commanded, "Go forth, eliminate them all. Leave no survivors." The Cloud Ninjas surged forth, while Danzo remained in a daze, his root ninjas leaving one to protect him as the others charged into the fray. The third Raikage entered the lightning chakra mode, his resolve steely as he advanced towards Danzo. Any root ninjas that attempted to obstruct him were brutally dispatched. The scene rife with bloodshed and violence, a clear indication of the Raikage's fury. The root member tasked with safeguarding Danzo, sensing the peril, hoisted him onto his back and retreated deeper into the land of rain. The remaining root members followed closely to provide cover, engaged in a grueling battle while retreating, a necessary sacrifice. The third Raikage cursed himself for having focused too much on power and defense during his training in lightning chakra mode, leaving him lacking in speed. He could see his foes, yet could not catch them. Amidst the chaotic escape, Danzo began to regain consciousness, first feeling the lingering pain and then recalling the earlier events. Enveloped in profound shame, I was actually Danzo clenched his fists, turning to see the relentless pursuit of the third Raikage. His root team had dwindled to 3. With only the captain still carrying him, the original squad of 17 had nearly been decimated. Furthermore, the enemy included 4 elite ninjas, all intent on his complete destruction. In his moment of carelessness, Danzo had fallen victim to treachery. Not only had the third Raikage taken advantage of him, but now he sought to eliminate him entirely. A surge of anger mixed with humiliation and a hint of murderous intent surged within him. Put me down. This third Raikage has gone too far. Without waiting for the root ninja's response, Danzo formed hand seals and unleashed a vacuum wave, cleaving through an unprepared pursuer, severing him in 2. Yet the third Raikage did not flinch, his eyes fixed on Danzo, as if fearing his escape. The root ninja, upon receiving the command, released Danzo and charged towards the Raikage, seemingly willing to sacrifice their lives to wear him down. The root ninjas were mere expendables, tools to achieve victory at any cost. After enduring numerous battles, apart from the 2 leaders, the chakra of the remaining fighters was critically low, prompting the root ninjas to forego their techniques and instead ignite their explosive tags. Boom. After the explosion, the third Raikage emerged unscathed from the smoke. The lightning release chakra mode, often referred to as the strongest shield, was no jest. Unless faced with an opposing element, conventional ninjutsu struggled to harm the Raikage. Observing the third Raikage's steady approach, Danzo seized a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. With a puff of breath, he channeled chakra, causing the shuriken to spin rapidly, enveloped in a blade of wind. The wind release shuriken technique was unleashed in a lower-tier version of the air slash. Yet the third Raikage was already well acquainted with Danzo's wind techniques, which had reached unparalleled heights in sharpness. Thus, the third Raikage chose not to confront the attack head-on, but instead executed a series of agile lateral jumps to evade it effortlessly. To prevent falling prey to Danzo's underhanded tactics again, the third Raikage resolved to conclude the battle swiftly, charging directly at Danzo. With a cold glare, Danzo thought, "Does he truly believe me to be so easily intimidated?" He drew forth another shuriken, covered in wind chakra, forming a vacuum blade that shimmered ominously. While Danzo's taijutsu was formidable enough to contend with most elite shinobi, the third Raikage was among the strongest in physical combat. The clash of titans ensued. In a mere exchange, Danzo found his weapon seized by the Raikage, who delivered a punch that sent him crashing several dozen meters away, violently slamming into the surrounding rocks. Coughing up blood, Danzo realized his miscalculation. Mere moments into the confrontation, he had sustained grave injuries. Gazing upwards at the overcast sky, a light drizzle fell, and a thought crossed his mind. Am I to perish here, my ambitions unfulfilled? His gaze shifted past the third Raikage, staring into the distance where his subordinates had fought valiantly, achieving a 2-for-3 exchange without tarnishing Konoha's reputation. Returning his attention to the third Raikage, who approached, crackling with electricity. Danzo acknowledged the strength of this brute, realizing he was outmatched. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to a mutual destruction strategy. Struggling to rise, Danzo hastily formed hand seals, this time employing would release. Tendrils of thorns erupted from the ground, surging toward the third Raikage. The crimson barbs appeared toxic. However, the Raikage charged forth without fear. While the lightning release armor may not shield against smoke, it offered no challenge against this ninjutsu. The third Raikage's hands whirled like twin windmills, slicing through the thick vines with ease, soon reaching the core of the technique where Danzo stood. As the third Raikage closed in, Danzo altered his hand seals, instantly sealing the gaps among the vines, transforming the area into a spherical prison of thorns, encasing both combatants. From a distance, observing the battle, White Zetsu exclaimed, Is Danzo truly attempting to take one last stand before his demise? Black Zetsu retorted, "What nonsense. Clearly, he is employing some form of self-destructive jutsu, fearing the Raikage's escape." The third Raikage sensed the encroaching darkness, and, before he could retreat, found himself ensnared by countless vines, rendering him immobile. The next moment, Danzo gazed skyward, lost in thought, as his blood stained the thorns red. In a different setting, autumn brought a crispness to the air, marking another fine day. Anrin was training Konan and Yahiko when he suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Nagato in a while. Although he had heard whispers of the young boy honing his skills under other jonin, seeing Konan and Yahiko inevitably reminded him of Nagato. Thus, he inquired with Kanai, another member of the Uzumaki clan. "Kanai, I haven't seen that boy Nagato in ages. What mission is he on? Is he busy lately?" Upon hearing Nagato's name, Kanai's expression dimmed. "Teacher, ever since he departed with Konoha to confront the Sand Shinobi, he has gone missing at the front lines and did not return with our main force." Anrin, taken aback, asked, "When did this happen? Why didn't you inform me?" Kanai lowered her gaze, filled with disappointment. "I only learned of it after returning. Nagato's mother is in tears every day. Teacher, do you think his disappearance is somehow my fault? The Rock Shinobi couldn't capture me, so they took Nagato, another member of the Uzumaki clan, for their purposes." Anrin was speechless. The poor child believed the Rock Shinobi were behind his troubles. However, given the gravity of the situation involving Uchiha Obito, he couldn't divulge too much. "Rest assured, the ones who captured you were not the Rock Shinobi. Put such thoughts aside for now. Focus on enhancing your strength. Knowing too much can be detrimental." Nagato, that unfortunate boy, was likely ensnared by Black Zetsu. What sort of scenario would Obito orchestrate for him? While Nagato's parents remained safe in Konoha, the loss of a child would indeed bring them pain for a long time. Yet, it was possible that before Nagato's return, they might welcome another child. Even if the primary character falters, they will still cultivate a secondary one, especially when the primary is sealed. With Obito's penchant for using darkness to manipulate hearts, he might end up creating a sibling who would claim all their affection, prompting a desire for revenge against such a woeful narrative. Anrin found himself at a loss regarding Obito's possible machinations, resigned to a strategy of responding to each situation as it arose. Just as he was immersed in teaching his disciples, a familiar message reached him, requesting his presence in the research department. Anrin's heart leaped with joy. It was likely that Orochimaru had returned. He wondered how fruitful his journey to the Land of Clouds had been. Announcing a self-study day, Anrin vanished before his students' astonished eyes. The Flying Thunder God technique was indeed quite handy. Upon entering the research facility's conference room, he discovered that nearly everyone had gathered. Ironically, the swiftest among them had arrived last, prompting a twinge of embarrassment in Anrin, who quickly offered an excuse. My apologies. I've been busy training the new generation in Konoha and arrived a bit late. You're just in time. Come see what I brought back." At the conference table, a pale-faced Orochimaru placed a small figurine on the surface. With a thud, the palm-sized object expanded, eventually transforming into a large urn. Anrin's eyelids twitched, and he exclaimed, "The Sage of Six Paths artifact." Just as he was about to speak, Orochimaru interrupted, "Wait, do you truly understand what this is?" "Not at all. Please, share your findings," Anrin urged. Clearing his throat, Orochimaru surveyed the room, noting that Senju Tobarama, Biwa Juzo, and Anrin were all watching him intently, which gave him a peculiar sense of satisfaction. "Upon my arrival in the Land of Clouds, I quickly discovered the whereabouts of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. He appears to have a fragile mental state. Having withdrawn from the villagers and resorting to medication to control his emotions, meditating to suppress the tailed beast. Seizing an opportunity after the third Raikage left the village, I eliminated the Eight Tails physician and stealthily replaced his medication. Consequently, the Jinchuriki fell under the influence of my hallucinogenic poison, allowing me to release his seal. The Eight Tails wreaked havoc in the Land of Clouds until he was eventually subdued and sealed within this urn by the third Raikage son. I took advantage of the moment when everyone was relaxed to reclaim this artifact. I had initially planned to ambush and eliminate that fellow but unfortunately, a shinobi named Todai intervened and saved his life. Orochimaru's account was straightforward, yet the implications were clear to all present. Beilu succinctly summarized, in other words, "You ventured to Yunin village, eliminated the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, nearly terminated the fourth Raikage, and casually reclaimed both the Eight Tails and this Six Paths artifact?" And Yin inhaled deeply and remarked, Have you revealed your identity? If you have, Konoha will likely find itself embroiled in conflict with the Cloud Shinobi. And Yen harbored no fondness for warfare. It wasn't that he feared danger, given his current prowess. He would only be concerned if a member of the Otsutsuki clan unexpectedly emerged to challenge him. He was largely unperturbed by other threats. However, warfare necessitated a simplification of all provisions, resulting in a drastic decline in the quality of sustenance. And Yen prided himself on being a gourmand. He could endure many inconveniences, but the prospect of subsisting on soldier pills was utterly intolerable. Orochimaru, after careful contemplation, replied, I have consistently maintained the guise of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki's physician. Although I employed several ninjutsu, they were all commonplace techniques lacking distinct personal flair. The Cloud Shinobi should not be able to ascertain any connection to Konoha from this. And Yen exhaled in relief. Without concrete evidence, Yunin village would likely harbor suspicions toward the other 4 great shinobi villages. And even minor villages like Amigakure might find themselves under scrutiny. Political wrangling was a matter for the likes of the 3rd Hokage and his peers to navigate. With the rare gathering of 4 individuals, Yen recounted his own experiences. Although Konoha was somewhat aware of the circumstances surrounding his encounter with Uchiha Madara, they lacked specific details, as Yen had not submitted a written report during that incident, which was not officially a mission. Upon hearing Yen mention Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobarama's demeanor noticeably shifted. Since relinquishing the title of Hokage, he had been preoccupied with researching forbidden techniques, yet he felt a void. As though missing a vital source of motivation, he had assumed this was merely due to aging. However, upon receiving news of Yen's battle with Uchiha Madara, Tobarama felt rejuvenated. Though he was indeed older, Madara was even older, and should they engage in combat, Tobarama believed the outcome would be uncertain. Wood release was now within Tobarama's capabilities, and while his chakra reserves did not rival those of his elder brother, he considered himself no less formidable than Madara. Chapter 96, Artificial Demon Techniques. Filled with confidence, Tobarama could now execute the wood clone technique, which would undoubtedly counter Madara's Susanoo effectively. Then Yen spoke, causing Tobarama's expression to shift slightly. Uchiha Madara's eyes have evolved into the Rinnegan. As Yen spoke, he conjured an illusionary projection, instantly displaying the entirety of his encounter with Uchiha Madara upon the conference table. Upon seeing the white-haired, stooped figure of Madara, Tobarama involuntarily smirked. This nefarious Uchiha had finally met his match. However, when confronted with Madara's Rinnegan, Tobarama's demeanor grew serious, as if he had instantly entered a state of combat readiness. The audience then witnessed the complete exchange between Yen and Uchiha Madara, interspersed with Yen's commentary, which rendered their expressions grave. It was evident that Madara was striving to conceal the capabilities of the Rinnegan, yet the mere exposure of its attractive and repulsive forces was enough to induce trepidation. Beilu exclaimed, Indeed, you are remarkable, and Yen, to discern that the cooldown period for the Rinnegan's abilities is 5 seconds after only a few exchanges. And Yen humbly waved his hand. Let us remain modest. It was merely a straightforward observation. Beilu responded with an open-handed gesture. So, does that imply I lack hands? All right. And Yen, please continue. Tobarama interjected, interrupting their banter. The illusion continued to play. When it reached the moment and Yen unleashed the solar fist, the audience's eyes widened in astonishment. To counter ocular techniques, the blinding light proved remarkably effective. It seemed even the Rinnegan could not withstand it. Beilu mused inwardly. And Yen truly is cunning. The development of the solar fist left no trace, stealthily concealing a powerful technique. Who knows how many more secrets he has hidden? As the ensuing battle unfolded, the gravity of the situation deepened. And Yen pointed to the extensive craters depicted in the illusion, his expression turning earnest. Madara's repulsive attack was evidently a conventional assault. I can surmise that should he expend a considerable amount of chakra, he could exponentially increase the attack's range. A preliminary estimation suggests that a single strike could obliterate Konoha without difficulty. And Yen subtly gestured, conjuring a memory of Konoha's destruction at the hands of Shinra Tensei, albeit with slight alterations in detail. The audience's expressions grew increasingly somber as they prepared to witness the colossal battle. Among the 4, only 3 could pilot the mecha. As for the 4th, we shall refrain from mentioning names. One individual, however, was visibly overwhelmed, persistently sweating, while the others paid no heed. confident he would manage on his own. Soon, the illusion concluded, and each person fell into contemplation. And Yin patiently awaited a moment, allowing the others to ponder before stating. This confrontation with Uchiha Madara arose from his subordinate, White Zetsu, abducting my disciple, Uzumaki Karen. Based on my encounter with Madara, I suspect that his current body can no longer sustain the Rinnegan, hence his urgent need for a vessel to contain it. The Uzumaki clan, with its immense life force, presents an excellent option. Tobirama furrowed his brow and inquired, how many of the Uzumaki clan have fallen? How many are missing? Has there been any investigation? And Yin shrugged helplessly. For specifics, you would need to consult the Uzumaki clan leader or the third Hokage. I am not well informed. However, to my knowledge, a child of my disciple's age has gone missing, one I previously taught the Rasengan to. I remain uncertain if he has mastered it. Tobirama fell silent. It appeared that Madara's scheme had succeeded, as he had likely secured a vessel for the Rinnegan and would soon subject that child to extensive brainwashing. While Tobirama pondered this, and Yin cleared his throat, drawing the group's attention. The means by which Uchiha Madara prolongs his life have allowed me to implant a flying thunder god mark. Beilu, whose interest was piqued. So, you now know the location of Uchiha Madara's stronghold? Orochimaru added eagerly. Shall we initiate a surprise attack? And Yin regarded the two with a strange expression. They truly lacked discernment. Did they not realize that Uchiha Madara was not someone to be trifled with? Even Senju Tobirama, who had long opposed the Uchihas, was not rushing into action, and Yin waved his hand dismissively. Uchiha Madara is an exceedingly dangerous individual. I suspect he possesses desperate measures he has yet to employ. If he resorts to them, given the Rinnegan's hidden capabilities, we would all be doomed. What then? Beilu, who asked, somewhat agitated. If they struck first, he felt assured. However, should they remain in the village and unexpectedly encounter an entity like Uchiha Madara, he was at a loss for how to proceed. And Yin sighed. This is one of the reasons I did not inform the village's higher-ups. Uchiha Madara is far too terrifying. Even if we know he is alive, it is challenging to devise any means to counterbalance him. My plan is to wait until he ages and ultimately passes, then retrieve the Rinnegan and bring it back to Konoha. That is my intention. Given Uchiha Madara's current age, he could only live a few more years, at most no more than 15. Tobirama remained silent for a moment before concluding that it was not only Uchiha Madara. He himself was likely only left with around 10 years of life. In recent years, Tobirama had been researching natural energy and senjutsu, hoping to extend his lifespan. Yet, this endeavor seemed to require a specific aptitude. Despite being a prodigy, he had yet to make significant progress. Now, with Madara's emergence, Tobirama felt an increasing sense of urgency to leave a legacy for Konoha, lest his and his brother's lifelong efforts be easily dismantled by Uchiha Madara in the future. At this moment, Yin unveiled the technology of artificial demons. Now that he possessed sufficient strength, he no longer felt the need to conceal his acquisitions. He could simply present them openly. Yin distributed 3 copies of the documents in his hands to the others, casually fabricating an excuse. While researching the Flying Thunder God technique, I inadvertently stumbled upon the remnants of an abandoned relic in a different dimension. And this is the information I discovered there. Beilu rolled his eyes at Yin's dismissive excuse, unimpressed by the notion that the Flying Thunder God could access some alternate space. However, the group shared an unspoken understanding, and none dared to inquire further about the details. The 3 individuals perused the materials, each lost in contemplation. The documents described entities referred to as demons, providing an overview of various types and their combat capabilities before shifting to the topic of the technology for artificially synthesizing demons. It elaborated on a ritual known as Ascension, which bestows individuals with the powers of demons, endowing them with remarkable regenerative abilities and vitality. Most significantly, this technology offers the potential for extended lifespan. Chapter 97. The Demon Hand. Senju Tobirama regarded the document that appeared tailored to his needs, an extension of life technology, his expression serious as he turned to Yin and inquired. So, Yin, you are not a demon now, are you? Yin harbored no intent to conceal the truth. He extended his right hand, rolled up his sleeve, and revealed a transformation. His formerly fair skin abruptly morphed, as demonic scales and a keratinous layer manifested, forming a claw of a demon. The grotesque hand was a blend of red and blue, with the red representing the keratin and the blue embodying the innate magical energy of the demon form. coursing through his arm and emitting a faint azure glow. This hand resembled the demon arm of Nero, the protagonist from the Devil May Cry 4 series, colloquially known as the Demon Hand. With the bloodline of Sparta coursing through him, wielding the powers of the demon hand was second nature. Observing the fearsome appendage, Orochimaru frowned, then unleashed a serpent from his mouth. The serpent opened its jaws, revealing the Kusanagi sword, which it promptly thrust into Yan's hand. Despite the sword's unparalleled sharpness, upon striking Yan's demonic claw, it merely produced a clanging sound, failing to penetrate his defenses. The demon hand's defensive capabilities were extraordinary. Even a full-force thrust from Dante in his human form could not breach its defenses, let alone the Kusanagi sword, which paled in comparison to the rebellion. Orochimaru grasped the Kusanagi and infused it with wind-release chakra, causing a sharp gleam to flow along its blade. This was the wind-release, vacuum blade technique. After enhancing the sword with wind chakra, its cutting potential surged, finally managing to pierce Yan's palm, blood cascading forth. Throughout the encounter, Yan remained utterly relaxed, refraining from reinforcing his demon hand's defenses with magic, merely adopting the standard mode of his demonic form. The sheer physical resilience he exhibited was a nightmare for any taijutsu practitioner. Orochimaru retrieved the sword, positioning a vial beneath the dripping blood. Baliohu, quick to react, seized Yan's hand, producing a vial of his own to collect the precious fluid. However, within mere seconds, Yan's palm had already healed. Does every demon possess such remarkable regenerative capabilities? Senju Tobarama mused aloud, and Yan, overhearing, responded, typically, lower-tier demons lack such robust healing abilities, but elite demons may vary. Lord-level demons undoubtedly possess astonishing recovery capabilities, while those of the Demon King caliber are even more formidable. Noticing Baliohu still gathering the blood that fell onto the conference table, Yan chuckled, there's no need for such caution. Although my blood is valuable, it is not the sole sample of demon blood I possess. I have several samples from elite and lord-level demons available for your research. And Yan produced sealed scrolls, handing one to each of them, containing a collection of pre-prepared blood samples from various demons. While the technology for creating artificial demons is indeed promising, one must remember that demons themselves are not to be trifled with. Exercise caution when selecting demon bloodlines for transplantation. The inherent instincts of the demons may influence one's personality, leading to a deviation of character that could result in losing one's identity. Is it truly that terrifying? Is the success rate high? Are there any other side effects? Baliohu inquired as he secured the materials, wrapping his arm around Yan's shoulder to delve deeper into matters concerning the demon bloodline. Be mindful not to succumb to darkness. After the transplantation, you must constantly remind yourself of your humanity, lest you lose your sense of self, and Yan advised thoughtfully. The technology for artificial demons is quite advanced. It not only allows for the fusion of demon bloodlines with humans, but also enables the creation of various artificial demons for combat. I possess the requisite techniques. And Yan explained, the demons from Devil May Cry do not come with convoluted complexities, as long as one does not become overly inflated with self-importance post-transplant. Mistaking their identity as a demon rather than a human, they should be fine. The group gathered their belongings and returned to their respective laboratories for research. Currently, the RD laboratory belonged to Senju Tobarama. Orochimaru operated within the Umbu base with the support of the third Hokage, while Baliohu's lab was located at the root base, backed by Danzo. And Yan's situation was much simpler. His laboratory existed within a spatial domain, allowing him to carry it wherever he went. In his laboratory, Yan constructed an angel factory dedicated to the production of demon knights, fire-spitting dogs, sword demons, and blade fish. The creation of artificial demons required materials, such as souls. Conveniently, the versatile white Zetsu possessed souls, thereby resolving the most critical issue regarding raw materials. White Zetsu is truly comprehensive, and Yan mused, while Senju Tobarama and the others delved into the study of demon factors. And Yan had no intention of participating in their research. He had previously explored numerous subjects, only to find many of them ultimately unutilized, rendering them a waste of time. Therefore, Yan now focused solely on research that piqued his interest, delegating the rest to Orochimaru and his team, content to reap the benefits of their labor. Introducing demonic powers into the ninja world was a decision Yan had contemplated deeply in recent days. The potential ceiling of demonic power was exceedingly high. making it an ideal tool for combating the Otsutsuki clan. It was untenable to expect that chakra-based ninjutsu could effectively counter the Otsutsuki. The entire ninja world would simply stand by as the two sons of Sage of Six Paths fought to the death, right? And Yin found it unacceptable to recline in complacency, especially when he had the capacity to act. If, in the future, all the ninjas of Konoha were to undergo demon bloodline transplantation, transforming into blood cattle, their strength alone would suffice to unify the ninja world. More importantly, in encounters with the Otsutsuki clan, they would not be easily overwhelmed at the first confrontation. Thus, the ninja world transitioned from the era of ocular techniques into the age of transformation, where the average individual bore demonic bloodlines. Perhaps the prevailing combat style would shift towards close-quarters melee, with ninjutsu relegated to a status where it could only affect high-level demon forms, forcing lower-tier techniques to adapt. As Yin and his companions explored the technology concerning artificial demons, the ninja world began to change dramatically. The third Hokage successfully reunited with Inoki and others, escaping peril. However, before they could depart from the Land of Rain, they received momentous news. The third Hokage and Danzo had encountered each other on the border of the Land of Rain while pursuing Inoki, resulting in both parties meeting their demise in a mutual destruction. Upon hearing this news, Inoki felt a sense of dread. Both Danzo and the third Hokage were pivotal figures within their respective villages. Their simultaneous deaths could potentially rekindle the flames of war. As the catalyst for these events, Inoki was bound to face the wrath of others. It was not inconceivable that Konoha and the Cloud Village might clash, and Iwagakure would likely find itself embroiled as well. After all, the two factions had come to eliminate Inoki, and with both fallen while he remained alive, animosity would undoubtedly be directed at him. Chapter 98. Baliohu takes command of the roots in the Land of Lightning, Himogakure. When the news of the demise of the third Hokage in the Land of Rain reached the people, disbelief swept through the ranks. The Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails from the hidden Cloud Village had gone berserk numerous times, and each incident saw the third Hokage stepping in to quell the chaos, engaging in fierce combat with the Eight Tails. How could such a formidable warrior simply cease to exist? It seemed as ludicrous as blinding the Rinnegan with a kunai. However, as further reports trickled in, many ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village were compelled to accept the grim reality of the third Hokage's death. Among the elite ninjas who had set out alongside him, there was one fortunate survivor. Upon returning to the village and recounting the entire conflict between the third Hokage and Danzo, the villagers could no longer doubt that the third Hokage had indeed perished alongside Danzo in a mutual destruction. Naturally, certain details of the narrative were deliberately omitted. As discussions unfolded, it was decided that the fourth Hokage, would ascend to power a decade earlier than anticipated. His first decree upon taking office was to annul the alliance treaty and issue a diplomatic protest to Konoha. The third Hokage had been pursuing the Tsuchikage, Inoki, and had not provoked Konoha in any way. What did it signify that Konoha had sent agents to eliminate the third Hokage? Did they intend to reignite hostilities? The root operatives had been entirely wiped out, while Danzo had always been elusive, often disappearing for days on end. It was only upon receiving the protest from the Cloud that the higher echelons of Konoha learned of Danzo's demise in the Land of Rain, taking the third Hokage down with him. The loss of cherished comrades left Sarutobi Hiruzen devastated. Following his period of mourning, the third Hokage convened a high-level meeting, summoning all members of the Jonin class to deliberate on the matter. It was during this assembly that Enko learned of Danzo's death, genuinely astonished. How could this weakling, Danzo, have matched the strength of the third Hokage in such a fatal exchange? Surely it wasn't he through the use of wood release. Yet, this turn of events spared Enko the trouble of personally escorting Danzo to his end in the future. The reactions among the Jonin present varied widely upon hearing of Danzo's death. Danzo, who had operated in shadows, managing dirty work for Konoha and interacting with various ninja clans, had not yet attained his later notorious reputation, but he had previously sought talented disciples from these clans, only to be met with refusals. The ninja clans at this time were still quite powerful and not intimidated by Danzo. Consequently, their perception of him was largely unfavorable. And upon hearing of his demise alongside the third Hokage, their first reaction was disbelief. Could Danzo truly possess such capability? Nevertheless, the mere fact that the third Hokage had convened a meeting on this subject indicated its truth. Danzo, having no kin or allies, was mourned most by his former teammates. followed closely by Kabuto, who had painstakingly established a laboratory within Root. With the elite of Root now entirely eradicated, how could he possibly secure funding for his research? Particularly for the new project focused on the blood of demons, which required substantial resources. Now that Danzo was gone, where would the funds come from? Would he truly have to rely on using wood release to cultivate medicinal herbs for self-sufficiency? As Kabuto fretted, he was also relieved that he had the foresight to develop relevant ninjutsu in advance. Realizing that relying on others was futile and that one must depend on oneself for any endeavor. Seated in the conference room, Anko listened to the third Hokage's incessant chatter with mounting boredom, while Tsunade sat beside him, allowing him to toy with her delicate fingers. The primary focus of the meeting was twofold: the ramifications of Danzo's death alongside the third Hokage, which could potentially lead to war with the Hidden Cloud Village, necessitating readiness among the ranks, and the question of who would inherit Danzo's legacy within Root. The Hidden Cloud had already experienced minor friction with Konoha due to the matter of wood release, yet tensions had not fully escalated. Now, with the third Hokage's death tied to Konoha, any actions taken would not be without consequence. However, Anko believed the likelihood of the Hidden Cloud engaging in conflict was slim. Given their recent losses, the third Hokage's death coupled with the loss of the Eight Tails had significantly weakened their combat capabilities. The topic then shifted to Root. Although officially comprising only 17 members, the logistical, support, and intelligence personnel, along with informants from other nations, were numerous, all requiring oversight. 3 candidates emerged: Kakashi Hitaki, Anko, and Kabuto, each a disciple of Danzo, making their succession entirely logical. Yet, the third Hokage had ulterior motives, hoping the others would endorse Anko to lead Root. Such a decision could potentially extend Anko's path to the Hokage position, allowing the third to remain in office longer. Anko, however, maintained an indifferent stance towards the village leader position, having initially voiced interest only for the sake of political correctness. What he truly desired was power, with sufficient strength. He could pursue any ambition without regard for the title of Hokage. Nevertheless, Anko had a loyal following. His students, though predominantly from clan families, were fiercely protective of him, particularly in the absence of conflicting interests. Tsunade, as the princess of the Senju clan and a renowned medical expert who had saved countless lives on the battlefield, possessed an extensive network of supporters who similarly backed Anko. In their eyes, Anko's aspirations to become Hokage must remain untarnished by darkness, and among Danzo's 3 disciples, Kakashi, now an Umbu captain, was deemed unsuitable for overseeing Root. Consequently, they cast their support behind Kabuto to take charge. Kabuto, caught off guard, found himself triumphantly assuming the leadership of Root, an expansive department that received substantial annual funding from the village. Historically, these funds had primarily been allocated for training ninjas and developing espionage networks. Now, under Kabuto's stewardship, a redistribution seemed inevitable. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having failed to achieve his desired outcome, felt dissatisfaction, yet did not insist on placing Anko in charge of Root. Now that the decision was made, his focus shifted to preventing Anko from accruing further military merit on the battlefield, lest he be compelled to resign prematurely. After the meeting concluded and everyone dispersed, Anko, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kabuto naturally gravitated towards one another. "Congratulations, Lord Kabuto," Anko jested, bowing playfully, eliciting laughter from the others. "Indeed, indeed. A promising young man. I have faith in you," Kabuto replied, suppressing his delight while helping Anko to his feet. Having spent considerable time with Anko, he appreciated such gestures of respect, which filled him with pride. "It is our Anko who is commendable. When you become Hokage, I shall cast my vote for you," Kabuto chuckled, then turned to Tsunade and Orochimaru. "You two should take a page from Anko's book. Listen to how eloquently he speaks." Tsunade, already clenching her fists, was unfazed by Kabuto's comments, while Orochimaru dismissed them as mere noise. "Do you wish for us to address you as Lord Kabuto?" Tsunade retorted, charging at him only to be halted by Anko, who pulled her back into an embrace. Now, Tsunade, let us refrain from quarrels in the village," Anko soothed, stroking her golden locks, immediately transforming her demeanor into that of a gentle kitten, all vulnerability and charm. Kabuto felt a pang of disappointment. His newly acquired position as Root leader suddenly lost its appeal, his playful demeanor faltering. The 4 then went out for a barbecue. engaging in some camaraderie to solidify their friendship before returning to their respective homes. And Yin and Tsunade's domestic life remained blissfully unspoken, while Orochimaru returned to his research on artificial demon technology, and Baruha dealt with matters concerning the root. To everyone's astonishment, the Cloud Shinobi indeed declared war on the Leaf Village. The reason was straightforward. The Rock Shinobi had allied with the Cloud and the cunning Inoki, fearing that the Leaf and Cloud would strike first, decided to preemptively act for self-preservation by forming an alliance with the Cloud. Upon hearing this news, Yin felt a sense of dread, having just released the third Tsuchikage. This unforeseen trouble could lead to resentment from the families of those who might perish in the ensuing war. Thus, Yin entered the Hokage's office, intending to personally intervene and put an end to the conflict. However, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had a different perspective. Yin, your strength is currently unparalleled in the Leaf Village. With Uchiha Madara still alive, we need you to remain here, vigilant against him, Hiruzen stated. Yin furrowed his brow. While Uchiha Madara was indeed a formidable threat warranting caution, wasn't Senju Tobirama still around to manage him to some extent? Why was it necessary for him to be the one to restrain Madara? A flicker of realization crossed Yin's mind. Hiruzen likely wished to extend his tenure as Hokage, fearing that Yin's accomplishments might lead to an early retirement for him. After receiving a clear refusal from the higher-ups, Yin chose not to stir further trouble and instead returned to his sweet and shameless life with Tsunade. Occasionally, he would send a wood clone to guide his students in their training, leading a life of contentment. However, matters soon escalated. After taking charge of the route, Baruha quickly discovered the disturbing training methodologies employed there and requested Yin's assistance in rectifying the situation. At the root base, nearly 100 children of varying ages were present, some as young as 3 or 4, others around 7 or 8, and yet another group aged 11 or 12. Each cohort contained approximately 30 children, all collected by Danzo from various corners of the world, primarily orphans due to war. These children underwent specialized training, often paired together to form bonds, only to be pitted against each other later, with the survivor becoming a root ninja. The trauma of having killed their friends at such a young age left these root ninjas largely withdrawn, effective yet emotionally detached tools. Now that the root was in Baruha's hands, he was determined not to replicate Danzo's chaotic methods. He sought to cultivate a more conventional cadre of ninjas, thus inviting Yin to serve as their instructor and reshape their training. Yin, while initially daunted by how to approach these children, devised a plan for semi-militarized management. Daytime would be devoted to rigorous physical and ninjutsu training, while evenings would host meetings for sharing grievances about the current ninja world and dreaming of a brighter future. After a month, the children's eyes sparkled with hope for a better life. Yin gradually withdrew, relying on wood clones to handle daily affairs. From teaching ninjutsu to conducting research, while he enjoyed tender moments with Tsunade, just as Yin found a semblance of leisure, Orochimaru entrusted him with the task of selecting a suitable host for the Eight Tails. Orochimaru was preparing for battle, having previously been stationed on the front lines with the elder generation of formidable warriors, Uchiha Kagami and Akimichi Torafu. However, the Cloud had shown no inclination for large-scale warfare, only engaging in minor border skirmishes. As a result, Kagami and Torafu were called back. Throughout this period, the fourth Raikage remained absent. Had he appeared, Kagami's Susanoo might have diminished the Cloud's elite forces. The battlefield lay still, yet Orochimaru was being pushed into action, which Yin interpreted as an effort to bolster Orochimaru's military reputation, likely a plot by Sarutobi Hiruzen to position Orochimaru as a rival for Hokage. Alas, the nuances of anime characters are all too predictable, and Yin found it hard to watch. But whom should be designated as the Eight Tails host? Such a powerful entity ought to remain within trustworthy hands. Currently, 3 individuals with close ties to Yin could potentially serve as hosts. Minato Namikaze, who was the Nine Tails host in the original timeline, Kushina Uzumaki, a member of the Uzumaki clan, and Shoju from the Senju clan. However, the primary consideration was Tsunade's opinion. Yin tentatively broached the subject with Tsunade, who vehemently opposed the idea of her beloved younger brother becoming the Eight Tails host. Chapter 100. The Eight Tails host. The burdens of being a Jinchuriki are immense. Fear from villagers and companions, scrutiny from powerful ninja of rival villages, and the internal conflict with the tailed beast itself, alongside Uchiha Madara's schemes for the infinite Tsukuyomi. These are the true challenges. Tsunade, of course, was unaware of the larger implications, but could not tolerate the thought of her brother being viewed with suspicion by the villagers. She feared he would become withdrawn or fall into a depression akin to that of the former Eight Tails host, Fu. Tsunade cherished her brother and wished to shield him from any distress, which Yin understood. He then turned his attention to Minato and Kushina. On a sunlit day, Yin brought his two disciples into a space of tranquility and inquired about their thoughts on the matter. Teachers currently hold a position for the Eight Tails host. Who among you is willing to take on this mantle? Consider this carefully. Becoming a Jinchuriki will grant you immense power, but may also lead to exclusion by your peers. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, with Minato speaking first. Teacher Yin, what exactly is a Jinchuriki? Could you please explain? Coming from a civilian background, Minato was understandably unfamiliar with the concept. Yin, lazily toying with a thumb-sized jar, replied nonchalantly. The tailed beasts are unique beings formed from the power of the Sage of Six Paths, who divided the God Tree using yin and yang release over 1,000 years ago. There are 9 in total. They are immortal and indestructible. Even if a powerful ninja slays them, they will eventually resurrect, embodying the laws of nature. Minato, puzzled, asked, "Isn't the Sage of Six Paths a legendary figure? Its existence is uncertain. What about the God Tree?" Yin rapped Minato's head lightly, unwilling to delve deeper into explanations. The Sage of Six Paths indeed exists, but such matters are beyond your current understanding. Just know there are 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world, and a Jinchuriki is a ninja who seals a tailed beast within their body. A Jinchuriki is a ninja who has sealed a tailed beast within them? Minato murmured, contemplating. Yin saw through Minato's thoughts and stated, "Exactly. For instance, your beloved girlfriend, Uzumaki Kushina, is the host of the 9 Tails. Kushina is the 9 Tails host." Minato fell into a contemplative silence. After the first Hokage quelled the chaos of the world, he apportioned the 9-tailed beasts among the various ninja villages to maintain a balance of power and ensure peace. The strongest among them, the 9 Tails, was entrusted to Konohagakure, while the others were similarly allocated according to their tails. The 8 Tails, which I possess, can be regarded as the mightiest tailed beast after the 9 Tails. The identities of the Jinchuriki across the ninja villages have always been shrouded in secrecy. In this instance, Orochimaru's theft of the 8 Tails from Kumogakure can be considered a twist of fate. Yin spoke idly about the confidential affairs of Konoha, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the 2 individuals before him. Have you made up your minds? Would you like to become the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails? Uzumaki Karen found herself in a quandary. Being a relative of Uzumaki Kushina, she was acutely aware of the daily struggles faced by Jinchuriki in the village. Though she pursued strength, her concerns as a young woman regarding exclusion and disdain were significant. Realistically speaking, she aspired to marry one day. The prospect of becoming a Jinchuriki carried with it the looming possibility of a lonely existence, and not everyone possesses the strength of Uzumaki Mito or Senju Hashirama, who could subdue tailed beasts without fearing the sudden wrath of their partners. Karen did not believe that her future partner would necessarily possess such formidable power. In contrast to Karen's hesitation, Minato Namikaze swiftly resolved to become the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails after a brief contemplation. This way, with a shared identity, Kushina would not feel so isolated, he thought to himself. Teacher Yin, I am willing to become the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails. There was a resolute tone in Minato's voice. Yin raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at the indecisive Karen before smiling and saying, "You must think this through. Once a tailed beast is sealed within your body, releasing it could result in the death of the Jinchuriki." Minato responded with a gentle smile, "Teacher Yin, I have nearly perfected my flying thunder god technique. It would be quite challenging for anyone to undo the sealing technique on me." "Very well." Yin applauded and then glanced at Karen. "Do not say that I have not given you an opportunity. Your hesitation is your own doing. This memory will be sealed for later." Karen nodded and directly performed a sealing technique, pressing it onto her forehead to safeguard the memory. Yin waved his hand. "You may return now. Karen, Minato, and I have some matters to discuss." Karen nodded and was promptly expelled from the spatial domain. Once Karen's figure vanished, Yin examined the 6 Paths sage tools in his possession and promptly opened the amber purifying bottle. In an instant, the 8 Tails, Gyuki, burst forth. The colossal creature filled Yin's small domain entirely, causing Minato to swallow hard at the sight. Could this creature truly be contained within his body? It seemed utterly implausible. Before Gyuki could unleash its fury, a massive, pale blue demonic hand descended upon its forehead. Sleep deeply. Gyuki was immediately plunged into a profound slumber, and Yin formed a one-handed seal, conjuring a pedestal and gestured for Minato to take a seat upon it. Minato cautiously settled in the center of the pedestal, observing the numerous flickering candles surrounding him, uncertain of Yan's next move. However, Yin merely instructed Minato to lift his garments and expose his abdomen, and then proceeded to enact the 8 trigrams sealing technique. In an instant, the immense 8 tails surged forth like a torrent into Minato. The moment the 8 tails entered his body, Minato felt an overwhelming numbness, as a heavy chakra flooded into him, rendering him breathless and as though time itself had slowed. Yet, once the entirety of the 8 tails was sealed, he felt an unexpected lightness, as if his physical capabilities had been significantly enhanced. Observing Minato's well-being as he became the Jinchuriki, Yin nodded in satisfaction and added, "Minato, remember that tailed beasts have names. You should make an effort to befriend it. Moreover, after becoming the Jinchuriki, it is imperative to maintain a positive mental state, as this will help you suppress the encroachment of the tailed beast's chakra until a reconciliation is achieved. The tailed beast will continuously attempt to erode your spirit and body with its chakra in a bid for freedom. Should you ever feel that something is amiss, do not hesitate to come to me. Is that understood?" Minato smiled warmly and nodded. "Understood, teacher Yin."